Good Tuesday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I'm looking. Fred Von Weedle put out a video of you were really sick on the Purdue game that Friday night.
Yeah.
Right?
I saw I can't remember how much.
So Milo Suzan was not called for a push-off. You remember did you see this play?
Yeah.
He was driving, and he used his left arm on Braden Smith, turned around, hit a jumper, and the Purdue fans were just up in arms.
It was in the paint,
offensive
right?
foul. It was going, it was right off the paint, right off the elbow. Anyway, Fred Von Weedle says, we need an open investigation. How could the refs possibly miss this call? It's a textbook blocking foul on Braden Smith. Purdue really got away with one here, and we cannot let this slide. There are people who thought that he was flopping, okay?
Mm-hmm. And
there was a push. There's no question there was a push. But and there were a couple of out-of-bounds calls. There were a couple out-of-bounds calls that were questionable whether or not the Cougs really got them. But the right team absolutely won that game. Did you see the statistic? The top 10 best Ken Palm teams ever. This dates back to 96, 97. 4 of them are playing Saturday in San Antonio. Ever. The top 10 best Ken Palm teams. The best.
Of course, that's relative to who's playing
at your
who's
time.
Playing that year.
Yeah. Right.
Well, so it's 4 number ones. So yeah,
4 number ones, right? But this 2008 also had 4 number ones, and there's only one 2008 team in there, and that's Kansas. So 98-99 Duke is his best team ever.
Does this have to do with margin of victory against opponents? I guess.
I guess it's.
It has to be. It's not going to factor in individual players or talent. It's just numbers. It's the only thing they can factor it in is strength of schedule, margin of victory.
Yeah,
quality of wins.
Ken Palm goes, but it's margin of victory. Right. This Duke team is the second best ever, he says.
It's
the 98-99 team is the best.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
It's pretty good. The 2001 Duke team is third, 15 Kentucky, 21 Gonzaga, 25 Houston.
With that said, this Duke team would have gotten beat by other Duke teams. This is not one. This is a really good Duke team. I don't know that it's one of the best I've seen.
They've better than Christian Laettner and Bobby Hurley.
You think it's better than that?
No, I don't think.
I don't know that it is either, and I definitely know it's not better than the one with Elton Brand and some of those guys. I mean, they've had some good teams. Cooper Flagg's going to end up being a really good player. Well, it doesn't matter. Those teams aren't playing this year. The Cougs have to beat this team.
Right. This is since 96, 97, so it doesn't go back to the Svi Slamajama or the Michael Jordan or those teams. Last year's UConn team, this year's Florida team, 08 Kansas team, and this year's Auburn team. 4 in his top 10. This is really the best. This might be the best Final Four that we in recent memory. I don't remember much about the 08. It's a while ago now.
Let's see who
I'd have to go look up and see who is on all of those teams. But this really is a great, great Final. Your kids are not that bright about basketball, saying how horrible this is because there's no George Mason in it.
Well, so they said the March Madness was. They didn't say that about Final Four, but March Madness. What's madness when all the top seeds win? I get it. But at the end, you want to see the championship. Are you watching the playoffs to just see the close playoff games, or do you want to see a good championship?
Well,
series?
This was one of the, if not the highest. This is the highest rated March Madness that we've seen in a long time. Did you see that? The numbers? Yeah. Yeah. This is one of the best. This is one of the highest that we've seen in a long time. Is it a product of NIL?
No, I was thinking about that. Well, I've heard the argument, this gives you NIL. This is what you want with NIL. The top teams are going to stay the top teams. Like, look at who the top teams are here. All number 1 seeds win. And then you look at, Duke had some transfers and not a lot, but some of the teams are heavily transfer oriented. The ones who weren't are not. Purdue is one of the only ones who wasn't heavily transfer oriented.
Houston.
Duke isn't. Yeah, Houston isn't. Well, Houston has added guys along the way. Jalen came from somewhere else, didn't he?
No.
Okay, LJ Cryer
Everyone's
is.
been there with him for 6 years.
Well, their two best players are.
Well, I don't. It's arguable. Yeah.
LJ and Milos.
LJ been here for 2 years and Milos, but that's it.
Yeah.
That's it.
Well, 2 of your 5
Yeah.
starters. I mean, that's kind of a big deal when the best 2 are.
Yeah, but of all of the 8, no. Listen, the transfer portal has played a huge role. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But Purdue has only. Michigan State had 1 on the top 8. We went over this on. I don't think
Auburn had a lot.
Auburn had a lot. Alabama had a lot.
Yeah, Alabama's just a bunch of grad students, like from small schools.
Yeah.
Or lesser schools. Yeah, they're heavily.
There was. I can tell you exactly how many each team had. But Houston had 2. Purdue had none, or 1. No, none. None of their top 8 players, and Michigan State had 1.
Well, it gives advantages now to teams who are recruiting one and done.
But it's not like it's. Listen, they went back and they looked at 25 years ago too, and there was a transfer in different schools. Not many.
You had to wait.
No. But in the Sweet 16, they looked at how many transfers, and there were a couple smattered in there. Yeah. I mean, and that's what Michigan State did. That's what Houston did.
You were just deciding if you wanted to recruit one and dones, or if you wanted to try to build with the 3 to 4 year guys.
Right.
That was primarily what it was. And John Calipari said, at Memphis and Kentucky, I'm going one and dones, and we'll just have to reload every year. Well, now it's gotten easier with that method because your reload can come from other people's teams, other teams. You just reload with other teams. So you've got recruiting and you've got other teams. And what they're finding out is, hey, do you mean to tell me? Now, I do think COVID has played a big part in this because there's more 22 and 23 and 24-year-olds playing than ever before. Never have we seen this many. Jaywan Roberts would not be here if it wasn't for COVID years. You can't play 6 years. It's only 4 years you get.
Well,
unless you have – and there's not a lot of basketball red shirts, by the way. You see it in football. They still red shirt in football.
Yeah.
Especially since you can take them right up to 4. But in basketball, you're not going to see that very much. So this will be the last year you see all these 23 and 24-year-olds.
Yeah. Did you see that Hunter Dickinson, 7'2" Kansas center, has received a waiver for a 7th year of eligibility, and he's entering the transfer portal. Move on. I mean, move on, dude.
Tyler Shuck, 7 years in college football. He's going to be
24, 25, playing against 17-year-olds, 18-year-olds.
I know.
That's just crazy. And he's 7'2".
Yeah, but you won't have that anymore. But like I said, those are because COVID years were given to everybody who played, and multiple COVID years. So that's why I wrote up a ton of 6-year seniors this year, a ton in draft. I probably written up over 50 players who played 6 years. I've written up 3 players who played 7 years.
Yeah.
Tyler Shuck, Brandon Kuthi from Utah, and Cam Rising from Utah. And Tyler Shuck is a guy who I heard Tyler Shuck may go ahead of Shador and Jackson Dart.
Really?
This guy's name is starting to get hot with some teams. So my mock draft comes out now, but boy, I've found this is when I start hearing some really interesting things behind the scenes about, what's really going on on the team side. And it's going to be interesting. But Tyler Shuck is a guy who you're going to hear about who is going to turn a lot of these. I've written up several players who have turned 25 this year during the NFL season. And that's because of COVID. You got extra years if you played during COVID.
Crazy.
So it's had an impact on this. And you know what? For the better. Imagine that. You got a bunch of 22, 23, and 24-year-olds at Auburn. Well, these are not only grown men physically, but they're mature. They played a lot of basketball.
Yep.
Mark Sears played a lot of basketball at Alabama.
Best guy in the country is a freshman, and he's an underage freshman, and that's Cooper Flagg. I'm looking at a list right now of best impact defenders in the entire country. Number 1 is Joseph Tugler. Number 2 is Cooper Flagg. Number 3 is Terrence Arsenault. So 2 of the top 3 are Houston. And Cooper Flagg, who is a great offensive player, going to be the number 1 pick in the draft, also plays defense for you. So this is going to be at 6'9", he is going to be a force on Saturday.
He can block shots.
He can do it all.
Alter shots. Look, Houston's got their hands full. This is a really good team because they defend too. And so Houston, who is a good 3-point shooting team, hard to imagine, but it's true. 3 players who shoot 42% or more from 3. they're going to be forced into some of those, but they cannot. And the good thing is, I'm not worried about this. You can't live and die by the 3, and they're not going to. They're going to be a team like Alabama's going to live and die by the 3. Tennessee was living and dying by the 3. And so you died by the 3. Alabama tried to do it against Duke. You died by the 3. They switch everything off and they keep you out of the lane. Houston cannot get complacent. They have to attack the basket. They got to get to the free throw line. They got to create fouls. They got to get some easy baskets, and then they have to gang rebound. But you're going against a 6'9". You've got how big is that big? Is he 6'11", 7?
6, yeah.
You got 2 big boys in at the same time at times. But you're always going to have one long rebounder in there, so you have to gang rebound.
I gotta believe JoJo's going to be on Cooper Flag. I gotta believe that.
Yeah, well, it can't be J1. He can't step out there.
Well, no. They were thinking, it's got to be.
Who would it be?
He's got to be.
They've got basically 3.
It can't be Milos. It can't be.
No.
It's got to.
It can't be Milo, Sharp, or Cryer. There's none of those guys.
I would imagine Sharp might be able.
But
to when JoJo's resting, I don't know that you put Javier on him. So maybe Sharp gets on him when
there's
when
not
JoJo's
a lot
resting.
of great matchups for him. Well, there's not anyway. But
Sharp is a decent defender too, so we'll see. Hey, there was a great quote from. We got a lot to do here. Fran Fraschilla is going to join us at 8:15 here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We got Astros, we got Rockets. A bad night after a great weekend in which your Astros took 2 out of 3. Your Cougs go to the Final Four. Your Rockets beat the snot out of the Suns. And then last night happened, and last night sucked. Last night
was a bad night for the city of Houston.
Yeah, all the way around.
Mm-hmm.
All the way around. We need torpedo bats. Did you see what allegedly, I don't know that it was, but allegedly Ellie De La Cruz, 4 for 5, 7 RBIs, 2 home runs.
Don't tell me he's got a torpedo bat.
Apparently in his first game with a torpedo bat. Have you seen the Astros hitters? Yeah, we need.
Altuve's hitting over 400. Everyone else is 100 or below.
It was awful.
Everyone except Jake Myers is 200.
Yeah.
Jake Myers is your second highest hitter in the lineup. I mean, Jordan is terrible. Yainer Diaz is under 100. Nobody. It's 4 games.
Yeah.
So
here's why.
It's Altuve and nobody.
Did you see their averages in spring training?
Not great.
Garbage. All of them. Everybody was garbage, except who? There was one. Pena hit.
Cam Smith.
Pena hit and Cam Smith hit. That was it.
Well, right now Pena and Cam Smith aren't hitting.
Yeah. No, nobody's hitting. I mean, it is crap. It is garbage. The offense is garbage. 429 for Tuve, 167 Paredes, 083 for Jordan, 125 for Walker. Now Walker's hit into a lot of bad luck. I mean, he has hit like 7 balls at 100 miles an hour that were outs. Yainer, nah. Pena, nah. Cam Smith, blah. Dupont, blah. Myers, 200, great. He had 2 hits in his first game and then nothing. I mean, this is just trash. It's not Rafael Devers trash. Did you see the stat?
On Rafael Devers?
Which one? Tony Gwynn, in I don't know what year it was, had 15 strikeouts.
Right.
In 585 at-bats.
Mm-hmm.
Rafael Devers has 15 strikeouts in 19 at-bats.
His mind, he's cooked.
He's done.
He's cooked. Mentally, he's cooked.
Well, he couldn't. There was a time when he couldn't hit a fastball before, and now he can't hit it again. His bat is so slow. His whole being is so slow right now.
How did Alex get in his head that badly?
Well, because they took him out. He don't play turd. He don't play turd.
I know he don't play turd, but at the same time, is he really in your head that bad?
He's in your head terrifically. He is so bad right now. It is, and then he gets that paycheck and goes, I guess life is okay.
Well, that's what guaranteed contracts are.
That's
about.
it. That's what I guess life's okay.
You can open can't. You don't have to earn it anymore.
We got a break. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 713-7803. We'll get into that Rockets game. On the other side, we got the Astros. I don't know what to say about a 7-2 ass kicking by the San Francisco Giants. I don't know what to tell you, but I do know that you can go. So, are you going to go under or over today for the Astros on underdog?
Well, you don't do it by teams; you do it by players. However,
which Astros are you going over
all,
or under?
none, all, right now. Seriously, hey, if you think your team's not hitting, it's what you do. You go pick out a player, and you have total bases, for example, or hits. Hits might be 0.5. You just say lower, lower. We don't say under. We say lower. We say higher, and we say lower. And that's what's up with baseball season. Baseball season's in full swing. Go watch those games, but while you're doing it, analyze the games. How is your starting pitcher going to do? What's Fromber going to do? What is his strikeouts going to look like? He's a ground ball pitcher. Is he going to induce ground balls? Is he going to go deep in the game? Are we looking at a certain amount of walks? What about Jeremy Pena? Is Jordan going to get out of it today? And you think he's going to hit a home run? Well, then go higher than 0.5 home run, because that's going to be, a multiplier, because it's going to be a more difficult, higher to earn. And so this is how you do this. It gives you, you pick between 2 and 6, 7 players. And then the more you pick, the more you can win. But there are certain stats that are going to be more difficult to achieve, and they're simply going to multiply your opportunity to win big. And that's why you can win up to 1,000 times your original play. $1. That's all it takes to play. $1. Make your deposit today. Use promo code Lance. They are going to, you've got up to $1,000 in bonus cash available to you when you make your deposit. So make sure you make that deposit, put a chunk in there, and let's go win some money with Underdog Fantasy. But you must use promo code Lance to get that match. It's Underdog Fantasy. This is where your dreams come true. Your sports knowledge is going to work for you. And you know what? It's just going to be a lot more fun watching these games. Underdog Fantasy. Must be 18 or older in present state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms and conditions apply. If you feel like you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER or go to ncpgambling.org.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776. 713-780-3776. Join us this Friday at River Ranch, Dayton. New community just northeast of Houston. 16 new model homes from the high 200s to the 500s, featuring the Angel Lagoon with white sand beaches and turquoise water. This is a must-see community. ESPN Houston will be there from noon till 6 with Paul Gallant and the Killer Bees. Learn more at riverranchdayton.com. That sounds nice. Sounds like you're in Florida. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
White sand beaches in Houston area. Nice. That's nice. All right. 713-780-3777. What'd you think of that, Lakers? How about, the
Stars didn't play well for the Lakers.
No.
It was a competitive game. It was a I don't say good game, but because it was pretty sloppy, but it was a competitive game. Rockets, it was a back and forth for those teams, and the Lakers got a hold of the game, and the Rockets were they weren't uphill, but they just couldn't get over the top. But it was a good battle. The Rockets never had just a terrible quarter. The first quarter was not good basketball for either team, but it was a game where the Rockets just couldn't catch one of their patented runs where they bury a team. They just couldn't do it. And Luka and LeBron made some big plays at the end of that game, but Luka and LeBron were primarily decoys. Like they were the ones who were setting up other guys.
Yeah. Oh no, there were a lot of. Listen, LeBron had 16. Luke had 20. I know it was only 100 points scored, 104 points scored, but yeah, no, that was a hard fought. That was a gritty game. But the Tari Eason technical foul, how ridiculous. Dude makes a great move inside, gets a bucket, screams at his own bench, and gets a technical.
Are you starting to think? I'm starting to think the Rockets are getting. Look, I know Dylan Brooks gets reputation techs. And I had a little discussion in my own house about this, how that's bull crap and all that. And while I agree with it, it's also life. Like it's the same concept as the boy who cried wolf. If you do something a certain amount of times, it has an impact on people. It's human nature. So Dylan Brooks is more likely to get teched or kicked out of games for some of the stuff he does. But that felt like a reputation. This feels like the Rockets are getting a reputation with officials because we know they're a roughneck team, right? They're grimy. They're straight from the sewer, Das Effect style. But they, which I love. I love, and Ime wouldn't have it any other way. That's what he wants. He wants a bunch of dogs. But at the same time, it's getting obvious that the referees are going to be quick to trigger on the Rockets.
They were quick on Dylan Brooks the other night against Phoenix. Real quick. And he, he says stuff, and he was in that ref's face after the Tari Eason technical too. And I thought, don't get another one. Get another one.
Right. Because
this is the wrong time. It was a 93-91 game. That's coming down to the wire, and you're in the referee's face after a crappy. That's just a crap call though. That's so weak. This NBA is so soft. Goodness gracious, anything you get, it just makes me nuts. But you know what else is making me nuts is Fred. Why is he not accountable like everybody else is? If you have a crap game, Ime says, come sit over here. Fred plays 40 minutes. He's 2 of 14, 1 of 7. I know he had 9 assists, but are you kidding? Are you really? Dude can't shoot straight. He's got 7 points in 40 minutes. And he's missing everything, and he's out there, and he's got why is that guy not accountable like everybody else?
That's a good point. I guess because he's a veteran. I guess because he's a primary ball handler. That's all I can think of, because the Rockets did have some issues when he was out in terms of handling the basketball and being a primary ball handling team. But you're right, though. The reality is Fred VanVleet is not held to the same standards.
He's not.
When is he ever benched?
Look at these numbers. Amen's 8 for 14. Dylan Brooks 5 for 14. Not great. He was 3 for 9 from 3. Alpi 5 for 11. Jalen 4 for 13. Not great. 6 for Jabari 6 for 10. Tari 6 for 11. Fred 2 of 14. Come What? Why is Fred? And just keep on firing, Fred. 1 for 7 from 3. Just keep on firing, baby, because something might go in someday. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, literally, he's the only guy that was plus minus on the floor was Jabari. Jabari is playing really well.
Yeah,
Jabari is playing great.
He loves being a 6 man. I think he does not have the same. He doesn't feel the pressure of being the 3rd pick. This is a great role for him, and he's a good teammate. So it's not a problem.
Yeah.
What do you feel like? Well, let's get Stafford in here real quick. Stafford wants to talk and about the Rockets and Lakers. He watched the game as well. You had to stay up a little late to watch it. It was a loss, but listen, the Rockets are a 2 seed still. The Lakers are a 4 seed. It's not crazy that they could end up 3 and 4, and if that's the case, they could be meeting up sooner than.
Well, no.
Well, that'd be 2-3. It'd be 2-3. Well, yeah, they're probably not. They're probably not going to meet up. Yeah, you're right. What's up, Stafford?
Man, look, I got a lot of takeaways from this game, but my very first takeaway was John's point about Fred VanVleet. He didn't have a good game at all yesterday, and it was I was kind of tripped up in the game because at the end of the game Udoka benched Jalen Green, and shout out to Jalen Green because Jalen Green didn't pout. Reggie Miller and them kept putting the camera on him, talking about, I can't believe Jalen's not in the game. Jalen wasn't pouting. Jalen was on the bench, rooting for the team. At least he was showing that, So shout out to him and his growth. I'm loving that kid right now. I feel like I'm feeling like you. I'm wondering, like, what's up with Fred VanVleet? Because, Fred VanVleet can be out here missing the ocean, and his role is still going to go on, but no one else. He put everybody else. I've seen Udoka bench everybody else on that team.
Everybody.
Playing the way Fred VanVleet has played, and we might not even have VanVleet next year. So, and one more point about the game, I'm honestly not too worried about it. Honestly, I felt like the Rockets, if this was a playoff series, the Lakers can't beat the Rockets. The Rockets had a real good game plan. Those guys, the 2 guys that the Lakers had,
Finney Smith.
I don't even remember the name.
Yeah, Finney Smith is one of them.
Finney Smith and Gabe Vincent.
Yeah.
They're not going to win games on a regular basis.
No.
Yeah, they can't shoot like that on a consistent night in a 7-game series, especially on the road. So I felt like they played Luka very well. I like what he did. I don't know if y'all noticed. Anytime Luka was on the floor, Jalen Green was on the floor. Anytime LeBron was on the floor, Amen Thompson was on the floor. I felt like, I don't know if that was a confidence thing. He went in before the game and told them boys, hey, this is going to be your quote-unquote matchup today or whatever, but I'm confident in them. But I got some students right now that some of my students today, they're going to be on my head, man, because they all Laker fans for some reason, and they're all from Houston. So I got to go in. I'm on my way in. I'm actually a little late, and I got to go in and deal with this. And I almost wanted to call out today, man.
All right.
Appreciate it.
I would appreciate it, Stafford. Always. Thanks for listening, buddy.
I kind of like it. I'm kind of with them. I'll tell you why. Your two best players, Luka and LeBron, have to deal with Tari, Jabari, Jalen, who's become a much better defender. Amen. There's a lot that you have to go through from a defensive standpoint. You got young legs, fresh legs, and they're not beat down by by years and years of the season. Look, Luka's not in great shape, and LeBron is getting older. I don't think they're going to like the energy and the length and the hustle, and it's a constant wave of defense being thrown at them. I think it'd be a very difficult matchup. Now, I don't really envision the Lakers and Rockets ever mixing it up, but they do have another game.
Yep.
They do have another game, and it might be big for the Rockets.
Yep. And it's there again.
It's there again.
Yeah.
But last night did not make me think that the Rockets can't match up. But you do hate losing when you do that against LeBron and Luka, 20-16, and you don't win. That's a little tough.
Yeah. Listen, that was a defensive battle. It was a defensive battle.
It had some playoff intensity. It wasn't a playoff caliber game. It was intense. Like I said, I didn't think it was a necessarily as well played, but a lot of them are not going to be well played in the playoff. It's especially if you play against Ime Udoka, it's going to be a little ugly.
Yeah.
How do you and here's something else for Lakers. JJ Redick has never been in this position coaching in a playoff series.
No.
Never. Do you think JJ has any control over that team? And I don't. That's not to denigrate JJ, but you got Luka, who was the boss of the Mavericks, so much so that they wanted him out, and LeBron, who's maybe the greatest boss in the history of basketball since Jordan, because Jordan was very bossy as well. Is there any way JJ?
Yeah, but
Redick runs
Jackson,
that team.
But Phil Jackson still ran that show now.
Well, he was able to.
Yeah, Phil Jackson still.
He
ran
was well
now.
because
JJ
Jordan,
Redick ain't Phil Jackson.
Jordan respected.
Yeah.
Phil Jackson, and Phil Jackson also didn't cross Jordan.
Yeah, right.
Like, and no one's going to cross LeBron.
Either of them either.
No one's going to cross LeBron.
No, that's his boy.
But Phil could still manage that team of egos. Do you think JJ?
I have no idea. I don't know.
He's a former player. Maybe that helps.
I know it wasn't good in there before. I'm not sure about how it is now. They're playing good basketball now, though. I mean, they got. Thank you, Dallas, for handing them a nice postseason team. We'll see how long it lasts, but I don't think the Lakers are doing anything this year. But I don't know if it's going to be because of JJ Redick. It's because I don't think they're good enough. If you want to know the truth, LeBron is older. In a 7-game series, it's going to be a beatdown, and I don't see this Lakers team doing much. Yeah, I didn't get the impression last night that the Rockets aren't good enough. I didn't get that.
No, you don't get that from that. But once again, we're kind of talking about a team that we don't really even doesn't really even matter other than the game at the end of the year.
Let's forget it was another back-to-back for the Rockets, by the way. And their record in back-to-backs is under 500, and when they're a team that's the second seed in the West. I mean, it's just ridiculous how many back-to-backs this team has had, and against tough teams, and back-to-back and on the road, doing back-to-back road games. It's just been a ridiculous schedule for the Rockets, quite frankly. All right, we'll talk Astros baseball on the other side, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. If you want to get in, you are more than welcome to do that. 713-780-3776. Oh, guess what I got in the mail yesterday? My property taxes. Oh,
nice.
Yeah. It's always a pleasure.
I've got Ownwell working for me soon also because I'm tired of I've taken losses 2 straight years, and I went in cocky. I went in cocky a couple years ago because I had 3 straight years of wins, and I was like, and I went in there and I was waiting for them, and we side with our people. Well, they're independent. Yeah, we side with them. I'm like, what do you mean? What do you mean you side with? Look at me. I told you my street's a really busy street, and I've got kids, and they're like, we don't care. Yeah. You didn't do a compelling job of comps. I'm like, comps? Yeah. How do I know the comps? Well, Ownwell does.
Ownwell does. You don't. See, that's the thing. Is Ownwell has the technology that is, I mean, it's second to none. Ownwell handles everything from start to finish. You sign up in 3 minutes and you're done. You have to do nothing else. There's no upfront cost. You only pay if you save. Okay. 86% of Ownwell's customers receive a reduction of the average is over $1,100. Hundreds of thousands of happy customers because they've saved with Ownwell. Local tax experts backed by cutting edge technology, best in class customer support. It's all there. You're getting your property taxes now. You've got to tell them that you are going to contest them by May 15th. So there is a deadline here. Save money on your property taxes with Ownwell. Sign up in less than 3 minutes. Start your protest today at ownwell.com. That's OWNWELL.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Yeah, so the Astros last night. I mean, I've got my worries about Ronel Blanco. I got my worries about him. I mean, I talked about it before the season. And for those of you that have listened, for those of you who haven't, you know what? Ronel Blanco had an out-of-body experience last year. He was really, really good. It was the outlier for his career. He's a little bit older player. He's gonna bounce back. I hope that Ronel Blanco matches what he did last year. What he needs to do is not make decisions on the field. He goes, he steps off. The guy is stealing second.
Yeah.
He's got the ball and he throws it to first.
Yeah. Not ideal. You freeze him. You walk towards you run towards the guy and you force him. And if he keeps going, you throw to second.
And then
what's it do with our pitchers and decision making?
And then the next guy bunts and the ball's going foul. I mean, it's got spin on it and it's going foul, and he goes and grabs it, and he's got no chance of getting the guy. The guy runs a 4.240.
Yeah.
And he grabs the ball instead of letting it go foul. So he cost himself. He really cost himself, but it's his mistakes. He threw 92 pitches. He had 6 strikeouts, 3 walks, gave up 3 earned runs. It was, hey, with this lineup, you can't give up any runs. You got to be Eric Eddy. You got to be Fromber. You can't give up any runs. That Hunter Brown game, you give up 3, sorry, you lose. Blanco, you give up 3, sorry, you lose. Can't give up 3 runs. Not in this economy.
Not in this economy.
No,
not in this economy for their offense. In this economy, if you give up 3, you're dead.
In this offensive economy,
they have 1 3-run game and that's it.
Yeah.
So in this economy, you give up a 1 bad inning could sink you.
Well, is this because they're at home? They can't. It's ridiculous. This team.
They're terrible at
home. They go to Minnesota after this for opening day in Minnesota. It's 40 degrees.
Let me.
How stupid is baseball in Minnesota? Do you know what they did? You know what they're doing in Tampa? You know, Tampa's playing at the Yankees spring training site.
What was it? What hurricane got it?
The hurricane tore down their stadium. Right? Thank God.
Which we didn't tear it down.
God said
it didn't tear it down.
God said, if y'all ain't gonna do this, I will.
They're making repairs to.
No, I don't know. I don't think they can repair that. I don't know.
They can repair it. How else are you going to get 14,000 people in there?
I know. Well, listen. You know what they did? The schedule makers, like 45 of their first 60 games are at home because it rained so much in the summer in Tampa. Mm-hmm. So they're actually making it so that they won't have games postponed, and it's ideal. Why are you playing games in Minnesota in March, in the beginning of April?
Yeah, it's baseball's the one sport that's tricky because weather can be so different geographically. Like, it's not out of the question, but we're indoor, so it doesn't matter. But we could easily have a 94-degree game coming up next week. Like, humid, like it would have killed you to be outside. But it's not going to matter for us. But the cold weather stuff, yeah. I mean, for the outdoor stadiums, you're exactly right. It can in April can be a little bit tricky there in Chicago.
Yep.
It can be tricky in Minnesota. It's going to be tricky.
Minnesota though is ridiculous. Minnesota is.
Yeah, it's going to be cold.
It's terrible. Let's get Jim in here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Hey, Jim.
Hey, what's up, guys? First of all, I just wanted to throw in, I'm sure Lance knows, Magic was a boss. He got rid of Paul Weston and Norm Nixon. So,
yeah, John knows too.
Yeah.
Yeah, Magic was. People forget about that. Early in his career, he's the one that whacked Paul Weston.
Well, he was right, though. He was right about all of it. He won all those titles.
Yeah, but he was also like a rookie having that kind of juice.
Yeah, but shifting to baseball, you guys are hitting the nail on the head. What kind of upsets me a little bit is, the Astros back were just so far ahead of every other team. Remember when we were doing the shift and we would shift, and everybody would say, why are they shifting all their players to one side? And they outlawed it, that ridiculous commissioner, because we used analytics. It kind of upsets me that we didn't come up with the torpedo bats. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I think we've lost that, and I'm not a nerd, but I think we've lost that kind of analytics play, and Lance likes to complain. He's right. Bringing Bagwell in, I love Bagwell, but getting away from the analytics side of the game, I don't know, man. I don't see it this year. I hope I'm wrong, but I just don't see the Astros doing it this year. We had a great run. I hope I'm wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hope I'm wrong too, and I don't like to complain. I just know that I'm just trying to be common sense here. If we did something that was so much better than everyone else that they wanted to copy us, why get away from it? Why get away from it? And I do not like everything being about analytics. I really don't. But I am smart enough to recognize when smart people have done a really good job. I let history speak. And they came in there and they did a hell of a job, Jeff Leno and his crew. And they had to go, and I get it, and I know what happened. But I don't love the idea of getting away from a concept that has worked so well for you. It just doesn't. That's just common sense. And I'm fine with putting some baseball eyes on baseball decision making. I actually like in game going by some feel every once in a while. I'm a proponent of that. But at the same time, like in terms of how you build out a roster, how you handle contracts and things like that, just let the smart people do it. Let's not try to, Jeff's one of the all-time greats. Bagwell's an all-time great in the city of Houston. One of the 5 greatest baseball players that's ever played here in Houston, more than likely. And, be that. Be a consultant, but man, he and Reggie Jackson era just, and Dusty too, to an extent, if he pushed out James Click and James Click was doing, we kind of just didn't give James Click his respect, I think.
Yeah.
I don't know that
Jim
I did
Crane
until
didn't.
it was over. And Jim Click did a great job with that bullpen. And I don't know. James Click maybe deserved a little bit more praise. It feels like it now in hindsight.
Listen, it's good news that it was the Yankees that invented the torpedo bat, because it's going to be legal. It's legal. They've already looked at it and said there's nothing wrong with it. If the Astros had invented it, it would already be banned by baseball.
Yeah.
So that's a good thing.
No, everyone would have said we're cheating.
We're cheating.
Everyone would have said
it's cheating. It's cheating. It's cheating. The Astros are cheating again. The Yankees did it, so it's okay. Now there's going to be a lot more offense in Major League Baseball, because look at Ellie De La Cruz said, I just tried it. I kind of liked it. He said, I don't feel like it's different than other bats. And he had 2 homers, 7 RBIs, 4 for 5. Just the ball was just jumping off his bat. Once everybody gets this, baseball is going to be a lot more exciting. Baseball is going to be different. Pitchers are going to hate this thing.
Seems like it's working. It seems like there's a direct cause and effect.
Yeah.
When can we get our bats? When can Paredes get this bat? Can Jordan get a torpedo bat, please?
I know. Jordan.
Now they're calling him Washed King. They're calling him the Washed King. That's not a good name for Jordan.
They're calling him Jordan Everett. Okay, and we can't have that. All right,
Machete too.
Jordan Maldonado.
Yeah.
He's not Jordan Maldonado.
You don't have to go all the way back to Everett. We did have Maldonado here.
Yeah. All right. 713-780-3776 is the number. We got to call Fran Fraschilla so that he's going to be ready at 8:15 right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I'm talking right now about my peeps over at Chastang Ford. Chastang Ford is where you get your truck on. Chastang Ford is where you get your best deal. Chastang Ford is where I'm telling you, I love the way the Chastang goes about it. I don't know. You've dealt with dealerships in the city of Houston. You've dealt with dealerships. I don't know where you're from. They don't have a good reputation. You know why they don't have a good reputation? Because they're always trying to make as much money as they possibly can off you. That's not the case at Chastang Ford. They want you to have the best car buying experience you can have. And then you know what you're going to do? You're going to go back to them. And then you get more business. And then you get more business. And then you go more. And that's the way you do business. Give me a great deal. Give me great service. Give me as much as you possibly can in rebates on it. Make is you know what? You don't have to kill me on this one. Guess what? But car dealers don't think like that. Car dealers think I gotta get as much as I possibly can. Upsell, upsell, upsell. Not a Chastain Ford. No add-ons, no buy, no. They're not just doing it. They're not upselling you at all. What they want you to do is have the best car buying experience you could possibly have. Find out. See, look at the discounts that you're going to get. Look at the rebates you're going to get. Look at the $6,500 off right now on the F-150 2024s. Look at it all at ChastainFord.com on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead, 5 minutes from downtown. Chastain Ford.
John Daspit is the name. The phone number 713. Call now. I was talking to John about a deal he had, a situation he had with helping some people who were wronged really by some very poor security after the hurricane that we had, and it lost to a lot of property loss, and it was a bad situation, and he ended up helping them get out of that situation with the apartments and getting property back, getting accommodated for the property, and it's just one of the little things he did as a favor, but he handles a lot more than just slip and falls, a lot more than just wrecks out on the highway, a lot more than just, massive refinery blasts and offshore accidents. There's really a lot going on, and you can check them out for yourself at daspitlaw.com for the areas of litigation and how they can serve you. If you go to court against John Daspit, you will lose. He is a phenomenal trial lawyer, understands it better than anyone else. And when it comes to settlements, he doesn't just settle for anything just so he can get a check scratched off, take a commission, and go like a lot of the other personal injury lawyers. John Daspit is this guy who came from V&E. If you know anything about, he came from Fulbright. If you know anything about law here in Houston, it's huge. And he was one of the top guys there when he was there. He started his own company, and he has done an amazing job at taking care of Houstonians and people across the state of Texas. Make sure John Daspit's that phone call. 713 call now. That's 713 call now, or go to daspitlaw.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN. Here is, I'm going to tell you, this is the difference between two organizations, Cleveland and Houston. The Browns owner yesterday, can you believe this? Holy crap. On Monday, this is what Jimmy Haslam had to say. We took a big swing and miss with Deshaun. We thought we had the quarterback. We didn't. We gave up a lot of draft picks to get him. So we've got to dig ourselves out of that hole. The trade was an entire organization decision, and it ends with D and I. So hold us accountable. D is his wife. Deshaun is out for the season. Okay. But he's got years left on this contract. And here is the owner.
All of it guaranteed. Here
is the 230 guaranteed. Holy crap. We took a big swing and miss with Deshaun. What do you think Deshaun is? He sees this and goes, well, I don't care. You know what? Jimmy Haslam doesn't care what Deshaun thinks. Doesn't really care.
Deshaun's collecting his money doing dances
all these
on
dancing with no boot on.
Dancing on videos, all in the rappers' faces.
Yeah.
He needs to come out to the West Coast.
Having a birthday party. I didn't see his birthday party this year.
It's probably on.
I don't know. I saw his birthday party last year. It was awesome. It was awesome when he hadn't played in I don't know how long, but he's having a big.
It's not my quarterback. I don't care.
So now D'Amico met the media at a beautiful, beautiful facility.
Always is.
Yeah.
The owners' meetings. This just in. The NFL will spend some money on the owners' meeting.
Holy crap! When you look at,
I've got one editor from all my draft profiles, but the owners' meetings.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
Man, oh man, oh man. Well, it is the owners. They got a lot of money. They're going to be at a nice place. But holy crap.
Owners are my bosses too.
Yeah.
NFL media.
They're governors. They're not owners.
No, they're owners in the NFL. Yeah, we don't do governors.
Well, apparently you haven't heard they're governors, but okay.
Apparently you didn't hear. We're not doing that anymore.
Okay, that's right. I forgot we're not doing that anymore. Here's D'Amico talking about how he rewards, not only play on the field, but off the field.
Through Stingley's extension, I think everybody can see the message there. We want to send a message to all of our young guys, and when you do it the right way, guys like Stingley, Nico, young guys who came in and they played really well for us, became top players in the league at their positions. We want to reward those guys, and I want everyone to see that, man, we're going to reward guys for doing it the right way. It's still nothing to do with Larry. That's still hard to lose Larry. Everybody understands Larry is a good player. We're not trying to turn away good players. So it was a difficult one to do, but one that we felt was in the best interest of our team.
Listen, they reward good players, good on and off the field, guys who do it right the right way. That's what D'Amico.
And it's not about, it's interesting. The only people, I liked that it was kind of done a little bit in quiet. It's become a weird thing where it seems like contract totals are as important as wins. I saw an interview with J.C. Horn. It was on my network, on NFL Network, and they asked him, J.C., he's in his car, doing a little FaceTime. Like, J.C., man, was there ever a time last year where you sat there over the last 2 years? You've gone through a lot of trials and tribulations. You've had injuries. Some ups and downs. This guy plays on an ass team, by the way. Yeah. Carolina Panthers stink. Yep. And he's had injuries. And man, you've gone through some trials and tribulations, some real ups and downs. He's like, yeah, yes, sir. Yeah. Do you ever think we'd be sitting here and there'd be a time that you would be, one of the top paid cornerbacks in the league? How does that feel? Man, it's just such a blessing. I'd be lying if I didn't think there might be some times, where I doubted that I would be in this position to be one of the top paid cornerbacks. It's not about we're celebrating his cornerback. That guy's on a bad team. Y'all don't win ever. It's just a weird thing that we lead with. Hey, let's talk about your contract. Did you ever think there would be a time that you would be on a team this bad, historically bad, for a couple years in a row with no real with no real light at the end of the tunnel.
No.
It appears that the entire time you're going to be with this team, it's going to be terrible. It was just the topic is, how does it feel that, did you ever think that over the last 2 years, I thought they were going to say something like, that you'd be in a position where you made the Pro Bowl, something like a personal accomplishment or whatever. And it was just about
it's
the
the
contract
money now,
total.
not.
Well, I know that's why Deshaun is, we just celebrate contracts. We don't celebrate play as much as it's about. And then people who don't have any, you're not invested in their money and they're not invested in you. You have nothing. They have nothing to do with you. Nothing. And there's it's become this huge topic. The contract should be between the teams and the players. Nico should get his. Stingley should get his. All these guys should get theirs relative to what the league is willing to pay them. I just think it's weird that it becomes such a, when did it become, I guess when the money started getting really crazy, but when did it become lead topics on shows and where you build entire episodes on TV around, contracts and I understand that it's kind of crazy, but some of these crazy contracts can bury organizations. That's why you've got to be more careful than ever before, because the Browns have done, and it's universally considered the worst contract in the history of pro football.
Yeah.
Worst contract, the worst deal, because it was a terrible contract that will
worst
be
trade.
It's the worst contract in the history of pro football.
Yeah.
Deshaun Watson.
Yes.
It's also considered the worst trade when you factor in contract and what was given up and performance. The worst. And well, and rumor has that the owner is the one that pushed that hard.
Well, and part of it is they just totally ignored the character.
Yep.
And said, we don't care. We want the player. We don't care about the character. And that's the difference. And here's D'Amico saying we reward Stingley. We reward. He
guys
mentioned
who've done
Nico.
it.
He didn't have to mention Nico. I mentioned Nico because Nico does it the right way. And that's who we reward.
Well, everyone gets rewarded if you play well.
Immediately it was like, why is Laramie Tunsil not here anymore? Oh, you know what?
He even said, we just thought it was in the best interest.
Yeah.
Best interest of our team. For any of you who was that one guy who claimed he had some kind of inside knowledge?
Right.
Trust me. If you listen to D'Amico, he will give you your answers. You just have to listen. And he just told you it was in the best interest of our team. Now, it's multi-purpose. They got draft picks. They were able to offload salary and get some salary relief to do other moves. It had a multi-purpose. My next mock draft comes out today.
Mm-hmm.
We come back. I'll tell you who I gave the Texans. I did not have them trading up this time. For this last draft, I had them trading up for Kelvin Banks. This draft, I had them sitting tight.
Good. All right, we'll do that on the other side right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Right now, we're talking about Billy Brown over at Aqueduct Plumbing Company. Listen, this is a number that you have to have in your phone, okay? I hope if you're not driving, remember this, 281, it's not that hard, 281-488-6238, 281-488-6238. Because, we've gotten tweets from people before, hey, what's the name of that plumbing company? Don't be that guy. Be the guy that knows, that is ready in case something happens, because and especially if it's an emergency, because they are going to be there. They're going to be Billy on the spot. Okay. Not Johnny on the spot, because I'm not doing it, because I don't know nothing about it. Billy on the spot. They're going to be there. They're going to take care of whatever it is. I had an emergency. You had an emergency. We've had emergencies.
I have Billy out now. I don't know why I'm jerking around, because I got my shower, and there's so much crap in the water in my neighborhood that it's just the glass in my shower is getting jacked up because it's dripping on I got to get Billy out there. I got to get him out there to fix a shower. And it seems so small. That's why if there's a major thing, it would have got called immediately. It's a minor thing, but it's a minor thing that's causing a problem. I can't do this. I could probably do it. I have I could probably plumb.
I would call Billy.
I could probably plumb.
How are you? I call Billy. 281-488-6238 or aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, another mock draft. I can't wait. Coming out. When is it coming out today?
Yeah, I do. Not sure when I do a tape mock draft live, which will be on tonight at. Oh man, no, I don't know. I have Path to the Draft and mock draft live. I'm taping them both back to back this morning, right after the show. So I think it comes on but it'll hit NFL.com.
Okay,
this afternoon.
All right. What order you got the quarterbacks?
Cam Ward
goes 1 overall.
I got Shador.
When does it go?
24. I had the Browns trading up to the Vikings spot. I have Jackson Dart, the last pick of the first round. I have the Eagles trading out and the Saints trading ahead of the Raiders and the Giants, just in case. So I've got Jackson Dart going with. It wouldn't be my pick, but I'm hearing enough buzz that Jackson Dart could get in there. But Tyler Shuck is the wild card from Louisville. He's a guy that could end up being the second pick overall, not overall, second quarterback in this draft. According to a couple GMs I was talking to, they think right now Jackson versus Dart is a Jackson Dart versus Shador is a toss up. Then I got somebody else who thinks Tyler Shuck could end up going ahead of both of them. But for now, I put 3 quarterbacks in the first, which I never thought I would do, but I'm just trying to be accurate. And I think there's a chance some teams could go in that direction because they teams typically would rather have a quarterback in the first than the second, just because they'd rather get that 5th-year option, even though if you draft, and you could say if you draft a quarterback in the first and they don't develop, you get fired almost 100% of the time. But they drafted Will Levis, the Titans did, and they got fired there.
Yeah.
He was a second rounder.
Yeah.
The GM got fired right before this year, in the middle of the year.
That's right. Well, that's what happens.
So that's what happens if you swing. That's why you need to have conviction on your quarterback. That's why most of them wait until the third. Only 6 quarterbacks have gone in the second round the last 10 years. 35 have gone in the first. You know how many teams took guys they didn't have first round grades on in the first? A lot. A lot of them sucked. A lot of them don't work out. So we'll see. So I've got it like that, and I only do first round. So I got those 3 guys. I ended up putting 2 running backs in there. I'm pretty sure there's going to be 2 running backs in the first round now. There's a chance of 3 if Travion Henderson can make it in, but I think O'Marion Hampton for sure from North Carolina is going in the first. And when the Texans came up, I had Kelvin Banks off the board. I had Tyler Booker off the board. Tyler Booker, guard out of Alabama. Kelvin Banks, left tackle out of Texas. I had them both off the board. I had 2 players sitting there. I actually had 3 players that I considered for them. And I made texts to several sources to try to find out. I'm trying to find out who has the most swarm. And swarm means super.
Yeah, what's swarm again?
Supercalifragistic. And restless.
Work.
It's something about work ethic and mentality. It's something about work ethic and mentality.
Nobody knows what
super
it is.
work ethic and remote mentality.
Really motherly. Really.
You just need to know swarm means a guy who's a dog and guy who is tough and mentally.
He has swarm.
So he has an attitude. And they use it as a verb, as an adjective. Did you swarm?
Did you swarm today?
Are you swarm? So I texted about Josh Connerly, this left tackle from Oregon, because I thought, okay, you could play him at guard. And some people project him at guard. And then he's a left tackle maybe in the future, so you could get a guard to tackle transition there. I texted about Donovan Jackson from Ohio State, and I texted about Gray Zabel from
North
Dakota State. And Gray Zabel can play guard or center. Donovan Jackson's a guard, but he played tackle some this year due to injury, so he's got good pass protection. One person said, nice kid on Josh Connerly, no real edge. And I said, what about Donovan Jackson? He goes, he's not going to start a bar fight, but he's not soft by any stretch. I said, okay. So I said, okay.
I don't want a bar fight, though.
Yeah, well, it's funny how NFL people kind of classify guys. He's not going to start a bar fight. Like, I think starting a bar fight is not necessarily
Bad thing.
It wasn't considered it wasn't a slam. It's like, that guy has a lot of edge to him.
Yeah, it's a slam because he won't start a bar fight.
Yeah, I don't think they don't mind that, but he just said, but he's not soft.
Yeah, okay.
And then other people said, no, he's tough, high character, Josh Connerly. Everyone loves Josh Connerly. They think he's a great kid. And at first I put Josh Connerly there. I said, okay, I got a guard, and he can turn into a tackle. And then the more I thought about it, I just thought Donovan Jackson has championship pedigree from Ohio State. And Gray Zabel, I couldn't get past our conversation about, I think Gray Zabel would be a good fit for the Texans because he can play center or guard and be a starter, and he's strong, and I think he could be an impact player right now. But I couldn't get past the fact that it feels like Nick Caserio and D'Amico look at big school players. And so I said, I got him, or I got the guy from Ohio State, or I got the kid from Oregon who still needs to get stronger and all that. And I just felt like Donovan Jackson was the right pick. He has tackle experience, and it's not to say he's going to be a tackle, but pass protection, And you just added a bunch of guys who suck at pass protection, according to pressure statistics. Why not get somebody that can come in and step in and be a guard? He's got good size. He's a good athlete. And I went Donovan Jackson. So for the record, I've had Emeka Egbuka in the first mock, and I don't have him going in the first now. I had Kelvin Banks in a trade up in my second mock, and now I have Donovan Jackson, guard out of Ohio State. And I'm to the point now where I think it's Tyler Booker I'll make my priority. If he was to fall to 25, I'm going to make it Tyler Booker 1, Donovan Jackson 2, and then I think Gray Zabel and Josh Connerly are both in play. Josh Connerly took a top 30 visit to the Houston Texans. So they obviously have interest in him. They have looked at him. But not everyone that you like you bring in for top 30.
No.
A lot of times you don't want them to know certain players.
Right. That's misleading a lot of times. All right, we're going to break because Fran Fraschilla is going to join us on the other side right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. He is long time. For those who don't know who Fran Fraschilla is, he was a coach, and he's been on ESPN forever. You're not a college basketball fan if you don't know who Fran Fraschilla is. So we'll bring him in. He knows, and we'll find out what he thinks of this Cougs team. But first, we're going to find out about Allstate Windows and Siding.
Well, you're going to find out that Allstate Windows and Siding is owned by a family, and it's very important to them that not only is the product great, it's made here in the state of Texas. It's not a cheap window. It's made for the Texas weather. It's made with great materials. It's made to be a quality window, not a cheap window. I have a friend who got windows from a cheap company here, and he was bragging about what he ended up paying on the windows, and I was like, man, that's a great deal for you. This is about 4 years ago. And now he's got multiple issues with these windows. And the reason's simple. He went cheaper. And that's what ends up happening. When you get a quality product that's made the way it's supposed to be made, it's going to serve its function. Not only is it going to make the house look beautiful, these windows, but they are going to stay sealed properly. You're going to be able to keep the heat and the dust out of your home. You're going to be able to lower your energy bills because it's energy efficient. It's going to add safety and quiet to your home. And you get a huge discount. Right now, you get 30% off of each window this spring and summer, minimum 10 windows. But when you mention you heard it from me on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, they're going to give you some extra off as well. And they're also giving away $2,500 off of complete siding jobs as well, minimum of 10 windows done with that one. So make sure that you check them out. 12 months, no payments, no interest. Now's the time to get the windows done before it starts getting hot and you start losing the air conditioning, seeping out of those leaky windows. It's allstatewindowsandsiding.com, 832-204-1936.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back. John and Lance here with you, being joined by Fran Fraschilla, former coach of Manhattan, St. John's, New Mexico, ESPN college basketball analyst, international hoops junkie, joining us here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Coach, welcome to the show. We appreciate you being here. First, let's talk about this Coug team, Coach. This game, I don't understand Duke being 4.5 or 5 point favorite in this game. Did nobody see that Tennessee game?
I was courtside, John. I saw the whole thing. I think it's the Cooper Flag effect, honestly. I honestly think, someone asked me yesterday, what would Brent Musburger say when it comes to betting lines? I don't know how to calculate who's better in this tournament. All four teams, I can make a defense attorney's case for winning it all four of them. And certainly, Duke and Houston, I can do it on either side of that ledger. But I think it's Cooper Flag, but I also think that John Shire and the staff are watching tape and going, oh my God, because they're going to be amazed at how hard this Houston team plays. And not going to surprise me if the Cougs win. But the interesting thing about this Final Four is we do have chalk, and we do have each of these teams capable of winning it all. They're all at a certain point during the year, we've said, this is the best team in college basketball. And I think that's what we're going to see in San Antonio.
Does it change from round to round in terms of what becomes prioritized? And people may not think that makes any sense, but do you think what wins from round to round kind of changes or alters slightly?
I think it does. Lance, because, we all acknowledge that this is Kelvin's best shooting team. And they struggled, obviously, against Purdue. And I was at the game on Sunday where they struggled, at least from, they took the lead early and they never relinquished it. But they really broke the game open in the middle of the second half when Tennessee made a mini run. And then all of a sudden, something that you guys and I saw all season, Cryer hits a three, Sharp hits back-to-back threes. And it's Arsenault hits a three and it's lights out, So I do think when you get four highly competitive teams, sometimes it comes down simply to, who can get loose and make a couple of, I wouldn't say easy shots because they're never easy from deep, but they're easy for a guy like Emmanuel Sharp, who really put the final nail in Tennessee's coffin on Sunday. So we always talk about, you got to be able to score. All four teams play great defense, but ultimately, the team that has the best offense on a given day is going to probably win.
Fran Fraschilla with us here this morning on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, an assist to Fox. We appreciate you. Coach, we think JoJo Tugler takes Cooper Flag. Is that a good matchup, or you got other ideas?
Well, it's the best matchup Houston's got, and certainly JoJo is worthy of the challenge, and Javier Francis will be also. But yet, I think that this is the case, and it's been true of Houston through the years. You got to kind of gang up on Cooper Flag. So, team defense. I've said this, and you guys have heard me say this a number of times on TV. There are times that Houston actually looks like they're playing 6-on-5 defensively, because they're so athletic and they move so quickly to the ball. And I think it's going to have to be the case on this weekend in terms of slowing down Cooper Flag. Early in the year, Cooper struggled with teams like Houston. We saw that. Some turnovers. He's obviously matured. He's going to be, I think, a great NBA player. But I think Houston's up to the challenge. I think the key with Duke is not necessarily guarding Cooper Flag, because he is unselfish, is making sure that Tyrese Proctor, who's been on fire, and Kneppel, who can really shoot it, don't get going at the expense of, the Cougs trying to slow down one player. And I think, listen, this is a Hall of Fame coaching staff that Houston has, and I think that they will be up to the challenge of slowing down Duke's offense.
Yeah, it's really going to be an interesting matchup, because for what Houston does really well, which is defend the perimeter, I mean, they're going to get defended as well by a team that does a great job of switching at the top. And then, they're just very fundamentally sound with how they defend around the 3-point line. They move their feet. I mean, it's little things, but they don't let you in. But you have to stay. That's one of the things I've noticed, Fran, is that if you bend to the will of the defense, whether it's Houston or Duke or whoever, and you start to take those threes, you're going to get sunk in this. You've got to continue to push it inside the lane and keep defenses, I guess, honest.
Yeah, well, it's funny because as good a shooting team as Houston's been all year, the one guy that really the offense has flown through, which would have surprised me a year or two ago, is Juwan Roberts. I mean, they literally use him as a point forward early in games. And what they're doing is they're diagnosing your defense, because normally, and this may be a little different on Saturday with Malawach and Flag back there in the front line, but normally Juwan can score inside on most defenses. And if you double team him, now he kicks it out to what's been a great shooting team. I've got a feeling that Duke's not going to, give up a double team, and they're going to make Juwan shoot over the top of size and kind of take away the perimeter. So absolutely some chess matches going on this weekend, especially between, Duke and Houston.
How does the big building affect it?
It could. I was concerned and interested to see how Houston shot it this weekend. And as you guys know, it wasn't pretty for a while.
Yeah.
Certainly wasn't pretty against Purdue. And, I have talked to people through the years. I don't remember. I think I coached in a dome once when I was at Manhattan College and we played at Georgia Tech. But when I talked to my coaching friends, some say it's no effect on shooting. Others say absolutely there is. And, you don't know, like with the air conditioning, you don't know how the air conditioning is working in San Antonio on Saturday. Seriously, but I think it probably does have an effect on a player's depth perception for sure.
Well, advantage Cougs because they played in it and the other teams haven't. Right.
I think you're right. I think they got I got used to it watching the game on Sunday, and obviously in the second half against Tennessee, they did start to loosen up the defense with some timely shooting, which we come to expect from the Cougs.
I remember I got to shoot threes at just the Rockets, at Toyota Center, but I'd just been used to shooting in a YMCA forever, just with the close walls. Just in a stadium like Toyota Center,
it's different,
which is 20,000 or 18,000. We're not even talking about 70 some odd thousand. Yeah. Your sight, the depth perception is so drastically different, but that's been a thing forever. I mean, you always catch Final Fours here. Fran, on the other side, you got Florida, and you got Auburn, and one of the talk has been about how old Auburn is and how mature they are. Well, they're grown men. They're strong. They're big. They're physical. But how is basketball changing, do you think, in terms of team building with the portal and versus the one and done versus what you saw Nate Oates do, for example, which is, hey, let's just go get a lot of veteran players who happen to shoot the ball well?
It's changed dramatically. It wasn't long ago that Coach Cal and Coach K, like about 09, 10, 11, 12, went the one and done route almost exclusively. And I think what's happened, especially because of COVID, 5-year guys, transfer portal guys, no sitting out anymore. And it's really sad. If you got a top 75 player in Houston, for example, high school kid, at Bel Air, Fort, one of those Fort Bend schools, they're screwed. They are, because unless they're really good, they're not playing for a while, because you're going to go get a transfer who played in, mid-major, who averaged 20 a game. So and that's true of a number of these teams, Auburn for sure. Now, what Duke's done, just to go back to Duke, they've got the 3 lottery picks, but they added terrific transfer role players. Auburn's got older guys, to your point, and so does Florida with their backcourt. Richard and Clayton are both transfers, and the game's changed dramatically because you can now go at the power conference level and go get veteran players. Mid-majors and low majors are now feeder systems. They really are. They're like the G League or like minor league baseball, and a coach is more comfortable getting a guy out of the portal who's proven he could do it at D1 rather than the top 75 kid out of Fort Bend.
Is is there any reason? Is portal, NIL? Is there a way to explain 4 number 1 seeds in the Final Four?
Yeah, I think so. I really do. I think, these are older veteran teams. Now, obviously, Duke's the anomaly because they can go get Cooper Flag and Malowach and Knipple because they're Duke. But trust me, John Shire went out and handpicked Malik Brown and Gillis from Purdue and the kid from Tulane, Sion James, simply because he could not rely, as good as those freshmen are. And Tyrese Proctor is also now an upperclassman. He's playing great, being the NBA next year. You just can't rely on one and dones anymore. You have to go find veteran players to fill in your rosters. Probably not unlike what the Rockets are doing with, a guy like Freddie Van Vliet to, complement some of the other veterans to complement the young guys that they're building with. It's absolutely happening at the college level.
He was 2 for 14 last night, though, Fred.
Well, it's just. Okay. By the way, Fred, did you say top 75 player out of Fort Bend?
Well, I just said it, off the top of my head, guys.
Well, but how did got one of the?
No, but what I'm saying is, Fran knows our counties.
Yeah, right.
Well, wait a minute. I married a Texan now. I lived in Dallas 19 years.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. No, I got smart. I'm the only guy that got a visa into Highland Park in Dallas. From Brooklyn.
A Brooklyn kid into Highland Park. That didn't happen a whole lot.
Listen, if you coach, Houston basketball.
Well,
I do.
You had to cut. That's true. I didn't think about that. Fran, you do a lot of one of the things I really love. So I do NFL draft work. You do NBA draft stuff, and I always think that the work that you do to school us on international basketball over the years has been phenomenal because we never get a look at these guys and we never get to take a look at them. Give us an idea of where the international game sits now. We know they were ahead of the curve from a shooting standpoint. Seems like shooting's getting better with American players as well. Like, where does the international game sit now versus relative to 10 years, 20 years ago?
I'm going to give you guys a really good history lesson. And by the way, when Woj came, he brought his draft guys with him. Woj is gone. I hope I'm back on the draft because, I'm sitting here this morning watching Derek Queen from Maryland and doing my report. But anyway, history lesson, and I think you guys will love this. In the 60s and 70s, American coaches were invited to go around the world by either coaching federations in Italy or Spain or Yugoslavia, or the State Department would send them some places. And it was Chuck Daly, U.B. Brown, it was Dr. Jack Ramsey, it was Dean Smith. We taught the world the game. We taught the game of basketball around the world. Then you had the Dream Team, 92, and guys like Dirk and Gasol, woke up to the fact that maybe they could play in the NBA. I was really lucky in 2004. If you guys even think back 20 years ago, there were very few international kids playing in the NBA. I got a chance because of ESPN and my role as an NBA draft analyst and a junkie, by the way, who coached international kids in college, to go around the world, watch these kids grow up. And now it's a whole new world because when I started really following international hoops in the draft, there were very few teams putting the resources in around the world. Now, as you guys see with Big Shingun and others, 20% of the league is now born outside the United States. The two of the three best players in the world right now are two fat white guys. Think about it, Jokic and Doncic. And I say that jokingly, but the league has transformed. And here's the coolest thing of all: we taught the world the game; they've taught it back to us.
Yeah,
they really have.
Yeah, and
the style of plays, the spread offense, big guys at the high post, Jokic, etc. And I love it. I'm a patriotic American, but I love the fact that the world now has shrunk and basketball has become a global game.
I wish we had more. You got to go, so we appreciate you. Thanks, Fran. Thanks so much for sharing basketball with us, and have a great Final Four. Have fun in San Antonio. We really appreciate you being here.
Will do, guys. Talk to you soon.
Fran Fraschilla with us here. He's got to go. He's got another thing to do right now, as a matter of fact. We took him right up to the limit.
He's phenomenal.
He's great.
I mean, I've always loved Fran. I think Fran is – because Fran has – the NBA has been an international game for a while now, for a long time. And Fran has this great insight into the college and into the international as it sits. International for draft purposes, college just for college purposes, but also bringing it into the draft. So he's one of those rare guys that can take international college and marry him into the NBA. He's like one of the best wealth of information of, oh, you like college basketball? Oh, Fran's good for you.
Yeah.
Oh, you like the best international players who are going to be top picks that you don't know? Oh, you should. Fran's a great guy for that. Oh, you want to just talk about the draft? Fran's great for that. Like, he's the best for everything.
Yeah. No, he's good. That's good. Thanks. Big ups to Fox for getting us that interview. We appreciate you. All right, 831 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. If you want to get in here right now, I want to talk about, okay, it's all we've been talking about is basketball. Your kids want to play. They're watching the Final Four. The Cougs got them excited. Everything right now is about hoops. How about Pro Dunk? How about having the best goal? How about having a goal where your kids can actually enjoy basketball? How about raising and lowering the goal? How about your wife loves it because it looks good? It's not one of those, the rim is bent and the white backboard needs painting. I mean, that's trash. You want the best goal. You want your kids to be out there. You want to raise and lower the goal so they can actually enjoy it, so that they can dunk. That's when the kids will all be outside, not playing video games. They're going to be outside practicing. And you know what? When they get their shooting touch, maybe, just maybe, there's money in them, their hills for you for that college education. All you need to know is the Pro Dunk is the best goal ever. ProDunk.com. Tell Keith Tate you heard it right here. But if you're going to get a goal, raise and lower it with a push of a button, ProDunk.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
Yep. All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5, 92.5, 713-780-3776.
South Korea is your answer.
Oh, okay. There you go. Yeah. No. Tariffs. 835 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Fran Fraschilla is awesome. We haven't heard from the coach in a while. Kelvin Sampson.
Oh, Ime Udoka can't get some love? He can't be the coach?
Listen, the best coach in the city is Kelvin Sampson, period. Del, I put in there on who Kelvin Sampson is. I don't know what you think. I don't know what you think. I saw something disparaging yesterday, and it really pissed me off, if you want to know the truth. This guy took. Well, you know what, Del? Let's do Gary Parrish. Let's do Gary Parrish first. Let's do Gary Parrish
college
first.
Basketball analyst, long time.
He's a college basketball analyst from CBS. And just listening to him, and there's a picture that they put up while he's talking, and it's a picture of Kelvin Sampson's first year at the University of Houston. They were playing at the old building, right? Hoffines Pavilion. It was during a game. There were maybe 40 people there, maybe. And I don't even think it was that many, if you want to know the truth. During a game in Kelvin Sampson's first year, it looked, the look was awful. This is what Kelvin Sampson walked into. Here is Gary Parrish talking about the University of Houston then and now.
My introduction to college basketball was early 80s. That was it.
Yeah.
Phi Slamma Jamma was like something I knew when I was my younger son's age. Like I was aware of that the way my youngest son is aware of Patrick Mahomes. I was aware of Houston basketball. And then all these years later, I'm a beat writer at a newspaper covering Memphis, and it's a CUSA game at Houston. And you walk in, it was dark and old and empty and yuck.
Mm-hmm.
That's the job he took. And to take it to this place where Houston's back in the Final Four, and it doesn't even seem weird. Houston's won 17 straight, and like, oh, wow, I guess so. Houston hasn't lost in regulation since November. Okay, I guess, okay. It's just, he has built – there's a ton of great stories in college basketball in terms of men who have built things. Scott Drew at Baylor, Mark Few at Gonzaga. But this rebuilding of Houston is one of the great stories of the past, decade plus.
It really is.
No.
It really is. And, think about this, John.
And wait, Mark Few, Dan Munson built out, didn't he?
1 year. He only was there 1 year. I thought it was longer. It was only 1 year. Well, it was 1 year in the tournament. He left to Minnesota after 1 year in the tournament. So I think they were in 98, maybe.
Yeah, but Kelvin Sampson took over in the doldrums.
Right. Mark Few did build it up from smaller mid-major. He did build it up. Kelvin had it was stripped to the studs.
Yeah.
And it's a little different, and here's why. I was having this conversation with my wife. We were talking about University of Houston. And I said, Houston is never going to – this is just what it is. It is – a lot of it is commuter school, not all. And I know people get defensive who went there, and as well you should. It doesn't change the facts that for a lot of people, they just come there's a lot of immigrants who come to the country, and they want to come because it's a good school. Mm-hmm. It's a really good school. And some people don't have any care of sports in the world who go there. For a lot of people, it's not the on-campus experience. And so it's just different at Houston for a lot of people. For some people, they do get a great college experience, and that's awesome. I have no problem if any of my kids go to U of H. With that said, it's harder because the flow of alumni money is not the same. There's fewer people who are counted on to do a lot more at University of Houston. They don't have the same flow. They don't have some of the same, advantages that other schools in this state and in neighboring states have in terms of, this experience from bringing kids in and their families to this, incredible. Oh, let's go visit the campus. It's Chapel as Durham, and there's beautiful trees all over. It's just that's not what Houston is. Houston's a really good school without all the frills, and so it's harder. It's just, and not to mention everyone's coming in to try to get your guys from Texas. Well, what Kelvin Sampson came in and did, and Tom Penders did this too, and he was frowned upon for going outside the state. But the fact is, you have to just go get players wherever they are now. And I think most people understand that here in Texas. And Kelvin just goes and gets you wherever you are. And if he needs to bring you in from another school, he will. If he needs to recruit you from another city, he will. He'll go into Louisiana and hit that hard. But the ability for Houston to be at this level when you don't have the same support that other schools have, it's incredible. You don't even have the fan base can't travel as robustly as Tennessee and all that.
All right, then
they're like Miami. Miami's a little piddly little school. You wouldn't know it because they had the U.
Okay, let's do the Kelvin on the road games first because this is what he led that into. Kelvin last week asked about, after the Tennessee game, Purdue had the home crowd advantage. It was in Indianapolis, so and then Tennessee had the majority. Like the Tennessee had 7/8 of the building. Okay, and hopefully, since now this game is in San Antonio, these games are in San Antonio this weekend. So hopefully, the Cougs might have an advantage. Here's Kelvin Sampson talking about the home court advantage that the other teams had last week, and maybe the home court advantage that he could have this week.
We didn't really talk about that with our team. We just says 2 more road games. That if Kentucky had won today, that would be a road game because their fans are going to quadruple our fans. Tennessee's fans were awesome today. What's the attendance at this place? Do anybody know? What's the seat?
Total?
18,500.
Well, we had 18 today, Coach.
18,000. So that's probably 16,000 Tennessee fans. That's awesome for Tennessee. It's a jump on the interstate and get here. But that's what we'll do next week. We'll jump on the interstate and we'll head down to San Antonio. So that's why you don't complain, because it can flip the other way. Proud of our guys for finding a way to win. We beat 2 outstanding programs, not just teams, great programs here this week in Purdue and Tennessee.
And the guy who put that out said, I agree, it was 16-2 as far as the fans go. Listen, Coug fans need to show up this week in San Antonio. You need to actually make the effort. It's 3.5 hours down the road. You have to and now guess what else is there? The PGA is there this week in San Antonio. Okay, so
that just mean hotels going to be that much more expensive?
No, I don't know. The hotel rooms are going to be at a premium now, but you can stay in the Austin area and go. You can stay. You don't have to be in necessarily near the building. I mean, San Antonio's pretty well spread out. If you're staying for 3
days, it's a little tricky. I mean, it's not.
You hopefully are staying for 3 days.
Austin's a little bit of a trip.
Yeah, I mean, you can go San Marcos. You can go San Marcos is close. There's all kinds of. This is not something that you can't do. And actually, no, you don't have to spend money on a plane. You're driving down the road.
Why would they have the PGA there at the same time the Final Four is?
Well, that's just how because the PGA now goes in San Antonio the week before the Masters.
Didn't we just have that? Where was it? There was something else where that just happened too, where there was 2 big events at the same time. That's just so stupid from a travel standpoint. When this is.
Well, there's 2 different people trying to get events to the city, and they're like, well, we can have the PGA.
The Final Four is. How many years in advance do you know this? The PGA, can't they switch
every year? No, it's every year, the week before the Masters.
Wait a minute.
That's their slot.
The Houston Open got shifted all over the place
not
for
anymore.
years.
Now it's 2 weeks before the Masters. That's their
When's
slot.
the last time it shifted?
It was, it just moved a couple of years ago.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying, but it's not like it's been there forever.
Well, they're not the PGA Tour.
Move the PGA Tour. Nobody cares.
The
this
PGA
is Final
Tour,
Four number ones.
This is the greatest
4 number ones.
Sporting event.
Tiger Golf League's all anyone cares about now anyway.
The TGL?
That putt league that they pretend is a real thing.
That's a real thing.
It is weird to see how excited, like people are acting like a bunch of Pete Webbers every time they make a putt. Like, yeah, they'll throw their putter. Like,
Yeah, you're damn right they do.
What are y'all doing? You're golfers.
Right.
Stop doing your little Cooper flag move.
So you are hoping people get there who are Cougs fans. How deep is the Cougs fan base? You mentioned 16,000 Tennessee fans. Maybe an exaggeration, but because there are some fans from the other team still hanging around, but clear advantage for the Volunteers. And that isn't even a fraction of Volunteer fans who love their program. How many Cougs can exist? Fans exist. Like, because
there's not 16,000 Coug fans. They put 40,000 in it.
What?
There's not
40,000 where?
What were you going to say? The stadium, football stadium?
In the football stadium?
Yeah.
If the right
There's
team comes.
more than 16,000.
I mean, if Texas comes,
80,000 students there.
How many of them are sports?
Well, but
how many graduates are here?
I just made a point of telling you that a lot of those students don't come.
Graduated from the University of Houston,
right,
go to the damn game.
How many of the graduates are international students who are no longer? That's like keep turning off. International students who are no longer in the city.
Then fly in.
What?
Then fly in.
No, they're not coming in.
Yeah,
you're telling people to spend
There's
their
a lot
money.
of flights from
Listen,
China.
it's not going to get. I will say this: it's going to be expensive. It's always expensive to go. It's a relative term. For some people, it's out of their range. For other people, you can do it. If you're considering it, this is going to be one of the only times you can drive.
Yeah.
You can stay probably reasonably hotel wise, because most of these venues, I mean, they're in major cities, so there's enough hotels that it doesn't get too crazy. I am looking at tickets right now. Ticketmaster.com. It's from the NCAA's website. To get into building right now, it's about $300. Now this is a resale ticket. It's about $300 in the building. It's the worst seat you can imagine.
Yeah.
It's in the upper, it's the worst seat you can imagine. If you would like to get a little bit better seat, it's gonna. Well, on the resale market right now, yeah. So there's 322. You're going to be far away from the floor.
So, for example, the two teams they face in Indianapolis, the capacities for their arenas, Mackey Arena, 14,000 plus, always full. And then Tennessee's arena, which no one knows the name of, it's Thompson Bowling Arena, a capacity of over 21,000. Place is generally full. The Cougs, Fertitta Center is about 7,000 people.
Yeah.
7,000 plus. I hope people go. I'm sure people will be very excited. I just don't want to have this be a thing where I can't believe the Cougs fans didn't represent more.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking now.
I won't be able to believe it.
To get in the building, it's going to cost you after tax and everything. It's going to cost you about $700 for 2 tickets. To get in the building, if you want to get a seat that's
$700 a piece,
that's not no total for 2. About $350
just to get in the building.
Just to get in the building. After taxes and fees and all that, probably $350. Of course, you never know when they hit you with these fees on these sites. If you want to get down to the next level down, other than the total nosebleeds up there, you're going to be looking at about $900 before fees, and so probably looking at about $1,000 a ticket. That's just man. There's a lot of people that cannot afford. That's a high ticket.
Yeah.
Listen. Now, what ticket brokers will tell you is your best chance. Honestly, it's a little bit of a gamble, but you go to the location and buy. You wait until closer to the event, but the event's coming up.
Yeah.
We're already on Tuesday.
Yeah, Saturday.
So the event's coming up. This is just for the semifinals. This is just for the semifinals. So, you go to the event, you can buy them outside, right? A lot of times, because these are a lot of tickets.
Yeah,
these are a lot of tickets. To be honest with you, the much cheaper ticket is not going to be. It's going to be the national championship.
Well, you go there, you can be there, and then you can still buy it on your phone. You don't have to buy it from a guy holding 2 tickets up.
Right. So here's the thing, though. The national championship game is the cheapest game, because all the fans who bought their tickets leave and they sell them on the way out to people.
Yep.
If you are outside, you can buy people's tickets for the championship game as the losing team as they're leaving the stadium. That is what all the ticket brokers and the ticket hustlers do, is they're waiting for you to come out and they're buying your tickets at a discount.
Yep. All right, we got a break. 713-780-3776. The number. You got to talk about John Daspit again.
Well, so I went to Daspit Law, and when you go to Daspit Law, no, well, it could be. on the front page of his website, it says winning is not enough. He is going to pound that insurance company into submission for all the wrong things that they've done to, people over the years. They're going to screw so many people. They're going to screw so many people. And it's a shame that a lot of people don't realize there's just one phone call to John Daspit's law firm, and anywhere in the state of Texas. Just one phone call, and you'll have representation that understands what is a fair settlement for you. Make sure that every stone is unturned for your medical bills, for your time missed from work, for any surgeries that need to take place. They get you to the hospital and get those things taken care of. If you're too worried because you don't have, insurance, that's okay. John Daspit's going to take care of that and make sure that you get there and make sure those bills are paid as well. He is the one who can stand up to the bullies, and he wins all the time. Justice for the injured, he passionately pursues that on a regular basis. Go look at his areas of practice. Go contact him. There's a location on the website where you can contact them. They speak Spanish as well if that's an issue, and then you can chat online if you have questions at the website. It's daspitlaw.com. That's daspitlaw.com. 713-CALL-NOW. 713-CALL-NOW.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
This is America. We can cut it off when we want, though. All right. Well, Dell's
Actually, aren't there rules now against that? Cutting things off that you want?
Okay. Cut off the video, the audio when we want.
I'm pretty sure there's a movement to keep people from doing that now.
That's okay. Let's go. We got people calling in. Danny and Chris, they want to talk about Houston fans going. Let's get that here first, and then we'll hear from Kelvin Sampson. Danny, are you going? Are you a Coug? Are you going to the game?
I'm a Cougar fan, but I live in the Midwest, so I actually went to the game in Indianapolis.
Oh,
nice.
And that was and the thing I've noticed is I try to go to games that are here in the area, and the Cougar fans who travel are all older people. I mean, they're all in their 60s, 70s, 80s. I mean, there's no young Cougar fan that I've seen. I went to the game in Kansas City a couple of years ago, and one in Indianapolis, one in Indy, and I mean, there was maybe 1,000 Cougar fans there, and pretty much I saw a few other fans, some other fan bases there, but there were not any. I mean, there's 18,000 fans from Kentucky there, and I mean, I would love to go to San Antonio, but unfortunately, my daughter's got her first golf tournament of the season on Sunday, and so unfortunately, I won't be able to make it out there.
Well, no. Listen, you did your part. You went in Indy. That's great. Thank you. I thank you for your service.
Yeah.
Okay. Appreciate you, Danny.
Yeah. It's just such an old fan base, and I just don't understand why the young Cougar fans don't travel. And so I'm going to be really curious to see how many people show up, how many students show up to San Antonio.
You know, it's funny because this is a time now they should be, and they do fill up the arena now. I mean, I know it's only 7,000, but there are students there. When Kelvin Sampson first got there, I remember videos of him going around giving out pizzas and trying to get paid. Will you go to the game? You said you go to the game. Will you go to the game? Will you go to the game? And he had to go around campus and try to get students to go to the game. Now you're at a place because of your college experience. I know it's a commuter school, but there's some you know what? You're part of the university. You are living through a time. Like my daughter went through LSU when they won the national championship. Her senior year was with Joe Burrow. She'll never forget that. You know what? And it builds a bond with her. She was part of a winning program. She was at a school with a winning program, right? You're at a school with a winning program, man. You're at a school that's a basketball school that is a top, one of the best in the country. And so you will have that forever. Everybody who went to school when Akeem and during Phi Slama Jama remembers that, how awesome it was. What a great time. This is that time now. You're in that time now. And so he's right. I hope they send, because this is what they do a lot, is they load up buses and they send them to the game because the Cougs have an allotment of tickets. Hopefully they get them to they can get them to their students. They fill up buses and send them to the game because it would be a crime. It would be a shame if in San Antonio they are not well supported.
Well, every Final Four, you'll see a student section for each team right behind the basket. And once one game is over, those students leave, and then more than the students for the other teams go behind those baskets. So when the Final Four was here, I remember the Butler kids were here, and of course they're very excited. I mean, there was probably in that section 250, and of course, so how many students can the Cougs get beyond the ones they ship? To the facility.
Well, they have more tickets than that, so hopefully,
I know.
Yeah. But now they usually go, like he said, it's older. I know some Coug fans that were in Indianapolis. It's money people. It's older.
Mm-hmm.
You know, those are the people. First of all, they can afford it. Secondly, they give money to the program, so they prioritize, which they should be, because they give money to the programs, and you know the university, and oh, by the way, NIL money as well. So that they're prioritized, and they should be, because they have a stake in the program. They're actually doing something for the program, and so they should be prioritized. But they got more tickets than that, and so they need to get them in the hands of people, and hopefully younger people.
Yeah, I just tell you, it's not a joke. The economy's bad for a lot of people a lot of young people don't make enough money, and the ticket prices, are substantially different than even 10,
well, if you don't have to buy it
ago.
from the secondary market, you can buy it directly from the university.
That's the only way.
Better.
Yeah, that's the only way you have a chance.
That's much better.
But there's lotteries for that usually. But maybe at Houston, I don't know. Maybe it's not harder for Houston. But I just, one of the problems with secondary markets and with big business in college sports now is that the regular fan has been priced out. And it's just the truth. I mean, I'm not trying to make a statement here other than saying the regular average middle-class fan is being pushed out of a lot of that stuff.
Out of everything. Every big event. Every major event.
Yeah. And that's
try to go in the Super Bowl.
That's the way it is. And I think a lot of people would probably love to go to that game, and they just think, man, when you pile on the gas, the hotel, the cost of food, the tickets, it's a lot. It's a commitment. The championship game, if the Cougs get there, that's going to be a cheaper ticket.
Yep.
I'm just telling you. I'm already that day. Getting in the building right now is for 2 tickets it's $319 after fees and everything. 2 tickets $319 to get in the building for a championship game right now.
Yep. All right, let's get Chris in here. He wants to talk about he's an alum. What do you say, Chris?
Hey guys. This is Chris. Hey, I want to tell y'all I have grown up in Houston, been a long-time Houston fan, graduated from U of H in 2006, and moved to San Antonio for work. And to be honest with you guys, I do earn a pretty decent living. I'm in healthcare administration, and me and my buddies were all excited. They're all coming here from Houston. But the thing is we look at it from a perspective is we are huge sports fans, right? And again, like I have listened to you guys going back to the late 90s on the radio. First time I've ever called in. We watched the Astros, we watched the Rockets, we watched the Texans, going back to the Oilers, and cool. So we have to split all the costs between that and pick and choose where we want to go. I would love to go to Indianapolis this week, just between my kids. I'm 42 years old. Between my kids and everything going on, I had to pick and choose and waited for them to come to San Antonio. Now I have at least 10 people coming to stay with me to San Antonio. So I think there is going to be a big showing. But between all the opportunities that we have to watch sports in Houston, I think we have to divide and kind of conquer and see where we need to spend our money and allocate our money, especially me being in San Antonio. Like I love when Astros Rockets games, things like that. So right now, my friends and I are waiting on a lottery to see if we get 6 tickets to the game. And if not, then we will look at either the secondary market on Ticketmaster to go. So we're all definitely going. It's just, there's different ways to get the tickets.
Yep. There absolutely is. Yeah. Good for you that you guys are on the lottery. Try and get those tickets. And if you don't, I mean, it is going to be more expensive, but you know what? Thanks, Chris. Appreciate you. And thanks for listening all these years, man. We really appreciate
Lance,
that.
Can I ask you a question about your partner?
He's 19. He's been listening since the late 90s.
I heard him.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
I heard him. Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
How close is John to calling these people broke boys?
Huh?
Why don't you broke boys get your ass to San Antonio? How close do you think?
I'm not. He's calling everybody broke.
No,
I'm not. He said in this economy, I'm not calling anybody broke.
No,
I'm saying get your ass to the game.
I'm being a man of the people and understanding a lot of people can't afford this.
If you continue to lean into how difficult it is to get there.
If we talk about egg prices and all that, guess what? These cost way more than eggs.
Yeah, no kidding. But you know what?
I know who's the man.
I've never called anybody a broke boy. I know. I ain't calling nobody. He's the one calling everybody broke. Nobody got any money in his neighborhood.
Everyone's not given to NIL and have Gucci's.
That's right. That's right.
They should be prioritized.
I know.
Well, I think the students should be prioritized.
Experience of a lifetime.
That's great. If you can afford it, go. If you can't, I totally understand.
I get that too. I never told anybody that can't afford it to go. I'm telling you though, you got the means. Make the effort. It's down the road. Let's go, Cougs. Represent.
Broke boys.
You're the one that's calling people broke boys, not me.
John won't say it, but it's like,
spend
the money!
No, I did not say a word like, I never said anything like that.
John,
you're the one calling everybody broke boy.
Lanny.
I'm telling everyone they should sell their cars. Okay? Listen, this is a great way to go.
Go to the game. Sell your car get tickets to the game.
Just sell your car to John Clay Wolf. He will come and bring you a check this week. Sell your car to John Clay Wolf. You got the money. Now all you do is take a bus down to San Antonio, okay? Or fly. You can fly to San Antonio as well. Rent a car, whatever the case may be. Listen, what I need you to do is go to givemethevin.com and sell your car. If you're selling your car, you have to go to givemethevin.com. Put in your license plate. Put in your license plate. And it takes literally minutes to find out how much your car is worth. Then you take that, okay, go to CarMax, okay, and say, how much you give me for the car? And if they give you more, and you go back to John Clay Wolf, say, this is what CarMax is giving me. John Clay Wolf will counter, or he won't. And if he doesn't counter and you sell your car to CarMax, he'll give you $100. So you're guaranteed knowing what your car is worth. Okay, guaranteed when you go to givemethevin.com. Listen, there's no better car buyer in the world than John Clay Wolf. Literally, no better car buyer because he gives the most and then he gets less when he sells it at auction. He fixes it up, sells it at auction, and he just makes less. He's not trying to gouge you for everything. He's actually giving you more for your car. So if you're going to sell your car, make sure you go to one place, givemethevin.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776. Are you going? Are you going? Let's go. Let's get in here. Rockets lose last night, 104-98. Wasn't a good game. I mean, gotta shoot better. Fred, you gotta shoot better. Fred, you just gotta shoot better. Astros can't hit right now. I mean, if you give up 3 runs, you can't win right now. If you're a starting pitcher for the Astros, the starting pitchers have given up next to nothing, and they're 2-2 on the season. Okay, it's early. They're not hitting. They're at home. It's typical. They don't hit.
Starting pitching's been okay.
It's been good.
Yeah,
it's real good.
I mean, you've had 2.
Robert was great, and Arrighetti was great.
2 of them were great. Ronel struck some people out,
and Hunter Brown gave up 3. I mean,
yeah, he's got to be better than that. But yeah, I mean, 3 is you can't win.
You can't possibly.
If you give up 3, it's unwinnable.
By the way, Kyle Tucker's homered in 3 straight games for the Cubs. Yeah,
I mean, Kyle Tucker's a good baseball player.
Yeah, he's good at that baseball.
Cam got hit by a pitch yesterday.
Yeah, and Isak almost had a hit.
Yeah, he got close. He's got one.
Is this what we're devolving into? Someone almost got a hit?
Almost got a hit. Yeah.
We celebrate different things early on.
I mean, we celebrated Christian Walker hitting the ball hard.
We do.
Well,
he does.
Yeah.
He hit the ball hard.
No.
What was his expected OPS?
Yes. I was always told that hit him where they ain't.
Yeah, that's it. If you hit them hard, eventually they're gonna. I'd
fall.
much rather have high exit velo.
Eventually, though.
What if he stops hitting the ball hard then?
Then that's a problem.
Oh, okay. So
you should have taken advantage when he was hitting
So as
hard.
long as we can expect him to continue to hit the ball the way he's.
We got to get some torpedo bats. That's
I know.
What's stopping us?
Well,
it takes a long time to make them. Apparently,
technology.
No,
I
you got to push the wood further down.
I don't know.
Well, the wood has to go
how
further
did Ellie
down.
De La Cruz get his right away?
He probably has. Honestly, he's probably the same makers that make it for the. He's probably got a contract. Oh, this is how it works. Baseball players, a lot of them have contracts with certain bat makers.
Yeah,
and that's how.
They all do.
That's how it works. So if you got Astros may get some torpedo bats too.
Come on, Mariucci. We'll make some. Let's go.
Marucci.
Yeah, I'll call him Mariucci.
Jack Marucci. Although somebody else is bigger than Jack now in the business, but yeah, hopefully Jack makes him.
He started.
I've got his phone number,
by the way.
Yeah,
he started at Baton Rouge.
He works for LSU still.
Yeah, he's good. That's. How about that guy? Holy crap! Talk about a big business. All right, Kelvin Sampson. I've been trying to promote this, and we'll get you in, John. Trying to get to this, and this is a good little bite. This is Kelvin Sampson on who he is.
Are the people that know me, and that's all that matters. My family knows me. Somebody else may hear something that somebody else said, but you don't know who I am. And who I am is an incredibly appreciative husband and super proud father to Kellen and Lauren, and they were a big part of why we took this job. I knew it was going to be a major reclamation project. It was just way worse than I even imagined once we got in there. But I did it. I did it with my daughter, and I did it with my son. I did it with my wife listening to me every night talk about what we don't have, and to the point where she said, "Why don't you quit talking about what you have and focus on what you do have?" I said, "We don't have nothing." So it's twilight of this old career we have, and I was thinking about Rick. That's why I didn't go crazy there, because I was thinking about him. Rick's 70. I'll be 70 in October, and we both fought so many battles. And he's just one of my best friends, and hopefully he'll have his moment one day. But just proud of our journey. Whatever happens in San Antonio is going to happen. It's not going to influence how I felt about this year one bit. So just super proud of our kids, super proud of my grandkids, super proud of my children, super proud of my wife. This has really been a family effort. Everybody's had their.
Yeah. So yeah, it really is. It's a family affair over there. Kelvin has done it, and he did it. But basically, honestly, he did take it from nothing. That program was nothing.
He even told you it was worse than he even thought.
Yeah, he said it was bad. It was bad, and he turned it into this. So there should be a statue.
He deserves to be proud.
There should be a statue.
I mean, this guy's. He came into my mind when he was at Oklahoma, and then of course we know he had that ill-fated stint at Indiana, and then he went to the Rockets. I'm sure he was somewhere before then. I just can't remember. And then we know with the Rockets as a defensive specialist, and got the Rockets defending. And I hated seeing him go. I was at the other station at the time, and we talked a lot more Rockets, and it sucked to see him go because they had a little attitude, and when he left, you could see the defense did go down when Kelvin Sampson left. I mean, imagine Kelvin Sampson's personality, and he was a respectful assistant head coach under Kevin McHale. But imagine, I think Kevin McHale let him be the head coach of defense. Can you imagine? And he had to deal with James and some of these veterans, but they played for him. And it's just amazing to me that you can continue to get these college guys to play for you. But when you set a standard and everyone knows going in who you are, it makes it so much easier. And he just had to get to that point. And it's, I just don't think people realize how hard what he's doing is in today's. It's hard to do it in Houston. It's hard to do it in this economy with the NIL the way it is, with entitled players the way they are now, he's been able to avoid all that. He's been able to find the right guys, and he's been able to, what he's been able to do, not a bunch of superstars, not a bunch of lottery picks, no lottery picks other than Jarris Walker. It's been an incredible run for him, and he deserves to be proud. And is he a cantankerous? Yeah, probably. Most of these hard-nosed coaches are. My dad was cantankerous as hell during the season. Jeff Van Gundy, I talked to people who worked with him.
Yeah.
He was tough to work with during the season. Those guys usually are cantankerous, and they're not going to rub everyone the right way. But they got a job to do, and sometimes doing it requires them to step on some toes, and that'll happen sometimes.
Yep. All right, let's quickly get John in here. I know we're behind on breaks, but he called in. Let's get him in here. He wants to talk about the Cougs. What do you say, John?
Hey guys, great show as usual. So big Cougar fan all my life. Was in the 80s when I was a teenager, going to games with Akeem and Clyde and yada yada. It was a great time. But yeah, you're right. This is the same thing. It's a great time. But I just get sick of it. It's always when Houston does anything good, it's always what they don't have. But they do have a lot of things. I try to. I'm on those Big 12 sites, and they don't get that Houston's how big Houston is. It's like Houston. It's like LA and New York and Chicago. And the only thing comparable to U of H is really, honestly, like you said, Miami and maybe UCLA. Yeah, because look how great UCLA was in their basketball program. They got half-empty stadiums there right now at the basketball games I saw. And the football is even worse. And the football is worse than U of H. Of course, they play in a 100,000-seat arena. But that's kind of where we're at level, right? I think that's what we need to shoot for. I think USC is obviously a private school, big money, but I think the UCLAs and the Miamis are kind of where we're at, and we could definitely compete with those. And we obviously compete in the Big 12, right? So I think we're doing a lot of great things. It's just, it's obviously most rich kids go to UT and A&M and stuff like that. It's not University of Houston is a middle class school, right? That's just kind of the way it is. So it's just one of those things. But we have a great basketball coach now, and I think we have a pretty good football coach too. So I think there's a lot of positive things that are happening for us. That's all I got to say.
All right, appreciate you, and you're right. Well, Miami is a much smaller school too, because
it's private.
That's private. So that's a little bit more difficult. UCLA probably is a pretty good comparison. It will be interesting to see, because I've got a little birdie told me, watch out. UCLA, Cougs are going to be really, really good next year, but UCLA is going to be really, really good.
They got some money over there at UCLA.
Well, and they got some players coming in. So it'll be interesting to see what kind of support that they get. They haven't had support there in a while because they haven't been any good. So it'll be interesting to see when they actually put a really, really good product that's got a chance at national championship possibilities.
In what sport?
That we'll see whether or not they get the support. Yeah.
Oh. Yeah. Well, anytime you win, you have a better shot. But yeah, it's funny. I go there every year, and there's a lot of people who live in California. I've talked about with Money Smith and Bucky and Steve Smith and all those guys, and it's just like there is an apathy towards UCLA that they have to fight against all the time. Where USC Trojans, it's more ingrained.
But it's just more ingrained. They have more money too. UCLA does not. The administration does not pander to the programs like USC does. Right. They don't. 919 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 713-780-3776. Hey, my wife is coming in today. I was batching it all weekend long. You know what I did? I played cards. I played over at Texas Card House. I played the tournament over in Spring, which is a beautiful facility. If you haven't been there, they have games going on all the time. You want to play cash games, you want to play in tournaments, you've got that. You got that. You got that at both facilities, Westheimer and you can go to Austin and play if you're on your way to Austin and you want to find a Texas Card House. It's huge. Texas Card House is the premier facility for poker in this city now. Be it cash, be it Hold'em or PLO, be it tournaments the afternoon, or they got one at 6 at night. at both locations on Westheimer and Spring. They've got a bar that's open till 2 a.m. They're open 24/7. So you're late night and you feel like, hey, I feel like, hey, there's going to be people there. It's going to be safe. You're going to have security. You're going to get wanded when you go in. If you're a poker player in this city, the place to play now is Texas Card House. 2 locations, Westheimer and Spring. I love them. I think they're awesome. You will love them too. TexasCardHouse.com. Get over. If you're going to play, get to Texas Card House.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
$924 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 713-780-3776. I'm glad we did mostly a University of Houston show today. I just really feel like this is so important. This is so important for the city. I think it's so important for the university. This is a basketball school, and this school should get this kind of attention media-wise. And I'm hoping the other stations do much the same. But let's focus on the Rockets. Last night they lose. JJ Redick spoke on. Now every coach has their superlatives about the team that they just played, right? The Rockets lose 104-98. they played a hard-fought game. I don't know if it was playoff intensity, but the Lakers really needed to win. The Lakers needed to win. They want to keep pace. They want to, there's a chance that they could have fallen out. They're trying to get their playoff positioning. Rockets are trying to get their playoff positioning. Rockets were coming off of the Lakers were coming off of a game the other night, not 2 nights ago like the Rockets played, but the night before. They had a day off in between. They played Memphis, and that was a really tough game. That was a back and forth, but that was a 137-124, I think the final was, or something like in the 130s game. Where the Rockets, this game, it was a 104-98 game. That's a grinder. Here is JJ Redick talking about this Rockets team afterwards.
They're really good. They're really physical. They're really athletic. They're big. And what they've done throughout the season is they've beat you up by winning the possession battle. They're the best offensive rebounding team in the league by a large margin. They turn you over. They get deflections. They get steals. They get out in transition. They're typically winning the scoring opportunity battle every night. I think they're number 5 in the NBA. And they do that by valuing each possession and being intense and physical on each possession.
That's that Ime thing.
God, that's all we hear about is physical.
Physical, yeah.
I mean, if every coach talks about how physical the Rockets are, you need to listen.
It's real.
It means it's an important thing. When they all talk about they're very physical, that's an important thing. It's an important thing because physical can be box outs. Physical can be, how you get over picks and fight through picks. It's stuff that if you play, what physical feels like. If you're watching, you probably don't think you just see some bodies kind of collide together. You don't think anything, because basketball, you're thinking guys flying through the air, they're shooting threes, they're dunking. But there is a level of physicality that when it's played physically, other teams 100% recognize.
Are they built for so we don't know anything about this Rockets team in the postseason. Is their physicality a 104-98 game in the NBA is a dinosaur? Is this team built for playoff basketball?
Yes, they are. The physicality is always good in playoff basketball. Is this team ready to win? I don't think so. More than likely, but I'm okay with it because I think it's part of the process. I think it's going to be really hard for them to win, even in the first round. It's going to be a challenge because I don't think they're there yet. We'll see if they can stick to who they are and what they are when times get a little tough in the postseason. But maybe they are. That would be great. But I'm not upset in any form or fashion if they were to get knocked out in the first round. That would be fine. This is just part of the process. They're headed in the right direction. I am absolutely good with it. You play defense and you are physical and you create possessions, as JJ Redick just said. You are made for the postseason. The question I have is, if you look at the best teams, LeBron, Luka, Jokic, over the years, there's one guy who's a dude. And we don't have a super dude yet. And all these teams are led by super dudes. Are they in a position to win without a super dude? I don't know. I think they can. But how do you do it? At some point, there's got to be a pecking order of who gets the big shots. I mean, it's important that everyone can hit it. But at some point, you got to know who's the guy that's going to take over the game. And that guy needs to be an efficient player. It's not inefficient players. You can't win at a high level without at the highest levels with inefficient players. James Harden was remarkably efficient. Kevin Durant. I mean, these are superstars. But they also win championships. And so if you're shooting for championships, do you have anyone on that roster that is somebody who can take over a game? Is Alperen a guy who can take over a game? I don't know that he is yet. I don't know how many bigs can truly take over games. Jokic feels like almost a one-of-one type. And then, Giannis is a little different because he's not Giannis is just a
Embiid did a couple of years ago until the injuries catch up.
Yeah.
Well, Jokic wins. I mean,
Jokic does, but Giannis is not. I mean, not. But Embiid is.
Mhm.
Like, I don't even like putting him in there because he had a couple, 3 years, I guess.
Yeah, no, Embiid was a good player.
Yeah, he was a good player.
I mean,
He was a good player.
MVP.
But I don't think, but Alpi is not on that level. Those guys are both great 3-point shooters.
Alpi's getting there.
Who would you rather have, Alperin or Cat?
I like Alpi.
Yeah, it's a tough one.
Yeah.
Because I don't want to disrespect Cat. Cat's a good player.
Yeah.
Initially, I just want to go somewhere else other than Cat and go Alpi. It's a pretty good battle because Cat's step out game is so good that it really changes and alters how you defend. But I would probably say Alperin too. Now that may be being a homer. Who would you rather have, Dell? Alperin or Karl Anthony Towns?
He is an Alpi homer.
I'm not taking Alpi over Cat. Not the current Cat. The one who is great this year. Alpi's fine. Alpi's a good player, but he's not
all-star. Yeah.
Cat is playing really well.
And how about
Cat?
The way you've disparaged Jalen. Player, NBA Player of the Week.
Good. How'd that work out for everyone last night?
He got benched in the fourth.
Yeah, it's Player of the Week. Congratulations. Ime don't care about that stuff, and he didn't shoot the ball well.
But apparently he does with Fred.
Well, we know that. But Alpi's actually not having as good of a year as he had last year. But he's an all-star because the team won.
No, but everyone says that, but I haven't felt like it's the same either. And people get mad if you say that, but it hasn't felt.
He's an all-star because the coach just said, "Hey, this team is second best in the West. We haven't picked a player. Pick him." The numbers would suggest
he's better defensively. Like there's some things I like,
but I don't know how much they dig into that when they're talking about all-star reserves. They had to get a rocket on the team, and he was the most likely candidate.
So Karl Anthony Towns shoots 42.5% from three this year. He shoots 82% from the free throw line, which is a big problem for Alpi. Has got to get better. He's averaging almost 13 rebounds a game with 24 points. He's for sure outplaying Alperin Sengun this year.
Yeah, one of them is near 30. The other's 23 or whatever he is. I mean, there's time. But as far as this year, I'm taking Cat.
Yeah, it's actually not that close from a statistical standpoint.
Cat's
it's 100% Cat.
Potential first team All-NBA type numbers. I mean, he probably won't make it, but there's a chance. Alpi's not in that category yet.
Yeah, that's such a big part. Like now he does beat Cat in assists, but the field goal percentage is lower than Karl Anthony Towns. I think the one area that he can control that has to get a lot better is free throw shooting. He's a 70% free throw shooter. He's 69% this year. There's really no excuse for Alperin, who has good touch, to be anything lower than 78%. No excuse. The free throw percentage, I mean, those are points that you're giving away by shooting less than 70%. Alperin is giving away points. He's got to get better as a free throw shooter.
Mm-hmm. All right, we got a break. 713-780-3776. One segment, then News of the Weird coming your way. I'm talking about Game Day Men's Health. I'm talking about how good I feel. I mean, listen, I like to be active. I like to be out there on the golf course. It's nothing's more grueling and playing cards and golf. And so I'm putting my body to the max, to the extreme every single day, right? And I feel better than I ever have. And in large part, this is no joke, in large part because of Game Day Men's Health. I love what they've done for me. I love how I feel. I love that it is something that I mean, it's just every day, wake up and feel good. And I'm telling you, and in large part, it is because of Game Day Men's Health. Because I've been doing testosterone replacement for years and years, and I still felt sluggish. Don't feel sluggish anymore. Feel great. More focus, more stamina, everything about it. Everything about it. They've got peptides that will help you, whatever your issue is. You get that peptide to help you lose weight, to help you gain muscle, to help you focus better sexually, all of those things. Game Day Men's Health takes care of it. Get there. If you're starting to feel punchy, you're starting to you're not the same guy that you used to be. You can be. Your testosterone is important to you, but it's not only testosterone, it's a lot more. GameDayMen'sHealth.com. Free consultation, labs in every facility. GameDayMen'sHealth.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
Wow. 713-780-3776. Quickly get in here if you want to. I didn't realize this. Since 1997, there has been no NCAA men's national champion west of Houston. Baylor is the closest. Kansas, everyone. Florida, Duke, North Carolina, Virginia, Maryland, UConn, Syracuse, Villanova, Kentucky, Louisville, Michigan State. All Eastern teams. The West can't. Is that because of players? Is that
It's where basketball is? It's just prioritized. Why is football in the Southeast so big? Prioritized. Some of it's weather related.
Most of it's East. Most of it is East.
Basketball. Well, that's
Well, you
the
think
mecca.
of the schools we generally think compete out west. We talked about UCLA's problems. Gonzaga's been close, but hasn't been able to get it done.
Yeah.
Utah had a little moment for a while.
And then Arizona is a perpetually
Arizona's been around. Yeah.
a Sweet 16 type team. They haven't been able to make a Final Four in a little bit.
I mean, forever the Big East was the monster. I mean, it matters more. Baseball doesn't matter as much in that area. Football matters not that much. High school football is not that big a deal in the New York area. Basketball, forget about it. It's huge.
Mm-hmm.
In those areas, like football is big in some places. It's not in others. Lacrosse is big with the wealthier schools. Baseball, not really a thing for a lot of them because of the weather. Yeah.
Or those programs who would traditionally be powerhouses out west recruit nationally. They'll certainly recruit locally, but who do we, if we're depending on West Coast schools to win a national title, who will we talk about? UCLA, Gonzaga, and Arizona. Who are the other West Coast schools that we would say that could be a program that wins or contends for national titles year after year?
Oregon?
They had a run, but
they haven't been.
We don't really think of them as a program that can win. It's those three that I named, and if those three aren't winning them, who else? So it's going to lean.
But to be fair, who are the East Coast teams?
Well, you got UConn, you got Duke, if you want to consider them East Coast.
Yeah.
So you got plenty.
Well, you've named two.
Well, Virginia's been good.
Yeah, they won a national
Virginia
title.
had a year.
Yeah, well, they've been good, period, but
they've had some moments, but not long term.
Well, Tony, he's gone now.
Yeah, but they were
not long term. They had a little.
They had their blip when they lost the 16-1 matchup.
I'm not talking about blips.
I'm saying is Virginia's been a legit program.
North
for
Carolina.
Years. They finally won their
been
title.
A little bit, but North Carolina,
Michigan State.
Well, that's Midwest more than anything else.
Well, but they're more blue bloods. There's more blue blood programs. Big Ten basketball is more blue blood.
Villanova.
There's not a Pac-12 anymore anyway.
Villanova.
How many is that? 3 and how many years?
Villanova's had they had a really good team a few years back.
Well, not a few years. They went on a run.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, whatever. But we did not address Roki Sasaki. Did you see him crying on the mound?
No.
Dude his first two starts have not, or his first two starts?
Was he crying on the mound or in the dugout?
He was tearing up on the mound.
Okay.
Yeah, and then in the dugout they showed him, and he was tearful. And yeah, he's got. I mean, he's first two starts and it hasn't gone. I mean, it's not horrible, but he's crying out there. People are.
It's a lot of pressure. Pressure of a country.
Yeah, no.
Lot.
When he's not the only. He's not carrying a country.
Well, he feels it on his back.
Apparently, he does. But apparently, the thought is he's 23 years old. The thought is that he was immature in Japan and wasn't ready. The thought was he wasn't really ready for this. And he's got a 5.79 ERA, and it's not good. An inning and 2/3, and then they were in Japan, and he only lasted 3 innings. He gave up an earned run. He had 5 walks, 4 walks against Detroit the other day. So what is this? I don't remember ever seeing anybody cry when they're taken out of a game. Did you? Have you?
No, the craziest crying is Razor Ruddock starting to cry in the middle of a boxing match. No. Was it? No, it wasn't Razor Ruddock.
It was
Razor Ruddock. It was Oliver McCall. Oliver McCall crying against was it Lennox Lewis? That was the craziest I've ever seen, where he was sobbing in the ring. You remember that?
No, I do.
Dude, it's crazy. I think it was the same day or about the same day. For some reason, I remember it when Cordell Stewart threw the 70-yard touchdown Hail Mary, but Oliver McCall cried in the ring.
Well, and I just saw, Tennessee player in Rick Barnes' arms crying.
Yeah, as his career was coming to an end.
Yeah, and they just lost a big game. This is the first game. This is 2 games in the Major League season.
Listen to a old school Japanese baseball player and former manager. He said this. It's Tatsuro Haruka said this about.
Good job, Dell.
Nice. What can you?
Nope.
Nope.
Not adding any extras like you. Nope. Not doing that. I felt like what I did was cool. Now you're just trying to mess me up.
Okay.
This is what he said. Sasaki seems to be made of glass.
Wow.
Pitching like that without a fully developed body will only cause injury. That's the real concern. He should have stayed in Japan and developed a body capable of competing in MLB before crossing the ocean.
Wow. Wow. He lasted an inning and 2/3 against Detroit the other day. 3 hits, 4 walks, and 2 earned runs. 3 innings against the Cubs in Japan. 1 hit, 5 walks. He's not only made of glass physically, but he's made of glass mentally, apparently. This could. I hate to see the Dodgers fail, but
no, you don't.
It's great. It's going to be great. Even if they win, as long as some of their players can fail.
As long as the young 23-year-old Japanese guy
I pray on all of their downfall. If you really want to know the truth. I'm praying on the entire organization's downfall.
He did nothing to you. What did that young man do to you?
I know. I didn't say I'm good for this.
No, but he wears that uniform. Guess what?
Yeah.
Fail.
He doesn't know anything about the Houston LA thing.
Guess what?
By the way,
fail.
I'm going to pray
Dodgers.
on if whoever I can get their downfall, I'll take their downfall. And if it's him, that's fine.
You got to pray on
I'm praying on all of their
on individuals because they're, despite his issues, 6-0.
I'm praying on all of their downfalls.
With the second highest run differential in baseball.
No, look, they're going to win.
Yes, a lot.
They're going to win a lot of games. I'll take my victories where I can.
It's not a real victory if you just see one crying Japanese pitcher. That's not a victory. If they're winning still, even when he's feeling
I see
bad.
A pitcher cry for them, I don't care if he's Japanese, if he's Cuban, or if he's from Iowa. I don't care. Cry, Dodger, cry. That's how I feel about it.
I hope they're crying after the playoffs, and I hope
it doesn't feel like it.
That's what Well, it doesn't feel like it, but. You never know what's going to happen during the season. All of them could start crying. You don't know.
I don't know. I mean, what's the other star Japanese player there? Seems
they don't have any other star Japanese players, do they?
He avoided a charge, put that off on his interpreter, and seems just fine.
He didn't put it off. I don't think
he did kind of.
Somehow, some way, it's the other guy's fault.
Yeah. No.
However that came about.
I can't believe he didn't know anything. Stop.
No, he didn't know. The guy stole from him.
Yeah, right.
He stole from him.
He didn't know. Okay.
He stole.
Okay. You believe that, Del? I got a bridge to sell you.
How much does it cost? Does it cost more than those Final Four tickets?
No.
There's Oliver McCall.
You can buy 4. You might be able to get 2 Final Four tickets
for the bridge. Okay.
Cool.
See, in the middle of a fight, Oliver McCall's just he won't even go to his ring.
He quit fighting in the fight. He just quit.
He won't even go to his corner. And they're like, what the hell are you doing? I remember watching this live, and Larry Merchant is literally out of his mind. Larry Merchant is about to have a stroke watching Oliver McCall start just walking around the ring. Lennox Lewis wasn't even punching him. He's like, I don't know what to do.
Okay, so do we have any other criers?
In the middle of a game?
In the middle of their the sport
I felt like
playing?
UNLV
the
made
what?
Bobby
in the middle
Hurley
of the sport
cry.
they're playing? Like,
yeah, in the middle of the sport.
Well, Roki was off the field when he cried, right?
No, I think
crying?
he was tearing up on the mound. On the mound.
Because the most recent notable crier, it happened after the series was over. Joel Embiid couldn't control his emotions, but he didn't cry as the Kawhi shot was going
wait
up.
a minute. Yeah, you're right.
But he was
Joel Embiid got.
But he cried after the series was over. The Kawhi shot wasn't bouncing on the rim and he wasn't crying then.
Yeah, no.
So it's different. There's not a lot of crying in the
That was
middle.
a bounce too.
Yeah.
That was a bouncing shot.
Oh my gosh! What a
3-4 bounces.
what a lucky
Yeah.
bounce.
It's very difficult to find a guy or a woman crying while the game is going on.
Yeah.
While they're competing.
What about a gymnast?
Well, they usually cry after they stick or not stick the landing, but they don't.
Somebody's probably
but if
been
they
hurt.
fall.
But they
No. Ice skaters that fall.
Oh yeah, they
Yeah.
skate and
They
cry.
skate and cry. Yeah.
You have to continue.
I mean, Roki Sasaki's as tough as an ice skater.
You couldn't ice skate. That's a tough sport.
It is a tough sport.
So why you say it like that then? You
No,
couldn't do
no,
it.
you know.
You were trying to denigrate him.
I did not denigrate anybody.
Did Davis Love ever cry? Or
No, Davis Love would never cry.
what about that kid with the belt, with the white belt? That could be any of them now.
Ricky? You talking
No,
about Ricky?
with white belts?
No, that married the hot tennis player, Ricky.
No, he married Allison Stokey. He didn't marry a hot tennis
Yeah.
player.
Oh, even better. Ricky, what's his name?
Ricky Fowler.
Yeah.
No, he doesn't cry. No. Well, golfers don't cry.
What about Minwoo Lee after he won?
Who?
We don't count that after. But have you ever seen him cry? Oh, what about on a Father's Day where somebody wins like a golf tournament?
And
What
their
is it?
dad
Father's
recently
Day
passed
Masters?
away?
What's the golf tournament?
The guy from Gonzaga cried
Morrison?
before the game was over on the court, and they got beat by.
Oh, Morrison,
Well,
Adam Morrison.
Adam
I
Morrison
thought the
cried.
game was over when he started crying.
Yeah, but
But
he
well-
hadn't been we hadn't shut it down yet.
What do you mean? The game was over.
Did he
No.
cry on the court or just on the
You know,
sideline?
he was crying on the court.
Okay, that counts.
He was sitting on the floor crying.
That counts.
As the clock expired, he started crying because they blew a lead. They had a big lead, and he blew it.
And he cried, and the clock was still going.
You know who would
Yeah,
never
but that's
cry?
a loss in a game,
You
not
know
just
who-
I'm taking
You know
out.
who's never cried in his life?
It's like Jalen last night getting taken out in the fourth quarter crying. No,
He better
he
not
didn't
cry.
do that.
His
You know
coach
who's
would
never
punch him.
cried in their life? I bet Machete. It probably takes a lot to make Machete cry.
Well, I know he felt bad. No, I know that he felt really, really bad about how he was hitting.
Didn't cry.
You don't know that.
He's mentally
He
tough.
might have cried in
No,
his.
when you have a shell, you have a hardened shell. When you hit like 140 and you play, and like that's just who he was.
No, he might
He's
have.
hardened shell.
You don't know
You
that.
think it bothered him?
I know it bothered him.
That's great, but
I
he's
know
not
for
gonna.
a fact he was
Didn't
bothered
keep
by
him from
it.
throwing people out.
No, but he
It
still
didn't-
competed.
That's what I'm
But
saying.
when he went home at night, you don't know.
He doesn't cry.
You don't know.
Machete doesn't cry.
That's you
Machete's
can't know
tough.
going to a man of a
Machete's
the mind
tough.
of a man.
Machete's tough. He doesn't let things get to him.
Well, no,
I want that. I want that out of my catcher,
Yeah.
my 140 hitting catcher. Because right now I got an 89 hitting DH. I've got a 100 hitting,
First
a
baseman.
third baseman.
Third and first.
Yeah.
Bring Abreu back.
Oh my God! Bring
Is Abreu hitting better?
He didn't hit a ball. He didn't hit two balls 100 miles an hour.
Yeah, but they found a spot where someone wasn't more times than Walker
Hit 'em
has
where
so
they
far.
ain't.
He hit them where they ain't more times than Walker has so far.
All right, we're breaking here. I want to talk about. We got news of the weird coming your way next. All right, so Houston Powder Coaters 281-676-3888. 281-676-3888. The biggest by volume and the best. They've been doing this for, 5-star customer service, over 20 years, great Google reviews, hands-on, great communication, everything about it. Patio furniture, they'll fix it, they'll repair it, they'll make it look great. What patio furniture, this is an important time right now because we're getting to where you're going to get into the summer months where you're going to be outside. It takes a little while, could take up to a month to get your stuff back. This is the time. Make the effort now. Car parts, wheel lifts, lift kits, wheels, lift kits, bumpers. If you got some rusted stuff that you need, you want powder coated, it just doesn't look the same. Whatever metal it is, they can do it. They can make it, they can powder coat it, make it look great. All right. Serving the entire area. If you can hear us pretty much, they will pick up and deliver absolutely free. It's incredible what they're doing. They are the standard bearer for the market. So for the industry. If there's patio furniture that's been in your family for years and you want to keep it, it's sentimental to you, call 281-676-3888 or go to HoustonPowderCoaters.com. Tell Robin you heard it right here. Ben Crenshaw cried at the Masters. He won the Masters. That's why he cried, and his coach died that week. I mean, come on. Harvey
There's a
Pence.
lot of conditions that you will allow crying. All I heard was Ben Crenshaw cried. Not mentally tough, apparently.
A Phoenix teacher is crying. He was arrested after allegedly peeing into a can while he was at his desk.
While kids are sitting in the classroom?
Arrested?
They can't see
Hold on.
nothing. Who cares?
Oh, it's got to be for
Public.
breaking news. Hold on. Table. Tush
about
Push
that?
is still
Tush Push is alive. They've tabled the Tush Push conversation.
There are also other rules that will be enacted that if you want to know about, you can listen to the Olaleye Show.
What?
we'll just talk about
You
tomorrow.
didn't give them during this show.
Sorry, you wanted it to be a Cougs day, so I didn't want to bring any NFL
what we
stuff
call
to
a
the
J
table.
off.
Excuse me?
I can say that it's a clean.
What'd you
version.
call me?
A J off.
How am I a
It's
J
a clean
off?
version.
How am I a J
No,
off?
because you bring stuff to your show and not this one.
Yeah, because
and it's intentional.
because you guys would ruin the topic, so I don't bring it
Now,
to
what
this
were
show.
we talking about before then?
You
were just telling
peeing
me
in a
something
can.
Some guy peeing in a can.
So
yeah.
peeing in a can. So obviously
If
they
they
got
can't see you pee. What? I mean,
Are you
what, are you supposed
actually
to go into the little
are
boys'
you
room?
actually defending
yeah.
the teacher who
I'm a
peed
guy who
in
likes to
front
pee
of his,
wherever.
you peed on bar floors. We understand.
Yeah, I
Are
know.
you actually defending a teacher who couldn't walk to the restroom and decided
Listen,
to pee
I
in
gotta
a
say,
can?
I'm not gonna be hypocritical.
I saw a video yesterday.
Yeah, but you're not
Of a guy at a bar standing at the bar peeing.
He acts like he's reading the menu. He's like,
Yeah. And he's peeing.
and you just see the
I told you
stream.
the story, my buddy.
No,
I didn't tell you the story. We're at a bar. It's here in Houston.
How long ago was this?
Oh, it's got to be 20 years. Going on
Okay,
20 years.
good. At
Yeah.
least, yeah.
We're standing at the bar, and he goes, "You know what I'm doing right now?" I go, "No." He goes, "Nah, I'm peeing." Well, little did he know that he was where the bar picks up, and there's. He thought he was up against the wall of the bar. No, he's peeing right back into the bar because it's an opening in the bottom there where the bartender lifts it up
So
and
he's
then comes
peeing
out.
on himself.
No, he was peeing behind. He was going behind the bar, and the bartender comes walking up, and he goes, "Are you peeing right now?" He goes, "Yeah, here's 100, and we're leaving." He put 100 on the bar.
Well, I do feel like somebody's got to clean the pee though.
Yes. Well,
The 100 was the only move
that
he
was
could
it.
make.
That was all. That was it. That was the only movie.
Good thing he had cash with him.
I was laughing.
So a grown man
hard.
was peeing in a bar, and he told you that.
Huh?
He just thought, guess what
I
I'm
was
doing?
standing next to him.
And he's peeing.
Yeah, he's peeing.
Did you tell him just go
No,
outside?
I thought it was funny. Thought it was funny.
You can't just pee where Matt Jackson got held in a jail in French Quarter. He was there for a U of H football game one time. And they have French Quarter has these little mini jails or whatever.
This was before he found God.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if you found God, you would not pee in the streets
No,
of
you don't.
French Quarter. And
I don't
he
pee
just
out in public
he
anymore.
was, if I remember the story right, he was just gonna, try to, do the old pee in the alleyway.
Yeah.
In the French Quarter.
That's what
There's
everybody does.
two things they don't let you do. You're not going to break glass, and you're not going to pee in the French Quarter. They will get you for that. They let you get away with a lot of stuff in the French Quarter. You're not going to break glass,
Well,
and
they
you're not going
used
to
to
pee.
let you because it still smells like the urine from
No,
the
it does.
70s
People
there.
get away with it,
Yeah,
but they
right.
don't let you pee.
Right.
Well, they're very anti-peeing in the French Quarter.
So News of the Weird was just one story.
Yeah.
And as Sean Mates pointed out, this all devolved from a guy who peed in front of his class.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you
much.
defended it.
I mean, but have you ever
I'm
peed
not
on a
gonna be
road trip?
hypocritical.
Have you ever peed into a Gatorade bottle on a road trip? Of course,
there
everyone
wasn't a
has.
classroom full of kids in the car.
Yeah. But
Well,
have you done
the kids
that?
can't see you.
How do you know?
You're behind the desk.
You don't know how discreet he was.
Oh,
you weren't
yes, he
there.
was. Well,
you weren't
unless it
there.
would
How
go
do you know? How do you
into
know?
the can.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure
What
they
if it's a
heard
coffee can?
We're done. Mopey and Mapes next. I guess you'll find out what happened at the winter meeting because he's a J off.
I don't know if this should continue. Welcome to the show. And I was getting prepared for this show while News of the Weird was going on, so I was just rewatching some of the Rockets game against the Lakers, and it reminded me that the Rockets got a taste of that Lakers playoff whistle a little early. I mean, you may not see them in the playoffs, but while the fouls weren't crazy in the Lakers' favor, you saw a little bit of it. The technical foul picked up by Tari Eason for simply screaming at his own bench, and Ime, as the technical was given, was trying to say he was talking to us. I'm not sure what he said. I'm sure it was something the referee nearby didn't like, but that's a little taste. Things in a close spot that don't go your way, and maybe you're watching that game, you think calls that should have gone your way don't go your way. That's a bit of that playoff stuff that we've talked about here, where I don't think the Rockets are going to get a favorable whistle. Now, physicality is supposed to pick up in the playoffs, and the Rockets play that way. And JJ Redick talked about, I think it was actually before the game, when they did their pregame stuff. He talked about the Rockets and why they're good and what they do. But I am interested to see what type of whistle the Rockets get, because I saw people talk about it in regards to the Cougs, that they're going to need a whistle that doesn't lean into less physicality against Duke because of the way the Cougs play. The Rockets play very similar as far as they're going to be very aggressive on every loose ball, every defensive possession. And how does that play out? I think it might matter on the team you're facing. And that's unfortunate that the games just don't get ref the same way consistently, but I think that's part of getting through a playoff run. How you manage your team and how you manage the officiating. And I think the technical foul was ridiculous. I don't know what he said. What were the magic words that you can yell at your own bench to get a technical foul? Could you go F that guy, even though you're yelling at your own bench, and the referee's like, okay, buddy, I've had enough? I don't know, but we're never going to know what Tari Eason said unless Legends gets on it. What's that guy on Twitter who amps up all the on-court mics?
Oh, and then lowers
and
everything.
And he reads lips and he can tell us what everyone's saying. Maybe we find out what Tari Eason said that got him that technical foul. But
Get to the bottom of it.
Yeah. Hey, buddy, instead of like giving me what Draymond is saying to Kat,
what Dante DiVincenzo said
to
before
Ron Holland, I don't care
thrown
about
into
any of
the
that
crowd.
stuff.
Yeah.
Get me the audio that led to that Tari Eason technical foul. The Rockets do lose last night, 104-98, and it was a game that none of the you want to call them big stars shot the ball well. Specifically for the Lakers, as far as the Rockets are concerned, their backcourt was awful. They scored a combined 16 points on 27 shots. That's right. 27 shots led to 16 points, and Jalen Green not playing down the stretch. And Reggie was incredulous. I can't believe Jalen Green's not playing. I can't believe Jalen Green's not playing down the stretch. Have you met this Rocket team and how Ime Udoka manages it? Like,
I had the same exact thought of this is the national, maybe not like literally the first time that they're watching the Rockets, but for a lot of people, this is the first time that they're watching the Rockets, just because national televised game late in the season against the Lakers. Like, you're going to have a big audience there. I was like, so many people have just like heard about how good Jalen Green has been lately and are probably just losing their mind on the couch. You're like, wait, what's happening? Why are they been? And then Rockets fans, for the most part, are just like, oh, okay, so Ime's doing this. All right.
Yeah.
If anything, it's more like, wait, why is he benching just Jalen Green? Why is he benching Fred VanVleet?
Why is the entire starting back? Why is the entire starting backcourt out of the game?
Can get out of there.
Yeah, I mean, he was the least. He wasn't as bad as the other two.
He was at least getting it back on offense.
Yes, he was. But he was not good defensively.
I did not enjoy the Luka Şengün matchup. That wasn't fun for me.
I can't blame Şengün for that.
For playing Twister? You can't blame him for that?
I mean, it wasn't pretty, but I just can't blame him when Luka is the guy who's attacking him.
It was after a miss, and they kind of got, running back. They
got cross-matched.
Yeah,
and all that
cross-matched. And Luka noticed.
Hey, look at you. You haven't been on me all game.
I know this guy.
I'm shooting really poorly. Let me attack you.
Yeah.
Let me attack you. And you say,
people who just happen to be watching the Rockets and what they
including Reggie Miller.
Well, yes. I don't know if he's called a game so far this year for TNT with the Rockets as part of the matchup. But if they were wondering and hearing about Jalen Green, he just won Western Conference Player of the Week. Well, the month is officially over. And so the stats are out for his month of March.
Oh, it's hit. The clock struck midnight. He's turning back into.
I would say the entire month he had turned back into the Jalen Green we know and maybe not love so much depending on the performance. We gave him a lot of credit for what he did in Utah closing that game. And, much like Cam Whitmore would tell you, it doesn't really matter what I do. I'm not going to get the leeway to keep playing because Jalen Green a couple nights later did not get the leeway to go try to close out another game. And you got to ask for more if he's not going to shoot the ball well. I mean, he got to the line a lot against Phoenix. He has had a couple of outings this month where he'll get to the line double digits, but he's a guy who averages, at least this month, about 5 free throws a game. That's been helped by those performances that I mentioned. But overall, he gets to the line about 4 times a game. And if you're not going to shoot the ball well, I'm going to need you to force the issue and try to get to the line. And maybe he's one of those guys who doesn't get the respect when he's attacking the basket because he's not shy doing that. So maybe that's the case, and that will come with more respect. He'll get to the line more. But when you are a non-factor on offense because your shooting is off, that's a problem for a guy you hope to be part of your closing unit. He just didn't have it last night, and Ime was like, okay, you don't have it. You're not going to play. And he scores 9 points on 4-13 shooting. But of course, you look to his backcourt mate who gets all the leeway in the world. And I think that's a problem, a point of contention for people, that why can Fred VanVleet shoot as poorly as he does and continue to play? Get over it, I will tell everybody. This is what it's going to be. As long as Fred is healthy, he is not taking him out of games. Yeah. I think just get used to it. Jalen Green did come in for Fred against Utah. We pointed it out, and Jalen was great, so he didn't have to bring Fred back in. But normally, if Jalen Green isn't subbing in for Fred and then going on a crazy run, Fred's going to play no matter what he's doing. I would just say make your peace. Make your peace with it. Come to the conclusion that Ime is not going to go away from Fred VanVleet and stop complaining about it. What did Nick Saban say when he was asked about starting Hurts or Tua? Quit asking, all right? If you keep asking on Twitter, why is Fred VanVleet playing, think of what Nick Saban said to Maria Taylor at the time. Was she still on ESPN at the time?
I think it was Maria Taylor.
Quit asking. Stop asking yourself. Stop asking the internet. Stop asking Ime about it. Fred's going to play. And he played last night and did not play well. But getting back to Jalen Green's month of March, it is over. As I said, he did win Western Conference Player of the Week because he had a 30-point game, a 32-point game, a 21-point game, a 33-point game last week. He was great last week. Just think how bad his month of March would have been without those games. And he has a lot of games where he'll go for 29, 23, and then there'll be games when he's in the single digits like last night. So with the month of March over, he is a 41% shooter from the field, 33% from three, averaging 21.1 points per game. If that sounds familiar, it should. That's his whole career.
Yeah.
Even with the great last week, this is who he has been throughout his career. In fact, if you look at the month, even with winning Western Conference Player of the Week, it's his second worst month of his season, right around there. So he be who he be. And until that changes, you know what? I'm going to be like Saban. Don't ask me ever again about, what do you think about Jalen Green? He is what he is until he changes it. A week here, a week there, hell, even a month here where he's great. It all averages out to a guy who's about a volume shooter who scores about 22 points per game, and he'll have nights like last night, and then he'll have a night like the night before in Phoenix where he was spectacular. He be who he be. So what is 33 and 9 when you add those two together? 33 points plus 9 points. What does that average out to over 2 games?
42.
But if you average them, what does it come out to?
Average it?
Yeah.
42 divided by 2, 21.
Oh, look at that. 21 points for Jalen Green over 2 nights. What he is as a player throughout his career. He has that's kind of the highs and lows of him.
Yeah.
We gotta stop taking sample size here to make it look better or make you feel better about what he has been. He's a fine basketball player. He's a good player for your Rockets. But to ask and to expect anything more, I think it's foolish until he just proves otherwise.
Yeah, and he just needs. You brought up the free throw stuff, and like no one likes the free throw grift. No one likes a free throw merchant. But there is value to like, hey, I know I'm going to get to the line 8 times a night.
Yep.
Like I just know that's going to happen.
As an 80% shooter, you can pretty much guarantee me six points from the free throw line every night or so.
Yeah.
That would be an added benefit to his game if he could.
Just adds a little stability to it. You know?
Yeah.
It adds a nice floor to what offense, and you know, you're drawing fouls, you're driving to the basket normally, you're doing stuff that puts the defense under pressure. Yeah, I mean, he does. He needs a more, I guess, complete game in that way where he can, and you see it in time, like you see it in like the Philadelphia game where he can create for others, where he has a high assist game, but again, it's just he'll follow it up with 2 assist games, and so you just need him to have a more complete bag when it comes to this, and more than just, hey, he can do it once a week or do it every 2 weeks in terms of the assist games.
Yeah, if the jumper isn't going in, even if it's not the 3-pointer, there should be an answer or a different way for him to be effective offensively. And so far, he's very dependent on jump shooting, which ebbs and flows depending on the night, particularly for him. So I will say this. I would ask for less Dylan Brooks mid-post isolations.
Yeah.
In clutch situations, the fadeaway, nice way to get to the shot. He didn't make it. That's not a viable way to play offense late in games.
Just in general, when you're watching Rockets games or even like after the game and you're like, didn't really feel like the offense for the Rockets was like really firing on all cylinders. You can literally just look at how many 2-point shots that Dylan Brooks takes. And that's like a good, the higher the number, the more like, ugh.
Yeah. He has turned himself since he left Memphis into a above average 3-point shooter.
Yes. And when he's just doing that, we're
good. We're good with Dylan Green.
And
Dylan
a lot
Brooks,
of it,
excuse me.
A lot of it isn't like the game tips off and he goes, all right, Dylan Brooks time.
No, it's not that.
It is Fred VanVleet's 2 for 12 and
Jalen's
Jalen Green has 6
on the
points.
bench.
Yeah.
I got to go get me a bucket because as good as Jabari can be shooting, and of course Amin Thompson is all around game, they're not exactly guys you can hand the ball to and go tell them go get a bucket. So sometimes he takes it upon himself. And, you know, your physicality, you want to be physical on defense and on offense as well. But when they turn into fadeaway 18-foot jumpers, not what we're looking for.
I'm good on that, Dylan.
And that's why they scored less than 100 points and lose a game 104-98. When Luka and LeBron don't even shoot the ball well, it is the likes of Dorian Finney-Smith and Gabe Vincent. I remember that, Gabe. I've seen him do that in the past.
Yeah.
That Gabe Vincent knocked down, six threes each to help the Lakers win the game.
Were they both 6 for 10? I know they both were shooting like over 50% at some point in the game.
Yes, they wound up 6 for 11 for Finney-Smith and 6 of 13 for Vincent. They both wind up with 20 points. The only shots they made were threes, and then they each made a couple free throws.
Where that's a situation. It's a lot like the OKC Dallas series last year, where they're just like, hey, listen, we're gonna let PJ Washington and we're gonna let who's the other?
It was Derek Jones Jr.
Derek Jones Jr. It's like, hey, if these guys make threes, congrats, you beat us. And the Mavericks did beat the OKC Thunder because PJ Washington and Derek Jones Jr. made every jump shot.
It's not a bad jump shot. It wasn't a bad plan.
40% from 3.
It wasn't a bad plan.
No,
it just so happened that
they made it wrong.
Yes, those guys for a series decided we're going to be much better shooters than we've ever been. And then Boston was like, you know what? We're going to make these guys do it again. And those guys didn't do it.
Exactly. So that's something where, you know, in a playoff series like that probably is what Udoka is going to want to do. If they match up, if, you know, it kind of have to be the 4-5 matchup against the Lakers. Like that's seems like that's the plan, is that, hey, we're going to make Luka pass it to these guys in the corners, and we're going to live and die with Gabe Vincent.
Look, and they, as much as those two shot the ball well, the Lakers only scored 104 points.
Yeah. No,
So,
so
you would
didn't
say
work,
it worked,
but it helped.
Yes, it limited and it kept Luka and LeBron from having
Yeah.
good games, and Austin Reeves was limited to 12 points. So their top three offensive weapons didn't do very much. Unfortunately for the Rockets, no one really did anything. But beyond Jabari and Tari, who had nice games off the bench. So they go down 104-98. Still very much in control of getting that 2 seed. They just would have put some distance between them and one of the teams competing for it. So they have another game in LA against the Lakers. So that'll be one to look out for, as maybe this whole thing may come down to a tiebreaker. Each team has beat each other once. One more game in April 11th. That'll be Lakers and Rockets. So they dropped that one. So be it. They couldn't score. We'll talk about a team next who still can't score. Like, there are some numbers out with the Astros pitching, and by numbers I mean Brian McTaggart just looked at what's happened over the last 4 games and put the numbers together. It's not pretty. If you're watching the game, you think, wow, this team can't hit. You're right. We'll get to those numbers. While the pitching has been fine, the hitting has not been, and it's led to the 2-2 start. And we'll also have a quote from Justin Verlander. While he was on much of the back burner in regards to an Astro coming back because it was all about Alex Bregman, he and Jim Crane did have discussions. We will hear from, well, at least I will read you what Justin Verlander said about those discussions and why a deal didn't happen. So we'll get to that when we come back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
Astros drop one to the Giants last night. Wisniewski goes today against Logan Webb. I was right when I said tonight, but he goes against Logan Webb, so he gets his first start as an Astro. We'll see what the local product has as the Astros try to get back on track. So they don't hit the baseball. Montero got the pitch though, and that was cool. He comes in a game that's 5-0, and he promptly gives up 2 runs.
Revenge tour. Oh
no.
Let the apology be as loud as the disrespect. No, never mind.
Nope. You can still disrespect him as loudly as you like because he's the same pitcher we remember. He got an opportunity in the game where, the Astros were like, hey, it's 5-0. You want to just come in and actually, was it 5-2? You want to just come in and not give up more runs?
Yeah.
To maybe give us a shot?
Yeah, it's a small chance especially for this team to score 3 runs
the way
in
they're
one
hitting.
inning.
Yeah, the way they're hitting right now.
But hey, at least it keeps it within
striking distance. Gives people some hope to see if maybe we can have a stirring comeback.
It'll be a safe situation for the other closer.
Yeah, put some pressure on him. See what happens. Even if it's 3 runs, and Montero's like, nah, I'm not interested in all that. I'm not interested in keeping you in the game. Not today.
Time to go watch the Rockets.
Yeah. Yeah, Paredes. Well, if you wanted to do that, don't give up runs. Get out of there quicker. You're only going to pitch the 1 inning.
Yeah, but people can just leave now. People can just
for the people.
Change the channel.
For people at home. Okay, understood. You can switch to TNT if you'd like. So Paredes doubled in a couple in the bottom of the 8th, and then you think to yourself, all right, Montero, go out there and let's see if you can keep us in it. He's like, I don't have the facilities for that. Sorry, I can't. And the Giants tack on another couple of Chapman. He had an 2 RBI single, and that made it 7-2. And after that point, the game was over. So the Astros drop 1, the Rockets drop 1. Not a great night as far as the pro teams in town. And the numbers for the team, and Sean talked about even 3 runs seems like an insurmountable deficit for this team currently. And the numbers will tell you he's not wrong. Right now, the offense, 18 for 155 with 3 extra base hits. That comes out to a 157 average. Slash numbers are 157, 269, and 200. These are numbers courtesy of Brian McTaggart. While you're pitching, good. Your starters, 2.25 ERA with your relievers, a little over 3.7. You've pitched well enough to be 4-0. I mean, well, maybe not last night. 3-1. 3-1. You've pitched well enough to be 3-1. And the bats have not come through in any way, shape, or form. It is where we say it's early. I do think we need to. I hope we can get away from talking about how hard guys hit balls. Like exit velos, it is supposed to be an indicator that eventually things will turn around, unless he stops hitting the ball as hard as he has, and that's in reference to Christian Walker. I want to get to a hit. He did.
He like doubled his average.
I want to get to a point where we talk about, hey, that ball got down. Hey, give me bloopers.
Yeah,
get down.
Or look at the exit velo on that. It's 500-foot home run.
Something to that effect. That exit velo. How about the distance that the ball flew out of the ballpark? Things like that I'm looking forward to. And I don't think we are that far away. But right now, the hitting, much like the offense in the spring of a college team behind the defense. Behind the defense, just like it is in spring football.
The Astros definitely need one other player other than Altuve to hit above 200. I really think.
You think that's a target goal?
I really
a good
think
one?
they need that. I think they need Jake Myers to not be the second best hitter on the team with a average of
200. He's coming off an 0 for 3, and he's still the second best hitter on the team currently right now.
Yeah,
tomorrow,
so I would like that to change.
I will wait for tonight's game, and then we will have our update on Tucker versus Cam. And Wisniewski was in the trade too, right?
Yes, Wisniewski, Paredes.
So
Cam.
now that Someone asked, "Hey, are you going to do that?" Because I mentioned it before. Yes, we'll do it. It's the perfect time after Wisniewski has his first start.
Yeah, and I don't want to spoilers, but Kyle Tucker,
he's hitting home runs.
He would be the best player on or maybe the second best player on the Houston offense.
But he would have driven in more runs than Altuve.
I don't know if he would have driven in runs because
That's
no
true,
one would have been on base.
Well, yes. Well, he would have driven in himself.
Yeah, he would have driven in himself
with his home runs. Okay, fair point. So we'll do that. We might do it every couple weeks, but I was asked about it, so we'll do a
check-in.
We'll do a check-in on the trade since people were like, "Man,
yeah,
Dana Brown really."
Opening day. I think opening day I said Felice.
Yeah, you did, and you're not alone. So we will talk. We will give an update after Wisniewski's start and see where that trade stands a week into the regular season. Now, Kyle Tucker has had extra games because he played in Japan and didn't hit the ball well, but he's getting it going now that he's back in America. So maybe he just needs to be able to swing a bat in America to be fine. So tomorrow we'll do that. We'll update the trade. Right now, with Kyle Tucker's recent hot streak, it's leaning Cubs.
The Cubs have the early rounds, for sure. They had the first 2 rounds. They're going back to the corners.
Yeah, if Wisniewski goes out there and throws 6 strong and doesn't give up a run, maybe we lean back in the Astros direction. Hey, I'm just looking for a hit from Cam Smith if he plays today. Give me a hit.
I'm looking for a hit from literally anybody
Anyone.
on this roster.
I guess that should go without saying, but at this point it can't. Because no one is hitting. I shouldn't be singling out Cam Smith. No one's hitting the baseball.
I want Yordan Alvarez to hit over 100. Have his average be over 100 after tonight.
Feels like you're asking for too much.
Just a 1 for 4. That should do it.
One hit from everyone would do it. It would improve almost everyone's average.
9 hits. They all.
Yeah, 9 hits would be a great night. Yeah. What are we talking about?
And I'm imagining they're all singles. They're just one single after another. One single per inning.
Yeah, I don't know what an extra base hit looks like for this team, really. We're not used to it. It's not happening right now.
No, it sure isn't. If it's not a Jeremy Pena home run, I don't know. I don't know if we're going to get one.
And we were talking about Kyle Tucker. He hit a home run in Sacramento last night.
Doesn't count.
That was going to be my question for you. Does it count if he hits it in Sacramento? They were playing the A's last night and walloped them.
To give the Astros every hope they have to catch up to Kyle Tucker's production. Nope, doesn't count. Mickey Mouse Ballpark.
18-3, the final. The Cubs.
What are they playing in a Little League stadium? 18.
Well, the Yankees put up 20.
They played in a Little League stadium
with torpedo bats.
Yeah,
with cheating bats.
Yeah,
I don't know how many Cubs are rocking the torpedo bats, but
by the way, Dana Brown, let's rush order some torpedo bats.
If a team needs them,
Jesus,
let's get the job done.
I need one of the beat writers to ask about
why don't they have them?
Is anyone on the team using torpedo bats? If not,
why
the hell not?
I'm sure the players. There will be some players prideful who go, I'm not doing that. I'm not going to use a bat. I'm going to use a regular ass bat to hit 150 through the first week of the season.
Christian Walker. All right.
We ain't got to single him out.
You know they're talking about Jose Abreu every time you get out, right? you know that's what the streets are saying.
They're talking about Abreu every time you step to the plate. Brian? No.
The
other one. The other
Bobby?
one. The other one who they sent down to some league we had never heard of before.
Yeah.
Whatever he was doing in West Palm, because he wasn't even a minor league hitter at that point. He wishes Bobby. Actually, I wish Bobby.
Everyone should wish.
I wish he was Bobby Abreu right now. Okay. A guy who played for the Giants, who used to play for the Astros and had great success, was Justin Verlander. And while, as I said before we went to break, he wasn't the guy like the front of every talking point when it came. He wasn't the top of the list when we had this Astro who's gonna come back discussion. It was all about Bregman. He was in discussions with Jim Crane at one point, and he told this to reporters. There was interest in a potential reunion, but the Giants came after him hard, and Crane told him, we're not even in a place to make an offer right now. And Verlander said he appreciated the candidness. So the Astros were in a position where they couldn't even give Verlander what you would assume would be an offer that he would accept, something that he would even consider. And we know they have financial concerns, and they were certainly in the midst of making moves to strengthen their everyday lineup. Whether you like them or not, they prioritized replacing Bregman and Tucker, and starting pitching wasn't that big of a concern. They did add Wesneski in the trade, but a lot of their hope was the guys coming back from injury. And Lance McCullers pitched in Sugarland a couple of days ago, so he's on track to come back. Luis Garcia has been shut down, so that one seems very far away. And of course, Christian Javier is expected back after the All-Star break. So starting pitching was on the back burner, and Verlander talked, but nothing really materialized from that. Kind of sounds like the Bregman thing as well, or at least Bregman had a real offer, but nothing that they would change throughout the offseason. So there it is. Verlander not pitching today. That'll be Logan Webb against Hayden Wesneski. We'll come back with some NFL news, because while the tush push is remaining, they have dropped some new rules, something to do with overtime, because apparently we can never get the overtime thing right. It has to be changed. It feels like every couple seasons, all stemming back from the Bills not being able to beat the Chiefs. This is where this all comes from. Josh Allen and Stephon Diggs not being able to beat the Chiefs. We have done what, at least, is this the third change of the overtime rules since that point?
The first one was just in playoff games.
Yeah.
And now it's less because of Josh Allen and Stephon Diggs, because the Bills defense couldn't get a stop with 13 seconds left.
It's true.
They couldn't.
Hey,
not
Matt
give up a
Milano,
field
get
goal.
us. Hey, make a play. Someone make a play. So yeah, there's a new change to the overtime rules. We'll get to that. It's fine. It's whatever. Hey, more football is what they potentially are guaranteeing. So we'll get to that when we come back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
We played sound yesterday from D'Amico Ryans at the owners' meetings. I just like calling it the coaches' summit because the only thing I care about not only is that picture that they take that team photo, and then you get to ask some of the coaches questions. We'll hear from Sean McVay a little bit later. He was asked about the guys who left his staff to come over here, like Nick Caley. The Texans hired a couple guys from that Rams staff, so we'll hear him talk about Nick Caley and how he prepared to be a play caller, considering he never did it when he was with the Rams. But a couple rules that have come out of the owners' meetings is a modification to what they call the dynamic kickoff. They're going to place the ball after touchbacks at the 35-yard line. So if you kick the ball into the end zone, saying, I don't care if it comes out to the 30, now it comes out to the 35. They're trying anything they can to force teams to make that a play.
To make you return the
football. Forcing teams to rather force you to return it than just kick it into the end zone. So that's where we are there. And then with the overtime rule in the regular season, every team gets a possession, even if a touchdown scored on the first possession. So there's no walk-off touchdowns anymore. If you are the team who kicks off, you can watch your defense get run on down the field, and if they give a score, you get your chance to get some get back and match that. So there it is, and it will be a 10-minute overtime period. So you do actually have to score the touchdown within that first 10 minutes. But there it is. Those are the two major rules that come out of it. While the tush push will remain, even though there felt like there was momentum to get rid of that thing, it will stay.
It feels like we'll get a lot of ties this way.
Yeah, I don't know.
I guess if the first team scores a touchdown, you come back, score a touchdown, you'd go for 2.
You could go for 2, or you may rather take the tie than lose.
It probably just depends on how much time is left. But I mean,
like
no matter what, if you're giving the ball to the other team, you're gonna at best tie. You'd probably lose.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't know. And then there's also a chance to just punt, field goal, or field goal, punt, or something. Like I don't know. 10 minutes just doesn't seem like enough time for 2 drives.
Yeah.
Because if I get the ball first, I'm trying to chew clock.
Yes, that's why I think the Eagles wanted it to be 15. They were the team who originally submitted it for 15, and then it was amended to 10. So it's going to be a time crunch. If you take a lot of time off the clock, I mean, certainly timeouts will have to be used to save time. Or we'll get a lot of bad offense. So maybe we'll get 3 possessions, 4 possessions, just depending on who's playing. Like if it's Panthers versus Saints, who knows?
But after the first, so it's both teams get the ball once.
At least once.
Okay, so it's not a 10-minute period.
It's
it's not like if touchdown,
touchdown.
There's still not another drive. It's just
correct.
The last team that scored a touchdown one.
They won't play 10 minutes no matter what.
Yeah.
You get 10 minutes to decide this game, and you at least will get a possession as long as you don't allow a 10-minute touchdown drive.
Yeah, it feels like it's going to be punt. First team gets the ball, punt, and takes up a little bit of time. Next team takes up a lot of time, field goal. Then it's like a 2-minute drive to get another field goal, and we just tied.
Very possible.
I don't know.
But they just don't want to allow walk-off touchdowns anymore, I guess, at least on the first drive. So it's unfair. So everyone gets a shot. Or you could just not allow a touchdown on your first defensive drive. That's always a thing. You can stop the other team.
They should just do the college football rule, but just start it from the other 40, where you just have to go 60 yards.
Well,
because the kickers are better.
If you kick the ball into the end zone, all you have to do is go 65 yards. You give them a touchback.
Oh, so. maybe that's what it. No, but just where we don't have to punt and do all this other stuff. Just try to score. Try to score.
Yeah,
score until someone breaks serve.
We'll see how it plays out, but that has been changed for whatever reason. They decided that was something they were willing to get done, along with the 5-yard line touchbacks now, and but those are the biggest ones. And I think there are a couple, like Detroit wanted automatic first downs for defensive penalties out the door, like for defensive holding or illegal contact. And the league said, nah.
Yeah, because if it was 3rd and 20, you would just hold the hell out of everybody.
Which you always ask the question, it's 3rd and 20. Why are you holding? Why are you committing an illegal contact penalty on 3rd and 20?
Yes. Under the current rules.
Under the
yes.
current rules. How dumb is that as a defender to get called for that?
Yeah, grabbing them. Like, no, just backpedal.
Yeah.
You have 20 yards of cushion.
And hope your pass rush causes an issue before you are in danger of giving up a first down. But yeah, so the automatic first downs will remain. I get it. If you are trying to lean more into defense, you go, wait a minute. It feels like an egregious penalty for illegal contact, which you're only giving them 5 yards, but you're actually going to give them a first down for it. But we know offense rules, and offense will win. And the owner said, no, just don't do something stupid.
No,
I guess
we're
don't
paying our
commit the penalty.
$60 million.
Yeah, we want offense. We want fun, and fun means we're giving up automatic first downs for illegal contact. And that's what's come out of it as far as the rule changes or non-rule changes, and things about the K balls, kicking balls, and stuff like that. But the major ones, touchbacks, 35-yard line, everyone gets a shot to score a touchdown in overtime.
Do you think they should have snuck in a April Fool's joke into these?
I'm sure some team account will tweet something that they think is funny.
Okay.
I don't know if the NFL is about that life, but I'm sure some
Just
team
like
account will put that out there.
By the way, touchdowns for the Kansas City Chiefs count as 9 points instead of 6.
You guys thought we were favoring them before.
Yeah.
Guess what?
LOL.
Any touchdown that Travis
Just
Kelce,
kidding. April Fool's.
Any touchdown that Travis Kelce scores means Taylor Swift gets to sing a song right afterwards on the field.
The game stops.
The game stops in the middle, and you all listen to Taylor Swift sing a live song. It's her choice. She can pick whatever song she wants.
It doesn't even have to be a Taylor Swift song.
Yeah, she can sing whatever she wants. She wants to.
She can do not like us if she
wants to talk trash about Drake. She's more than welcome to. It's fine. So there it is. I will hear from Sean McVay on Nick Caley when we come back. Some words from the Rams coach on the new Texans OC. When the Texans hire a first-time play caller, how do we know that he's ready for the job? Well, Sean McVay will tell us. Nick Caley is going to be ready, at least according to Sean McVay. We'll hear that when we come back.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
Haven't given the number out. If you want to call in, you can. 713-780-3776. So, at the owners' meeting, Sean McVay sat down at the table. Reporters got the chance to ask him some questions. I believe Cody Stutes was there. I don't know if he was there or he was able to
At least, tweet out the video.
to get the video, but Cody Stutes, formerly of ESPN 97.5 and the Wheelhouse, he's covering the Texans, does a great job doing that. He's got this. Sean McVay asked about how Nick Caley is prepared to be a play caller, your Texans OC. Here's Sean McVay.
I think the great thing for Nick is he was always preparing to take those next steps while still being totally present in his role. And I think, I go back to even just his foundation, starting with Coach Belichick and the amount of ball that you're exposed to, doing ball the right way. He was ready. He sees the game through an all-22 lens. I think that he's going to do an excellent job, and he's been preparing himself just based on the way that he approaches every single day.
It's not the proper forum to ask how, but that's just a general he's preparing himself. I don't know what that means. How is he preparing himself? Does he get to call plays in the preseason? Is he calling plays during camp? I don't imagine he's calling plays in practice as you guys are getting ready for an opponent in a regular season game. But how is he preparing? Mental reps? It's not, like I said, it's not the forum for it, but all that tells me is Sean McVay likes this guy. I just don't know how he's gotten himself ready for it.
He was always preparing, had the long-term vision, but also very present for the short term.
Yes. It's not like he was ignoring his responsibilities. And as Sean would say, getting McVay coffee. He wasn't ignoring those responsibilities.
I thought you meant that, Sean.
No.
As McVay would say.
No, Sean McVay would never say Nick Caley got him coffee. That's what Sean Mapes would say.
I think he got him coffee at least once.
I think he brought in coffee for the team. I don't think while he was actually in the facility, McVay was like, hey, give me a coffee. I don't think that happened. I think on our way, and hey, I'm stopping at Starbucks. You want anything? I think that might have happened.
I don't know. We don't know.
You're right.
No,
we don't
Cody
know.
Stutes should have asked him that.
He should have taken something very specific from this show.
Yeah.
And really specific for you and asked
something
him.
Inherently disrespectful to Nick Caley. Yeah.
Well, and I don't want that to be what happens, that he was simply a coffee getter for Sean McVay. I don't think he was. But what he said there doesn't tell me how he got prepared. I hope he is prepared. Hope the Texans did all the due diligence they needed to find out that he's going to be a ready play caller. Look, unless you're hiring someone from college, you're not stealing another team's play caller. So this was always how it was going to be, unless you pulled someone out of retirement who was an experienced play caller, maybe someone who got fired or demoted from play caller in one spot and took a job as a quarterback coach. But if you're not looking for someone on a downward trajectory, this was how it was always going to be. Now we just wait and see. Saw with Bobby Slowick, it felt great for 1 year, turned into not so great the second year, and that's why he's now in Miami as some type of, I think, passing game coordinator or something. Hopefully Nick Caley doesn't suffer that same fate. What's the goal? It's funny, you do these hires, you make these hires, and the goal is for him to leave in 2 years because he's so great. He took a job as a head coach someplace.
Yeah,
that's
even
the
1
goal.
year if he's that great.
Well, that's what Bobby Slowick was apparently on the path towards until
he interviewed
until he did not get a job, and now he took a demotion. But I guess living in Miami can't be too bad.
Yeah, a lot of great coffee shops for him to pick up.
I'm sure Jimmy Butler's Big Face Coffee.
Yeah.
And he's making coordinator money, so he can afford that coffee.
Hey, Mike McDaniel, do you want any coffee?
Okay. Does everyone who doesn't call plays, do they always just get coffee for the play caller? The head coach who's a play caller?
I don't know.
Did Bobby Slowick
different organizations do it differently from building to building.
Did Bobby Slowick get coffee for Kyle Shanahan too?
Yes. Oh, did you watch the Texans last year and you thought, oh yeah, this guy
I
studied
watched
at the knee of
I watched him
Kyle
in year
Shanahan.
1 and thought, hey, he's pretty good, right? I didn't think he was a coffee Sherpa then. But now,
I don't know.
But now we don't know. We'll see if McDaniel likes cream in his coffee. We'll ask Bobby Slowick next time he's available for comment. Because why would you ask me that? Oh, we just got this bit we're doing. We just want to know. All right, there's Sean McVay on Nick Caley. As we said very early, once this hire was made, we won't know until September. Week 1. And even then, we really won't know because Bobby Slowick was good in year 1. Forget about just week 1. Okay, we'll go to break here. We'll get to hour 2 when we come back. We'll hear from J.J. Redick, who talked about your Rockets. We'll get back into the Rockets and really what they need to do to kind of secure that 2 seed and how to bounce back from. It was disappointing because that was a game you could have won. And we'll hear JJ Redick praise this Rocket team on how it's tough to play them and why they might be a concern in the playoffs. We'll get to that in hour 2. I didn't get to this regarding changes for the NFL. This regards free agency. It's a proposal by the Steelers, which will now allow Zoom calls during the legal tampering period, and also you can set up your visits before the start of the league year as well. So for a league that gets deals done within minutes of the legal tampering period opening, Zoom calls are allowed. What for? When they would push back the announcement of signings to avoid the look of tampering, but still within minutes of deals being able to be negotiated, they're done. So what's the Zoom calls for again?
Who'd you say?
The Steelers proposed it.
Steelers. Is this a way to get Aaron Rodgers to chop? Like next time, they're like, "Hey, let's get a head start on this Rodgers thing.
Being a little
Get
presumptuous.
it over with a couple days early."
They're being a little presumptuous. They don't have him now. They're going to renegotiate with him, and they can't even.
No, it's because of this negotiation where they're like, God, if only we could have had a Zoom call with them like 3 days. We'd be 3 days closer to having a decision right now.
I just want to know who they think they're fooling with the Zoom calls. Oh, we get to talk to these players as soon as the legal tampering period opens. You guys sign guys within minutes of it opening anyway. Why do you need Zoom calls? Who are you trying to fool?
All the negotiation happens at the combine with the agents. Like the players only really need to know like how much they'll get paid. Is basically like the what they're most worried about is who's the coach over there, which Wikipedia exists, and B, how much will I get paid? And the agent can just handle that in some bar in Indianapolis while Jordan Schultz is trying to start a fight with Ian Rappaport.
And the guys who go on visits aren't even the top tier free agents for the most part. These guys don't.
No, it's like Stephon Diggs.
Yeah, it's
a week after.
It's the guys who are in that second wave or even the third wave, or maybe like an older veteran who's waiting out a chance. Okay, fine. They get to line up their visit, so I get to know where I don't know. I get to know where Fadakasi is going to visit before he signs someplace.
Oh, do we think we get a Hayes Fawcett graphic about like?
I hope not. Limited to high school kids and college kids going into the transfer portal and high school kids committing. I don't need the 20 play per game defensive tackle telling me that he's got visits lined up to the Commanders and the Seahawks and the Bengals.
Having to sweat out like, oh man. I really hope we can lock down Mario Edwards before he goes and visits the goes and visit the Falcons.
Don't let Mario leave the facility without a contract. Don't let him get on that plane to Atlanta without a contract signed. So there we are. The NFL gets more like somehow the NFL and their free agency gets more like college.
And college is getting more
like the NFL where, hey, how much am I gonna get paid? Okay, I'm in. Yeah. I don't even have to visit. Just tell me. Just tamper with me while I'm on my current team. Tell me how much you're going to pay me, and then I'll visit after I've already made my decision.
It really becomes college football if the legal tampering period opens up the Monday after the divisional round. Yeah. That's when it's actually college football.
Yeah, and then the Super Bowl week is a dead period because we don't want free agency to take away from the Super Bowl. Yeah. Okay, there it is. Thanks to the Steelers for that. I did not mention this and you know what? It's time because we talked about it last week and it was just a postponement and the boys were excited, but now it's official. Sydney Sweeney, officially single. Boys, it's not just a postponement of a marriage, although we all knew this was coming. The woman is single. Go. Shoot your shot.
Yeah.
Slide into those DMs. Now you're not even breaking up a relationship. It's completely over.
Yeah, that was the moral.
So you can enter into your desperate DMs without any guilt.
But just know, Glenn Powell, he made the first move.
Yeah, he had her. She and Glenn Powell. Let me rephrase and clean that up. She and Glenn Powell were at his sister's wedding, right? Is that how that played out?
Maybe I don't know if they were together at the wedding. If Sydney Sweeney was
a plus one, or what? Did she just get an invite because the sister fell in love with her when she was making that movie with Glenn Powell?
Yeah, Anybody But You.
Yes,
or Anyone But You. Yeah, maybe we don't know, but just know, fellas, that you might not be Cam Smith ready to rock it up to the big leagues. You may need to stay in Double-A for a little while.
But you can remove some of that moral ambiguity.
Yeah, no, but you're getting an invitation to camp. to prove
Yeah,
yourself.
I mean, I don't know how quickly she's going to accept DMs
Probably
from
not.
random strangers, but just know you're not a homewrecker at this point. You're simply an opportunist. There it is.
I like to imagine the guy who's like, I don't want to be a homewrecker, but I would like to. I'm just a regular guy, but I also do think I could date Sydney Sweeney with this one DM.
Yeah, that Venn diagram.
I'd like, but morally, I'm opposed to breaking up a happy engagement.
But I don't
That
know her
wasn't
at
that
all,
happy.
and I think she will see my DM, respond to my DM,
And be so smitten
by my DM.
Yeah.
That she will want to continue a conversation with me, and she'll know I'm respectful because I waited until it was publicly known that her relationship was over. She will appreciate me waiting, and I will point that out. Hey, I waited until it was officially official.
Yeah, waited longer than Glenn Powell.
Yeah, yeah. Well, Glenn Powell. If we're going into reckless speculation, I mean, does Glenn Powell shoot a shot in the set of a movie? Who's to say? Who's to say? Or maybe he's just a stand-up guy. I don't know Glenn Powell. I can't speak to it. He went to your school, so maybe you know him better than me.
Yeah.
Have the stories been passed down through Austin about Glenn Powell?
No, because when I was there, he was the guy from Spy Kids 3D.
And look at him now.
Yeah.
His +1 is the girl from Euphoria. That's how I'll always know her. There it is, guys. Another one on the market for you. Do what you must. Or just, be normal and go, had no shot no matter what.
No, don't be normal.
Don't be normal. I'll just appreciate her from afar.
Yeah,
I think that's the normal approach. Go watch a movie or two. Stay home and watch a rom-com with her in it.
Yeah.
But don't.
Anyone but you? Oh, it's on Amazon
Yeah,
Prime.
look at that. But don't slide into the DMs expecting. I mean, maybe get yourself on Raya. I don't know. Maybe you're successful enough to get on Raya. Maybe that's how you shoot your shot. Because if she's on Raya, then at least you can say, okay, she's looking to date. I'm not sliding into the DMs. I'm just messaging a woman who's looking for maybe a relationship. I'm trying to think of how many people I know who would actually qualify for Raya. I don't think many.
No. Apparently Jake Asman is on Raya. Or was.
Then maybe I know more than I think. Because if a former ESPN XM5 afternoon drive host
afternoon drive though
can make it on Raya, do you think it was his Jets credentials?
I don't know.
Or his ESPN XM5 stuff that got him on
I think
Raya?
you have to be referred. Like there's a referral process.
So I got to know who referred Jake Asman to Raya. Who did it?
I don't know.
Who does Jake know that said, you know what, this is a stand-up guy. He can be on Raya.
I don't know. I'm only comfortable talking about it because I think Paul's talked about it on air. And Paul's not on Raya.
So Paul didn't recommend
That's
Jake.
how it came up.
Because he was upset he wasn't on it and Jake was? Okay. So petty. It came up because Paul's petty.
Yeah.
Okay. I understand it. I am less bothered by it. I just want to know who referred him. Who got on Raya that could refer Jake Asman so he can be on Raya?
I don't know. Cody? Cody Steve?
It's once again, the question remains. Who's on Raya?
You need the patient zero.
I got to find out patient zero who wound up getting Cody and Jake Asman on Raya. If I find out.
I don't know.
If I find out it's Kellner, I'm going to be pissed.
It's just a Russian nesting doll.
Of
everyone that was on that show.
Yes. I think it's more likely that Andrew was the one who somehow got everyone on Raya than one of them getting him on Raya. I didn't know Jake had it in his bag. Apparently he does. So maybe he will be the one who gets Sydney's attention. He'll have to fight off Glenn Powell, allegedly. All right, we'll go to break here. We'll get into JJ Redick and what he said about your Houston Rockets. But really before the game, because I think it was his pregame stuff, and he talked about how tough the Rockets are to play. So we'll hear from him when we come back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
So Rockets dropped one last night to the Lakers, but know that the coach of the Lakers, JJ Redick, respects that team, and I think the rest of the league does as well. You know what type of basketball game you're getting into. Rockets are relentless. They challenge everything, and shooting can change the outcome of a game. Their backcourt did not shoot the ball well, but the way they play generally doesn't change. Here's JJ Redick on the challenge of facing the Rockets.
They're really good. They're really physical. They're really athletic. They're big. And what they've done throughout the season is they've beat you up by winning the possession battle. They're the best offensive rebounding team in the league by a large margin. They turn you over. They get deflections. They get steals. They get out in transition. They're typically winning the scoring opportunity battle every night. I think they're number 5 in the NBA. And they do that by valuing each possession and being intense and physical on each possession.
They turned the ball over 15 times last night. So did the Lakers. And they each had 10 offensive rebounds. The Rockets did out-rebound them overall 51-45. So the Rockets didn't have a distinct advantage in the categories they normally beat teams up. And when you shoot the ball as poorly as they did, combined with the Lakers bench, particularly Finney Smith and Gabe Vincent knocking down 6 threes apiece, you can find a difference in the ball game. I think if you talk about how the Rockets played, LeBron and Luka and even Austin Reeves, they'll take that every night. And we talked about it very early. You got to give up shots to someone. It just so happens that Dorian Finney-Smith knocked down 6 threes. And Gabe Vincent, who's not a great shooter, he is a willing shooter and has knocked down big shots in his career, particularly when he was in Miami playing for the Heat in playoff series. He can do that, but he has not shot the ball well really this year. So he's much like Fred VanVleet, just gets less opportunities, 40% from the field. Not bad from 3 at 36%. So they took their shot, asking those others, as Shaq would say, to do it, and they did it. Finney Smith is a better three-point shooter than I thought. He's over 40%. So maybe give him less shots. If we're talking about guys you want to give shots to, we saw the Lakers plan. Jalen and Fred shoot. And it didn't work out last night for the Rockets, and that's why they scored 98 points and go down. So they dropped that one. Certainly not the end of the world. You would have liked to win that one because that one was a game you could have had.
Yeah.
You just didn't do enough. Fred had a late turnover, and we talked earlier about Dylan Brooks taking it upon himself a couple times, particularly on the I guess you say the right baseline. He mid post decided, you know what, it's me against you. I'm going to get into my fadeaway bag, and predictably, the shot didn't go in.
No, it didn't. I will say, watching the game last night, I mean, I guess I wasn't as, I guess, annoyed or as much, it didn't get under my skin, the whistle that the Lakers got, as opposed to the Rockets, and maybe over a series.
It might.
But I was watching, I was like, you know what? This would be a fun series because it's two like pretty imperfect teams that have talent. Now the Lakers' talent's like one of the best players of all time at 40 years old, Luka Doncic and Austin Reeves, and then role players. And the Rockets is a bunch of young guys who, hey, not really sure how any of this is gonna work, actually work, but it's sure fun to watch. And obviously, like with Jalen Green and to a certain extent, like Şengün, you know that there's going to be a game by game, like what are we going to get from these guys? I was like, this would be a fun series if it were to happen. Again, first round would be tough, but if it was like a 2-3 in the second round, I think that the Lakers would be an interesting matchup for the Rockets, and really the only edge that you would give the Lakers, like the biggest edge, I guess, would just be that, like, well, I mean, they have Luka and LeBron. You know, other than that, it's like two teams that are like, there's not that big of a difference.
Yeah, could the ceiling of Luka and LeBron playing together at high level overcome some of the Rockets' advantages? That would be the concern. Those two at 10, is better than anything the Rockets could counter with by, I think, a pretty wide margin. But the collective, you would take the Rockets over the Lakers.
And it's a situation where it's like, do you trust Luka for 7 straight games to be in the condition to give A+ effort every time
on both
when
ends?
and especially when, like, hey, we're just gonna put Tari Eason or Min Thompson on you for the entire game, and you're just gonna have to deal with this.
Deal with that physicality, that aggression.
And then in game 6, tell me how you're feeling.
And is he going to be taken out of the game? And he likes to whine. Now,
Yeah, he's gonna be reaching for his knee a lot.
When he misses a shot, he'll reach for some lower extremity. It's just what he does. And would he be able to survive that over 6 or 7 games? That is not a bad question, but it's unlikely we see it. Each team would have to. Well, the Rockets would really have to fall
It'd have
off.
to be a second round match
at this point. Right now, if we're doing the whole, if the playoffs ended.
Oh, what if the playoffs start today, Dal?
Or excuse me, the playoffs started today. That's the correct.
Which wouldn't be crazy. I mean, no, it would be kind of crazy
considering they still have about.
Yes.
What do they have?
7 games left.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be as crazy as when people say it in December, where I'm like, oh my God, something terrible must have happened. Paradise must have actually happened.
And then they decide to still keep playing.
Yeah.
Right now, it would be the Wolves, who've won a couple, and some news about those suspensions from that game have dropped. As you might expect, Isaiah Stewart got more than everyone else. He got 2, partly because an accumulation of
technical fouls.
Accumulation of being Isaiah Stewart, I think is how it was phrased.
Okay.
So Isaiah Stewart of the Pistons catches 2 games. The rest of the combatants only get 1. Dante DiVincenzo gets 1. Naz Reid, I believe he just got 1. But the guy who walked off the floor, popping his jersey saying Detroit, he gets a couple games.
Okay.
Because he's that dude. It's not surprising. Like Dylan Brooks is a technical away, I think, from getting a suspension.
I thought we might have gotten one.
I thought he somehow he avoided one. Tari got one, but somehow Dylan avoided one last night.
Well, Tari knows what he did.
He's
can't be dunking and yelling like that.
Yeah, we don't allow emotion like that in the NBA. Not in a close game against the Lakers.
Might scare some of these nice celebrities sitting in the front row. Yelling.
Yeah. What if Olivia Rodrigo's there? What is she going to think about it?
She's going to be terrified.
Yeah. Hey, that giant Houston man's yelling. What are we going to do? Isaiah Stewart gets 2. Ron Holland II gets 1. Houston's own Marcus Sasser gets 1. Naz Reid and Dante DiVincenzo get 1 as well.
I will say for Dylan Brooks, if we're gonna strategize getting a technical foul, last night would have been a good night because they played the Jazz next.
We wouldn't have missed you.
That's the suspension game, and then they end the season with Thunder, Warriors, Clippers, Lakers, Nuggets. Like,
yeah, get it out of the way.
I don't think we're gonna go 7 straight games without a tech. So just give me one, get one out of the way.
It would have been fine. You're right. Pick it up. No, you're not going to play against the Jazz, although they did push you the last time you played. Jalen Green had to be great down the stretch, but you expect them to win that game, and you're back. Don't they reset, or do they? Or is it like
it's then each one after the suspension, or maybe each 2 after the suspension?
Yeah, what's the rule after
gets you another suspension?
Yeah, but then the regular season's over, and then
then
they
reset. It's wiped away.
Yeah, it's like World Cups, group stage soccer.
Yeah,
at some point they reset, and the playoffs will be the reset point for Dylan Brooks. So hopefully he'll pick it. I don't know, or he just doesn't pick up a tech, but that may be asking too much.
Yeah, come on. They played the Lakers again this season. There will be another tech.
Yeah, Dylan Brooks and the Lakers is volatile.
That's another thing with last night's game where it's 2 playoff teams late in the season, both trying hard. There's definitely going to be a Rockets playoff game that's like, I'm not going to say decided by technical fouls or a game getting out of hand and the emotions getting out of hand. But there's going to be a game where that plays a giant part, where we're just like, they're pissed off. One of these 2 teams was pissed off the entire night that they still have to face these guys.
Like we got Detroit in the East, who is that version, except they have Isaiah Stewart, who takes it to another level. But the Rockets are the Detroit of the West when it comes to whatever series they're in. Beyond the regular playoff hate, I'm tired of playing you. There's going to be a level of, all right, dude.
Yeah, like
all right.
Tari Eason, come on.
Yeah, there's going to be a level of I'm just sick and tired of you guarding me, having to listen to you talk. it's going to lead to a shove here, a technical foul here, a conversation with the refs as they have to tell everyone to calm down. The Rockets are a prime candidate for leading the first round in number of total technicals between the two teams in a series.
We should do a draft before the playoffs of
who's
going to have the most technicals in this playoff series.
Who's most likely to draw that with the Rockets?
Dylan Brooks.
Well, I guess let me phrase it different.
The
opponent.
Team?
The opponent. Which team is most likely to give us the most technical fouls in the series?
I think Memphis.
Memphis has that in them, and I think the Wolves have it in them. So we just saw the Wolves.
Memphis, Wolves, Warriors in that order.
There's a Draymond component.
Maybe Wolves, Warriors, Grizzlies. Final answer.
The Draymond component, Jimmy will pick up a technical. He's never gonna fight. He'll pretend like he wants to fight.
I mean, these two teams have bad blood from the in-season tournament and last season's Warriors.
Yes.
That one. I mean, come on.
Yeah, I like that top three. I feel like the Wolves, a team who probably thinks their season has gone worse than they would have liked.
Yes, but also think that they're like above this.
Making a Western Conference Finals. That's part of it too. I think they're not going to react well to what the Rockets are going to bring to the table. So, and that's the most likely matchup currently. Although the Warriors only half game ahead of the Wolves.
Yeah,
and of course, you know what? And of course, the Wolves have to beat the Clippers as it stands right now, the 7-8. Yeah,
without Dante DiVincenzo.
No, I mean in a play-in situation.
I thought you meant tonight or down the stretch.
No, I mean in a playoff situation. Play-in, situation.
Yeah. And then probably Thunder, Lakers after that.
There's Lou Dort's over there.
Lou Dort is over there. Even like Chet, like he gets in the mix.
Yeah, that's a sneaky one. And if they saw each other in the second round or something,
yeah, it'd have to be 1-4 or 1-5.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, and then Lakers, we saw it last night. Lakers don't have like a obvious instigator or like a guy on the other team.
True, but they have two stars who people will have to rush to defend if a Rocket tries them.
Yeah.
That's part of it
Yeah,
too.
yeah.
LeBron and Luka will talk, but
Dorian Finney-Smith will have to get in between.
Yeah, Rui's going to have to step in. Yeah, things like that. So you have that. You have guys who have to pretend to be enforcers because they have the two stars they have to protect. So there's that too. A little shove from Tari to Luka, and you'll get some Laker running over.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
yeah.
I
Dalton
mean,
Connect will come in there and set guys straight.
Well, he'll get suspended because he'll be on the bench. He can't come off the bench. So Dalton Connect won't be on the floor.
Even like Austin Reeves. Like Austin Reeves might be the guy that like just pisses everyone off.
You think Austin Reeves is the guy that the Rockets will try the most in that series? Like,
no, I think they'll try Luka.
You think they'll try him the most?
Yeah, I mean, Dylan Brooks already did that in a series against the Lakers when he was with the Grizzlies.
He tried.
He said he pokes bears.
He tries LeBron. He tried LeBron, and then when that series was going the other way,
it went terribly wrong.
He stopped talking to reporters. Yes, that did happen.
And the Grizzlies said, under no circumstance will he be back
before
with
the season was over. Before the series was over, under no circumstances is Dylan Brooks coming back. And people thought, get ready to learn Chinese, buddy. And then the Rockets give him $80 million, and he's the starting wing on a really good basketball team.
He's the best shooter on the team.
It's more of a insult to the rest of them than it is a compliment to Dylan, but particularly where he was as a shooter when he left Memphis. He has worked himself back into being a competent threat on the outside. And, he's a threat to do other things too. And we'll see what team gets to face him and the rest of the Rockets in the playoffs. We'll go to break here. If you want to get in, you can. 713-780-3776. You know the show. Open to anything. We welcome your calls. We'll be back.
You're back inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios with Del Olaleye. I mean, you're not actually in the studio, but if you watch ESPN Houston's YouTube channel, it's kind of like you are. No, not really? Okay.
No, not really. I mean, you probably have to bring a jacket. I should put mine on. A little chilly in here for whatever reason. Let's get to Willie P. He wants to talk some Rockets and White Lotus. White Lotus, we're getting close. Actually, next week. Is next week the season finale? Or we got one more? What's up, Willie P?
Hey, good morning, Dale. How you doing?
I'm good, man. How are you?
Not bad, not bad. So yeah, there's only the season finale of White Lotus is this Sunday or whatever. So I caught up last night on with it. That show, I like the way it's made, man. It keeps you on your toes. It keeps you guessing. You have no clue what's going to go on. Like you still don't know who. I have no idea who's going to be doing the shooting at the end.
Whose
from what
body
we
that
saw
is in the water from season 1? Yeah, I mean from episode 1. Yeah, I don't know. I can't put a guess on it.
I can't either. And me and my wife were trying to figure it out last night. I honestly think it may be old boy's mom, the black kid's mom, but I'm not sure. I mean, let me ask you a question. If they offer you $100,000, what would you do?
The reference is to being silent when you believe a crime has been committed. Would you take the $100K? It's like, man, I don't care about Tanya. She wasn't gonna help me out. She lied and said she was gonna help me out, but she didn't do it. I'm taking the money. It's particularly if I think that guy's capable of murder. I'm not gonna make him think I'm gonna tell.
And that's what got me is her son was saying, one, that's a lot of money. Two, what you think he's gonna do to you if you don't take that money? If you think he did something bad to his wife, so I think that's crazy or whatever. But I mean, let me ask you a question. What do you think about the younger brother saying that he wants to stay with the sister at the monastery or whatever? I think that because of what happened between him and his older brother, that terrible scene, I think that kid may have done something to the girl. That's why she reacted the way she reacted when she was little. Like, I don't think that whatever happened between him and his brother was the first time something's happened between him and his siblings, if you catch my drift.
Yeah, well,
I think that's what they're alluding to.
That's deeper and darker than I thought. I thought she just might have been like, I don't want to. This is my thing. I don't want you around. But she's the older one, so that would make me think we're dancing around what it actually is. So I don't think that's what happened. I just think to herself, this was supposed to be my thing, and now you're joining in, or maybe you're right. Maybe she senses a little creepiness coming from her younger brother and wants no part of it. We'll see. I don't think she's staying there. I think she's going back home with her mom, and her mom's going to be happy about that. But you wanted to talk some Rockets too?
Yes, I agree with the last thing you said. So yes, with the Rockets. So last night's game was good. One thing I will say is that everybody needs to temper their expectations. Like we're a young team, and we saw firsthand last night what it looks like when you have two bona fide, future Hall of Famers, superstars, how they can change a game. Because, we would get up and then Luka would go do, his Luka magic. And you saw what he did to Alperen last night, catching them, snatching them ankles. And another thing, Alfie's got to grow up, man. He's got to grow up. Too many times yesterday where he thought he was fouled and he didn't get the call, and then he was complaining, and then they were running down the court. And he's got to understand that the playoffs are in 2 weeks. That he's not going to get those. You're not getting those calls in regular season, so you've got to man up and power through that. And if he doesn't, man, it's gonna be a short stint in the playoffs. I'm excited for what I've seen. I still don't get why Jalen Green sat out for so long, especially. I just felt like he could have added more to the offense because towards the end we just looked kind of like stagnant and didn't know what we were doing. But overall, I'm proud of this team. It was a hard-fought game last night, and I'm excited for what's to come. You guys have a great day. Love the show. Sean A. Mix, what it do, baby? Peace, fellas.
The Alpert thing we've talked about. And while he is generally not happy with the calls he doesn't get, it's not going to get better. He is going to have to find a way to ignore it and just keep playing. And the Rockets will, I guess it does depend on who they're playing. I mean, they could be an NBA TV series. I don't know who they're going to play. It all depends on who's on the other side. But if they get one of the matchups where it's on TNT every night or ESPN, they're going to come under scrutiny. And all of your little things you do in the regular season that the local team's not going to talk about because it just doesn't benefit them to talk about you in a negative light, they're going to get showcased. I mean, the Luka thing was on another level in the finals. The blow-by stats that we had never heard of until
And
the finals.
Brian Windhorst going ether on them.
Yeah, but there will be a time at some point, particularly if that series isn't going well, where your players, the Rockets, are going to get picked apart for what they're not doing right. Something they haven't had to experience because no one's been paying attention to them for the better part of all of their careers, the young players at least. So the referees you're going to have to deal with, the scrutiny of a playoff series you're going to have to deal with. There's a lot coming. And as much as we talk about how youthful the team is, Ime Udoka only has one playoff run in him. Yeah. Now, it was a great one. They made the finals, but he had young veterans who had been through that stuff with Brad Stevens.
Yeah.
So he got the advantage of taking over a team who was ready to win, and not for tricking off a game against the Warriors. Maybe they win that series. It's a different ball game for him, and it's a different. Of course, the players are going to experience something very new, but I don't know what Ime Udoka is as a playoff coach with a team like this, because he just has not had a lot of experience being a head coach. But it'll be fun, as Willie P said. It's fun, and part of the fun is seeing how these guys who we've watched suffer through bad years and have a bounce back year last year. Now they're having this great one this year. It's part of the fun is seeing how they play when all these things confront them.
And also part of the fun is that they are not expected to win the championship.
No.
Like,
what are the expectations?
The expectations to win the first round series, depending on who you play.
I think being the 2 seed, right or wrong, says you should win a first round series. Now you're you're going to play against a team.
Yeah.
You're going to play against a team, if you're the 2 seed, that is more experienced than you. Whether it's the Wolves, who made a Western Conference Finals in their first run at it, or a real run at it, or it's the Warriors, or even if it's the Clippers, you have a
Grizzlies. Like, they all
no
have
matter
more
who you play, they're just different levels to your experience disadvantage. It'll just be a question of whether you're playing like 35-year-olds in the Warriors or young vets in the Wolves or the Grizzlies, or a team like the Clippers who is an older team themselves.
Yeah.
But either way, you're going to have that disadvantage.
Yes. And to go back to something you said about being on NBA TV, that's going to be Pacers Pistons.
Well, they need a Western Conference NBA TV series too. The Pacers and Pistons don't play every night.
Whoever plays Memphis.
If it's the Rockets,
yeah,
then you're on NBA TV.
But I
of course, we'll have some of you have Space City Home Network to watch.
But if it's Nuggets for Grizzlies,
I don't think they're putting Jokic on NBA TV.
I don't know.
I don't think
I think they might.
I guess they put Giannis on NBA TV.
Yeah.
But that's Milwaukee.
That's Denver. Denver's not that much bigger than Milwaukee.
It'll be interesting.
Their games aren't literally aren't on local TV.
Yeah,
that's more of like a media rights issue.
Yeah.
But still, imagine you have one of the best players of all time,
and your team and
during
your
home the glory years, you just can't watch.
You can't watch them. I do wonder how that will play out, and it'll depend on who the Rockets play. But will they be the NBA TV series? Most of the people here won't be affected by it. They'll just watch the games on Space City Home Network. But
they might be the Western Conference. But even then, I feel like most of the NBA TV games are they start at 6:00 Central.
Yeah. Do they have doubleheaders or do they?
No, a lot of times it's 3 games on that night. There's
doubleheader on ESPN or TNT.
Doubleheader on TNT, and then a
NBA TV game.
Yeah, featuring 2 teams from the Midwest, or if it's Atlanta, Cleveland in the 1-8, that will just be on the on NBA TV.
Yeah, that's true.
That was normally reserved for Wizards Raptors, or when the John Wall Wizards were going on, or the Paul Millsap Hawks teams. Those were the teams that were always. Maybe Memphis snuck their way onto one.
Yeah, the game usually starts at 6 p.m. Central.
Yeah, it's always way earlier than you think.
Yeah.
It's still bright out, and they're in the second quarter of this game.
Well, we won it in the second quarter, so you can stagger it. Maybe at halftime you tune over and then stay on the ESPN or TNT game.
No, I would always just watch the start of that game and then go, oh, real game's on. TNT game's on. Let's flip over. Sorry, Hawks. See you next time.
No one's looking to watch the Hawks play in the first round. No one. And currently they're in a play-in spot, so they may not even get.
They had to earn their way in.
Yeah, on TNT. or ESPN. So the
Yeah, there you go.
the Hawks will at least get one nationally televised
Be on
game
primetime
that people care about.
Same for you, Bulls and what's the other team? Orlando.
Bulls, Heat, Orlando, Hawks. That's generally how it's been the last.
Southeast. Congratulations.
Orlando was able to avoid it last year, but generally it has been
fate comes for us all.
They avoided it by one game, by the way. Like 5 through 7 was separated by one game or so. But it's generally Heat, Hawks, Bulls, and then you can throw another team in there. Charlotte, I think, made it 1 year. But it's those three have been in the plan, I think, the last 3 years, and that's going to happen again, or at least the last 2 years, and it'll happen again. Philly was in it instead of Orlando last year because Philly had all the injuries. So imagine that injuries on Philly.
No.
So,
But it got cleared up. Yeah.
Well,
it got better this year, right?
I mean, if cleared up, you mean there's less ambiguity because no one's playing, then yes, it did get cleared up because they all got hurt.
Yeah.
Season-ending injuries. They're still pretending like Tyrese Maxey can come back so they don't get fined.
Yeah.
He might play a game or two so you don't fine us for shutting them down and shutting everyone else down, but that's coming.
He'll be on a minutes limit.
Like Zion Williamson has been shut down for the entire year. Like we didn't know that was coming. I think CJ McCollum also got that as well, as the Pelicans are well on their way to securing a really good chance at a maybe a top pick in the draft. We'll see how the lottery plays out.
Finally, they'll win. They'll get the number 1 pick. They'll get a generational tap. Finally.
Well, maybe Cooper Flagg won't run into his version of Mariah Mills, and they'll and the Pelicans might win this one instead of what's going on right now. What? It's true. It's not the only issue, but it's part of the issue.
It is a factor.
Yes.
It was a factor.
You never want that to happen. I mean, we played some sound on Chip Talk from Bow Wow talking about how some of the women on Instagram who these guys DM are just looking to hit a lick with these guys. And they're easy marks.
Yeah, you know what? Good call, Bow Wow.
Yeah. He goes, "Hey, these guys are dumb. They want to be us." By us, he means rappers, and then they get caught up with women who see them as easy marks.
Yeah, they're 19 years old with $20 million
Can
living
you-
in New Orleans or Atlanta.
I asked John and Lance. Well, I asked John and Lance to guess. I gave them a couple guesses because while Bow Wow was talking, they kept flashing to one NBA player. The same NBA player like 4 times. It's like a 1-minute clip, and they flash the same NBA player 4 times.
Is it Jalen Green?
They guessed that too, and I get it because locally,
Yeah.
and my sense of humor would be to have Jalen Green be the target, but no, it's a different player. You should only have one more guess.
Zion?
No.
Oh, okay. Tyler Hero. I just wanted to guess.
He's in a committed relationship with an Instagram woman, but they have 2 kids. So, and he wants those kids. So, unlike the guy who,
Anthony Edwards.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
4 times his face popped up. Different pictures, by the way. Just different photos of Anthony Edwards
scoring it back.
Just him smiling into the camera.
His team headshot.
Yeah, I mean, the latest stuff on him is like, I'll just pay all the child support up front. Just leave me alone. Like, I want no part of this, but I'll pay it. But can I do it in one lump sum up front? 18 years times 12 months. I'll pay it right now. Just leave me alone.
He just got me right now.
Allegedly, that's what was said in the court documents, as he wants nothing to do with his child, who acknowledges but wants nothing to do with. So there it is. That's the advice from Bow Wow.
Thank you, Bow Wow.
I mean, be smarter, guys.
Yep.
When those women in your DMs you've been DMing for years, and they finally DM you back, if they DM you back, avoid them.
That's what Calvin Cambridge himself says. Is that his name in Like Mike?
Someone tweeted us, is this name Boward Woward? Is it short for Boward Woward? No, sir, it's not. It's short for Little Bow Wow, which what it was at one point. Little Bow Wow. Now it's just Bow Wow. All right, we got one more segment to go before we wrap it up. If you want to get in, if you have some advice for NBA ballers, you can call in 713-780-3776. If not, you can just listen to Sean talk about Prize Picks.
Yes, I can't give as good advice as Bow Wow can, but who can? That's an unreasonable standard. But I can give you some advice, and that's to download the Prize Picks app today. Number 1 daily fantasy sports app, and right now you can get in because it's a Taco Tuesday on Prize Picks, which means that there's going to be discounts throughout the day on all these player projections. Right now, Giannis player projection is slashed from 29.5 to 25.5 points tonight. as the Bucks take on the Suns. Looks pretty good. We saw the Suns on Sunday, how they looked against the Rockets. They're looking to give up points and in a hurry. Also, of course, baseball season in full swing. So if you want to take some mores on some of these Astros hitters that have been struggling, surely they're not going to keep hitting 100 on the season. They need to start getting some hits. Maybe you like that as well, or you don't believe in the Astros bats and you're going to take lesses until they get some torpedo bats. That's what you can do on Prize Picks. Download the Prize Picks app today. Use promo code MAPES when you sign up to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES on Prize Picks to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. You don't even have to win to get that money. It's guaranteed. Prize Picks, run your game.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
Dream Shake asked this. We were talking about the Rockets and what's acceptable for a potential 2 seed losing in the first round or wherever you might think this run's going to end. What's acceptable for them? Winning a first round series, losing the first round, whatever. Well, he thinks back to the Thunder. They were a 1 seed. They lost in the second round to the Mavericks team. We discussed that. Was it acceptable for them considering the expectations? The Thunder were a team coming off, did they even make the play-in the year before? Or they made it, right? They made the play-in the year before. And then they
Weren't they an 8 seed?
Maybe
2 years ago.
Maybe I'll look it up. But considering where they were the previous year, and then they make a run to the 1 seed, I think them losing the second round was acceptable.
Yeah, people didn't
No one
absolutely
was crushing them for losing that series. They lost to a team that had Kyrie and Luka on it. That's not something that people are going to kill you for.
They missed the play, or at least they missed the playoffs.
Okay.
They're 40 and 42 the year before they're the 1 seed. The Rockets were 41 and 41 the year before. They are currently a game and a half up in the 2 seed.
The Rockets.
So they really are just the Thunder.
Yeah, they're the proto Thunder, and we'll see if they make a second round series like the Thunder did. And the Thunder certainly are expected this year to at least make the Western Conference Finals and one of the favorites, if not the favorite, to make the finals out of the West. So,
yeah, the 2022-2023 Thunder were 10th in the West, so they're in the play-in. They probably just lost the first game.
Okay,
it's not under their postseason results because it doesn't count as a postseason.
It says missed playoffs. Yes, that's all it'll say. So 40 and 42 was their record. It very similar to that Rockets season of last year.
Okay, so they beat the Pelicans in the
first game
in the 9-10, and then lost the T-Wolves in the win and in to be the 8th seed.
Okay. Gotcha. Was that the year? No, I was thinking of what year was Patrick Beverley celebrating like they won the finals? What year?
I think that was the year before.
Okay, the year before. Okay.
When they're the 7th seed.
With the Wolves.
They're the 7th seed and played the Grizzlies.
Okay.
In a ridiculous series.
That series was nuts.
Where I felt worse about both young teams after. I was like,
and the Grizzlies have never really recovered.
Both these teams are morons.
They've never really recovered. So, no, I don't think it was a disappointment for what the Thunder did, Dream Shake. I think they were a young team who were led by a young superstar who was finding their way, and you win a first round series that way, you'll take it. Now you need to see them take the next step if you're a Thunder fan. And where the Rockets end up, I think it's very dependent on the opponent, but they are a team who's capable of beating any team they face in the first round, realistic teams they could face. And also, they got a shot to lose in 6 to anyone they face. That's kind of how it goes for a team who doesn't have a lot of experience, and the players who do are either like, I won't call Steven Adams a bit player, but depending on
Yeah.
matchups and who's on the other side and how the game's going, he may play or may not. And then of course, Fred VanVleet's your most experienced one when you think about winning a title. And from night to night, he could go crazy like he did against Miami, or he could be, well, what he was last night. So there's a lot of volatility with this entire Rockets squad, and it doesn't just stop with the young players.
And especially because, like we've mentioned before, in the Western Conference, even if you are the 2 seed, like, you're playing a real team in the set that's a 7
with
seed.
real expectations.
Yeah,
too.
you're
Like,
you're
teams who
playing.
expect to advance.
Yes, and maybe the Grizzlies lose enough and they drop all the way out. But even then, if they keep losing, they probably won't be the 7th seed. They'll lose to whoever the 8th seed is. So you really do. There's no easy landing. There's no, like, whoever the Celtics or the Cavs are going to play in the Eastern Conference, where it's just like, even the Knicks playing the Bucks in the first round, like, without Dame probably, and with how the Bucks have played all year, like, that's okay. You feel all right about that one. The 4-5 is going to be the Pacers and the Pistons. Those are 2 teams that, like, again, if the Rockets play them in the first round, you expect them to win. And that's going all the way to the 4 seed in the East. In the West, it's like, man, maybe the Clippers win the play-in game, but Kawhi Leonard is now 40% for the rest of the series.
I was just about to ask, because I was looking at Jalen Brunson and when he's expected to return. He hopes to be back before the playoffs. We're not going. Are we getting out of this year without a major injury to a player? We have the illness to Dame, and puts him in jeopardy.
We're definitely getting.
Are we getting a major injury to a star before?
Not 100%, but, like, I'm 95% sure. We get it every year.
It happens every year.
It happened last year to the Bucks.
Butler didn't make it out of the play-in. He played the play-in and got hurt. So, as much as we're talking about how some of these series can go, one injury.
Yeah, Amin Thompson in the Suns game where it looked like he sprained his ankle. I think Kevin Durant actually sprained his ankle, but he's not a playoff team, so it doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter if he gets hurt.
Early vacation for him. That these things just happen. And so, yes, we talk about all these teams and, like, the ideal full strength, but that's not what they're going to be 1 week from now, 2 weeks from now, a month from now.
Hell, even when the playoffs begin, who knows? Series change in the first quarter, some guy turns an ankle or suffers worse than that. Okay, we're done for the day. That's what that music means. Since we're done, and Paul Gallant's up next, what does that mean for us, Sean?
We did it!
We did. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Hello and welcome aboard the Paul Gallant Show on this Tuesday, April 1st, 2025. I am Paul Gallant, and this is the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. You know how to get aboard. You heard Mr. Voiceman himself say it, 713-780-3776 to call, to text on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. I was driving into work today on Westheimer, as I always do. As I got closer and closer to where our station is, which is at 5353 West Alabama, and I noticed something in the right lane. It was a man just walking in the middle of the right lane. He had a shopping cart filled with perhaps all of his belongings. He was slowly trudging in the middle of Westheimer, in the right lane, on a path to who knows where. As I looked at this man and angrily got into the left lane and drove around him, and may have put on a little extra gas to emphasize how annoyed I was that this person didn't use the sidewalk.
Did you do the move of like staring at him as you passed?
I did, Sean.
Okay, good.
I did. Because I wasn't happy. But then something came to me. All the effort, all the energy this man was putting into pushing this shopping cart down the street in the right lane of Westheimer at 11:50 on a Tuesday was more than the Astros offense has given us all year long. This man slowly plodding along. You know what? At least he was trying. At least he was trying to get from point A to point B. You could say he was trying to find his home base as he slowly creeps down the right field line heading to first. He's going somewhere. Where's this Astros offense going? It's only been 4 games. It is a limited sample size. And if you listened to yesterday's show, or if you saw me on TV Sunday night on KHOU with our front office insider at ESPN Houston, Jeremy Booth, and Zach Tawatari, you'd note that I believe that the Astros have a process that ultimately will see this offense eventually wake up. But last night doesn't have me feeling great. I'm waking up on Tuesday morning after watching the Astros lose 7-2 to the Giants, and falling asleep watching the Rockets lose a ugly ass game to the Lakers, 104 to 98. I'm waking up and I am wondering, at what point are we going to look at ourselves in the mirror and realize this offense is a lot like the 2016 Houston Texans offense with Brock Osweiler, in that they're effed. It's early. And again, I like that they're being patient for the most part. But last night, they stopped being patient. Last night, all of a sudden, they were swinging at everything again. Come on, guys. 3 games before we're going back to our bad habits? What are you? Paul Gallant trying to enact his New Year's resolutions of not procrastinating and not texting exes? Which, by the way, I bailed on in early February? Are you me? 3 hits last night, just 3 walks. They at least did get a hit with runners in scoring position. In fact, they had 2. Thanks to Isaac Paredes' 2-run double. But, you know, we talk about the process. The Astros threw 166 pitches last night. The Giants threw 125. And I don't know, maybe Jordan Hicks is going to be a Cy Young winner someday. And he threw some electric stuff, and he was painting the corners. I mean, he actually did pitch very well. So you can tip your hat to Jordan Hicks if you want, the H-Town native. But the guy's the Giants' 4th starter. A Giants team that signed Justin Verlander after an off season and has him at the top of their rotation. So here is my question to you on the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. At what point is it okay to panic about the offense? I'm not there yet. It's going to take me some time to get there. But this has been a very brutal start, especially when you consider that Kyle Tucker is crushing it with the Cubs. And Alex Bregman, at the very least, has a passable batting average, Mr. Slow Starter, compared to literally all Houston Astros not named Jose Altuve. How much longer, Sean, do we have to, I think, be patient before we perhaps just hit it in overdrive and blast past that old man pushing a cart of all of his belongings on Westheimer and full into the panic zone?
We clip that homeless man.
Oh, we don't clip him. We don't clip him.
Okay.
No, we are going to do essentially what Maverick does in Top Gun, you know?
Buzz the tower.
We're buzzing the tower.
Okay, I got you. Listen, I'm going to need more than, at most 3 runs in a game. That's the season high so far for the Astros. I'm going to need a 5 spot before Monday. Before we turn on the microphones Monday. I just need a good game.
Okay.
A good
just one
offensive game.
Just one.
I need a 5 to 3 win.
Maybe it'll happen tonight.
Yes.
At Minute Maid Park against the Giants with Hayden Wisniewski on the mound against the Giants number 5 starter. Maybe it happens in the early afternoon game on Wednesday before the Astros go on the road for the first time this year. I'd prefer it happen these next 2 games.
I definitely prefer. I prefer they scored 7 runs in the first inning. I'm just saying, for the bare minimum, for me not to start to, I don't know if I'm going to use the P word, but to start to worry. The other P word. No, the other one. I'm going to start to worry if we still are getting, even if they go 500 and we're just going 2-1 win, 2-1 loss, 3-1 win, 2-1 loss. Like, even if that kind of maintains, like, that's not good. Even if the record is good, I'm going to need not even a run bonanza. I'm not even asking for oh my God, the 2017 Astros are back kind of giant game. I just need a score 5 or 6 runs game.
I need 5 runs 3 times in the next week.
Whoa. Oh, okay. In the next week.
Next week.
Okay.
5 runs 3 times in the next week. Otherwise, buckle up. You'll be getting a lot of this man, the Paul Gallant Show's favorite superhero.
Think your favorite team has it all figured out? Think again.
I thought what we had was special!
Sure, for now.
Oh, God. Oh, man. Oh, God. Oh, man. Oh, God.
Never fear. A superhero is here to remind you why your team's actually
Up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane.
It's Panic Man!
Yes, it is I, Panic Man. 5 games into the Astros season. Yes, I'm here. You have just 18 hits in 4 games? I thought this was a World Series contender. 8 runs in 4 games? If I'm doing my math, that's just 2 runs a game. It seems like a lot of crap. Oh, you're 3 for 23 with runners in scoring position on a team with Jose Altuve and Yordan Alvarez? 25 runners left on base? You should go to jail! 3 extra base hits in 4 games? What is this? A starving third world country? 26th in on-base percentage. 27th in steals with 0. 28th in batting average, 28th in runs, 29th in OPS, 30th in slugging, and 30th in home runs with just 1. That little dinky boinker boink by Jeremy Pena. It was like 12 feet off the ground. At least they're getting walks. They do have 13 walks. 13th in walks was 16 in 4 games. They're in 3rd place in the AL West. The Angels are in 1st. Who the hell is Wilmer Flores? He's on pace for 121.5 home runs this year. Intentionally walk his ass. Jordan Hicks is their 4th starter. Oh, that guy looks better than most of the Astros pitchers.
Panic Man! Away!
Perfect timing. Good job, Panic Man.
I mean, look, still got some time to go before we're where Panic Man is. But I just want to remind the Astros that the panic button is not as far away as it's been in years past. And this is a very, very bad start offensively. I'm still being patient. I would just encourage them to get back to what they were doing the first 3 games, which was being patient at the plate, drawing walks, working pitchers counts. And I get that that Jordan Hicks was doing a fantastic job and perhaps making it difficult for the Astros to sit back and take pitches and try to draw walks. But come on. We're 4 games in. You can't be an entire lineup of Alex Bregmans, especially when Alex Bregman's doing better than pretty much every single Astro, and especially when Kyle Tucker's doing better than every single Astro.
I was gonna say this isn't even like full of Alex Bregman. Jordan Alvarez is hitting below 100. He has a batting average below 100. No one has a batting average above 200 other than Altuve, and the guy at 200, it's Jake Myers who's batting 9th. This is bad. This is really bad stuff.
But we're not panicking.
Not panicking.
That's just panic,
Just
man.
because it's honestly because this is like such an outlier. It's so outlier bad that I'm not quite where it's not like
I get what you're saying.
They're consistently getting hits, but they're straining guys on third and second base, or they're leaving the bases loaded. They are doing that sometimes, but it is so like I don't think that Jordan Alvarez just sucks now. I don't think
either.
that Isaac Paredes just sucks or Yainer Diaz can't hit anymore. Like these guys, I believe in their track record to be decent. It's just I would really like to see it sometime before this weekend.
And I will reject any column where the Astros talk about the batter's eye. I reject it. I reject it 100%. And listen, it could happen at some point this year. I know now the batter's eye is black, which I would assume, because there's a lot of contrast between white, the color for baseball, and black. I would assume that it's the most visible it's ever effing been. Figure it out. Sean Mace behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. It's the Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in Houston. 713-780-3776 to call, to text, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. At what point is it acceptable to panic about the Astros' struggles offensively? Also last night, we saw the Houston Rockets take on LeBron James and the Los Angeles Lakers. Does that game have you feeling differently about the Rockets as we get closer and closer to the playoffs? Stick around. I'm Paul Gallant. It's ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You're listening to the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in Houston. In the last segment, we asked the question, at what point is it acceptable to panic about the Astros' slow start on offense? And then Panic Man made an appearance. Check out the segment if you want to see Panic Man in his mask on our YouTube channel at ESPN Houston. On the text line, as a team, writes one texter, the Astros have one home run. Kyle Tucker already has 3 bombs this year. Yes, Kyle Tucker has as many extra base hits with those 3 bombs as the Astros do all season too, because they have 1 home run from Jeremy Pena, barely cleared the fence. And then they also have a Yordan Alvarez double and an Isaac Paredes double from last night. Another texter says, wow, the Astros are batting 157 as a team. Yes. Again, statistically, it's all so bad. And the hope is that it's an anomaly. But good God, it's very, very bad. Multiple texts and a Twitch comment from Grinding on Coffee and Whiskey. And everyone is asking for the torpedo bats. And I'll be honest, when it comes to the torpedo bats, I'm not going to act like I know the ins and the outs. All I know is that some Yankees are using it and that the Yankees have a lot of home runs to open up the season. But there are torpedo bats all across the sport, and apparently they have been allowed. What is a torpedo bat? It is a brand new bat that MIT engineers have designed where I guess the barrel is a little bit bigger than it is in your normal, typical bat. So there are more spots on the bat that if you make contact with the baseball, theoretically, it's just a bigger sweet spot, you know? The Astros should not be above torpedo bats. Not one Houston Astro should be above that, especially if we take a look at this team as the most competitive, he said, with quotation marks around that, team in all of baseball over the past decade, you know, with the whole thing. If this team is as competitive as we want them to be, they better be taking a look into bringing some in so that everybody can try them out. We need to get some torpedo bats down here. How much do they cost? I don't know. All I know is, yes, bring them in as quickly as possible. Someone else texted in, Rafael Montero's stuff looked good yesterday. I think he's back. You are trolling, you son of a biscuit. You're just trying to rile me up. Nope, we're not going to get riled up after 4 Astros games, no matter how bad the offensive numbers are. Rafael Montero was the second to last Astros pitcher to get work this year. Hayden Wesneski will be the last. And yeah, he's the white flag now. I kind of like that this is Rafael Montero's new role. When Montero comes into a game, and at first it didn't look so bad, but as soon as he allowed a couple of runners on and then those runners got home, I realized, okay, when the Astros put Rafael Montero into a game, I can change to another game.
Yes, and last night was a perfect night for that
because we had Rockets-Lakers.
Rockets time.
And this was a frustrating loss for the Rockets. Now, a lot of people are pointing at calls made by referees and the lack of free throw attempts for the Rockets as one of the reasons that they went down last night. There was a suspect technical foul called on Tari Eason after an awesome dunk that he had. He said one word. I don't know what that word was, but it led to him getting a tee. If you are so hyper-focused on the referees, I'm just going to tell you, there's no more Bill Worrell anymore to steer you that way. The NBA and referees are not out to get the Rockets. Referees just are not great. And sometimes, yeah, they get a little bit me. You know, they like the attention. They like trolling, perhaps even. But I'm not blaming last night's Rockets loss on referees. 104-98. It was an ugly basketball game. I mean, you could tell both of these teams were perhaps a little bit tired. I mean, LeBron James played at least, so that was nice to see. But what version of LeBron James was that? Felt like he was in autopilot for a lot of the game. Luka Doncic did not look like himself either. I mean, it was one of those games where you're looking back at it and you're probably going to think to yourself, this is just your typical late March, early April game as teams are playing out the string. But I'm a little concerned with how dumb the Rockets played. I felt they were really, really sloppy. And I don't know what frustrated me more, if it was every single wide open three that Fred VanVleet missed, or if it was Dylan Brooks, who clearly was a little extra excited for this game, given that he's going up against the Bear, LeBron James. What was the quote that Dylan said a couple of years ago with the Memphis Grizzlies?
I poke bears.
I poke bears, right. And Dylan had some nice plays defensively, but Dylan started feeling himself a little bit too much. And there was a play where he dribbles to the right of the basket, and then he shot a fadeaway from the right elbow on a night where he was clanking and clanking and clanking like Philip Seymour Hoffman's character in Along Came Polly. Let it rain, clank. Let it rain, clank. That was Dylan Brooks. That was Fred VanVleet. The shooting wasn't great, but I felt like the Rockets played dumb in this game. And, you know, you talk about how this team doesn't have a closer. I mean, they needed one. But down the stretch, it just was a lot of dumb. I'm assuming Ime Udoka saw something that Jalen Green did that was wrong, unless it was before the game decided that the reigning Western Conference Player of the Week was not going to play the last couple of minutes of a back-to-back. Jalen Green was on the bench, and the Rockets didn't really seem to know what they were doing down the stretch. Really, of all the players on the Rockets last night, specifically in the second half, when the Rockets were allowing wide open threes by the Lakers for the entirety of the third quarter, the only guy that I felt like on the court was someone who belonged in the NBA playoffs was Amin Thompson. And Tari Eason, too. Both of those guys, the Terror Twins, I thought had great nights.
Yeah.
But what's going on with the starters? What's up? I get it. Second night of the back-to-back. But, hey, is being tired an excuse to play dumb? And I imagine that Ime Udoka is grilling them today at their film session. And he should. It got really sloppy. It got really ugly. And, hey, I think we all know that the Rockets' playoff ceiling isn't that high just because they lack that true number one guy, at least at this point in time. Maybe Jalen Green changes all of our minds in the playoffs when they begin. He has, again, been playing very well. But last night, things that unfortunately have not quite been cleaned out of a rather messy college-aged Houston Rockets dorm, you know?
Yeah.
It's strewn all over the place, Sean. It's just a little sloppy, and you want them to be a little more like a man.
Yeah, there's definitely some fat that can be trimmed off of their game, and just like some shots that you're just like, you know what? Didn't need to take that one.
Nope.
You could have worked harder for a better one.
Yep.
And yeah, I don't know. It's another situation of where you can't really get all these guys playing either A games or B games, or even like one of them playing a C game, but the rest of them playing pretty well. It's like you still will just get the absolute like basement level Fred VanVleet or Jalen Green game where it's just like, oh my God, like you don't even have a chance. And the Rockets only played 8 guys in this game. They played 3 guys off the bench. And it was Tari Eason, it was Steven Adams, and it was Jabari Smith. So they didn't play another guard off the bench in a game where their guards were awful. Their starting backcourt was terrible, and they didn't play another one the entire game. I guess if you want to say that Amin Thompson kind of shifted from being a forward with the starters to a guard on the bench. Sure. Point still stands that they ran this like they were taking this game seriously. They only played 8 guys. And I thought that their defensive plan was at least pretty good. You could say that it's just, you know, Luka and LeBron being like, not tonight. We're not really feeling it tonight.
It didn't feel like 100% from those two.
But there still is the like, okay, they're just funneling the shots to Gabe Vincent and to Dorian Finney-Smith.
Who was on crack last
Yes,
night.
those guys took 24 threes. They were probably 12 for 25.
12 for 24. Yep.
Yeah, 12 for 24 combined. And it's just like, hey, we're gonna live with Vincent sending us home tonight. Like that's just what we're gonna have to live with. And it happened. So like the defense, I don't really have a problem with the Rockets. It's the offense where it's just like, what are we doing, guys? And if that's like maybe they need to play more through Şengün in that kind of matchup, as opposed to letting Fred VanVleet take 14 shots and Dylan Brooks takes 16. I don't know.
I'm with you there. You know what? Angry Turkish Rockets fans last night, you got a case. You got a case.
Yes.
I mean,
and this show we're standing
we
united
stand with Turkey, who's cracking down on all the protests. Yeah, Dylan Brooks is 5 of 14. Fred VanVleet's 2 of 14. 7 of 28. Come on.
Yeah, no.
Let's. It's not your
And
night.
the two guys that played the most minutes, I think.
Yep, they were. Van Vliet played 40 and Dylan Brooks played 36. You're right on that front. Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in Houston. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text. And you want to weigh in on last night's Rockets loss to the Lakers or the lack of offense by the Houston Astros to open up this season. Up next, everything you might have missed in the weekend of sports, including a fabulous technical foul for Dylan Brooks and a great fight in the NBA. Stay put. Everything you might have missed over the weekend in the world of sports. The Rockets smoked the Phoenix Suns on Sunday in a game where Dylan Brooks got ejected. He got double teed up. Here is NBA referee Bill Kennedy fabulously ejecting Brooks from the game.
After reviewing the play, there are a number of technical fouls have been issued. Technical foul on Durant. Technical foul on Richards. And 2 technical fouls on Brooks. And he has been ejected.
I mean, it's kind of funny the way he did it until you realize that he does it to your team. I would have been pissed had I seen that live mid-broadcast. I did not see it until after the fact.
Yeah.
The way he did that was very much ref show. I mean, first off, announcing the 2 Suns players as getting the technical fouls first.
Yeah.
The pause. Then announcing a Rockets player got 2 technicals, forgetting that he's Dylan Brooks.
Dramatic pause.
For dramatic effect. Checking the roster to see who he was
9?
ejecting.
It was number 9. Who was number 9?
The guy who constantly gets technical fouls.
The guy who lead, or no, he's third in the league.
I there's a part of me that appreciates the art with which a referee, Bill Kennedy.
Yeah, Bill Kennedy is the best at that, or he does this the most.
It was
he puts on a show with it.
It was performative. It was a performative ejection, but at the same time, F you, dude.
Yeah, I think it's fine because it's a 30-point game in the regular season. If he tries this in a playoff series,
we riot. We are storming the court.
I mean, Scott Foster just passes the baton to Bill Kennedy as far as persona non grata in the city of Houston.
So this gives Dylan Brooks 16 technical fouls for the season, which means he will be suspended, but the NBA Players Association is appealing it, and theoretically, this could be reduced to a single technical foul, right? So
yes,
there's an argument.
If he gets to 16, he will be suspended for a game just by accumulation of technicals over the season. Once you hit 16, you're suspended for a game,
and then
I think every 1 or 2 after that, you get suspended again. But it slate clean before the playoffs.
Some people would like Dylan Brooks to just get it out of the way so that for some of these games down the stretch, he's not going to be suspended.
I was thinking he should get a tech because they play the Jazz next. And it's just like, get it over with.
Just get it. Just do it right after the tip off.
Yeah, but
just shove somebody onto the ground.
Yeah, but
sack him in the nuts.
Whenever he does, we know, he's not going to go 7 games without getting a tech.
Zero
just
chance.
Whatever 16 divided by 70 is, he's already above that pace.
He's won every 4 to 5.
Exactly. So I think just get out of the way. Just knock it out, and we can ride for the rest of the season, which will be important.
Yes.
I mean, really, the 2 least important games are the 2 next ones against the worst team in the West, the Jazz, and the best team in the West, the OKC Thunder, who are so much the best team in the West that does not matter.
Continuing across the NBA, there was a huge fight over the weekend between the Detroit Pistons and the Minnesota Timberwolves. And if you watch the actual fight take place, Timberwolves went up for a layup, and a Timberwolves player and a Pistons player got face to face. I really do not know what it was all about, but they get in each other's grill.
I think it was a build-up from a couple possessions before with DiVincenzo and Holland.
Right.
DiVincenzo
gets in second because he shoves Holland. So basically what happens, you have a Timberwolves player and a Pistons player, Holland, facing off. Dom DiVincenzo comes in and shoves Holland, and the next thing you know, the cameras could not even keep tabs on what was going on.
Fracas that falls into the first row behind the baseline.
Yeah. I mean, they definitely fell on some rich people here. And something has gone viral because a lot of people said, hey, look, Isaiah Stewart, the guy who once tried to fight LeBron James and was running through every single hold me back guy to try and get LeBron James in the midst of the game. Respect, I like Isaiah Stewart. Wish that Syracuse had actually recruited him. Famously, he didn't go to Syracuse because Jim Boeheim dissed him once. Ouch. I know.
The wrong guy to diss, too.
Yep, for sure. At least he didn't try to beat up Boeheim. But anyway, there is a picture that has gone viral where it looks like Isaiah Stewart may have been grabbing Dante DiVincenzo's junk on the bench.
Yeah, you know, it's there's a lot of bodies involved.
Yeah, I think he was going for a punch and he missed it. And yeah, it does. His hand is placed right.
He's just trying to reach over and grab him. And yeah, he's probably getting hit as he's doing the reach.
Yep. So
I will say
a little bit.
But being Isaiah Stewart, you do stick out in a situation like this just because we know. It's same thing with Dylan Brooks. Like, he carries a history with him when it comes to getting technical fouls.
Yeah.
You also carry it because he is getting suspended for this, like the actual incident, and also because he got 2 technical fouls, and so he's getting over. So he gets 2 games.
2 game suspension.
I think everyone else got 1.
Shout out to the Pistons. The Pistons are back.
Good. They're good.
Malice in the Palace stuff, and they are the first team in NBA history to triple their win total from the previous season. Sort of goes to show you how bad they were last year.
That's the hard part, is to be so bad. But yeah, congrats.
Kevin Willard left Maryland for Villanova. That one overlooked in an NCAA tournament weekend that saw 4-1 seeds all advance to the Final Four. Of course, our beloved Cougs, Duke, Florida, Auburn. So Willard leaves for Villanova, and people at Maryland are pissed because he told players via Zoom. I can understand you look at this and this is the wrong way to do it, but I also think that for Kevin Willard, who has been on record vocally talking about a lack of give a crap by Maryland when it comes to their basketball program, I actually get why Willard might have done it this way. I do think you owe it to your players to be a little bit better, but it wasn't exactly like Maryland had a great year. You know, think about it. Maryland barely beat Colorado State in the second round. They might have won on a travel, and they did advance to the Sweet 16. But do you think going forward that Maryland as a basketball program in the Big Ten is going to be a national title contender anytime soon? No, Villanova is clearly the better job, always has been the better job when it comes to basketball. Maryland's had some good years from time to time, but Maryland is more focused on football.
Yeah, and which to
Willard's point, I get why you'd be pissed if all the NIL money's not going to your basketball program, which is really the only program that has a chance of ever being nationally relevant, weirdly, because it's just really hard in college football to go from the tier that Maryland is at, which is probably like 2 below, like almost contenders.
Yeah, they're like below average Big Ten team.
They're maybe football. A 6-win season every 3 years.
Yeah, and if you're Kevin Willard, you're like, well, at Villanova, I don't have to split it. I don't have to.
Right.
I don't have. There is no. Or there is a football team,
but no one cares about it.
So yeah, for Willard, it makes sense. For Maryland, I would say it doesn't really make sense. I agree with you that I think they should lean more basketball.
Yeah.
Just like you mentioned, they really climb up that hill. It's so hard to actually climb up that hill to become Ohio State, Penn State, Michigan. Like, that's who you're competing with. Where in basketball, like, you saw it this year with the Maryland Terrapins. They had 5 good players.
Yeah,
and
it's a good area for basketball,
they
too.
made the Sweet 16.
I mean,
Derek Queen's from Maryland, or from Baltimore.
Between Baltimore and D.C., I mean, Maryland.
You'll figure it out.
Maryland going for them from a basketball
and again,
perspective.
You need 5 guys that are good, as opposed to football where you need 35.
Exactly. And you're competing with, first off, the Big Ten conference that you're in, but also just about every single SEC school that like is
too
encroaching.
Close to the SEC.
Yeah, on that territory.
Yeah, exactly.
Did anyone see this in college baseball? Kentucky, go F yourselves. I'm standing up for the Aggies here. This is some of the most soft.
This is very Bush League.
Soft Bush League crap I've ever seen. So Kentucky was beating Texas A&M 10-5 apparently there is a rule in college baseball where on Sundays there's something called a travel curfew. So no new inning can be started after 5:30 Central Time. So Kentucky, who was up 10-5 in the 8th, basically just stalled and stalled and stalled some more to make sure that they did not end the 8th inning so that there would be a 9th inning before 4:30. That is a load of crap. And look, I get that the travel curfew is in effect, but okay, maybe college baseball needs a pitch clock if there's some rule like this in place. I mean, if the sport can take too long and you can just sit up there and delay and delay and delay, and watching the replay of this, I did not see a pitch clock behind the backstop or anything like that. This is some crap. So the Aggies got hosed, and obviously, who knows if the Aggies are going to score with 4 outs left, 5 runs to tie things up.
But
it's lame.
more, it's dishonorable. And I don't really understand why they need this. I mean, they're students. They got to get to class on Monday.
Yeah.
But come on, guys. I think this is terrible look for Kentucky baseball.
For sure.
A team that I've never once thought of in my entire life.
Same.
I've never thought about. They're wearing black jerseys in this. They look like the Mets alternates. Like, it's so weird.
Kentucky baseball finally relevant for pulling some Bush League bleep against an actual baseball school. So there you go. That's in case you missed it. Everything you might have missed over the weekend in the world of sports. Also, Stanford had fired their coach for bullying. Andrew Luck is running the show at Stanford. He's basically their GM. They hired Frank Reich, but they hired him for 1 year, which is very funny.
Literally substitute teacher.
He's their substitute teacher for a year. Honestly, it might work out with Frank Reich. I feel like that's pretty good hire for Stanford.
He's solid.
That's definitely better than most places would be able to get as far. I mean, he's a former NFL head coach.
Better than Stanford will be able to hire for their full-time.
Yeah, I think so. Honestly, I think Andrew Luck.
I think it's because it's 1 year, no strings attached. This is here for a good time, not a long time. That's why Frank Reich is like, yeah, sure, I'll do it. But if they slid him a 3-year contract, I'm going to be an offensive coordinator.
I don't know. I think Stanford is pretty cushy. David Shaw was there forever.
But
David Shaw got bored.
I was going to say,
right,
but it's tough because you can't really transfer guys in. You can't really paying guys is tough.
Just fib. Just lie. Stanford's been good before. It's not impossible to be good at
But
Stanford.
it was before the transfer portal stuff.
True.
And it was good with Jim Harbaugh.
Oh, they got money, though.
Yeah, they want to spend it on school, not sports.
Yeah, fair point. Sean Mace behind the glass and Paul Gallant. In case you missed everything you might have missed over the weekend in sports, 2 questions for you on the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. 1, at what point is it acceptable to panic about the Astros' slow start on offense? And 2, does last night's Rockets loss have you feeling any differently about their chances come playoff time? Stick around on the most interactive sports talk show in Houston, the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
This is the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Rough loss for the Astros last night. The offense continues to struggle. 7-2, they lose to the Giants. We'll see Hayden Wesneski on the hill for the Astros tonight at Dyken Park. At what point can you panic about the Astros offense? One texter says, well, let's wait until even the torpedo bats aren't helping. That's fair. I'd like a shipment of torpedo bats to Dyken Park ASAP. Another text. Imagine if it was the Astros who started out the year using that bat with all these home runs. I guarantee you they would say we're cheating again. I wouldn't care. I would not care at all. I really wouldn't. In fact, I'd kind of like the Astros once again getting all pissed off because that would mean that they're relevant.
Yeah, it'd make me feel alive again.
Yeah.
Make me feel good.
I want to feel something. And right now, all I'm feeling about the offense is a little bit of panic. Just a little bit. Not a lot. A little bit, though, you know?
Yeah. Also,
I'm doing a double take looking at the panic button.
Also, the Yankees have scored 30 runs in 3 games. I would like that.
I would like also Kyle Tucker, 3 home runs in 4 games. Yes. Actually, I guess it's a little more than 4 games because they played those games in Japan.
Yeah, they've played.
Tucker's a little
7.
bit more into the swing of the regular season. That's why this is happening.
Played twice as many games. Yeah.
Yeah. More texts. At what point is it acceptable to panic about the Astros offense? I am trusting the process. This team is going to take more pitches. They're going to force longer at-bats for opposing pitching. But it felt like they forgot to do that against Jordan Hicks last night. More texts. Some people are blaming Joe Espada on YouTube. BVB09. Joe Espada says Joe Espada says BVB09 will have a nice speech ready by the time we're 2-12. Well, he's going to have to write it out because I don't think Espada's great off script. A little Kamala Harris-esque on that front. What? I mean, she's not great at improvising. And I think Joe Espada's speeches have been rather lacking, at least the ones that we have caught on camera. I think that the Astros social media folks need to perhaps do a little editing, get microphones, add some sort of dramatic music in the background to give it a little more ambience. You know, we need some sort of aura because it's definitely not coming from Espada. So you got to add like Hans Zimmer behind him the next time you post a Joe Espada speech. I don't think they'll be 2-12 though. They just need to start being a little bit better at the plate to this point. Another text. Joe Espada isn't a ballsy enough manager, and Dana Brown shouldn't even be employed. Well, I got no issue with Dana Brown outside of the things he says, because as someone who has described himself as a straight shooter, I do think that he often optimistically shoots, which isn't ideal, especially when you don't like being gaslit or told about the back of baseball cards. Joe Espada isn't a ballsy enough manager. What is Joe Espada supposed to do about the bats, though, to this point? It's funny that we always go to blaming the manager. Would things be better with Dusty Baker right now? I don't know. Really, I have no idea, but I do find it amusing that we constantly go to blaming the manager or the general manager for a team that can't get hits. Hell, it would make more sense to blame the owner, Jim Crane, than it does to blame Espada for this slow start or Dana Brown for this slow start. Some more texts. These have to do with the Houston Rockets. A texter asks, where is Rudy T when you need him? Well, Rudy T for the Astros, maybe for those texters who were complaining about Espada and Dana Brown. Another comment. In the final 2 minutes of the Rockets game, I didn't understand keeping Jalen Green on the bench. I don't care about his percentage at that point. Give me him over Dylan Brooks every day. Yeah, especially if Dylan Brooks is going Kobe and shooting fadeaway jumpers from the elbow. I'm with you on that one. I do think that it must have been predetermined. And I don't know if after the game, because this was not televised, I don't know if after the game Ime Udoka said why Green was not in the game at that moment in time. But yeah, I definitely would have preferred to have the Rockets' best offensive player, the Western Conference Player of the Month or week. I forget which one it was, Sean. Was it month or week?
It was week.
Okay, that's what I thought. Because if it was of the month, I think we would all be very excited about Jalen Green right now. Ron says it's way too early to panic on Twitch about the Astros and their offense. I do think it's early, but the numbers are alarming. And in case you didn't hear them a little bit earlier, when Panic Man came in, 18 hits in 4 games, 8 runs in 4 games, 3 for 23 with runners in scoring position, 25 men left on base, just 3 extra base hits in 4 games, 26th in on-base percentage, tied for 27th in steals with 0, 28th in batting average, 28th in runs, 29th in OPS, 30th in slugging, 30th in home runs with just 1, and it barely was a home run. They're 2-2, and at least they're getting a lot of walks. They got 16 walks in 4 games. Most of the teams who have more walks than them have played more games. So at the very least, the process of being patient at the plate is seeing some results. But last night, it seems like they forgot him against Jordan Hicks, who did have a great night on the mound. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5, 713-780-3776 to call to text, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. The Astros, they let us down last night. The Rockets, they let us down last night. But guess what? Sometimes the night is darkest just before the dawn. Actually, I think always the night is darkest just before the dawn. That's how the sun rotating the earth works, or the earth rotating the sun works. Whatever. I'm not an astrologist. But just when the Astros and Rockets couldn't disappoint you more, the Houston Texans, they're going to have you giddy in the next segment. What am I talking about? You got to stick around to find out. It's the Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Stay put. Most interactive sports talk show in Houston. 713-780-3776 to call and to text. The Astros are off to a 2-2 start. Their offense hasn't started. So, hey, at the very least, for the most part, the pitching's done all right. Wasn't a bad outing by Ronel Blanco last night. But the offense needs to give you more than 3 hits and 3 walks. It's early, and perhaps it's an anomaly, but the Astros are wretched in just about every single major offensive category. Then you have a Rockets-Lakers game last night, which the Lakers won 104-98, a very sloppy game. The Rockets looked lost on offense down the stretch. Fred VanVleet, Dylan Brooks were missing shot after shot after shot, and the Rockets did allow a lot of wide open threes by Lakers players who you wouldn't expect to kill you, but they had 2 guys with 40 points off the bench. So the 2 questions on the most interactive sports talk show in Houston are, at what point is it okay to start panicking about the Astros offense? The other, does last night's Rockets loss have you thinking any differently about their chances, their ceiling, the Houston Rockets, in the playoffs? But guys, I want to talk about something else, because just when the Astros and Rockets are letting you down, it's time for us to take a pill, a deep steel blue pill, because your Houston Texans are doing all the right things this offseason. Texans swarm. Guess what, guys? At the NFL owners meetings, the Houston Texans and the things they've done this offseason are getting rave reviews. Specifically moves that brought one guy into the fold. Their exes have unbelievable amounts of compliments. First off, let's talk about Sean McVay. Did you know that new Texans offensive coordinator Nick Caley used to work for Sean McVay? Yeah. He also used to work for Bill Belichick. Greatest football mind ever? I don't know. But here's Sean McVay at the NFL owners meetings talking about Nick Caley and what he brings to the table.
I think the great thing for Nick is he was always preparing to take those next steps while still being totally present in his role. And I think, I go back to even just his foundation, starting with Coach Belichick and the amount of ball that you're exposed to, doing ball the right way. He was ready. He sees the game through an all-22 lens. I think that he's going to do an excellent job, and he's been preparing himself just based on the way that he approaches every single day.
Swarm! Yeah. Nick Caley? Maybe he can teach the Houston Astros a thing or two about offense. You heard it right there from Sean McVay. Sean McVay thinks Nick Caley is going to do a good job as Texans offensive coordinator. Lock it up. Texans, top 5 offense in 2025.
He has years of experience preparing to be an NFL play caller.
He learned from Bill Belichick, Sean Mapes.
He did. He learned at the right hand of the father.
And then he also learned from Sean McVay, who many are saying is the prophet of football coaching. I
still remember that Super Bowl, but okay.
I do too. They looked bad against Bill Belichick, but Sean McVay also learned from...
He learned from that experience.
Right. And
in
the
Super Bowl.
And so Nick Caley learned from Sean McVay's experience losing to Bill Belichick, in addition to already having been on Bill Belichick's staff. So
he knows the Bill Belichick. He knows how to beat Bill Belichick. He knows it all.
What I heard from Sean McVay there is that Sean McVay knows that Nick Caley knows more ball than he does.
Mm-hmm.
And now Nick Caley's the offensive coordinator of the Houston Texans. And Sean McVay said he's always been ready to call plays. Might have come out of the womb ready to call plays.
Yeah.
I think that first, coaching under Bill Belichick, and second, coaching under Sean McVay, it's a lot like going to Shorecrest Preparatory School in St. Petersburg, Florida, and then Syracuse University in Syracuse, New York.
A lot of people are saying
A lot of people say that. I mean, it's like the highest levels of education you can possibly get, which is what Oh, yeah, that's what I got. Damn.
Oh, that's weird.
Transitive property. Did Sean McVay also call me a genius? That's what I'm hearing. Deep Steel Blue Pill engaged and engorged. Guess what? More Texans are being held in high regard by their exes. Here's Vikings head coach Kevin O'Connell at the NFL owners meetings talking about Texans' new tackle Cam Robinson. Swarm!
What kind of football player do they get with Cam? First of all, you notice just the sheer size and length and the physical traits that he has. But I don't know if it's been talked about enough. A guy that comes in, one of the best left tackles in football, and Christian Darrisaw goes down. And Cam Robinson comes into our building on a Wednesday, and we win the next 9 football games we played against some great pass rushers. I just don't know how many times in the league that's happened. But I think that's a credit to Cam and what he's been able to do. He's played a lot of football, and the one thing about the tackle spot is, there's not very many snaps you're not blocking that defensive end. If you aren't, it's probably a run play to the right if you're the left tackle, and those are plays you've had reps at 1,000 times. So I think his transition, he's obviously stepping in for a pretty legitimate player in Laramie that's had a ton of success. So I expect Cam's going to do well.
So, for Kevin O'Connell, who's speaking in agentese right there, Cam Robinson stepped in for one of the best left tackles in the NFL, who the Vikings already have.
The wording was a little confusing because he said, one of the best left tackles in the NFL,
Christian
Darrisaw
Darrisaw
got hurt, and then we brought in Cam Robinson.
And we win our next 9 games against some great pass rushers. So credit to Cam. I think he's going to do well. I think they're going to like what he has to offer. And he's going to be stepping in for another great left tackle. So he's done this before. I'm not going to lie. The first time I saw this quote, I thought that Kevin O'Connell was calling Cam Robinson one of the best tackles in football. Then when you factor in Cam Robinson's metrics and how he was the last ranked offensive lineman in the league when it came to one-on-one pass protection.
Yeah.
Not great. But guess what? Kevin O'Connell thinks Cam Robinson's good, even though they let him walk.
Well, they won 9 straight games with him.
That's true.
I would sign up for 9 straight wins at any point in the Texans season right now.
I would
sign
too.
up for it. And I think the city would really fall in love with this team if they won 9 straight games.
Well, there's that one time where they won 9 straight games in 2018. We're no
Oh.
But maybe if they win 10.
This time, though, people would care.
Texans swarm. Guess what? More new Texans being held in high regard by their ex. Eagles GM Howie Roseman was asked about CJ Gardner-Johnson, who the Eagles traded to the Texans for Kenyon Green. Which does look great for the Texans, but doesn't look great. It looks so bad from the Eagles' perspective, who are the defending Super Bowl champions. You're like, wait a second. What do they know?
And who specialize in the offensive line.
Yes.
So,
so what do they know about Kenyon Green? And what's wrong with CJ Gardner-Johnson, who's now on his 5th team? But here's what Howie Roseman had to say. If you're taking the CJ move in just a vacuum, obviously it's not giving the whole perspective of where we're at. Chauncey did a great job for us in both the years that he was with us, obviously making the Super Bowl twice in 2 years with him as our starting safety. When you look at our team and you look at the amount of highly paid players who have earned their contracts, we've got 8 guys who are making $15 million or more. We had from 2022 to 2024 drafts, 8 starters on the Super Bowl team. None of them have long-term contracts. So basically, Howie Roseman is saying, we just have too many good players. So that's why we traded CJ Gardner-Johnson. So now CJ Gardner-Johnson is a Houston Texan, and it has nothing to do with his play. No. It's all about how they just got to pay some of these young guys because they've drafted so well.
They have too many good players, so they had to throw one our way.
Gardner-Johnson is a victim of ageism, and I think Howie Roseman acknowledged it there. So
yeah, he has a class action lawsuit.
He could have one for sure against the Philadelphia Eagles. So I'm feeling a lot better about these new Houston Texans because their exes are talking them up. Does that ever make you nervous when somebody's talking good about their ex?
Oh, yeah.
You're like, what are they hiding?
Yeah.
Are they just being good spirit?
They're on too good of terms.
Right. Like there's always a reason that it ended. What happened? What's going on?
Yeah.
He's Sean behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. We hope that Deep Steel Blue Pill helps you feel a little bit better. about the Astros' struggles at the plate and the Rockets' loss last night. Up next, how desperate are the Astros with this terrible offensive start? Should they consider these two things that have been major baseball headlines in the last couple of days? We'll discuss. Stay put.
The most interactive sports talk show in Houston continues now.
What's happening, Paul? What's up, Paul? Most interactive show, and really enjoy that aspect of it. Y'all keep it up.
Get involved in the conversation by dialing or texting 713-780-3776. Here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in Houston. You want to get in, 713-780-3776 is how you call. So you text. You can join us on YouTube at ESPN Houston. You can join us on Twitch at ESPN 975. Two questions on the table to open up today's show. First, at what point is it acceptable to panic about the Houston Astros offense? And second, after last night's rather disappointing Houston Rockets loss to the Lakers, 104-98, are you feeling any differently about the Rockets playoff ceiling? It is a back-to-back night for the Rockets. They didn't play Jalen Green the last couple of minutes, but man, I'll be really bummed out if a playoff series comes to an end because both Fred VanVleet and Dylan Brooks can't hit a shot to save their life. They had open looks last night. Both of them had a lot. The lack of a real killer from outside for the Rockets. That's the thing that they're going to need to figure out a way to get this offseason. Lots of people are out on Fred VanVleet. You go online, people are calling for VanVleet to be benched. And it is funny because take a look at what their record has been since he's been back. Like, they're winning with Fred VanVleet, but people just get pissy when VanVleet has one of those nights where he's 2 for 14, and he has those. That's the Fred VanVleet experience. He's always going to shoot. It just hasn't been going so well of late. Some texters in an answer to my question, at what point is it acceptable to start panicking about the Astros offense? Panic if they're below 500 near the 4th of July. But they need to give every player a bleeping bowling pin bat, too. Yes, the torpedo bats. Another person had texted in, hey, they're 2-2. I mean, it's a better start than they had last year. Fair. Screw the stats. Stats are for losers. The final score is for winners. 2-2.
I will say that I can't tell if last year's start has made me more, hey, listen, it's a long season. Just like they stunk for the first 2 months last season. They won the division and were leading the division by July. Like, this can really turn around really quickly. Or does it make me more nervous just because I hated watching that? That was the least enjoyable season of Astros baseball. I guess that ends in a playoff game. Like, is the least enjoyable playoff series I think I've ever, or playoff season that I've ever experienced.
Yeah,
like a regular season where you make the playoffs. It's never been worse than that, and I don't want to do that again. Also, though, like, well, they can just kind of mess around for 2 months and still win this thing.
That's true. From the 8-3-2, 10 games in Major League Baseball is close to the equivalent of one NFL game. You worry about the offense around the 30-game mark if there's still no motion. This is the most rational and pragmatic answer we've gotten to this point. Yeah. To what Sean's saying, hashtag built for this, the Astros slogan for 2025. I am not built for the Astros making the fake playoffs and losing in 2 games to a Detroit Tigers team.
I'm not hashtag built for being whatever 6-14 or 6-24 again. I'm not
either.
Built for that.
I'm also not built for the offense being literally dead last in pretty much every major statistic.
Would it make you happy if the Astros scored 6 runs, 5 runs, 7 runs in 3 straight games?
Yes.
But it was the Minnesota series that's in Minnesota, and they continue to struggle at home, and we have more of the batter's eye. They can't hit in Dyken Park.
Well, at the very least, we have a built-in excuse.
Okay.
For the Astros.
Yeah, I mean, first
they changed it up. It's different this year.
First 6
it's more
games.
visible.
First 6 games have been home games. That's why we stink.
It's too visible this year. Make it a little less visible than it was before. For those who don't know, last year and the year before that, when the Astros were struggling, routinely the batter's eye at Minute Maid, now Dyken Park, were brought up as reasons for those struggles offensively. There are articles written about it at the end of the 2023 season. More texts. I think it's absolutely reasonable to panic now since it's a carried over trend going back to last year, with the difference being, I'll add, no Bregman, who's in Boston, and no Kyle Tucker, who's in Chicago.
It's different parts, but it's also different parts that you think are worse than, at least like the, Paredes and Walker versus Tucker and Bregman. Like, you downgraded there. You got a little deeper, but you downgraded. And it is the same problem last year.
Another text on the most interactive sports talk show in Houston from the 713. Well, we've seen this Astros team hit just like this last year. Get a new hitting coach. Fire Joe Espada and the hitting coach. Of course, we're going right to Joe Espada.
Yeah, wait. The Joe Espada isn't the hitting coach.
Right. Alex Centrone is the hitting coach. Someone texted this earlier. It's a bit early for this, but then again, the thought of Alex Centrone kicking back on a contract year, watching a repeat of the last 2 years, does not surprise me. Definitely time for a change there. They have a different approach. I think it will take a little bit of time to see some results. I'm still going to be patient here, but looking at all those numbers, it sucks. You should not be getting mowed down by Jordan Hicks. Shout out to Jordan Hicks, who is an H-Town guy, but Jordan Hicks should not look like the Giants' best pitcher, which he did last night. He was painting the corner. He was hitting 100 regularly. I mean, he looked really, really good out there. You add all of that up, ultimately, you're going to get to a point where you're wondering, what the heck is wrong? Do you need to change out the Astros hitting coach? That is something I will definitely think about months from now.
Yeah, I think that can be tabled for later. I think right now, I think the way to explain is I'm definitely not panicked. I'm not worried. I am frustrated every night watching the same thing over and over again. The fact that they haven't had a good night once this season
in 4
frustrates
games.
me.
But yes, it hasn't happened yet to this point. The offense, it's been lacking, and I know we've got commercials during the commercial break for things you could do to boost the offense. You know what? I got ideas. Number 1, the torpedo bats. Everyone's talking about these torpedo bats. Every single Houston Astro needs a torpedo bat. I don't know how they work. I don't. I'm not smart enough. That's for MIT people who have designed these bats. But if the entire bat is just a barrel, it sounds great. And if baseball's just allowing that to happen, sounds even better. This way, the Astros won't get in trouble like that one time that everyone else is doing the same thing. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink. So that's at least what we say. It's at least what we say. And yes, okay, like it's more the other teams started copying what the Astros were doing than teams were doing the same thing as the Astros at the same time. But hey, I mean, I'm not even above that. Now, I think a lot of Astros fans are also breathing a sigh of relief when you saw this yesterday. Hey, remember how there was some talk about Jurickson Profar? The Astros need an outfielder. Hey, Jurickson Profar. Oh, he signed with the Braves. Damn it. Damn it.
They're moving Altuve to left field. They won't sign Profar.
Well, Profar just got suspended 80 games by baseball.
For
80
what?
games. He was suspended for performance-enhancing drugs.
Wait, you mean the guy coming off a career year last year? He got suspended for his performance was enhanced.
Yes, for human chorionic gonadotropin.
Oh, that's the good stuff.
HCG. It's a hormone produced by the placenta after a woman becomes pregnant. It plays a crucial role in maintaining and supporting early pregnancy. Now, unless there's some sort of Arnold Schwarzenegger in junior situation going on with Jurickson Profar, yeah, it does stand to reason that this is probably some sort of masking agent for extra testosterone. I would assume, not a doctor, but hey, now that baseball's caught a guy, listen, Astros, might be the time. Might be the time to juice up.
Yeah. Hey, you've already gotten tested for the year. Another test doesn't come until next spring training.
Exactly. Now Christian Walker definitely doesn't need it because Christian Walker is just beating the bejesus out of the ball. He had another line drive up the middle that was probably like 100 miles per hour or so.
1 for 4.
You got the hit.
It was 1 for 4. Actually, 1 for 4 is actually
it's 250.
Drastic improvement from everyone except for Altuve.
Yep.
If they just go 1 for 4 every night.
Yeah.
But still.
Mm-hmm. So these are some things the Astros could consider. Torpedo bats and performance-enhancing drugs. We cannot act like we, who root for the Houston Astros, are above torpedo bats. I see a lot of people like, oh, the Yankees are cheating. Like, do what they're doing.
Yeah.
If they're doing it, you can do it too. What? Now that the Astros are the second team to potentially use torpedo bats, they're not going to get in trouble. This is the Yankee problem. The defending American League champion Yankee. Oh, why did they get to the American League Championship Series and win it last year? Did they use these last year? We didn't know about it. I don't know. I don't know a damn thing about these torpedo bats. I don't really care to know about them. But if the Yankees offense is off to a great start, why not? Now, I do think that the Milwaukee Brewers seem like whiny little bitches based off of their complaining about this. They had 9 homers in what was it? Going back a couple of days. 29th was Saturday. Right. Okay. So they had, 9 homers on Saturday. And the Brewers, when asked about the Yankees and the new bat, says, I think it's terrible. We'll see what the data says. I've never seen anything like it before. I feel like it's something used in slow pitch baseball or slow pitch softball. And look, other teams are thinking about it.
Well,
Alex Cora said the Red Sox tried the Yankees style new bats.
you got to.
So, well, why? Like, if Alex Cora, noted cheater, is using what? He cheated with the Red Sox and Astros.
Yeah.
If noted cheater Alex Cora is using the torpedo bats, then why can't the Astros use it?
I will say, just like we need a larger sample size for the Astros struggling offense, I might want a more built out torpedo bat. What's it called? I need more data on that because yes, the Yankees in 3 games against the Braves scored 36 runs, or against the Brewers. The Brewers then followed it up and played yesterday, and they gave up 11 runs to the Royals.
Yeah.
Is there a chance that the Brewers just
They
stink at pitching?
I think they suck.
Okay.
Yeah, I think honestly they're just garbage.
Maybe
the Royals are good. Like the Royals in the playoffs last year.
These are 2 playoff teams that they've played. At the same time, you should not be giving up 47 runs in your first 4 games.
National League is just an amateur hour league. The National League is
Senior
basically the Pacific Coast League. You know, like could the Sugarland Space Cowboys compete in the National League? I think so. But then again, the Astros are 0-1 against the National League to this point because their offense is struggling. On the Twitch, apparently HCG, which Jurickson Profar was found to have used and suspended 80 games for, apparently it helps reproduce your testosterone after a cycle. So we got some roid users on the Twitch line. Hell yeah. Apparently Brian Cushing, when he got popped, may or may not have been using that.
Well, that was medicine for overtrained athlete syndrome.
Right. Brian Cushing's excuse when he was suspended by the league after having won Defensive Rookie of the Year was that he had overtrained athlete syndrome. I love that. It's like a flex.
Yeah. I'm trying to get overtrained athlete syndrome.
Yeah, that's right. Sean Mave's the gym guy now.
I might get some HTZ or whatever this
HCG. I kind of want.
Yeah, give me that placenta, whatever.
I want bigger arms. Give me some pythons, baby.
Yeah,
you know, we're up this sketch 24 Fitness that's on Richmond by the Galleria. Yeah, little sketch.
Yeah.
Sometimes you got to wait to use the very limited weights that are there and. There's tripods you got to step over all over the place. So, maybe we need a little HCG to get the results that we
I don't like this tripod.
Aren't getting. I hate this.
It's like you're trying to send subliminal shots to me and me setting up my tripod.
Oh wait, did you bring a tripod? Are you recording yourself working out? That would be really funny.
If I knew that you were definitely coming, I would.
You do it just to piss me off.
Yeah, just take one. Take one from the remote closet that we use to do the remote broadcast and just set it up.
Trill O'Reilly says on YouTube, my doctor put me on HCG for a year to freeze my swimmers for later use. Seems like you're using it as an excuse to use performance enhancing drugs, Trill O'Reilly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you hit 30 home runs last year also. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Anyway. These are things the Astros could do. Oh, yeah. Someone says from the 337, they're 2-2 against the National League because the Mets are in the National League. I forgot. Sorry, I forgot.
Hey, listen.
We're in spring training mode.
We're also in football mode. We're just trying to go 1-0 every 1-0. We're 0-1.
We're 0-1 this segment, but we try to go 1-0 every segment.
Yes.
Paul Gallant Show, most of the Interactive Sports Talk Show in Houston. 713-780-3776 to call the text on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Up next, the 10-minute drill. Some rule changes will happen next year in the NFL. And what's going on as the teams at the top of the 2025 NFL draft are looking for quarterbacks to save their future. We'll discuss. Stay put. The NFL owners' meetings are in progress. This is the time of year where coaches go out golfing and then find out that when they come back from said golfing, that the league has completely changed a bunch of rules to generally make things easier for offense. The only rule that we have seen changed to this point, it's the Buffalo Bills were whiny little bitches during the playoffs rule where, oh, we didn't get a possession in overtime against the Chiefs. It's not fair. Remember when that happened after they lost that game to the Kansas City Chiefs?
After they're up 3 with 13 seconds left.
Yeah. All you got to do is stop the Chiefs from, I don't know, getting a field goal in 13 seconds and then winning in sudden death overtime. But the rule changed. Now it's going to be a regular season rule as well. Each team will be guaranteed a possession during a 10-minute overtime period. But if the score ends in a tie at the end of the 10-minute period, that's it. I'm a big believer that the problem was not guaranteeing both teams a possession. And it sucks that now sudden death overtime is dead. What sucks is that now you still have a 10-minute overtime period. That's not enough time. I don't care what the NFL thinks is going to happen with 5 minutes trimmed off of overtime, but if every team gets a possession, it's not necessarily the same because the second team that gets the ball might have not much time to work with. Like theoretically, you could have a 7-8 minute drive in overtime, and then it's just 2 minutes left.
Yeah.
And you got to pick up the pace. That's what I've always hated about this rule. They changed it because they want player safety to be thought of a little bit more. But shaving 5 minutes from overtime is not going to do anything to make players healthier on a Thursday night football game later in the week. I've always found that weird. It should be a 15-minute quarter. That way we won't have ties, which are un-American. I don't like ties. So now each team is guaranteed a possession, but it's still a 10-minute period. I don't think you've necessarily fixed overtime. You've just made it worse. And how much do you really care about player safety on these short weeks if sudden death overtime is now gone?
I was going to say, no, it's a really great way to shorten games or to take player health into account. Is that if you lose the coin toss and give up a field goal, you'll lose.
It's over.
That's just, you get one drive. I don't know. I mean, this it's one of those things where they are striving for the fairest as fair can get in overtime, but at the end of the day, it does just come down to like a coin flip, or it doesn't actually come down to a coin flip, but a coin flip is going to play a large part in who has the ball first.
Right.
Because in this Chiefs Bills example, where we're doing whatever we can to help the Bills for some reason, the Chiefs would have scored a touchdown because how insane this game was. Then the Bills would have come down, gotten the ball, and scored a touchdown. And then the Chiefs would have gotten the ball again, and they would have gone down the score. The end of the day, the Bills couldn't stop the Chiefs back in 2022, whenever this game was. Why do we have to change every rule imaginable
Good question.
to placate this? No, we're actually fine in week 9 when the Jets are playing the Dolphins. That actually, I don't need both teams to have the ball here. I'm okay if one team just gets in field goal range and this game is off my TV.
If you regularly make concessions in the effort to make the game more fair, you are going to constantly be fighting wars to make everyone happy.
Yeah.
And guess what? Never happens. No one's ever happy.
Yeah. Guess what? Maybe just winning the coin toss does give you a slight advantage in overtime. Oh my God. Who cares? They play football.
Yeah.
You can get a stop. That's not illegal yet. No, they haven't changed the you can get a stop rule. They haven't changed the you can stop a team on offense.
Maybe the new rule should be like in Top Gun Maverick, how they have two teams on offense at the same time. Dogfight football. Maybe that'll work.
Completely incomprehensible
Yeah,
game.
just 22 players on each side of the field, and whoever scores a touchdown
No,
first.
I think it's still 11 on both
No,
sides.
no,
But
yeah,
you're just playing offense and defense at the same time. It's really Travis Hunter football.
Oh, yeah. This would be the where Travis Hunter could really shine. Okay. The tush push. Not banned. The debate to ban the tush push has been tabled at the NFL's owners' meetings. D'Amico Ryans doesn't hate it. Alpha. Sean McVay hates it. Beta. Classic offensive-minded guy. Well, I can't do the tush push as well as the Eagles can. D'Amico Ryans said, why should we punish a team that does it well? I agree with him there. As far as other rule changes, touchbacks on kickoffs will be marked at the 35-yard line now. So they're still trying to save that play. It'll be as it was last year. Also, on-site replay officials will now be permitted to reverse flags thrown for hits to defenseless players, along with fouls for face mask, horse collar, tripping, and running into / roughing the kicker. They will not be allowed to add a flag when an obvious foul has gone uncalled. So there you go. There's also the new rule where sportsmanship is going to be extra enforced. No throat slashes, no simulating firing or brandishing a gun, and the nose wipe gesture gone. Other proposals approved. You can have one video or phone call with no more than 5 prospective free agents during the negotiation period before the formal opening of free agency. Previously, teams could only speak with the agent of the player. So now that you can actually talk to the players, which does happen, multiple teams requested that staff members are allowed to prepare K-balls, footballs used only on special teams, before game day. It sounds a whole lot like Deflategate.
I was about to say, this is only a rule they passed when Bill Belichick's coaching in college.
Yep.
It's the only time that you could ever pass.
100%. And I'm kind of pissed about this. This is a bunch of crap.
Yeah, you can doctor the balls however you
Now
want.
you can doctor them? Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah. Hey, have Tom Brady text the deflator. Say, hey, you want a job?
Yep.
Come out to Vegas.
The Detroit Lions proposal to make playoff seeding based on regular season records instead of division championships tabled. Their proposal to eliminate automatic first downs as a penalty for defensive holding and illegal contact did not pass. So there you go. Those are all the rule changes in the NFL at the NFL owners meetings. I'm Paul Gallant. It's the Paul Gallant Show, the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. On a Tuesday, 2 questions on the table. At what point is it acceptable to panic about the Astros' slow start on offense? And does last night's Rockets loss have feeling any differently about the Houston Rockets? We also heard from D'Amico Ryans at the NFL owners meetings. What does he have to say about the Houston Texans as they enter the 2025-2026 season? You'll hear that on the other side. Stay put.
This is the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in Houston on a Tuesday, the first day of April. I've seen a litany of reports today that were clearly done as a prank because today is April Fool's Day. So when I initially saw this report, I did think there was a chance that it might be an April Fool's prank being pulled on the Texas A&M Aggie faithful. But for those who do not know, Texas A&M basketball coach Buzz Williams will take the now vacant job at Maryland to be their head coach. For those who weren't paying attention, Kevin Willard was the coach at Maryland, helped guide them to a Sweet 16 season, but along the way, and even in the tournament, was constantly criticizing Maryland for a lack of commitment to the basketball side of things. So what does Maryland do? Maryland hires Buzz Williams away from Texas A&M. I hope people know that I don't intentionally make fun of Texas A&M. I really don't. But what does this say about you as an athletic program when your baseball coach, Jim Schlossnagle, leaves for Texas? And then worse, Buzz Williams, who has been always one of the more recognizable coaches in college basketball, leaves the SEC and Texas A&M, which certainly has money, if some limits on how much they're going to put it on the basketball program compared to the football program. He's leaving the SEC for a Big Ten basketball program that literally just lost their coach because said school, which isn't even good at football, isn't spending any money on the basketball program. It's definitely not a good sign for Texas A&M. I think you have to admit that. If he is leaving a program that at face value you think is a superior athletic program to Maryland, Buzz Williams is leaving A&M for Maryland. That's not good. That's all I really have got. I feel for you, Aggies. Buzz Williams, I think, was a good coach. He's leaving for Maryland?
Yeah. Buzz Williams, though, he does enjoy a lateral move or like a move where you're like, I can see how this is a step up, but it's not really a giant step up.
I don't see this one, though.
He's gone from like Virginia Tech to Marquette to A&M, where it's like three schools that you're just like, these are like fine. They can compete, make the tournament, make Sweet 16s. None of them are like, he didn't go and leave for North Carolina at any point. You know, he never took the UCLA job or anything like that. And then Maryland also, to me, just falls in this bucket of like, yeah, they should be a pretty good basketball school. They could be good, but they're not like a hit a home run out of the park kind of job. And like,
but I mean, there were moments this year where the Aggies looked like one of the better teams in the SEC. Were they ever that? Probably not. I mean, it's a loaded conference this year with Auburn and Florida and Alabama, among other teams. But I mean, you're leaving a good basketball school in a good basketball conference for, I would say, a lesser program from just the amount of money that is put into that university, specifically into the basketball program, in a lesser conference in the Big Ten.
I will say, like, are we sure that A&M's spending like a ton of money on basketball?
No, I would think that they're spending most of their money on football. But Maryland is also supposedly spending most of their money on football. That's what I mean.
Yeah.
That's what I heard yesterday, is that one of the reasons Willard left, he was like, why are we spending money on football?
Could it also be that Willard just like is looking for an excuse to leave?
For sure. Could have been
that Willard, that this is kind of trumped up of like, this is not actually that big of a deal. Like, I mean, other than a handful of big time of schools that are big time basketball and football schools, like how many of them are actually spending it like somewhat equally, or like they're not, where the basketball coach isn't like man, they're really spending a lot on football. Like every basketball coach in the country, other than like the UConn, other than Dan Hurley, has to worry about like, man, they're spending a lot of money on football. Why don't we get some of that money? Like I'm sure John Shire thinks about that with Duke getting a $3 million quarterback. Like he's like, well, $3 million, like we get like two 5-stars for that.
The Twitch is handling this as you would expect. They're lashing out irrationally because there are lots of Aggies in the Twitch. All I'm saying is it's bad that he's leaving Texas A&M for Maryland because Texas A&M is better than Maryland. Texas A&M basketball school now. More of a basketball school than my alma mater. I mean, Syracuse better at football than Texas A&M these days. We all know this. But, when we take a look at the Aggies, like, okay, I this is surprising to me. It really is. And to what you were saying earlier, Sean, yeah, Buzz Williams has taken lateral moves before, but no, this is a loss. I don't think you're going to get someone as good as Buzz Williams for your next head coach. I'm sure there will be many of options. They'll be able to pay those options because they have money, and the NIL limitations are only for players across sports as opposed to your coaches, which Texas A&M, I mean, we know they like to pay coaches. At least Jimbo Fisher. Maybe they're a little hesitant on that front going forward.
Yeah, maybe they burned their hand on the stove.
But yeah, this is just bad for Texas A&M. And for all the Aggies out there, I am sorry. I'm sorry for you. I feel bad for you. I'm not doing this in a trolling way. People are saying I'm doing this in a trolling way. I'm not. No, I really feel
like
bad.
Tone.
You're a basketball school and
a little demeaning.
You lost your basketball coach. Because A&M's a basketball school now.
Yeah, no, I think they don't like that.
But they are.
I don't think they like that.
They are. They are legitimately a basketball school.
They don't want to be a basketball.
But they are. I mean, you have to accept what you are. Maryland should be a basketball school. Maryland, I guess they've watched Wedding Crashers a little bit too much. Crab cakes and football. That's what Maryland does. No, you don't really do football. You do football in other states. The Ravens do football.
The Ravens do football. I mean, they do high school football. Those guys normally, though, go to like, Ohio State, Penn State, Alabama. Like the Maryland football products leave Maryland. That's kind of the problem with that.
Ari Taki asks, man, this is horrible news. Why would Buzz leave? Really, I don't have an answer for that. Why would A&M let him go? I'm assuming he didn't tell A&M he was leaving. Because I think A&M would have matched whatever he was looking for, don't you? I do. Like, seriously, they would have been able to match it more than Maryland, I think. How many people care about Maryland athletics? It's a Scott Van Pelt. Like, who else? Who else is there?
I don't know. Also, we're giving Buzz Williams a lot of credit.
I think he's a good coach. I think he's a good coach.
Last two seasons hasn't been ranked.
It's hard to be ranked in the SEC. Hard to be ranked.
Hasn't made a Sweet 16.
He used to coach in the Big East, so by default, good coach. That's how it works.
Missed the tournament first 3 years. Lost in the first round, lost in the second round, lost in the second round last 3 years. This is really a tough argument because I think you're saying that he's a good coach and they should be sad that he left a basketball school. And I'm saying I don't think they're good enough to qualify as being a basketball school.
Oh, well.
They haven't made a Sweet 16. It's 2018.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, they should have this year. No? They're a good team.
They're a 4 seed. They lost to Michigan.
Damn. Yeah, and Vladislav, the Ruski. They were winning in that game. Yeah. King of Twitch is saying, actually, Texas A&M is a veterinarian and petroleum engineering school. That's fair.
That's
what
the
schools
most
are
true.
supposed to be.
That is the most true. Yeah, right. We're talking about Frank Reich taking the Stanford job, and you say that they have a lot of money. I'm like, yeah, but they spend it on school like idiots. They don't spend it on a football team like you should if you're a college.
So there you go, guys. That's the news. Buzz Williams is leaving Texas A&M to be the head coach at Maryland. And this is not a April Fool's Day report. This has been reported by multiple sports news outlets. So there you go. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Sean Mapes behind the glass. It's the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Don't worry. You'll hear from D'Amico Ryans on the state of the Houston Texans. But our beloved Houston Astros are struggling at the plate. I mean, it's been bad. At what point is it acceptable to panic about said struggles? You answer that for me. 713-780-3776 to call in and text in. And what's it going to take for you to feel better about this Astros offense going forward in 2025? Stick around. It's the Paul Gallant Show. The most interactive sports talk show in Houston on Tuesday, April 1st, also known as April Fool's Day. The Astros are 2-2 to open up their 2025 campaign. They play the Giants tonight at Dyken Park, at the Igloo, at the Icebox, with Hayden Wesneski on the mound against the Giants' Logan Webb. Webb is the Giants' best pitcher. He is, I think, their ace, coming off of a 13-10 year last year with a 3.47 ERA.
He's an ace in the sense that he is their ace. He
Right.
is their number one starter. I don't know if he's ace, but he's a good pitcher.
Allowed an ERA of 5.4 after one start this year.
Oh, okay. So he's had a rough outing already.
Right. To a degree. I
Blood
mean,
in the water, Astros.
It was close to a quality start. 5 innings pitched, 6 hits, 3 earned runs, 3 walks, 5 strikeouts.
That's not a great start, but it's not terrible.
At this point, the Astros, you got to take what you can get.
Oh, if the Astros get 6 hits tonight, come on.
That would be
6 hits, 3 runs, and 5 innings.
That would be.
If we're starting the 6th inning and they have 3 runs already on the board, I mean, what more could you ask for, Paul?
Well, more than that, but beggars can't be choosers.
What?
Because the Astros have scored 6 runs not once this year.
No, sure.
They have 8 runs in 4 games. They have had more than 6 hits just once this year. 7 hits opening day, 3 hits on Friday. It was on Apple TV, so some people can watch it. 5 hits on Saturday. They won. 3 hits last night against Jordan Hicks and Giants pitching. 3 hits and 3 walks. They did at least finally get some runs with runners in scoring position. Isaac Paredes had a double, drove in a pair. This was a frustrating game last night because the Astros' supposed approach at the plate this year of patience, they went away from it against Jordan Hicks, who, to his credit, was painting the corners. He had a really nice night last night. Perhaps he felt a little bit more motivated given that he was pitching in his hometown. 72 pitches to get through 6 innings. I mean, that's not many, It's a pretty light workload.
That's like pretty, yeah. And especially for a team, the hitting team that has tried to emphasize taking pitches,
being patient, drawing out longer at bats.
Didn't really work like that.
At least Isaac Paredes is doing that side of things. But yeah, you saw some 1-pitch at bats for Jose Altuve. This offense has 8 runs in 4 games. They are 3 for 23 with runners in scoring position. They have left 25 men on base. They have just 3 extra base hits. Their on-base percentage, 26th. They have 0 steals, tied for last. 28th in batting average. 28th in runs scored. 8 runs in 4 games. That's 2 runs a game. 29th in OPS. 30th in slugging. 30th in home runs. So there's no power. There's no runs. There's no hits. Ugh. So at what point, if this continues, do we start to freak out? That's all I'm asking, because I'm not doing it yet. Diamond hands. But this is definitely a discouraging start, considering this lineup, because it did not feel good about itself going into the year, moved Jose Altuve, who played second base last night, to left field, and Cam Smith, who had never played above Double-A before, to right field, which also he has never played. I mean, you're doing some desperate stuff, and the results are not there yet.
You're trading offense for defense.
Ugh.
And, well, to be fair, the one guy that they're trading offense for defense for is Jose Altuve, who's by far the best hitter on the team. So that's a success. On offense, that's a success. Everything else, though, bad on offense, especially when you are saying, hey, we're going to not worry about defense in the outfield to get the best offense on the field. And this is what's happening.
158 games left, says GD Mofos. Okay. Fine. But at what point, when that number continues to dwindle, do we get to a point where we're like, God, this is bad. This is terrible. We're not there yet.
It's just frustrating. Like, I'm not worried. I'm not upset. I'm not panicking. It is just frustrating to turn on the TV the first 4 nights of the season. And when the Giants score 5 runs, I'm like, well, this thing's over.
It's over.
This is not happening.
That's how I felt. And then Rafael Montero comes in the game, and I'm thinking to myself, well, maybe this is a different Rafael.
Yeah.
Up 2 runs immediately. Okay, well, at least I could change to the Rockets-Lakers game. From the 2-8-1, we lost 2 of our best players. We have a rookie 22-year-old. Center fielder can't hit. Altuve's getting older. Jeremy Pena's going to hit 250. It is what it is. We won't be good this year. Wake up. Terrible bullpen also. Hey, we're just talking about the offense today.
Yeah.
Okay,
hey,
bud?
Take it easy. Also, that center fielder that can't hit's your second best hitter, all right?
Yeah, Jake Myers is your second best hitter right now. Yikes. From the 8-3-2, just play the rest of the season on the road. I mean, that also is, one of the things that we will do as we bargain with why the Astros are not doing so well. Oh, that's the Minute Maid / Dyken Park batter side doesn't work. It's too dark or it's too black. We can't handle this. I mean, that will come. There will be a day where there will be an article written about the batter side, which did change going into this year, but it was supposed to make things better for the Astros. Like, they had them in mind. You have black ivy in the wall, like that is literally, it's an eyesore. It's literally done to help the hitters out.
Spray painted plants.
Yeah.
I don't know if they actually did that.
It's probably fake plants.
Because
I would assume spray painting plants would kill them.
I
didn't go to Texas agriculture and mining.
An Aggie, let us know. It would be funny if the Astros stunk it up the next 2 days on offense. Again, maybe even win them, because they have stunk and they're 2-2 on offense. But then they go to Minnesota on Friday and they scored 15 runs. Just the first road game, they just score 1 million runs.
If they score 15 tonight, World Series? Question mark.
Okay.
I mean, that is how we do it on this show. We overreact to everything, but we are not overreacting right now. We're just asking at what point is it acceptable for us baseball casuals to overreact?
Just asking questions.
From the 2-8-1, just last season, the Astros were garbage for a lot longer than the first 4 games. Glass half full. They took 2 of 3 from a good Mets team. Well, I don't know if it's a good Mets team. The Mets, like the Astros last year, had a very slow start. They are paying a lot of money.
Yeah, they've made a run in the playoffs. They're okay. They're good.
They spend 90% of their revenue on baseball.
Yeah.
Shout out to the Mets.
Congrats to those guys.
They actually try. More teams should do that. Key from LA, who is a Dodgers fan. The Astros' only hope is to try and outdo the Yankees and make a super torpedo bat. Ooh, we're gonna have a Cold War of sorts, an arms race between bats, between the great American League powers. That could be fun.
Yeah.
And we're hiding under our desks because we're terrified that a torpedo bat might fly into outer space and come into the classroom and take out Miss Williams.
Yeah. That you just hear a smack and then a
crack
teacher,
and a scream.
Everyone get down. Everyone get down. A baseball comes flying through the window. No, that was from Jazz Chisholm.
Be a perfect
time. When will this war end?
Perfect time. Yeah, when will this war end? Be perfect time to have a guy nicknamed the Cuban Missile Crisis, like Yordan Alvarez, and that is his nickname going forward. No ifs, ands, or buts about it.
I do wonder if you can just make like mega torpedo bat. Like, can they walk up there with like a paddle? Because like, hey,
no,
that's all barrel.
That.
That's all barrel.
You can't do that.
We're making the barrel as big as possible.
But listen, you get an extra torpedo bat. You know what's going to happen? Torpedoed runs outside of Dyken Park. How about
fire when ready?
Yeah, it's the new Death Star. Screw it. If the Yankees are doing it, just find a better version of it. Clearly, there's no process of getting this approved by baseball. There's clearly no process. The Astros can't get dinged because the Yankees were the first team to do it.
3 words for you. corked torpedo bat.
Ooh,
There we go.
let's go.
There we go.
Hell yeah.
Isak Paredes, all you had to do is make contact, and that thing's going into the Crawford box.
So we've been dumping on the Astros offense. We do have to give, though, some moments from this Astros season a little bit of credit. Let's remember the one home run by the Houston Astros to this point this year.
2-2. Hit well. Right field. Kyle Tucker. First homer as a Cub. And they have the lead. It is 3-1. No doubter to right for number 30.
You know, it's just a matter of time. And we talk about the irrelevance of spring training statistics and performance. And he really scuffled throughout spring training. But the lights are on. It's time to go, and he's going.
Ah, rats. I forgot. Kyle Tucker's a Cub now.
And that extra shot of spring training stats don't matter. All these guys that were awesome in spring training are all hitting 100.
Well, let's take a look at Kyle Tucker's stats for the 2025 season. Oh, he's hitting 323, 3 homers, which is tied for third, 10 runs batted in. That's tied for second. A 1.142 OPS. Okay.
He's played more games, though.
He's
played a lot more games.
He has 8 hits in his last 3 games. That's as many hits as the Astros have all year.
Well, you know.
They have played more games, but I mean.
No, but then you said the last 3 games.
The last 3 games, he has as many hits as the Astros.
No, the only shred I have is that he's played more games than the Astros.
Well, okay. Our ex Kyle Tucker is looking pretty good. How about Alex Bregman stats? 25.
All
Clearly,
I saw is him fall on his face.
I did.
I'm like, you know what? That's why you didn't get a better contract from the Astros. That's why they didn't negotiate.
Bregman in 5 games this season has 5 hits. The Astros have 8 all season. Also, Bregman is in the midst of a 4-game hitting streak for the Boston.
Hey, the Astros have a 4-game hitting streak too, all right? They've gotten a hit every game they've played.
That is true, Sean. That is true. By the way, he went viral, Alex Bregman did, for diving for a ball and bleeding. This is how it was described by Grok on X. Grok is the artificial intelligence for Twitter. During a recent Major League Baseball game, Houston Astros third baseman Alex Bregman made a significant play by diving for a ground ball, resulting in a face-first slide into the dirt. Artificial intelligence is still so bad at basic sports information. The picture is of Alex Bregman wearing a Red Sox uniform with his nose caught in the ground, which, gotta add, that's very unfortunate. That's a nose gets stuck in the ground for a certain, group of people. Just a very unfortunate photo. Please respect Alex Bregman's nose, his privacy, and his religion at this time. Okay, guys? Not cool the amount of jokes being made about Alex Bregman being caught by the infield dirt because of that. That's not cool, okay? Guys. Not cool.
Grok disapproves.
Not funny. Grok does disapprove of that. But this was described, Sean, as a playful faceplant by artificial intelligence. Alex Bregman's playful faceplant. Houston Astros third baseman Alex Bregman made a significant play by diving for a ground ball, resulting in a face-first slide into the dirt. The incident has sparked widespread discussion among fans and observers who have praised Bregman's dedication to the game while also expressing concern over potential injuries such as facial damage or concussion. What, because he's got a big nose? That's so racist. There's speculation that Bregman might be placed on the injured list due to face discomfort following the play because he's bleeding.
That's an Astros fan making a discomfort joke. Hey, Alex Bregman's still an Astro in our heart and in Grok's robot heart.
Perhaps robots can feel. This is at the end of Terminator 2. I know now why you cry.
Yeah.
So there you go, guys.
That's Grok giving us the thumbs up as he falls into the whatever that was.
I do like the spin zone on the text line. Cam Smith, his on-base percentage, 364. Well, if that was batting average, that'd be really good.
There we go.
I will say he's been patient at the plate. Cam Smith does not look like it's too big for him. Unfortunately, most Astros right now are struggling at the plate, and I don't think it's completely crazy to be starting to panic. I am not. Sean is not.
No.
And I'm also not going to go straight to blaming Joe Espada or Alex Centrone, the Astros hitting coach, like many are right now. A lot of people are doing that.
I mean, Centrone is first on the or not first. The players are first. But the hey, you better watch out list. Centrone, again, 4 games, still early.
Still very early.
After last year too, I don't know, Centrone. We're just keeping an eye on things, and every hitter on the Astros has some like, well, if you look at this, hey, his on base is good. Hey, his Christian Walker is hitting the ball hard,
right,
straight into guys' gloves. There is always there's a bright side on all these guys. It's just at the end of the day, you got to score runs. Like they just need to actually convert to real life good baseball.
Right, you are, Sean. The Astros need to score runs.
Good baseball. That's what I want. Good baseball.
Starts tonight. Today could be the greatest day of the Houston Astros lives. It's all about taking that mindset into tonight's game against the San Francisco Giants. Speaking of the Giants, on the other side, there was something noticeably absent from Dyken Park last night. And I'm disappointed because if anyone is owed something by the Houston Astros, it's this guy. What am I talking about? You'll find out on the other side. It's the Paul Gallant Show, the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Stay put.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
We do have some breaking Astros news. It looks like the Astros are looking at themselves in the mirror at 2-2, and they realized they had to make a change because they have made a trade. Is this trade a result of their slow start offensively? You could make that case if you really wanted to. But here's the big news. And let me tell you, this is some of the biggest Astros news that I've seen this year. Because we're talking about a trade. And is it on the level of a Kyle Tucker trade? No.
Not quite. Not quite. Not quite there.
Is it on the level of Alex Bregman signing with another team? No.
No.
It's not quite there.
Not really.
But Sean, actions have consequences, which is why the Astros sent a message. I can't do this with a straight face. Damn it. They traded Edinson Batista to the Toronto Blue Jays for Nick Robertson. I don't know who either of these guys are, so I'm sorry for doing that to everybody.
At first I thought this was maybe Nick Anderson, a guy I've heard of.
Yep.
Or David Robertson,
Nope,
another
it's neither.
relief pitcher I've heard of. It is neither. Is Nick Robertson from the Blue Jays in exchange for minor league righty
Edinson Batista. Edinson Batista, pour
Not
one
Edison.
out.
Yeah.
How long will we mourn you? We'll mourn you forever. But listen, a 2-2 start with the Astros offense struggling makes sense that the Astros would trade a minor league pitcher for Nick Robertson. By the way, Christian Javier was moved to the 60-day injured list for those who were hoping that he might be back in the next couple of weeks, which was literally no one. But there you go.
Yeah. It's tough because last night,
huge trade.
Last night I did buy the City Connect, my City Connect Bautista jersey. So that's just bad luck that I got my Edison Bautista jersey right before he got traded.
But I'm gonna go get my Nick Robertson Space City jersey tonight.
Yeah.
At Dyken Park. I'll also probably buy one of the Minute Maid Park oranges. Only $500 for a full orange.
Yeah. That trip will only cost you like $700 to get those two things.
I wonder if they've been sold out by the end of the homestand. By the way, I think a really low-class move by the Astros last night. You know, it's not just that they subjected us to 2 half innings of their marketing manager blabbing about promotions coming up at Minute Maid / now Dyken Park. That's going to take me some time too, Jeff Blum. I get it. Jeff Blum's apparently said Minute Maid Park 6 times already this year. Julie Morales only once, if you're keeping tabs. There's only been 2 games, so that's not great.
Yeah, they've only had 2 broadcasts.
The Space City Home Network call, but I've screwed up myself. But last night, not only were we forced to listen to that marketing manager talk, we also had to deal with the Astros not giving Justin Verlander a tribute video. And honestly, I think that's insulting and wrong. I mean, I literally loved the photo of Jose Altuve standing on second base talking with Justin Verlander. I literally loved it. And Justin Verlander literally loves Jose Altuve. And Jose Altuve literally loves Justin Verlander. But where's the Houston Astros literal love for Justin Verlander? Where is it? No tribute video? We get it. He had a tribute video when he came back with the Mets against the Astros in 2023. But now he's back with the Giants. Where's the tribute video? We also learned yesterday, courtesy of a couple of pieces about Justin Verlander, one in The Athletic from Chandler Rowe, Matt Kawahara of the Chronicle also reported that Justin Verlander talked with Jim Crane, quote, a lot, end quote, this offseason. And, quote, there was interest, end quote, in a potential reunion. But the Giants, quote, came after me hard, end quote. And Jim Crane told Verlander, quote, we're not even in a place to make an offer right now, end quote. Verlander said he, quote, appreciated the candidness. So the Astros were thinking about bringing Verlander back and potentially bringing Verlander back this season. Not off the table. We'll see how things go. Wouldn't that be funny? I honestly want them to trade for Verlander again because it would be funny. But I also need a tribute video for Justin Verlander either tonight or tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, got to start whipping that one up.
Come on, Astros. Don't you have class?
Yeah.
Justin Verlander deserves another tribute video. One tribute video for each World Series he won.
And a guy who, I mean, I don't know how likely it is, but he has been asked the question, which hat does he think he'll wear into Cooperstown? And he does not know.
Yep.
There's a chance that he is a Houston Astro Hall of Famer, immortalized forever in Cooperstown. And
this is how you grease the skids.
He's only gonna get one tribute video.
That's unbelievable. Unbelievable.
So messed up.
I mean, I bet now they're not even going to give Kyle Tucker a tribute video or Alex Bregman a tribute video.
No, I mean, they have to stay consistent. All these guys that left after last year's team, they're not getting it. If Justin Verlander, two-time Cy Young winner for the Astros, Justin Verlander can get it.
We're only one game into the series. They could do it tonight.
They could
do it.
They could
tomorrow
and
afternoon.
Hopefully, we're putting public pressure on the Houston Astros.
Do the right thing.
Yeah, game ops. Get cracking on that.
Because it's wrong to not give Justin Verlander a second tribute video. It's 2025. Even if Verlander's in his 40s, that doesn't mean he's above tribute video culture.
No.
Tribute videos are an important part of life. You know?
Yeah.
I mean, as someone who didn't get a tribute video from the Texans flagship when I got fired and, started competing against them, like, where was my tribute video?
Yeah.
I didn't get one. And I, as someone who needed that tribute video at a difficult time in my life, I think Justin Verlander also needs that tribute video at a difficult time in his life, playing for a team like the Giants. That's tough. It's tough to go from a dynasty to liberal San Francisco. So, you got the homeless people everywhere, and there's the poop in the streets, and then there's the trash everywhere, Like, I don't think that Xi Jinping is visiting anytime soon, so they're not going to clean up the city for 5 minutes before letting it fall back into squalor. So he's stuck there, and now he's back, and he didn't even get a tribute video last night. Wrong. Virginia Bunweed says on Twitch they should give Lance McCullers a tribute video. I agree. When Lance McCullers has his first start with the Astros, which it's coming, he had a rehab start, and he felt really good over the weekend. I think he deserves a tribute video.
I think for his last start in Sugarland, Lance McCullers should get a tribute video from the Space Cowboys. Be like, thank you for all you've done. How many times you've put on this jersey the last couple of years?
One more time? Is that too much? From the 832, Justin Verlander shouldn't have the same amount of tribute videos as Miles Straw. Give Verlander 3. Does Miles Straw get a tribute
That's what
video?
I'm saying. Montrezl Harrell got one from the Rockets. Like, what are we talking about? Give him 2.
I know. From the 409, if he says to wear an Astros hat in the Hall of Fame, then give him another video. Oh, we're making this a trade?
Yeah, what? Now we have trade wars with Justin Verlander?
From the 281, tribute videos are one of the dumbest things in professional sports today. What, showing another man you love him and love what he did for you is dumb now? Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're saying, 281 texter? Are you saying it would be gay for the Astros to give Justin Verlander a tribute video? That's what I read. And I don't like that. It's 2025. You can't do that. You can't do that. Showing another man you love what he did for you is what life is all about. Just because your dad never hugged you, text, there's no reason to not give Justin Verlander a second hug, courtesy of a tribute video. Because that's basically like a hug in 2025. People don't like touching each other anymore because it's the COVID and the germs and stuff.
Yeah.
Ebola and other things of that nature.
Monkeypox.
Ooh, that's true. Measles.
Yeah.
Gotta watch out for
making
measles.
a comeback. All those little kids.
Freaking San Marcos.
Doing too much hugging.
Yeah, and all those the San Marcos kids doing some hugging. If you get my drift.
Well,
I'm talking about the old hanky-panky.
Wasn't that at Twin Peaks?
It was.
Too much.
Come on, guys.
You can't hug at Twin Peaks and not expect to catch something.
Right, exactly. I mean, well, here's the thing. Like, you can't hug at Twin Peaks anyway because security will escort you out. That's wrong. You can't do that. And do not follow them to the car. That's also wrong, okay? God, San Marcos has got to clean it up. Got to clean it up. We love you, but you're fun, but you're crazy, okay? Anyway, it's the Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Texter, what is going on? A great question. 713-780-3776 to call into text in. on the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. At what point would you consider panicking about the Astros' slow start offensively? Because it's been bad through 4 games. That's on the table. Stick around.
It's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
The Astros offense could use some big pimping. They need to purchase things to make themselves better. Torpedo hats, that would be nice. Perhaps a little PED from time to time. Get the right masking agents, unlike Jerks and Profar. That would be nice. I am not above anything when it comes to getting the absolute most out of the Astros offense. But the question for you right now is, at what point is it okay to start freaking out about the Astros and the whole lack of doing anything at the plate thing? Which, in case you don't know, the numbers: 18 hits in 4 games, 8 runs in 4 games, 3 for 23 with runners in scoring position, 25 left on base, 3 extra base hits, the 26th best on base percentage, the 28th best batting average, 28th in runs scored with those 8 runs, 0 steals, dead last, OPS 29th, slugging dead last, home runs dead last. They're in third place. The Angels weirdly are in first. Could be worse, I guess. But it's been a rough start. And then the Astros were impatient last night, which made things even worse. Some comments on the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. We were talking about a potential tribute video, another one, for Justin Verlander over this series between the Astros and Giants. Yeah. Why doesn't he get a second one? One of the most important Astros players ever. Do they win the World Series without bringing him in 2017? No. No,
they definitely don't.
I mean, they went from being fringe contenders to legitimate contenders when they made that move. They finally had an arm that you look at and you're like, whoa, damn.
Yeah, a guy who, when he starts game 1 of the World Series against Clayton Kershaw, you're like, this feels like an even matchup. And it was.
You wouldn't have felt that with Dallas Keuchel. You did feel it with Justin Verlander.
Yeah.
You brought him in and the vibes shifted. And I want to shift the vibes at Dyken Park by giving Justin Verlander a second tribute video. A texter says, every half-ass decent player gets a tribute video. It's destroyed the point of them. And you know what? If I was talking about another baseball team, I'd probably say the same thing. Or if I was talking about the Rockets, I'd say the same thing. But right now, we need to bring the vibes up. And a Justin Verlander tribute video 2 years after the last Justin Verlander tribute video for his 2 separate stints with the Astros, I think it would bring the vibes up. And King of Twitch points out correctly, Martin Maldonado didn't get a tribute video. We haven't seen a Jose Abreu tribute video yet.
Well, he has to be on a team that plays.
Well, hey. I mean, what if he's in the crowd one day? What if?
No, now that's a good idea. That's a good idea. Have people come back buy a ticket, and instead of honoring them by like handing them a plaque or whatever before the game, you just run a tribute video for thanks for the memories, XYZ. I like this. That way, also, you can, because I think we need to establish a hierarchy for tribute videos.
Interesting.
I think no matter what, guys get tribute videos now. We can like it, love it, whatever. Like Christian Vasquez. I'm not gonna fact check this. The backup catcher from the 2022 Astros. I think he got tribute video. Even though he played half a season with the Astros.
He should have.
Yes, he got one.
Trey Mancini needs one.
He got one. Justin Verlander right now is sitting at one. I think the way to restore order in this is that these guys get one. These kind of role players get one. But Justin Verlander gets at least 2 or 3.
Yeah.
And that's how you build a higher. And then after Jose Altuve retires and they retire his jersey number, I think this is where we come in with your mention of he can just, every time he's in the crowd, show a tribute video of Jose Altuve. Every time that Jose Altuve shows up to Dyken Park after he retires, there should be a 90-second long, oh my God, Jose Altuve was amazing.
Unlimited tribute videos. It would be really funny if he got season tickets. It would be every
just
single
81
time.
of them. 81 of them.
81 tribute videos for Jose Altuve, where Altuve in the crowd stands up, and gives a tip of the hat to everybody.
Yeah.
Well, that would be awesome every single game.
They could show a different postseason home run for 25 different games.
Yeah.
They could just show one postseason home run on the billboard for 25 games.
And here's what this texter is missing. I mean, what about the people who didn't go to Dyken Park last night? You can't go to every single game. So what's wrong with multiple tribute videos for Justin Verlander?
Exactly. That's what they do when they give out the replica rings.
Yeah.
They do 17 nights a year. You get the replica rings.
So why can't we get 17 tribute videos? Unless the Astros just don't care about people.
Every time they walks back into the stadium. Justin Verlander. By the way, thanks again. Tribute video time.
Mm-hmm. That's what I want. By the way, speaking of tribute videos, when Dylan Brooks gets his tribute video from the Houston Rockets, which he will at some point, hopefully after an NBA championship, do you think that they will show a clip that's going viral of LeBron James trying to back down Dylan Brooks. So
And yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, and I'm just gonna retweet this. This was posted by. Why is this music playing in the background? This is making it very sexual. But this was posted by LMAC. LMAC 1326. It's LeBron James backing down Dylan Brooks. And LeBron is really backing him down. And let's just say Dylan Brooks is retaliating with his pelvis.
Yeah, he's backing him down too.
This is a lot.
Yeah, it's like when the Utah Jazz played defense against James Harden in the playoffs, and it looked like, it was a different positioning than we're used to.
This looks like a frat party dance floor, guys.
Yes, yes, this is.
Can I retweet this?
Yeah, it's a local sports story.
Should I retweet it with hashtag interesting, or should I just retweet it?
I think it is interesting. I think it's interesting, but I don't know. People might perceive that as stealing someone's bit.
That's true.
What's wrong with Dylan Brooks's pelvis? Maybe that's the bit you steal instead.
It was very loose last night, that's for sure. 713-780-3776 to call into Texan from the 409. Should Verlander get a tribute video each time he walks to the mound? Yes, but here's the problem. The Giants aren't going to play the Astros again this regular season at Daikin Park. So this might be the only opportunity for a Verlander tribute video. You see? That's why we want the Verlander tribute video today. Anyway, guys. Sean Mapes behind the glass and Paul Gallant. The Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in town. Lakers beat the Rockets last night, 104-98. Are you feeling any differently about the Rockets after that? And the Astros lost to the Giants 7-2 in another game where the offense no-showed. At what point is it acceptable to panic about the lack of Astros offense? It's the Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Stick around.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Last chance to dance. Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in Houston. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. On YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Justin Verlander did not get a tribute last night at Dyken Park. And it just has me wondering why. Why won't the Astros show one of their heroes the love that they deserve? You get an interesting Twitch comment from King of Twitch. He says that Justin Verlander has a great tribute video online. Want a link? Huh. I don't think I've seen that before. Now, do I look this up? Because I'm pretty sure I know that King of Twitch is not referencing something that took place at Dyken Park. I'm pretty sure that he is referencing potential leaks from something that you might know as the happening minus H plus F.
Oh, they're videos? I thought they were just
I
pictures.
thought it was just a couple of pictures, yeah. But we appreciate the attempt at humor by King of Twitch. Not the same as a tribute video for Justin Verlander. There's 2 more days, Astros interns. You can't put one together. Come on.
I mean, honestly, you can just like grab some of the first one, then slap together a couple more highlights, and boom.
Won't take that long. There's only a couple of starts from his second stint with the Astros to look through for highlights from,
Yeah,
you know?
just add some 2022 highlights. Boom, you're done. Have them holding the trophy against the Phillies. There you go.
All Astros fans would prefer that to another half inning with the marketing manager stepping in, talking about the meaning of the new uniforms, which both Kevin Eschenfelder and Brian Bogusevic wore on last night's Astros broadcast. Some people are dumping on that. No, I like it.
Got to move product.
Adults can wear jerseys too, and those unis are nice. I got to say, though, and I know that during the Tequila Sunrise days that the Astros had a hat that was an A with a little bit of that Tequila Sunrise flair coming out of it. Why did they make it an H logo then? Because it's weird that the Space City jerseys that they are wearing has an A on the top. In a baseball world without the Arizona Diamondbacks, it makes sense. But I see that A and I see that sunrise that looks a lot like Arizona's state flag. And I think Arizona Diamondbacks. I think Arizona. I see an A. I don't think Astros. Put a star up there. You don't need, you should never have, in fact, a letter logo for the first letter of your team nickname. It's only for the cities. This is how it should work. H on the hat for Houston. That makes sense. An A for Astros, unless you're the Oakland A's, where that is literally their entire nickname, to me, it makes no sense. Put up a star. Put up the cool 90s star that you have on the jersey on the hat. It is a nitpick, and I get that during the Tequila Sunrise days, they had a hat that looked like that to a degree. F that. Put an H up there and give it all the motion that A has, or just put a star up there.
Know what I thought it was? I thought it was because on the jersey, it just says Stros.
So it's to complete the
and it's
word.
The A, and then Stros.
Maybe it is.
That's what I thought at first. I was just like, oh, is it an A because they didn't put an A on the actual jersey?
I'm with you there.
Because they're young and hip and calling them the Stros.
Are
they going to wear their hat backwards too?
These kids these
Sit in the
days.
chair backward. Let's have a rap sesh. Talk about the Stros.
I do agree with fake Tony Stark. We should bring back the fake, the A's hose, Astros hats, the Ashos
yeah.
that they had, and the Tatas ones. I agree with that. Another texter.
That'd be a great alternate uniform night.
It would.
Wear these
It would be
terrible
funny
hats.
with those hats.
Yeah.
Another comment. This is from GD Mofo. Why not just do the throwbacks instead of the City Connect? I agree with that. It's crazy that they do not wear the Tequila Sunrise jerseys.
Because you already sell throwbacks and you don't sell
But they don't
City Connects.
But I guess.
That's why it's so you buy a third jersey.
I guess that makes sense.
That's the reason.
People are going to buy the Tequila Sunrise.
That's the reason they went away from the old City Connects. Every 3 years, they're going to make you buy a new one.
Okay. Well, I get that. Does make sense.
It's just that
still sucks, but I get
blatant
it.
capitalism. That's all it is.
All right, guys, time for a little garbage time. To begin garbage time, has this ever happened to you? UFC fighter Lupi Godinez, she's a lady, had a problem at UFC over the weekend.
You're doing amazing. You got one more round. You got 5 minutes. You do this all day. Here's your mouth guard. You do this all day. 5 minutes. You can kill it in 5 minutes. Okay. You got 5 minutes left. Be smart.
She was in the corner, and she had to poop. Holy bleep! I need to poop. It's a very wild thing to be caught on microphone. And would you be able to hold it for 5 minutes if you are fighting?
Yeah, not what. Well,
and your trainers are telling you, hey, you just got to hang in there for 5 more minutes. I think you'd be very likely, especially if you get knocked out, to accidentally soil yourself. That is a terrible spot. Because if you get choked out, it's coming out. And also, I imagine if you strain while on the ground of UFC, it's a possibility that it's going to happen there too.
Grappling would be tough.
Oof.
Yeah, we've all been in that spot. Like, I mean, probably most of all while sitting in a car or something. Where it's
that's
like,
rough. It's been a while.
Holy bleep, I need to poop.
It's been a while since I've had a holy bleep, I need to poop moment in my car.
But have you had one like as you're doing an athletic activity, like
No.
as you're running or something?
I can't think of the last time while in the midst of playing a sport that I've had to go. Like every now and then at the gym, but it's been very rare that it's even happened at the gym. It happened in the middle of a fight? Oh my goodness.
Yeah. Grappling would be tough. Grappling would be so tough. You could just there's so many different there's so many different ways. I mean, even like when they do a takedown, it's just like your back hits the thing.
Oh no. Yeah, that would be fun. Continuing in garbage time. See this? Hear about this? So I don't know why this guy went viral for an interview that he did with an attractive reporter who was weirdly holding the microphone with two hands and didn't seem to be very good at what she did, but she was a strong, powerful, independent woman. Bennett Anderson for the Florida Gators was their team manager. Did you know that he led his intramural basketball team to 3 campus championships while being their team manager? And then he made their roster as a walk-on. And then in their win over Maryland, he subbed in and hit a shot. And I think he scored also, or he at least played because Florida won by a lot. Didn't he play also? Oh, wait, no, hang on. They're playing Texas Tech. That game was close. My bad. My bad. He didn't play in the Elite Eight. Didn't play in the Elite Eight, though.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
I mean, it does kind of go to show you that, like, the guys that are super good at basketball that, like, you could know, like, you could play intramurals against this kid, and he's, like, so good. And then when he's on a real college basketball team, it's like, yeah, he's the walk-on who it's, like, cute when he gets to shoot.
Love it.
And it's like, that's how far away normal people are from, like, even what we watch in college basketball. Where it's like the best player in intramural Florida history, like barely plays for this team.
But he does play.
He does play,
and he
gets interviewed.
He does.
It was an awkward setup because also he was sitting down, but she was standing up. It was such a weird interview.
Give that guy NIL money, not Amir Khan.
I hope he does. I hope he.
Me too.
Especially because they made a Final Four. Like, come on, give this guy, I don't know, $10,000. Just give him some beer money. I don't know if he's old. Oh, he's won 3. Yeah, he's old enough to drink.
I would hope so. He's Sean Mapes. Big thanks to him. Big thanks to our texters, Twitchers, YouTubers, and callers. and everyone else who listened. I'm merely Paul Gallant. So long. Farewell. Have yourselves a wonderful Tuesday. The Killer Bees are next. Peace.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
I'm doing pretty good. This burger I had is it's not bad. Our listeners put me on Bubba's Burger Shack. I think it's Bubba's Burger Shack. The one over here under the freeway.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not done with it yet. If you want to bite.
The one on South Rice near Chick-fil-A?
Right? It's on the other, it's not quite on the other side of the highway, but it's on the other side of the highway.
Yeah.
Like you have to go under the highway to get there. But it's pretty close to us.
Yeah, like South Rice and West Park, right?
I don't know street names,
okay.
man.
It's by the Chick-fil-A and the Canes?
There. I have incredible sense
it was
of
right
direction.
behind the Shell station. Regardless, it's real close.
Yeah, it's very close.
I've heard it. Anyway, I've heard it recommended as well. So it passed the test.
Our listeners put us on it. So I told the listeners, hey, I'm going to try it for you guys, and I'll let you know what I think. It is the messiest burger I've ever had. That's not a bad thing. I'm just letting you know it's a bit messy. So know what you're getting, into. Maybe wear your painting clothes if you're going to go to Bubba's Burger Shack. Don't wear your nice stuff. Don't wear your white shirts. Don't wear your white sneakers. Make sure that you bring some clothes you aren't scared to get a little dirty. It's pretty good. I don't know if I would put it top 5 in Houston. Top 10-ish.
Top 5 is a tough list to crack, yeah.
I love Champ's Burger. Champ's Burger is pretty elite. What's the place downstairs, Brian? The Clutch City place?
Clutch City Grill and Burger Chan, both downstairs, are both great.
Hot take. I like Clutch City more than Burger Chan. Hot take.
I don't know if I could go with you there, but they're both great.
I still haven't done the Bun B burger. Haven't done that one yet.
Also very good, yeah.
But I wouldn't call this one top 5, the Burger Shack, but I'd call it top 10-ish. I would call it second tier. Second tier burger, which sounds disrespectful. I'm not trying to disrespect the burger because it is very good. I just wouldn't put it on the elite tier. It's a second tier from elite. Like it's the Jalen Green tier, I think.
Does the actual patty make it elite?
I got 2 patties. Which one?
I'm just saying, but the amount
that was bad. That was a really bad
patty
one.
you get, is that the deciding factor and the quality of it?
No, it's the taste. I care more about the taste. Now meat to bun ratio is important. Meat to bun B ratio is important whenever you go to the
You're
bun
on a
B
roll
place.
today.
This one's good. This one's good.
Is it more of a smash burger or a traditional burger?
No, it's more traditional.
Okay.
It's almost like a water burger patty. Not talking about taste, but talking about like the the look, the cosmetic of the burger.
I agree with you. Fajitas to me are the same way. Like how they're prepared and the grill that they use matters. I like for that very reason, I think that Lupe Tortillas uses like that flame grilled fajita meat.
Well, they need a good sear. I think both burgers and fajitas both need a good sear.
I like a good sear. Yeah, I'm a big sear guy. Miller's Cafe was good. Langford Grocer. I've had the Langford Grocer, but it's been a long
I have too.
time.
And when I had it the one time, it was fantastic.
I remember it being very good. Now their burgers are massive. The Langford Grocer's burgers are the biggest
Which
I've ever
I
seen.
appreciate.
Yeah, I like a good big burger. Virginia is asking me, did I do the beef or the buffalo? Because you can do beef or buffalo there.
Oh, really?
No, it's not buffalo. It's bison,
Okay.
which is kind of the same thing, I guess.
Yeah,
I did.
That's supposed to be lean. That's supposed to be more lean.
It
I
is
believe.
leaner.
Okay.
I prefer the beef. I got the beef. I can do a bison burger, but I prefer the beef. So I went with the beef. That's what I did. How do you feel about April Fool's, by the way? Today's April Fool's Day.
Not a fan.
Yeah, we're not going to do any April Fool's stuff on this show. Killer Bees are mature and professional.
I absolutely don't believe you, and I will.
We're not doing any April Fool's stuff.
Okay, we'll see.
I did something on Twitter, and that's enough for me.
Okay.
I actually stay off Twitter a lot on April Fool's. Not because I'm going to fall for it. I just think it's stupid, and I don't want to see it. That's why I did one earlier. No, but we're not. No, we're too professional. Killer Bees have zero fun. We're buttoned up. We're professional. We're pros. We don't mess with
Zero
people.
fun, sir.
That's what we're going to do today. We're going to have no fun today. No April Fool's stuff. If this is your safe space for April Fool's.
I just feel
I
like
don't believe you for a
I
half
wouldn't
second.
lead the
Yes, you
show
would.
and say we're not going to do it and then be like, let's do it. Like I've
Yes.
already called it to attention.
Yes,
Like
you
if I
would.
was going to pull an April Fool's joke, I wouldn't call it to attention.
I may not know you in a lot of ways, but I know you enough to know that I don't believe a word you just said.
I promise you.
Okay.
I
On
promise
what?
you. And I hang my hat on my word.
That's a big one, Joel.
I mean, I might be silly and goofy like I normally am, but I'm not going to try to pull a fast one on you
I
guys.
believe him.
I'm
I
not.
believe him,
I don't
Joel.
like April
Well,
Fool's
that
jokes
doesn't give
much.
me any kind of backup
What?
that I needed either. You side with him on everything.
Oh,
The
please.
fact that
That's
you,
not
that
true.
is
That
that
is
you
the-
believe
that
him
is-
means nothing.
That is the
to me.
worst take you've
Like,
ever given.
we need to have a little, what is it called whenever you sit somebody down and you have an intervention? We need to have an
Yes.
intervention with that opinion that you have that we always agree. We literally disagree on the fundamentals of the English language.
In parking.
We
Parking, I
disagree.
was going to say is one thing.
Of the three of us, I think Brian and I disagree more than any combination of the three of us.
I think so.
Yeah, I think I believe that is the case.
I
Do
don't
you
think so.
agree?
No, I don't.
I guess we're gonna have to start tracking these things.
Yeah, we're gonna track.
That's another thing for the bottom
Scoreboard.
of the document that we need to
Yeah,
keep
we'll have
track
to
of.
track.
No, we need a whiteboard it like they used to do on was it Pardon the Interruption?
Yeah.
No, it was Around the Horn.
Yeah, around the horn. You're
I
right.
always
right.
get them confused. Yeah, we need to have a little whiteboard that keeps track of all of our bets. We need a whiteboard that keeps track of all of our arguments. We need who's banned from texting us for the remainder of the day. Which who got banned? Yeah, Tyler and Conroe.
You banned
Welcome
two
back,
people
Tyler
yesterday.
and Conroe.
You banned Brian too. That doesn't really count.
Brian,
Yeah,
and he
but
didn't honor it.
Plus,
He didn't honor
I
the
was gonna
band.
say there's nothing holding him back. That's not going to stand.
He
I can literally just
disrespected
turn
the
the
band.
microphone on. Yeah.
He doesn't respect bands, is what I learned from
He's
Brian
like the
yesterday.
Kool-Aid pitcher. You can say you can't come in here and
Similar body types.
Oh jeez.
Who's got the better voice? You were the
Probably
Kool-Aid man. Kool-Aid man was cooler.
He did it with some authority.
Kool-Aid man was pretty cool. Yeah. You on the other hand.
Not as cool.
Not bad. Astros lost yesterday to the Giants. They got their lunch handed to them a little bit. They made it a game there in the 8th inning. Isak Paredes with that 2 RBI double cut the lead to 3. It's like, okay, you got a puncher's chance here in the 9th. At least force the closer for San Francisco to come into the game. A series is a war. You don't care so much about the battle if you win the war. But then Rafael Montero came into the game, and he should have been out of it. Should have been out of things. Couldn't get out of it. Ended up putting Giants put a couple more runs on the board and really put the game away there. Astros lose the opener against the Giants 7-2. How'd you think things played out for the Stros, Blankers?
Yeah, I mean, I was kind of apprehensive going into the game that Blanco, with all the conversation we've had about as good as he was, the way he started the year for the Astros, the way he kind of petered out at the end, you're like, which Blanco are we going to get? Didn't have a great spring. He pitched okay. He pitched okay, but of course he's always going to have his pitch count very high. And he made a couple mistakes. And boy, the fielding, it's like he had Fromber disease on the mound with his decisions fielding. But I thought, well, they got a shot. But the problem is this isn't last year or the last several years Astros teams, and they're not hitting for power, and they're not doing the kind of things offensively that we're used to seeing. So when they gave up the 3-run bomb, I was like, basically, this one's over.
Yeah.
I just felt like it was out of reach. I'm glad they scratched a couple across the board. I'm glad Paredes got a hit. But at the same time, I was like, yeah, this ain't going to get close.
Yeah, I thought Blanco was mostly okay in yesterday's game. I thought he was fine. Contreras might find himself in AAA again soon. And not really like a fault to his, but there's a reason they kept Contreras, because he had options. And whenever one of these relievers that they wanted on the roster, Caleb Ort or Forrest Whitley's good to go, Contreras and even Gusto are probably not even probably, they are. Contreras and Gusto are the two guys that will be optioned down. Although I am curious how long of a leash Rafael Montero is going to have.
Well, that one to me made my stomach sick just thinking about the fact that he was coming back. Although, he did them a solid by being sent down and then coming back up. But if this is the same Rafael Montero, I don't have the same patience level that I had when he was making all that money to try and find some good out of him. I'm done. And I think that the quicker that Orton and Whitley can get back, the better. I agree with you on Contreras. I think Gusto's going to be a guy that they want to stretch out anyway as a starter potentially. So as good as we were talking about yesterday coming out off of the opening series with the Mets, that the middle relievers were, last night I was like, oh boy, I think they still got some work to do.
Yeah, the thing that concerned me the most about Blanco wasn't I thought he pitched pretty good. I thought that was the Ronel Blanco that you're normally going to see, that we saw a lot last year. I know 3 runs in 5 innings isn't the best thing in the world, but I was pretty impressed with what I saw. Now, the thing that disturbed me and the thing that concerns me, do you see how aggressive San Francisco was trying to steal second against him? It's like, okay, Ronel, like, you got to hold runners on, man. Like, you got to be a little quicker to the plate, because if you're going to give up a single or a walk and you just, the runner at first base, you're turning these little, small, I don't want to call them meaningless, but, can be very minute, like 2-out single, 2-out walk. Okay, runner at first, 2 outs, no big deal. But if that's turning into a double because they're going to be super aggressive with you, now you're going to be pitching out of trouble the entire game. Now you're going to have runners in scoring position against you all game. And when they made the bases bigger, I thought that really hurt Christian Javier, because they were running at will against Christian Javier because his move to first was terrible and he was very slow to the plate. I was seeing some of that yesterday with Blanco, where San Francisco, anytime they had a decent runner at first base, Matt Chapman stealing second base, for goodness sakes.
Yeah, that's bad.
So Ronell's got to clean that up, because these hits that are, 2-out singles, 2-out walks, they can't be turning into doubles. And then suddenly a non-scary inning turns into, now you got a stressful situation. You got a clutch situation.
Yeah, no. And I think that, again, because the offense is structured differently, at least for right now, and they only could muster 3 hits anyway, like every run matters more, because your offense is trying to find its way. And those little things become big things that he really has to concentrate on. It's like we said, Arrighetti learned his lesson with the fact that once he looked a runner back at third, if he still lollipops one to first and you got a fast runner, you can get burned. And so you're not going to do that again. But I think that he's got to learn that, he's got to make some kind of adjustments out of the stretch so that it doesn't take him an hour to get it to the plate and that he pays more attention to the guys at first base. That's a key. And his fielding to me was something that really frustrated me because I thought the one ball was definitely going to go foul. I thought it had enough spin on it and was going to catch the lip of the grass possibly, but I thought it would roll past the line. So now you put yourself in a first and third situation. And when you get a guy that everybody's telling you is going, you step off so you can go to either base, and he just adamantly went to first base without even hardly looking, and you give up another base there.
Yeah, he would have balked if he didn't go to first, though. He got handcuffed. Like he got caught in between. That back foot, that anchor foot didn't didn't cross the rubber.
But I also think if he'd have stepped off,
I think he got handcuffed.
Yeah, because if he steps off, he can go to either base.
Yeah.
But like you said, because he went with a move towards first that looked like it was clearly a move to first base, now you're screwed. You got to go that way.
Yeah, I think he got caught in between. In a perfect world, 100% step off. I think he got caught in between and oh, no, the only place I can go is to first. And if you do that, you have no chance. Mm-hmm. That's just something I'm going to be keeping my eye on with Blanco because I thought San Francisco was super aggressive against him. And that might be the game plan on him because he's not a guy who gives up a lot of hits. Last year, didn't he lead the American League in opponent batting average? So it's pretty rare. So if you have a guy that you're facing that's like that, and then all of a sudden you get a runner at first base, okay, let's try to steal second. Let's try to get a runner in scoring position, knowing that it's going to be hard to get hits off of them. So something I'm paying attention to. I thought it killed Christian Javier last year before the injury because he wasn't producing like the Christian Javier of the past. And I think that was a big reason why. Because anytime there's a runner at first, okay, well, now he's at second because that's how willing they were to be aggressive on the bases. So going to watch that. Let's talk about the offense when we come back. We'll get your thoughts on the Astros game yesterday as well. Losing to the Justin Verlander-led San Francisco Giants, game one of the 3-game series. 713-780-ESPN. We have a busy show. Brian went rogue and scheduled the Duke play-by-play guy at 3:45. Have you never seen Anchorman? It's a rival. I don't want to talk to that dude.
I mean, we literally did that all football season.
A little different. The Texans don't pay me a check.
Okay. I mean, that is a fair difference.
I root for the Texans, but I don't root for the Texans as much as I root for the Cougars.
Use it as a chance to get enemy intel.
Yeah, I'm sure he's going to give that. Thanks for booking him. That's coming up at 3:45. We'll dive into the Rockets in Hollywood yesterday. We'll talk some Cougar basketball history. We didn't have time to get to it yesterday. But D'Amico Ryan's sound, Twitcher, sorry we April Fool's you a day too early. But if we get to it, we'll give you some D'Amico sound. Mailbag Monday on a Tuesday because we didn't get to that yesterday either. We really didn't do what we were told. And Lance Zerline's got a new mock. We mock Lance's mock. 713-780-3776. Busy show, as you can tell. We're on YouTube at ESPN Houston. We're transitioning off of Twitch. We're not going to be there in May, so make sure you get over there to YouTube. We're also on Twitter at ESPN 975. Blankers at Pac-Man Joel. Brian at Sacked by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. We are the Killer Beasts on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
YouTube Key says, ooh, I don't want the Twitch people over here. We're making the transition. Going to start in May. The Twitchers aren't happy about this. They're like, well, I guess I have to listen to iHeartRadio now. King of Twitch says, I guess we'll have to go to Dallas Sports Radio. I mean, you guys do what you guys got to do. We'd love to have you over on YouTube. We stream. We're on Twitter every day, too, at ESPN 975. But, there's other ways to watch us other than Twitch. You don't have to, get your undergarments in a wad, Twitchers. It's going to be okay. It's going to be fine. Other ways to find us.
I feel bad.
Now, I do want their names to be better because some of you Twitchers, some of your names are awful, terrible. Let's be a little creative whenever you move over to the next platform, whichever one that you choose. So make sure you do that. Lost Ranger says the Ags cannot catch a break with the coaches. He's a battered Aggie fan right now. I'm not okay. I don't think that you Aggie fans should be battered. I think this is a good thing for Texas A&M basketball. And Buzz Williams is a good coach. Mm-hmm. I think that Texas A&M has the resources and the attraction from other big-time coaches. I think that they're going to upgrade. I think they're going to find a better head coach.
So I really think that – I think Brian and I were talking about this before – the show today, and then I was bringing it up to you when you got in, the fact that I just feel like if he's going to he got a 6-year deal and he's going to get paid because that's why he jumps to every new job that he gets, and he got a mammoth deal to get 6 years. But the fact is, if Maryland already is talking about, and the coach is leaving Maryland because of the limited resources, the tight budget, the fact that he can't do what he wants to do when he wants to compete for a national title, on the flip side, anybody that's looking to take a step up as an up-and-coming coach would love to have the resources at A&M, from the facilities to the money to everything that's sitting there at their beck and call to use to try and put a winner on the floor. I think they're going to have that and more. And I think from Buzz's perspective, I was always thinking that he was a step behind from where I thought he would be when he took the job in terms of advancing that program.
I have no idea why he left.
We talked about this a little Friday because Granado kind of mentioned it in passing during that Who Said It clip we played, where he said the Aggies administration doesn't like Buzz. I mean, to Joel's point, you're going to a school that reportedly by their old coach wasn't spending money. Basketball wasn't a priority, and Buzz is deciding to go there.
They also don't have an AD.
I know
he's going somewhere where he doesn't know his boss is going to be.
The Granado thing kind of makes sense. If the Aggies don't want him, maybe this was Buzz getting ahead of the axe.
Maybe Jack Easterby is going to be the new athletic director at Maryland.
That'd be awesome.
He's got some familiarity.
He and Buzz
a little more
tight.
south, but yeah, he knows the East Coast. So maybe.
I think I was talking to one of the suits upstairs the other day, and I was like, "Yeah, I mean, I've heard that Buzz might be leaving A&M." Because I think it was Jeff Goodman that tweeted it. Jeff Goodman.
Jeff Goodman.
Geoff Judman. He was saying that if Willard leaves, look out for Buzz at Maryland. So that came to fruition. And one of the suits upstairs was a little nervous about it. I was like, I think you guys will be fine. I think you guys will be okay. The funniest thing that could happen is if A&M hires Chris Beard.
Oh my God.
If they hire Chris Beard, it would be awesome from an outside observer of that rivalry.
Lateral move for Chris Beard?
What's that?
Is that
I don't know. It's very hard to know what jobs are better than other jobs because it's no longer the same way anymore. There used to be blue bloods, right? The UCLAs of the world, the Indianas of the world, the Kentuckys of the world, Kansas of the world. And certainly those schools are still blue bloods. But whenever you get down to Ole Miss and Texas A&M, I don't know. Is Texas A&M, if of their rev share, because rev share starts next year, you can pretty much assign ratios and percentages of how much money you're going to be sending to each program in rev share. You have the NIL stuff going on too. So I don't know how these coffers are filled at these schools. So I don't know what's a good job compared to another job. If Texas A&M, let's just throw out an arbitrary number, not I don't know anything. Let's say if Texas A&M is spending, $15 million in basketball and NIL and all this stuff, and Ole Miss is spending 10, well, A&M's a better job. But what if it's 15 and 30? Well, Ole Miss is a better job, and we're not privy to that information. So we have no idea which job's better than the other.
Plus, when you start talking about the personal side of this, if he has ties or he wants to be in Texas, having been at Texas Tech and at Texas, and he understands, hey, if he doesn't like, or if anything with the way he left Texas, and obviously there was a lot that was going on, but the best way to get back and kind of make a statement is to come back again with their arch rivals and come back to a state where maybe he has ties and know that the resources are there for him to where he might there might be things too that we just don't know that draws him back to the state of Texas. But he's a damn good basketball coach, and they could do a lot worse.
Yeah. It's just it's interesting. Like, you would think that A&M would have more money than Maryland, and they do. But are they committing more money to basketball than Maryland is? I would think that they are. Like, this is a completely uneducated guess, but I believe that Texas A&M basketball has more money and resources than Maryland basketball. Part of this is because Kevin Willard was crying about money and resources. I shouldn't say crying. He was fighting for his program. So, like, I think I would guess that the Aggies do. Like, the Aggies are one of the top 3 moneymaker universities in the entire country. Like, they have plenty of donors. They have big money that they can throw around there.
On the flip side, I would say that if Beard looks at this and says Ole Miss versus Texas A&M, I would believe that the money allocated for A&M basketball is probably substantially better than what Ole Miss dedicates to their basketball program.
If I had to guess, I would agree with that.
Yeah,
I would agree with that.
and you got Lane Kiffin on the football side too, so I'm sure that and football's king there too. So I think that A&M has got, just like you said, the endowment and everything that they have is so great across the board that you would think that from the attractiveness of being able to recruit in the state of Texas and have all the resources that you need and have, the facilities to back it up, it seems like it would be a better job if that's truly what they want, if that's someone that they want to go after.
I have an Aggie acquaintance of mine that threw out the name Shaka Smart.
I thought about it.
Go for it.
You don't
I
think,
thought about it.
You don't think he would leave Milwaukee,
Because
right? That was
he's
my
a
thought.
Wisconsin native, and he's been there to collect.
You don't think he'd leave to go to A&M?
No, because I think that he got to be kind of damaged goods by the way it ended in Texas. And yes, he got paid, but I just feel like he's so passionate about his basketball. Like, the homecoming to come back to the state of Wisconsin and then to keep Marquette and take Marquette to another level, because Buzz was there and had success.
Right.
But then Woj came in after his assistant coaching work at Duke, and he basically did nothing where they expected it. Now he's got the program back. He basically is legendary in the state of Wisconsin right now in terms of what he's done and how he's looked at, to where I think that he can recruit the Midwest and recruit well enough to where he's probably going to have, like Jeremy was talking about, he has a security level. He could probably get more money. He could probably go back to A&M, but he's got a security level with Marquette that I don't think he would ever have in the next job if he left there.
I'm scrolling through the conversation I had with my Aggie acquaintance, and it actually wasn't Jeff Goodman that said this first. It was Kirk Bowles in the Chronicle.
Oh yeah, an Austin American. Yeah,
he did. I think it was at the start of the tournament. He did like crazy predictions, and his crazy prediction. You can go back and find Kirk Bowles' column in the Houston Chronicle. It's dated March 11th.
Wow.
March 11th, he said in his crazy prediction of March or whatever, Buzz Williams says goodbye to 6 seniors and will not be at Texas A&M next season. Kirk Bowles went on, this wasn't a report, it was his guess, but he said this on March 11th. So, tip the cap to Kirk Bowles. He nailed that one. Nailed that prediction.
I didn't see what Buzz's recruiting class was coming in, but if he's losing 6 seniors and he hasn't, and because I think he's underachieved based on what they were expecting when he got there, that if your recruiting class ain't great, you're losing 6 seniors, and you know that the heat's already getting toasty on your rear end.
But within the age of NIL, as long as A&M is investing enough, losing 6 seniors and maybe not having a recruiting class you're currently, happy with. How much does it matter?
The portal's open.
Yeah. Now, I think it's hard to build a program through the portal. I think it's better to supplement a program.
Sure, but I
through
think
the
you
portal.
can Band-Aid 1 year if you're losing 6 seniors to make good for the next, or to hold off for the next year.
Best decision to do long term, though.
You also got to have a whole lot of clout and cachet like a Patino to be able to just rebuild the program in your first year there by just diving deep into the portal.
It could be a coach and it brings all the players.
Yeah.
It depends on where they're coming from. But it'll be interesting to see who Texas A&M hires. I do think that they can upgrade there.
I think Beard would be a home run hire if they could pull it off.
Huge. Can you imagine?
He's a great coach.
Is there anything that says that Will Wade might have jumped the gun a little bit early on taking the job that he took?
He got a pretty good gig though.
But
that's
to
there
get
in
to the
basketball
SEC
country.
With all the resources again of A&M.
Do you want to be in the SEC though?
I think he's a good enough basketball coach too that he would do well there.
Like the ACC was kind of meh outside of Duke this year.
Yeah, I'd rather be a powerhouse there than the SEC. You're coasting into
but
Carolina
Carolina made the tournament and won a game. Maryland made a good run, And you had
Well,
Duke.
Maryland's in the Big Ten.
That's
don't
right.
forget.
I forgot.
I make that mistake all the time.
Yeah, that's my bad. Because you're right. Yeah, if you want to just succeed and win the conference, that's one thing, or at least compete for the conference. But now, and you got Wade at NC State now because he took that job. But if that's the best you're going to get? But in terms of resources, when you know that if you go to A&M, you're going to have everything at your beck and call.
Yeah, it's fascinating. It'll be interesting to see what the Aggies do. I'm rooting for them to get a good coach, though. Lamont says, why are we ignoring the obvious? A&M's going after Sampson. They'd be smart if they did. But, Lamont, you have lost privileges of talking to the Killer Bees today. You can no longer tweet, text, call the show. You're done for the day,
Just
Lamont.
hit me, Lamont. You're
done for the day. 713-780-3776. We'll talk to David Shoemate of Duke.
It
later
could be enough to get
program.
Kelvin another raise.
Yeah. Don't talk. Why are we talking? Like,
Because
the
Lamont
eve
brought
of the
it
Final
up.
Four. The eve of the Final
All
Four.
right, sidebar, Joel. What percentage chance is it?
Oh, he ain't leaving.
Okay.
But I think there's a good percentage chance he gets another raise.
Yeah, I do too. I don't think he's leaving.
He
either.
deserves one.
He absolutely does.
Pay the man whatever he wants. Give him a blank check, Tillman. Not me, Tillman.
After
Give him a blank check.
but after Tillman backed out, he's not on the board anymore.
That was a rumor.
Oh, really?
That's what I heard.
Because
Yeah,
I
saw
thought
that.
I thought
saw
it was
that.
part
No,
of
no.
when if he gets approved for his government job.
He's going to be the ambassador to Italy, right?
Italy and one other country or something.
But you can still donate money without being on the board. But I heard that was not true yet.
Okay.
Or not that it's saying that it won't, but I heard that it wasn't. But still, donate the money, Tillman. It's your pocket. I'm not trying to put my hand in
His
your
name's
wallet.
on the building. You got to make it look good inside.
Pay
Right?
him whatever he wants. All right, 713-780-ESPN HRMP listener line. Got sidetracked there, but that's okay. 713-780-3776. Let's talk more about these Stros, their offensive struggles yesterday. Also, the lineup is out today. And a curious thing today, based on what we saw yesterday, shrug, 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
King's asking, will the switch to YouTube fix the signal? Depends on what the clouds are doing, King at Twitch.
You don't listen anyway. I mean, if you listen, the best way you get the signal is right there on the internet.
Alex has made the move from Twitch to YouTube. If you're just joining us, we're phasing off of Twitch. By the end of the month, we're going to be strictly on YouTube and on Twitter at ESPN 975. Blankers, have you won a championship lately?
I know.
I am a champion. I just found out moments ago that I am a champion. Brian, have you won a championship lately?
Yeah, college football 25.
Okay, but not in video games.
No.
With your hands, with something that you physically did.
I mean, I had to hold the controller.
Oh my goodness.
I had to call the plays.
Interesting.
Oh, wow.
You don't do the Ask Madden thing?
No.
I might smell, Blankers. I'm sorry, but I was over there playing in the Captain Ronel Foundation, the golf tournament they do for the former firefighter who lost his life in battle, he and 3 others. And great cause for the Houston Fire Department and the Renaud family.
And people. The hotel fire?
Uh-huh. Yeah, back in 2013. They started a fund, and this fund, it gives financial assistance to, families that have had firefighters that have been hurt on the job or unfortunately lose their life on the job. And my stepdad's a fireman at Houston Fire Department. And he asked me to play golf with him earlier this morning. That's why I might stink. And your boy, you might not think this by looking at this unbelievable physique, but your boy's the long drive champion. Long drive champion.
Yeah, 225 held up.
299, baby.
Yeah,
299. Down slope, hit the
or?
cart path. 299. 299. It might have been further than 299. I don't know. But yeah. Your boy's
how much of that is in the air versus
I hit it. I flushed it. I can hit the ball pretty far. I don't
Okay.
I do not keep it
attest to
straight.
Okay.
I am all over the place. I am as sporadic as it gets.
Slicing, hooking, but it goes far.
Every now and then, every blue moon, I'll catch one just right, straight as an arrow. And I did. Down slope. I think it hit the cart path. And your boy's a long drive champion.
Oh boy.
Won a rangefinder.
That's a good prize.
Won a rangefinder.
That's a really good prize.
Yeah.
Because a lot of times the worst thing is you win a long drive and they give you a driver and you're like, if my driver's good enough to win the long drive, I'm probably not changing my driver.
I should be doing the booms. How many booms is that? That's 3 booms. Boom, boom, boom. Guns. You should look into that, by the way. The Captain Ronel Foundation, though. CaptainRonelFoundation.org. Great cause. It was a great time playing out there today. Thank you to my stepfather for having me out. And then, your boy won a championship. It's not every day one of us wins a championship. When's the last time you won a championship? 95?
No. Softball.
Oh, okay. There you go.
Coaching softball, we won a couple.
Yeah. Brian has never won a real life championship. Sticks to the screens.
Title's a title.
Title's a title. All right. Enough bragging. And I never do that. I never brag, but I figured it was a worthy cause. Need to try Burger Bodega. I've heard great things about Burger Bodega. They do some NIL with Houston, too, U of H. I do need to get over there and try that. I have not tried Burger Bodega. Texter says some burger in Baytown is top 5.
What is it? Some
burger in Baytown is top 5.
It's not bad. I haven't had it in 15 years, but it wasn't bad.
The problem of eating some burger in Baytown is you have to be somewhere in Baytown.
Yeah. The one I don't know if it's still in the same location or they have multiple.
We're going back?
No. Well, I'm there a lot. Baytown, I'm there a lot.
Oh, because of softball?
So yeah, there's a chance.
Go to some burger then.
I think it was the one I went to. I think it was off Garth Road, but it was it's not a desirable area that I want to be in. Definitely don't want to drive all the way to Baytown.
You should, Blankers, whenever you're out there for softball, meet up with the Baytown baddie at some burger and chop it up. Have a cheeseburger, chop it up. Why not?
Because I don't know it.
You guys know it. Great time to get to meet him.
You guys know him.
Try JLB Burger on Stella Link. Actually, my parents put me on JLB Burger. I've not tried it, though. They say it's fantastic. Beck's Prime is the best burger in Houston. That's an obvious troll. Tukey's and Kima. Tukey's, I have had that. That is fantastic. Stanton City, I know you do. Stanton City Bites is fantastic as well. Texture, it's great to see college athletics excellence represented on the show with Branham's Cougars making to the Final Four and Joel's UW lacrosse women's swimming and diving team making to the D3 championships. Is that true?
man. I
Did they
don't
do that?
know. I don't know, and I don't care, to be honest with you.
That's awesome.
You should be repping
Their
the gear.
track teams have been great for like decades, and their football team made the championship game, I think, 3 out of 4 years, but they're not bad.
If Sampson wins the chip, do you think he retires completely? He said something in the media the other day that he was coaching next year.
I saw. Yeah, he said. I thought it was a couple years.
I don't remember the exact quote, but
I hope
he
so.
alluded to the fact that he will be coaching
Plus,
next
he's
year.
got a hell of a recruiting class coming in.
He does. Number 2 in the country right now. Can the Astros switch their broadcast to YouTube? I swear they're using dial-up. The clarity's terrible always. When will they upgrade to the cameras or broadcast technology? I've not noticed that. I've not noticed their low quality on the shin. Have you?
That might speak to the internet quality of the person watching.
Yeah,
I'm thinking.
Yeah, if the picture's fuzzy, that might be your internet connection.
I tweeted that I did not like the game camera angle in Indianapolis for your guys' games. It was not good, and the clarity was not good. But I have not noticed the same because you know me, I'm a snob about the video stuff.
Yeah,
and I don't think that I've seen any difference in the shin or anything that I would complain about.
I haven't either. I didn't notice that the high camera.
And they're trying to implement some more cameras. They're trying to implement the kind of the NFL version of the flying camera over the top on the wires.
Yeah.
Stuff like that. But I just
7433, you got to laugh at me, but I'm not reading that text. Guess what, Brian? We don't want your bougie behind in Baytown. Stay out of Baytown, Brian. Your bouginess.
That's fine. I worked there for a couple years. I have no desire to go back.
Damn.
Texture, I don't think Beck's Prime was a troll. It's a really good burger. It was definitely a troll. I know that 100%. Is Clint Sterner, who you all refer to as Baytown Baddie? He's a Baytown legend, isn't he? Nathan in Mount Bellevue. Yeah, that is who we're referred to as the Baytown Baddie. I get along with Clint. Clint and I are friends. I send him a text when he has babies and like, hey, congrats. So like we're tight.
Friends.
I'm pretty sure we're friends. Like if I text you, congratulations on the birth of your child.
And that's the only time you text him?
That's more than I do for my friends.
Okay, fair.
Yeah.
And I don't think you texted me. Well, now I'm learning more about a relationship.
I like Clint more than I like you.
Yeah, you didn't text me when I had my daughter.
Yeah, Clint and I get along fine. Buster's Burger. I like to make fun of them though because it's fun. Buster's Burger in Crosby. They just opened a spot somewhere in Houston. That sounds good. I love Crawfish Shack in Crosby.
I'll be out in Crosby on Friday.
You'll all be out in Dayton. That's pretty close.
Crosby and Dayton are
neighbors.
Yeah, they're neighbors exactly.
Blankers
send some food over.
Blankers, if we're in the same softball tournament in Baytown, some burger on me, says Alex.
Okay.
Alex gonna buy you a little some burger.
There you
How
go.
about that?
I ran into some listeners in the last time we were in Baytown 2 weeks ago. And we were in Pearland too. That some of the other coaches listened to the show.
Really, it's good for they have good taste in radio.
Yep.
Rodeo Go burgers are goated. Those are very good. And then better Baytown quarterback, Drew Tate or Clint Sterner. I saw Drew Tate. I didn't see Clint Sterner play at Baytown.
Where did Drew Tate play?
He played at Baytown Lee.
I mean, after that.
He played at Iowa.
Iowa?
Yeah.
That's where quarterbacks go to die.
Yeah, he wasn't a great college quarterback.
No,
he was unbelievable in high school. He played for
Chuck
Dick
Long.
He played for Dick Olin. I think Dick Olin was his stepdad.
Chuck Long might be the best Iowa quarterback of all time.
Really?
And that ain't great.
Yeah, that doesn't sound great. Yeah, I saw Drew Tate play a lot. They were in the same district, I want to say, as Humboldt for some reason.
Yeah, the districts are drawn up weird. That definitely could be possible.
Marco's Pizza is top tier. Okay, we were talking about burgers. We were talking about pizzas. Astros lineup today, real quick. It was out a few minutes ago. What's wrong with the Spotter's lineup? At Jeremy Brown on Twitter.
I just said you weren't doing anymore.
That was a
I know,
April Fool's thing. Altuve's back in left field today. Altuve, Paredes, Jordan, Walker, Yiner, Pena, Cam Smith, Rogers, Chaz. Chaz gets to start in center over Myers. Myers looked lost yesterday at the plate, but Altuve back in left. So again, hiding him. Hayden Wesneski though makes his debut.
Curious,
excited to watch him.
No song until we see what he does.
No, we give him a song.
Song before he does it. Before he pitches for the first time.
Why not?
Because why not would be if we don't give him a song and he pitches well, then we don't have to give him a song.
I want him to have a song.
The counter to that could be if we give him a song and he's terrible, then we take it away.
Okay.
Yeah. My guy Alex
play home on the range just because he's home.
We'll think about it. Let's
workshop it. Yeah,
you can have a poll on that.
How I feel
Let's
about
not
that
jump
one.
at the first one there.
Yeah. My guy Alex said that Olin was Drew Tate's stepdad. I don't know how I remember that. Dick Olin. He had white hair. He was a great high school coach, though. He was a legend in the Golden Triangle area. All right, 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. Let's talk to David Shoemate, Duke play-by-play guy. He'll be on the call he'll be the best play-by-play guy at the Final Four.
I mean, without a
think
doubt.
so. He definitely will be. We'll talk to Shoemate when we return. It is the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. The best human resources and payroll companies, HR&P. Cougar owned by my colleague, Go Coug, U of H class of 1990. He used to protect the Heisman Trophy winner. Now he's protecting your business. He's been doing it for nearly 25 years. Chris Fisher over there as well. He's an Aggie. If you care about that, they have great people at HR&P. Fantastic culture at HR&P. And HR&P provides comprehensive human capital management services, including HR compliance, benefits and administration, and payroll. Your business can be thankful that you use HR&P. Tax season is here. Tax day is coming up very, very soon. You're going to be wishing that you had HR&P around to handle all this stuff for you. HR&P is going to work with you to customize a plan for whatever you need. There's nothing cookie cutter about HR&P. A little help, a lot of help, anything in between. HR&P will create a plan for what you and your business needs. Their customer service, it's second to none. You'll never talk to a stranger. You'll always call someone familiar with you, familiar with your company. I can attest to that. Anytime I have a question, fire off an email, quick response, easy to understand. Grateful that we use HR&P here at Gallant Media. Let HR&P take on the demands of human resources, eliminate your HR burdens so you can get back spending your energy in areas that you want, areas to grow your business, expand your business, maybe get on the golf course a little bit more. I don't know. Give them a call at 281-880-6525. Let HR&P customize a plan for you, 281-880-6525, or check them out online at hrp.net. That's hrp.net.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Let's go straight out to the HR&P guest line, being joined by the voice of the Duke Blue Devils, David Shoemate. David, thanks for taking a few minutes to hang out with the Killer Bees on this Tuesday afternoon. What makes Duke so good?
Oh, it's a simple way to start it. Thanks for having me on. No, I mean, there's a bunch of different ways you could go at it, but to me, the thing that stood out for this team all year long is their depth, their versatility, and primarily their length. I mean, I think a lot of times in basketball, we get caught up in talking about height, and that's certainly the case when you got a guy like Malawach who's at 7'2", and Cooper Flagg sitting there at 6'9", but it's their length and how they can get in passing lanes, how they can defend, and obviously clog things up inside and create pressure on the perimeter. It's a very, very good defensive team that's obviously one of the longest teams in the country. That's what stands out the most to me.
David, I'm interested. This is a rematch of a very heated battle in the tournament. Previously, the scrimmage has connected these two teams together prior to that. I know Shire's talked about that. But when you look at a team like Houston as a formidable opponent for Duke, what stands out to you other than from our perspective watching them all the time in terms of what Duke has to be prepared for to deal with?
Well, I mean, I think that one of the things that jumps out of just looking at the sheet is the age, right, and the experience that a lot of these guys have, and it looks very similar to the roster that Duke saw last year in the Sweet 16, and you mentioned the scrimmage as well. So all of that experience is incredibly valuable, and then the grit and the toughness with which Houston plays, and obviously they're incredibly well coached with Kelvin Sampson at the helm, and I do think this year, you guys saw it much closer than I have, but I do think this Houston team is a step ahead of where last year's team was offensively, which is scary because they're just as good defensively.
David Shoemate joining us on the HRNP guest line. When you read about Cooper Flagg, you hear a lot of the buzzwords: generational talent, best freshman since whoever you want to throw into the mix. It's amazing to me that he reclassified, and he should be a high school senior. Mm-hmm. What do you think makes him so unique versus all of the other great freshmen you've seen over the years?
It's what he does combined on both ends of the floor. I think, we've seen players that come through here that can dominate the game, and Duke has certainly had a bunch of those guys recently when you think about Zion Williamson and Paulo Banchero. And Cooper can certainly do that, but he's willing to do everything you need on the defensive and the offensive end. You guys know, imagine a lot of people know at this point, he leads Duke in scoring, rebounds, assists, block shots, and steals. And as you said, he just turned 18 in December. It's pretty remarkable how he can control the game on both ends of the floor and doesn't necessarily have to do it by scoring 20 or 30 points a night. He can do that, but he gets other guys involved as well. And it just creates such a nightmare defensively for other teams. I mean, take it from that side of things. It's almost impossible to double him because he's such an adept passer and because of the shooting that's around him, whether it be Con Knipple or Tyrese Proctor. I could go on down the list. But he creates so many problems. And then obviously one-on-one, he has the ability to score from the perimeter. He has the mid-range game. He can take guys inside. He's a much improved free throw shooter as the year has gone along. There's just so many different things he can do. And then obviously on the defensive end, he's an elite defender. It's a bit of a unicorn in that respect, the fact that he can impact the game in so many different ways, and it's why a lot of teams have really struggled to match up with him.
How do teams match up with him? Because he's kind of unique, kind of plays the four, but run the offense through him a lot. Shire does. What have you seen teams do against him? They defend him with a four, defend him with a guard. How do teams usually try to attack him on that side of the floor?
Well, I mean, I think what they do is more often than not, you have to defend him with the four because even though he has that size, with Malawach on the floor at 7'2", your center's occupied because if you take that off, you're going to have so many different issues. So teams have been defending him with the four. The problem with the guard is what I talked about with the size and the length. He can just pass over the top of it. So you have to put size up against him, and that's where Duke has had some success with Cooper, and you guys will see it this weekend. At times they'll run basically a 4-5 two-man game and do a ball screen up top with Malawach and Flagg, and Duke has gotten a lot of lobs out of that because it's just not something you see terribly often, and that's just one of the many things that they can do. But more often than not, it's been the four that's been defending Cooper just because you need the size to be able to handle him. Otherwise, it just becomes a post-up game with him, and obviously he can do that as well.
I'm interested in your thoughts from a close-up perspective. From a distance, everybody says, oh, Duke just reloads. It's an easy job. But for John Shire to be able to take over for the legend like Coach K, and we see Hubert Davis struggling at Carolina a little bit, and obviously there's a lot of pressure on him because of that program. But what Shire has done to be able to maintain and consistently keep this program where it's at, he deserves way more credit than I think a lot of people give him because of the fact that so many times it's tough to replace a legend.
It's remarkable. I mean, he's tied the record in Division One for wins in the first 3 years as a head coach, and even within those 3 years, it hasn't always been on the straight and narrow. He's had to reinvent himself a couple of different times. Won an ACC title in his first year. Obviously, went to the Elite Eight a year ago, but when that team didn't advance to the Final Four, took a hard look at the roster and decided to retool some things with Cooper Flagg coming in, and obviously a talented freshman class, but there was a lot of conversation. I remember this time last year about the mass exodus from Duke and guys going into the transfer portal and what that meant long term. And it took a lot of belief in himself and the vision he had for this coming team to go and find a guy like Malik Brown that comes over from Syracuse and is an incredible defender, to find a Jim and Theon James that came over from Tulane, and obviously Mason Gillis from Purdue, who played for a national title a year ago, to complement this freshman class and this young group. So they do have the mix of obviously very high-end talent, guys that are probably going to go in the lottery when you look at Flagg, Knipple, and Maluach, with guys who drafted as well. Isaiah Evans is a part of that freshman class, but also some grit, some experience, some physicality. When I was talking about James and Gillis, it's a really well-constructed roster, and you have to give John Shire a lot of credit for that, because there were a lot of people questioning what he was doing this time last year, and it certainly paid off.
I think the other story that's worth you kind of giving your perspective on is Tyrese Proctor. Everybody talks about the 3 freshmen that are going to be in the first round of the NBA draft. Everybody talks about, a lot of the different things with Coach Shire and the way this team has progressed. But I think that Tyrese Proctor has been the huge X factor for this team all season long, and he's a hell of a story along the way.
There's no question. And this team doesn't formally have any captains, but to me, he is a clear leader for this team. And we talked about earlier, Cooper reclassifying, Tyrese reclassified. Earlier to come to be a part of John Shire's first season, and the head coach, when the team was in Raleigh after they beat Baylor, kind of broke down at the podium thinking about Tyrese and the chance that he took to come here early to be with John Shire. And kind of a similar story. It hasn't always been straightforward for Tyrese. There have been some up and downs that you would expect for a young player, but he stayed with it. And not that there's anything wrong with guys going in the portal and doing what they need to, but in some respects, it's something to be celebrated. A guy that's been in Durham for 3 years, and he knows, and he had to hear about it all offseason, that last year in the Elite Eight against NC State, he went scoreless, and then he has 17 against Alabama in the Elite Eight win the other night, kind of a full circle moment for him. And he caught fire from 3 in the postseason in the ACC tournament, and obviously in Raleigh, and been a huge piece of the puzzle. But he's a calm, steadying influence, and the other thing he brings to the table beyond the emotional and the story side of it, he's an elite perimeter defender, and I don't think that gets talked about enough with him, of what he can do on the perimeter in terms of shutting down the opposition. And, that win against Alabama, Sears had gone off the night before, or 2 nights before, I guess I should say, against BYU, and he finished that game 2 of 12 from the field, 1 of 5 from 3 in just 6 points. I know a bunch of guys got involved, but Tyrese Proctor had a huge hand in that.
That length, too, makes him such a problem on that defensive side. David, thanks so much for the time. Have a great call Saturday night in San Antonio.
Appreciate it, fellas. We'll see you this weekend.
You got it. David Shoemate, the voice of the Blue Devils, breaking down the matchup. When are we going to get the Houston play-by-play guy on?
I don't know. I don't have his number.
You handle our booking. We got the Duke radio guy on. When are we going to get the Houston radio guy on?
Yeah, I don't have a connection. I heard that guy doesn't send out congratulation texts to his
He certainly doesn't answer your calls.
Yeah, no, he doesn't answer my calls.
All right, 713-780-ESPN. We're going to talk Rockets-Lakers. If you have Rockets-Lakers talk or thoughts, you can share them with us. We'll read the good ones on the air. 713-780-3776. Rockets fall in L.A. yesterday. How big a deal really was that? It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Mike Trout of basketball. Mike Trout of basketball. Well, less accomplished, but. Yeah, that would be the problem.
Now back to the Killer Bees,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Twitchers, which soon they'll be YouTubers or texters. But it's here while it's here. While it's here, let's use it. B. Hannon Flag isn't an ordinary freshman. He's not. He's unreal.
He's really good, and the fact that he played against real NBA All-Stars with the Olympic team and they were singing his praises means he's living up to billing.
Pretty smart to reclassify too. Like, you get an extra year of NBA money. Pretty smart. Pretty smart of that Cooper Flag guy. King of Twitch said that we can hear you, B-Mac, during the breaks. Said be careful. Brian cusses like a sailor too, so you better be really careful. I still can't get over the Brian though. His bias. It's I guess because he's a Texas T-shirt fan.
My bias against what?
Anti-U of H bias.
How have I shown anti-U of H biases?
The Duke radio guy has been on our program. The Houston radio guy has not.
Look,
Houston radio guy's even been on the bench.
The word I got is the UH radio guy's a little stuck up. He's not answering my text. Kind of like Jack Easterby in a way. Also not answering my text. So I don't know. I hope he responds one day.
That's a good April Fool's joke that you had there. 713-780-ESPN.
One fish, two fish, red fish, blue fish.
A lot of similarities between
I
those
really
two.
hope he's the AD of Maryland.
That'd be amazing.
Texture said Mike Trout of basketball.
Oh, so okay. They did hear me.
You dropped an Easter egg. They're like, why is he talking about the Mike Trout of basketball?
Yeah, it was
Don't say
something-
why.
Okay.
Don't say why. Right. If you want to guess who Brian was calling the Mike Trout of basketball, 713-780-ESPN. You won't win anything. We have nothing to give away. But we'll give you a hat tip.
Love and admiration.
We'll give you a hat tip. No, that's going to College Park. Foundation built
Foundation
on
of
love
love.
is going from College Station to College Park.
Fortunately for Buzz, Wade ain't going with him.
Yeah.
He's out of eligibility.
Gator Fried Rice, who's the Mike Trout of basketball? You got to guess who Brian was talking about. Brian was talking about a very specific person whenever he said that he is the Mike Trout of basketball. Guess who Brian is talking about, and we'll give you some love.
Our microphones are so weird.
Scotch got it. He said Zion. He's right. He was talking about Zion Williamson. So Scotch, congratulations.
Responded to something Joel said.
Scotch on Twitch got it right. He was talking about Zion Williamson. All right, Rockets lost to the Lakers yesterday by 6, 104-98. What'd you think of this game here, Blankers?
Look, for a lot of reasons, I liked it for the Rockets because I think that the referees and a lot of people had a lot of problems with the referees, but I think that overall they allowed a very physical style of play. I think that this was a team that showed you that when Luka and LeBron are on the floor, that's a team you might face down the road, but you know that they are also fighting for positioning in the playoffs, and they brought a lot of energy to the team. So I think it was a good test for them. I think it was a good kind of a dry run getting ready for the playoffs because I think it had a little bit of a playoff feel to it in terms of the intensity, the way the game was called, and things like that. And then the way the game unfolded, coming off of being named Western Conference Player of the Week. Interesting that Ime decided that, hey, Jalen, seen enough and going to sit you down and basically not play in the fourth quarter was very interesting.
Yeah, he wasn't happy with how he was playing. Right. I thought he was a bit passive. Like, I thought the Rockets could have used his influence on the offensive end in the fourth quarter. Like, when he came back into the game, their offense had been in a lull. I was like, okay, I'm really curious to see if Jalen Green in this moment, like, takes over the final 6.5 minutes. And he ended up getting benched 4 minutes later. That didn't happen. I look, a second leg of a back-to-back. I'm not one to overreact about second games of back-to-backs. Watching this one play out, I'm not worried about playing the Lakers in a playoff series. I think that the Rockets now, the officiating between a young Rocket team and a Luka, LeBron-led Laker team can certainly swing things because I think the officiating would be favorable towards the Lakers because of, well, being in LA, well, because they have the superstars and the Rockets don't. So that would be the thing that fears me the most in a series against the Lakers. But if you got an even whistle, I think the Rockets beat the Lakers in a 7-game series. I was pleased with the way they played. Now, they didn't play great offensively, but I don't think that was anything that the Lakers were doing. Like, I think the Rockets were getting shots that they wanted. They just weren't hitting those shots.
Yeah.
I don't fear LA at all.
I don't think they win a 7-game series against the Lakers. I just think experience matters when you get to the playoffs. Now, if you want to talk about reasons why what happened last night is not going to be something that's going to be define what happens in a playoff series, I don't think that Dorian Finney-Smith and Gabe Vincent are going to shoot 50% from three, basically, and they're going to be 12 of 27 from three-point range, and each get 20 points off the bench. I don't think that's going to happen consistently.
If Luka keeps getting them wide open shots, they could. Because,
They
I mean, it
could.
wasn't like they were hitting a lot of contested jumpers. I mean, Luka would get into the middle of the defense and kick it out to just – how often was Finney-Smith open? I mean, he was wide open all the time. So, I mean, yeah, the question of how do you guard Luka, I don't know if that's answerable, because every time he attracted attention in the middle of the paint when he would dribble drive, the other guys, the shooters, were wide open in the corner.
I just think from a veteran perspective with that team, especially led by those two guys, and Austin Reeves is no slouch. I just feel like in a 7-game series that the Rockets offensively, there are not guys you can rely on consistently enough to beat that team.
Austin Reeves is a bum. He's no good.
Really not.
I think the Rockets beat LA. I really do. 7 games. I hope it happens now. Can kind of like settle this disagreement here. I think that the Rockets have answers for LA. Like, LeBron to me also was super unimpressive. Like, he's old to me. Like, LeBron didn't look great. I didn't think yesterday.
Although that going to his left one-footed 3-pointer that he chucked up was pretty amazing.
Well, he's like the old Toby Keith song, right? Like, he's going to do some things in a game that are impressive. I'm as good once as I ever was. Blah 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 blah. Like, that's still going to be LeBron. But LeBron over the course of 48 minutes,
slow. He looked slow last night.
He does. He doesn't look like LeBron, who's like jumping over people.
He's just so strong with a young Rockets team. For the most part, the guys guarding him don't have that kind of physicality.
I disagree. Dylan Brooks has that kind of physicality.
Dylan Brooks aside.
Dylan
I'm talking
Brooks
about
shut down a couple guys last night, really
impressive, or guys like that.
Well, then why would they be on him though?
But they were, because at the one time he went to the drive to the basket, he just basically dropped his shoulder and shifted his rear end into him and basically cleared out half the basket.
He had
and laid
Van
it
Vliet
in.
on him.
He got Fred matched on him.
I think that was off like a loose ball though. Like, I feel like it was kind of like in the madness, like in the chaos.
Yeah, I don't remember how he got Fred on, but Fred got matched on him a few times.
The Rockets defend.
Fred wasn't great overall last
night.
night.
No, Fred was brutal.
I'm tired of Fred. I
think you should be.
I don't want him on the Rockets.
I don't look. I mean, I know it's not as simple as get this guy more shots than this guy. If you know, but Hal Şengün was last amongst the starters in shot attempts for most of that game. I'm not sure
because he was passive. He ticked me off in yesterday's
some of this is on Şengün, and my frustration on social media yesterday was more with the Rockets, but I've come to realize it's also Şengün. But yeah, I mean, Şengün had a mismatch, and when they did go to him, now he didn't deliver late in the game. He blew a layup after a great spin move, but overall he had a mismatch, and yet Fred's continually chucking up shots left and right when it's contested. I just didn't understand
Jeremy,
that at
your
all.
point. I mean, passive. Like, he got his jump hook blocked by LeBron. And if you get that jump hook off immediately, there's no way LeBron comes from the weak side and just swats that thing out of the air.
He looks timid to me in close games. Like,
and defensively, he's become a huge liability again, because all they got to do is run some kind of pick and roll to get him on the perimeter, and he's just getting his ankles crossed out.
Yeah, Luka killed him a couple times. Obviously.
But I like the Rockets' chances against LA. I hope it's a series we see. Now, the referees between LA and Houston does scare me.
The half thing was weird.
On YouTube, they were talking just now. Who said it?
The technical on Tari was ridiculous.
Desert Stroh just mentioned, I can't remember following a game where a team did not have a single free throw attempt in a half. The Rockets were 0 for 0 from the free throw line at halftime. They did not shoot a free throw in the first half. The technical on Tari, agree with you 100%.
But here's the thing.
To his own
he was talking to his phone bench.
If you just watch that clip on the internet and it's just that quick as to what happened and how and why, one, you're wondering, did he get it for hanging on the rim? Two, then you see him and say, oh, he's talking to their bench. No, he's not. He's talking to his own bench. There, unless you're going to tell me that he hung on the rim a little too long, there is, and I don't believe that was the call at all. There is no way, especially at that point in the game, that you make that call against any team. That was a BS call.
The only way they can make that call, and we'd have to get a better quality audio to be able to hear it, is if he said a magic word in reference to the Lakers player that was on him.
NBA.
I know.
What
look,
magic word are you saying?
Look, I'm not saying I advocate for it, but I would expect the referees to make that call. But yeah, I thought it was so quick.
To the official.
I know it was quick. He was running. He was moving away. It wasn't like he stood there and started barking and didn't move down the court. He was moving away. It was quick. It was an extremely weak call.
I hate the magic word thing in professional sports.
I agree, but
like talking
to
the officials are a little differently, but like talking to a specific player, like if it's not like racist, like to me, it's not a technical foul. He said the F word. They're grown men. They're
that
grown
was the
men.
one night when Austin Reeves, they said he said the F word too many times. Everybody in the league says it. Here's where the hypocrisy gets me, right? I understand that you're going to say that a guy that has multiple infractions, like a Draymond Green, and wait before you, because this is where I'm going. You'll say, well, Draymond's got so many different infractions that we're going to whistle him a little differently for technicals. Yet, if you put a microphone on Draymond Green on any given night and realize every other word is a cuss word, and he gets away with it because he's Draymond Green, you're being hypocritical. But yet Dylan Brooks is the guy that you're going to single out, point a finger at, and toss out of a game because he and Kevin Durant got into a swatting of the ball after a foul was called, and you're going to target him and call him a different way. Like, there's no consistency with how you dial out technical fouls and how you differentiate one guy from another, because on one end, you're going to say you're going to punish Draymond more, but yet he gets away with more F-bombs than any guy in the league. But you're going to tell me if Tari had bad language on a play like that? Like, so what? I'm with Jeremy on this. So what that if he was talking to their bench and making some derogatory comment and name calling, then I understand the referee trying to like get control of that. But at that point in the game, talking to your own bench on a play that was really big for the Rockets building momentum, I thought it was completely uncalled for.
No, I do too. If you maybe you misheard me, but I'm just trying to guess as to what the referee called.
The magic word needs to be pretty magical.
Yeah,
that's
no,
all
I
I'll
agree.
say. And
100%.
I feel like they are pretty soft with some of the words they tee them up for. Like these,
but yeah,
these
Draymond
dudes
can just undress a referee and get away with it.
Like it has to be a line that's being crossed for the magic word threshold to be called. Like, let them taunt. Like, the NBA is better if they're taunting. If there's a dude
100%.
that slams in somebody else's face and then they Theo Ratliff, in your face, the NBA is better. Remember when Yao Ming dunked in Theo Ratliff's face and went, He actually did get teed up, which was bad. But like Reggie Miller turning to Spike Lee and doing the choke, what a great gesture. Kobe Bryant talking trash to whoever he was talking trash with was awesome. You start overcalling these tees, like it's the wussification of sports. We want those taunting moments as the viewer. This is a show. This is entertainment. If you're over-policing that, that's why the people aren't watching the NBA.
Well, Minnesota, Detroit getting the shoving match the other night, not a fight. But Detroit has been, while they've been winning, doing a certain celebration that they do in a celebration dance. And you had Anthony Edwards and you had the Minnesota Timberwolves bench doing the same thing. That's part of what entices people to want to watch. But that's not something that you tee guys up for. We were talking about Quentin Grimes with the back and forth with
Dayang or whatever. Niang.
George Yang.
Yang.
And
I'll get it right there eventually.
And they've been putting it on the internet because it was great back and forth. Don't tee that up. Those two guys aren't getting like vindictive and wanting to fight each other. It's just a lot of gamesmanship that goes on within a professional sport. Yeah. College basketball, you want to call that differently? That's on how you call college basketball. In the NBA, they're way too soft as officials.
Oh yeah. Give me some good old fashioned trash talk. Let them say all the words that they want. 713-780-ESPN. Ocho's asking us about back-to-backs. The Hive has some questions about this Rockets-Lakers game too. Some people defending Alpi Şengün. 713-780-ESPN. Yeah, AI stepping over Ty Lue. Greatest moment. It was taunting. It's better. Yeah, they didn't tee up AI whenever he did the little step over of Ty Lue in the NBA Finals, which I think was the only game the Sixers won in that series.
The technical was they got swept after that.
Yeah, but that's fine. Like, we love those moments. Like, I love those moments. 713-780-ESPN. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You found the killer bees. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Desert Show on YouTube. Rockets will run the Lakers out of the gym if they be in the playoffs.
Wow.
I agree. I
Run
think
them
that
out of the gym is a pretty strong statement.
I agree with them.
And I disagree.
Yep. Well, it's our impasse. It's the
Right.
impasse we've hit there. You guys are shutting down the Twitch. We aren't. The suits upstairs are. But it's okay. You can find us on YouTube at ESPN Houston. You can find us on Twitter at ESPN 975. Plenty of ways to still watch our beautiful mugs each and every day. Blankers is a Rockets hater, says a texter.
Not true. I'm pretty honest all year and pretty supportive.
But they have exceeded your expectations.
No question.
Like, I don't think you're a Rockets hater, but I do think that the Rockets have done way better than you thought they were going to do, like as recently as like 2 weeks ago.
It's a fact.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think that, look, you and I you had a discussion about me questioning at the time Stone's trade to get the Phoenix picks and give up on the Brooklyn picks. Now, both are going to have extreme value, but it looks like that's going to turn out. So I'm not going to criticize that because the pick that you get from Phoenix is probably going to be pretty damn good depending on how the ping pong balls fall. So, we've talked about this at nauseum throughout the season, but it's one thing to say, well, what's your gauge and your barometer for what kind of a year they've had? Well, Udoka's been unbelievable, and he's been the right coach for the job. The first year he wins 22 more games. Now, he's taking them to a level that I don't think anybody thought they were going to get, to the potential to have a second best record in the Western Conference this season. So it's like, yeah, then the postseason happens. You make it. How far you go matters. I still think it's been a successful season, and I think to see the development of a lot of these young players, the future is extremely bright for this team.
Yeah, I'm really pleased with what they've done. It doesn't even matter to me what they do in the playoffs. I will be pleased with this year.
You and I both, but I think a lot of people,
no doubt,
it matters a whole hell of a lot.
Yeah, if they got swept by the Lakers, the Rockets are awful. Like, yes, you're right. That would be the popular opinion. You're 100% right.
But I don't think it's fair, because I think to be the 2 seed in the West, to come from where you were just 2 years ago, and to do all the things that I just got done saying that they've done, and then say that the whole season was just not, was a disappointment. That's false. And the experience that this young team gets, no matter how far they go in the playoffs, is extremely valuable to understand. It is a different game, played a different way on a very, very big stage. And they need this experience to kind of get to the next level and understand and see some of the development, so that, do I have to go out of house to go get somebody to add to this team?
I'm just not scared of the Lakers personnel. And it's mostly because I don't think LeBron is LeBron. Like, to me, LeBron is a shell of himself. Yes, Luka's really, really good, but the Rockets can also throw a bunch of defenders at him that are really, really good. Dylan was on Luka for a brief period of time.
I think that's the matchup in the playoffs.
It's either him or Amin.
Yeah, because I think that, people don't realize that Luka's 6'9", like, he as a point guard. So, yes, you can guard him with length, but he also is thick, as we know, and as everybody's been critical about his eating habits as well.
He's so thick. 270, right?
But he's also put a team on his shoulders and taken them to the NBA Finals with little help from Kyrie Irving along the way that year, to know that when playoff time rolls around, he can up it a notch. And I agree with you. I think they'll run everybody. I think Tari and Amen and Dylan are all going to take their shots, and they're going to continue to try and tire them out, especially if LeBron looks like he's not quite what we've been used to seeing LeBron be. But I just think that aside from that, the Rockets offensively and their inability to get shots from any guy when they need them, it worries me.
Right now the Rockets are the 2 seed, Lakers are the 4. So even if they were to meet up in this current playoff picture, if the season were to end today, it wouldn't happen to the Western Conference Finals. So, like, it's pretty I'm not going to say it's pretty unlikely. It just depends on how the seeding goes. You might not even have the Lakers on your side of the bracket. Mm-hmm. Would you rather face the Lakers or the Warriors if you're the Rockets?
They've had the Warriors have been their jinx. I would rather play. I think
it's the Lakers. Come on.
No, I actually think I'd rather play Golden State.
Oh, Joel.
He believes what he says.
I know.
I
don't understand.
Jimmy Butler's not explosive.
He's from Tomball, though.
So,
not from Houston. Yeah, not from Houston.
Steph is obviously extremely dangerous, but so is Luka.
Yeah, if you were drafting players from both of those teams, Luka would be the number 1 pick. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Luka would be the best player
at this point in Steph's
teams.
Career, absolutely.
But I just like the guys that Houston can throw
Like the scary proposition to me is a team like the Clippers, because the Clippers, if Kawhi's going to play like this, now that he's playing consistently,
Mhm.
and Harden's playing the way he's playing, and they've got some nice pieces around those two guys, they're starting to play good basketball. That's a team that could give the Rockets a bunch of fits.
I just don't think Kawhi's going to finish the season.
Okay,
I mean,
we'll see.
what was the last? I think I heard Dale say this the other day. He hasn't played in the Clippers' last game since 2019.
Hasn't played what?
In the Clippers' last game, or his team's last game of the season. I don't know if he was on the Clippers in 2019, but he hasn't played in the last game of the season since 2019.
I mean, he's the Mike Trout of
exactly.
Texture says, what about OKC? Like OKC's in a different tax bracket.
No doubt.
Their own tier.
Yeah, they're the number one seed. So like if the season were to end today, you're also not facing them into the Western Conference Finals. Like the chances of you play OKC in the first round are very, very slim.
The ones this year are as solid as we've seen on both sides of the conference. I mean, you're talking about head and shoulders above the rest of the conference. I know Cleveland's had a hell of a year.
Yeah.
But when they match up against a team like Boston, and you see what Boston's able to do night in, night out, even if they want to rest or Tatum sprained his ankle, there's so much talent on Boston and OKC that they are a notch above everybody else in their conference.
Well, Cleveland's 4 games ahead of Boston.
That's just, that's regular season record. But
I know.
I think if Porzingis factors into this on top of everybody else that they got, that team is as deep. That's the deepest team in the NBA.
Who's better relative to their league? Boston or their conference? Boston or OKC? Which one would you give the best chance of making the finals?
Boston.
I think so too. I think it's because of the depth of the East.
I think also, that's one thing, and I think OKC still kind of to the Rockets, but maybe a little better. But experience matters.
That team is deadly.
But
OKC
experience
is
matters.
deadly.
Like in a tight playoff series,
They got a little experience last year, but yeah,
some yes. But I think that would be the only thing where if you play a team like Denver, been there, done that, and all their guys are really seasoned at doing it, that's a dangerous proposition for them.
Somebody just called you West Coast. Joel, West Coast blankers.
I don't know, man. You're from Milwaukee, so I don't know if I can take your opinion seriously.
Has anybody ever called you that before?
No.
Has anybody ever called you Hollywood blankers over here?
No.
He's gonna start dye his facial hair blonde and start playing a belt like a guitar, like his Hulk.
Luka can be had mentally. He complains nonstop.
I did notice
they cater to him.
There was that play I think you mentioned earlier, Jeremy, where he Dylan got matched up on it and he just completely shut Luka down. I think the ball eventually got knocked out of bounds. I did notice Luka immediately went to the ref and started trying to show like mark. He almost started acting to the ref like he had marks on his arm from where Dylan got him. It was just
he was also mimicking Dylan at one point, and they let him get away with it. But Tari can't do whatever he did.
Yeah, it was a terrible call against Tari, no doubt.
Yeah. 713-780 ESPN. HR&P listener line. The referees are doing their job. You cannot allow trash talking to go too far because then talking turns into punching. You don't want to see that? You don't want to see NBA players punch each other? I do. I loved if you go look at the most viral NBA clips on social media this year, I bet you the fights are
no doubt
top 10 most viewed. I get that you have to player safety and all that, but let's not act like it's not entertaining.
The minute you hear Isaiah Stewart or you hear fight in a certain game, everyone is just putting that in the search and looking at and wanting to see what the hell happened. And people were disappointed the other night because, like I said, you hear fight between the Timberwolves and the Pistons, and then you see it's a glorified shoving match.
Yeah. Give me the fights, man. Bird would have 100 T's in today's league. Absolutely, he would. Bird would trash talk like a mother.
Did you see by the way, the stats the other night? I think it was last night they ran it, but XX Ron brings it up, the Rockets' reputation, not only with the refs, but we're fighting. Like, in terms of number, they lead the league in technicals, disqualifications, coaches technicals.
I love it.
They were top 3 in player techs, coaches techs, and ejections.
Yeah, ejections, yes.
They're top 3 in all of them.
I love it. It's my style of basketball right there. Give me all of it. We're no punks. Toughest team wins.
NBA players are very soft.
And not the Rockets. Rockets aren't soft. Which, by the way, I don't like Jabari's pull-up threes and his 15-footers.
No.
I want Jabari to stop shooting outside of the paint, and unless they're three-pointers. Stop taking the long twos. And I want him to stop shooting off the dribble. Jabari needs to be a catch-and-shoot three-point shooter, not these transition pull-up threes. So look up the number for me, Brian. Look up the numbers. What is Jabari shooting at three-point range when he's catch-and-shoot? What's he shooting off the dribble this year? Because that cannot be a high-percentage shot. It makes me sick.
I do like
hated
coming off
seeing
the
that
bench,
yesterday. I like Jabari. I'm a Jabari defender. I've always liked his skill set. I think he's very good. I think he's unique, can be a very good rebounder, can be a very good defender. I think he can be better at rebounding, and is a very good shooter. He is unique as a basketball player. Off the bench is fine. Like, it's working right now. Like, if he was a starter, that's fine too. I like his game. I just don't want him shooting off the dribble.
It's kind of like, it's not close to like from a Cam perspective. I just think mentally it's tough for him to understand he's not at Auburn anymore. So a lot of the shots that he was taking consistently, and even when Steven Silas's system, where everybody was just taking their turns running ISO and he could shoot whatever he wants. In this system, those shots don't play. And he's good enough that if he gets a smaller guy on him, that he can shoot over them. He can put them on his back pocket and back them down. But the best thing that team with the little guy on him wants is the rushed mid-range or the fadeaway 1-footer or the transition 3, like you mentioned. Those are shots that the other team's going, yep, we'll take that every time and we'll live with it.
Yeah, I do not like that at all. 713-780 ESPN. Şengün had a monster defensive possession against LeBron late. LeBron kind of lost the ball on that defensive possession.
He did.
Lakers would lick their chops waiting on the Rockets. They're not ready yet. We'll see. Hopefully they play. It'd be a fun series. It'd be really fun if it was like a Western Conference semifinal. I think that would add a little bit more intrigue. Our defense 1-versus-1 was elite. No idea why Fred VanVleet kept helping off of Gabe. Yeah, they're allowing some shots.
I don't understand why Ime won't take him out.
He did the Phoenix. No, not the Phoenix game. The last close game that they played, he benched him.
He needs.
It was last week while you were gone.
He needs to do it more often.
I want to trade him for Durant.
I mean, at the end of the year, his contract, I think they can get out of it. They need to.
Well, I don't think they're going to want to do that because I think they want the finances to make a trade using his salary.
Because it's an option, but they were talking about an extension.
I think that could happen. I also think what could happen is they pick up the option and then they trade him and they use that money to acquire a big time player. And whenever I say trade for Fred VanVleet for Kevin Durant, I don't mean that's it.
Like, obviously you're trading, you need the salary to make it work within 15%.
Right. So I think that's why they would keep his salary on the books. Because if you're going to trade for a Kevin Durant and you don't want to give up a lot of your rotation pieces, then you probably need Fred VanVleet's salary. So I think that it's likely they pick up his option and then trade him with young players for a bigger salary player, kind of like Kevin Durant. This guy texted in Joel Granado.
Same guy?
I guess because he's from Hollywood now.
Oh.
Viral,
I don't
that's your
wear
argument?
Gucci tennis shoes my wife buys me and all that other foo-foo stuff.
Viral, that's your argument? That's the entire problem with the NBA. It's become a TikTok highlight sport. Professional has been lacking the league for a few years now.
Zero fun, sir.
Yeah, it's the texter. Zero fun, sir. I like to be entertained. I'm sorry, texter, but I like to be entertained. And am I more entertained whenever there's a scuffle, whenever there's a Donnybrook? Yeah, I am more entertained when that happens.
Well, we mentioned Luka. When Luka hit the 3 and then had a bunch to say to Rudy Gobert after he hit the big 3 in the playoffs, everybody was all about it. When Anthony Edwards was talking mess and saying he wanted Kyrie and everybody wanted to see how it plays out, everybody's all about it. If the league's going to promote that stuff, then they can't be so sensitive with their technical fouls.
These people are trying to get fights out of hockey, I bet, too. This texture here. I respect the heck out of you, Brandon, but more fights in basketball is bad take worthy. Kids, brother. Kids.
Zero fun, sir.
We're going to get fights out of hockey. We're going to get fights out of professional wrestling. Brian's going to be sad about that.
The bigger thing, though, is if you're going to let's have fights be fights then, if you're going to have physicality, because the shoving matches is what you normally get. I always go back to two of the biggest, toughest talking guys in the league were Dwight Howard and Kevin Garnett. And the one night they squared off in Boston, both guys kept looking to see how quickly the help could come in and separate them, so neither one had to throw a punch. Neither guy ever was about that life.
Dwight is definitely fake tough.
Oh, huge.
Or at least in terms of fighting somebody.
No question.
Texture Malice of the Palace was my favorite NBA moment ever. They made documentaries about Malice of the Palace.
Yep.
Are they making documentaries about the handshake line? Like, are we seeing the documentaries when two head coaches pay the utmost respect for one another? No, they make documentaries of the fights. They make documentaries of these fights. That's why heavyweight fights back in the day would fill stadiums. We like that. We like the storylines. As alphas, as sports fans, we crave two monsters, two icons staring at each other eye to eye and beating each other's brains in to see who's the tougher guy. We crave it.
Think about those Celtics-Lakers matchups when you could feel the hate, right? And on any given play, someone could knock someone else on their ass.
NBA needs to bring back old school Piston style basketball. You're my kind of guy. That's what I like to hear. We doing Mailbag Tuesday. We're going to do Mailbag Monday on a Tuesday a little bit later. Texture, more fights in sports, more fights in school. Teach boys to be men. I don't know which side you're taking whenever you say that, but I think some fights might do society good these days. I'm just going to go ahead and say it. Like, everybody get a trophy, everybody wins. I think there should be more fights. I think there should be more fights across the board. I think it would toughen up society.
Okay.
Toughen up society. Let's start them back. Let's start. No, I'm not going to say that. Did you guys see the Kentucky A&M baseball coaches get into it? We talked about it yesterday. Yep. Playoff Fred. Hopefully Playoff Fred can be Playoff Fred. Texture says baseball need more fights. You're talking my love language, Texture. You're talking my love language. Give me fights in sports. I want to be entertained.
I think Playoff Fred's gone.
Yeah, we'll find out. We'll find out. 713-780-ESPN. We had the Duke radio guy on earlier. Brian's efforting for the Houston radio guy. If the season ended today, would this be the greatest season in Cougar basketball history? 713-780-3776. It is the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. It would be a great time for you to be trying to save some money. Being a homeowner comes with a lot of responsibility and a lot of cost. Ownwell's here to help you with both those things. Let them take a little bit off your plate, but also save you money. A lot of homeowners are overpaying on property taxes, and we do not want it to be you. Head to ownwell.com right now. Sign up in less than 3 minutes to get their experts fighting for you. Their cutting-edge technology can start saving you money with no upfront cost. You heard me right. No upfront cost. Only pay if you save. You can't beat that. Ownwell handles it all from start to finish and delivers top results. Put your property tax savings back in your pocket. Reinvest it. Donate to your favorite team's NIL. However you want to spend the money, I don't care. Ownwell levels the playing field, eliminates the concern of paying too much on property tax for the everyday home and property owner like you and me. Here's some numbers for you. 86% of Ownwell's customers receive a reduction, with the average customer saving over $1,100. Deadline to protest May 15th. Do not run out of time. Save money on your property taxes with Ownwell. Sign up in less than 3 minutes and start your protest today at ownwell.com. That's OWNWELL.com.
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees. Now back to Joel and Jeremy.
Fight, says a texter. Who doesn't love a good fight, says a texter. Y'all's Fight Club bracket was pretty popular, proved that people like violence. Keith. And then another texter said Kermit Washington versus Rudy T, boxing glove emoji. Yeah, that would be the downside of fighting.
Mm-hmm.
Rudy wasn't trying to fight, though. He's trying to break it up.
Sure wasn't.
Kermit
He was
Washington.
peacemaker and just got sucker punched. That was brutal. You disagree with that? I see you contemplating over there.
I don't know how it would be a sucker punch.
Because he took a running start from a guy that
Rudy T was running at him.
No.
Yes.
I thought it was
Rudy T was running at Kermit Washington. Kermit Washington saw from the corner of his eye, turned and clocked him.
I thought Rudy T was separating two guys and running in between them.
I'm pretty sure Rudy T was already up the floor and then ran back. I read the book that you let me borrow called The Punch.
Yep.
Not that long ago. 99% sure Rudy T ran at Kermit Washington, who was not looking, and then he caught him from the corner of his eye, and then because he saw like an opponent, he turned and clocked him right underneath the nose, shattered his face.
I'll have to go. I haven't seen it in quite a while, but I have to go back and watch it because I got it. I just haven't talked to those guys and Murph being on the court with him.
See, I thought Murph was the one that was breaking everything up, and then Rudy T like saw it happening from because the book talked about how Rudy T like ran up the floor because he didn't know it was like he didn't know what was happening. He ran up the floor to like get back on offense or defense. I don't even remember who had the ball. Pretty sure it was on offense. Pretty sure the Lakers had the ball. And then Rudy T to like go to the defense of his teammate ran towards the scrum, and it was Kermit that didn't see Rudy until the last second, turned and clocked a running Rudy T right at Kermit.
Trying to get the video to pull up, but yeah I haven't seen it in quite a while. But I can remember. I'm trying to recollect what all the people we did stories on it and everything like that, and talked to the guys. We actually saw the day that they actually sat down for the first time and tried to bury the hatchet.
Vicious injury, and that would be the downside of the fights is that you get serious stuff like that, and obviously now the NBA has lawsuits, and the refs don't want that to happen under their watch. So that means it's the best kind of point.
I found the video, and Jeremy's accounting is accurate. Kermit standing there, and Rudy runs up to his that would be his left side. And as he approaches, Kermit just turns and punches him.
Because that was always Kermit's case, was that he saw an opponent running up at him. He didn't know what that guy was going to do. He didn't know who it was. He just saw he was wearing a different color uniform, and he thought he was going to get hit, and he did the hitting first.
But to your point, Rudy was trying to break it up.
Yes,
yeah, but Kermit didn't know his intent.
Kermit didn't know his intent of that, though. Like, there's no way that Kermit could have known that. There's no way that Kermit could have known because he didn't know who it was. And even if he knew who it was, I don't know if that changes his opinion. He thought that guy was coming to attack him. And because he kind of went, fight or flight, he delivered a punch, a vicious punch that changed Rudy T's life.
I'm surprised watching the video that Murph, who's pound for pound, maybe the greatest fighter in NBA history, looked down at Rudy and looked up at Kermit and didn't do anything. Because they were roommates and best friends too, and Murph can deliver a blow.
Kermit was also much bigger than Murph,
no doubt. But
they talked about in the book how like Calvin Murphy was beside himself of what happened that night, and he wanted to like go back and beat up Kermit because him and Rudy were boys, best of friends.
Oh, the roommate stories on the road are phenomenal.
King of Twitch says that's BS. Rudy was not running at Kermit; he was running to break up the fight. How would Kermit know that though? Like,
that's the biggest
thing. And look, I'm not trying to be on Kermit's side here. I know that like I like to troll and all that stuff, and I'm not doing that in this moment. I'm just saying, put yourself in Kermit Washington's shoes. He's having a fight with a guy that he's been battling the entire game. They're going toe to toe. Different era in basketball where fights would break out, and then you have a player on the opposing team running in your direction. Like, that is kind of difficult for Kermit to be like, okay, I'm just going to stand here and not do anything.
Yeah, I agree with you. Look, watching this video multiple times now, Rudy's coming in, and he is definitely coming in to break up the fight, and he's got both hands kind of up, like almost to say, I give. I'm not trying to do this. But to Kermit, when you turn and see a guy and you know that you're Kareem and whoever he was wrestling with the Rockets are getting into it, you're on a fight or flight kind of mental path, and that you react.
Yeah, I mean and it was very, very scary. And I mean, there in the book it talks about how Rudy T was kind of close to dying.
Oh,
because
there's
of that.
no doubt. Like if you you're talking about and read the book and then talk to the guys when the doctors had to try and keep Rudy from himself so he didn't panic when they were in the locker room and he kept saying, I have a bitter taste in my mouth.
Yeah.
And they kept trying to maybe convince him it was blood or something like that, but they didn't want him to realize it was brain fluid.
Yeah.
Like that's when you knew how serious it was. I think he had 7 operations.
Yeah, it's insane. Yeah, because I mean, Rudy didn't know the severity of it either.
No.
And he was talking to the doctor like, "Can I play like tomorrow?" And
Right.
the doctor's like, "Let's just worry about keeping you alive." And like was very honest with him too, and like very like to the point. This is life or death in this moment. A texter sucker punches when someone isn't looking or catches him from behind. See, I don't think that happened. Rudy T was
He
running
might
down
be
the
agreeing
court. I think he is, but then this texter, Rudy T was running down the court and got sucker punched, plain and simple.
So I'm
Like
Jeremy's right. You're wrong because I was wrong because I watched the video and it's been quite a while since I've seen it. And that was the case. Rudy is the one running in to try and break up the scuffle. Kermit Washington just turns and unloads.
Odor versus Batista, so one of the best MLB fights it was. Pedro Martinez chunking Old Man Zimmer.
I love that one.
That was
I
awesome.
love that one. Zimmer deserved it.
Zim had quite
he deserved it.
Quite
I mean, look, same thing. I know he's an old man, but you run at a dude, and look, Pedro could have clocked him. Like he did the least aggressive
grabbed
thing.
his head by his bald head. and
Yeah,
threw him
he
on
did the
ground.
least aggressive thing he could do. It still removed the guy from the situation.
People they saw the oldest of Don Zimmer when he was just like the bench coach. When he was a manager, I think one of the Twitter sites they called it one of the greatest arguments, most volatile arguments ever between manager and umpire with Don Zimmer. And it was like they would not stop, like with the violence of their heads and everything going chest to chest, and it would keep going and going. Back in the day, they let it go. Zimmer's temper was unbelievable.
The guy that I remember being the hottest temper with the umpires was always Lou Piniella.
Oh,
Lou,
he was bad too.
Piniella would go. I mean, he got to the point I think one time where he stole the first base and picked it up, and then took off to the dugout with it.
I think that was when he was with Tampa.
It was, yeah.
Yeah, I think
He had some legendary blow-ups with the umpires.
Rudy T was protecting Kevin Kunert. Is it Kunert or
Kevin Kunert? Yeah.
Kunert. See, there's a story behind that too. That like Kunert and Kermit were physical throughout the game. Kermit thought that Kunert did something dirty, and that's what started the fight. And then Kunert,
Jabbar's the one that's got him wrapped up.
Yeah.
Kunert.
Yep.
Yeah, and then and look,
Kunert took offense to that.
And Kermit Washington was a massive human being. I mean, he was strong and he was a wide 7 foot.
Yeah, that was crazy. Imagine if that happened in today's era with
Like, I worked
social
in
media
Portland.
and videos and everything recorded and everything in high def and all that.
Like I worked in Portland and Kermit lived there. And Kermit would come to games. He's just, I mean, he is a mammoth human being. And that's where they finally reunited one we were on the road one day and Rudy actually said, I would like to do this. He was ready to do this. And it was so awkward. We were all sitting like, should we even be here? When they finally sat down for the first time to talk. But that's because in that era, like, and what Rudy went through, you don't know, like, could he ever forgive a guy for that?
Right. Yeah. Kermit was very scorned by that whole situation too. Because he
felt like he was blackballed by the league after that.
And it was also in a time where fights were happening a lot. So like he felt that he was used as the example to
got scapegoated.
Yeah, he did. But I mean, he did almost kill somebody. So like it's hard for him to have that, thought in his mind whenever what he did was incredibly violent and almost cost somebody their lives. So that book kind of goes into how much I think he still carries that to this day. Like he still feels that he was done wrong by the NBA's handling of him in that situation, which is where I completely disagree. Like you punch somebody, almost killed that guy. You probably deserve what you have coming.
Mm-hmm.
All right, 713-780-ESPN. Got sidetracked there, but that's okay. If the season ended today, would this be the greatest season in Cougar basketball history? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
I say Attica's acting up. I just moved for the first time like 2 segments ago, in an hour and a half. Man, stabbing pain.
Oh, it's better than the numbness.
Is it? I think I'd rather be numb than what I felt.
Well, then you can't walk.
You'd rather be numb than have stabbing pain?
I'd rather be numb.
I'd rather be numb.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, if you're going to be
pain or no
if you're going to be
pain.
in bed, sure, but if you got to walk to get to your car or get somewhere and you can't, your leg is numb, that's a problem.
Man, you can still walk, right? On a numb leg.
I mean, my foot's falling asleep, but I can still walk. It's not comfortable. It's not easy, but you can still walk.
You can limp your way there.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't like the sciatica. The sciatica is not great. Don't get old, people. Don't get old.
You sound a lot older than you are right now.
I'm a boomer. We've made this very clear. All right.
Hop to the car.
Let me make this case. I'm just proposing the question. I'm not saying that it is. I just want to throw it out there, see what y'all all think. 713. I said y'all all. 713-780-3776.
There's a 5 A's in that y'all.
I'm a Texan. Y'all all. Houston has the most wins they've ever had in program history. 34 wins is the most wins that Houston basketball team has ever had. They set a Big 12 record, 2 Big 12 records. The first one with the most conference wins, did have the help of the schedule moving to 20 games, but still 19-1, pretty dang good. They're the first team in Big 12 history to win 14 straight road games. They've had the toughest possible path to the Final Four. You beat an 8-seed Gonzaga, who was underseeded. You beat a 4-seed Purdue in their backyard. You beat the 2-seed Tennessee. So you played the highest possible seed in every single round. You've reached the Final Four, which the Houston has played in some national championship games, have never won a national championship. So most wins in program history, Big 12 record, most regular season wins, Big 12 record, 14 straight road wins. You won the regular season title. You won the conference tournament title. You played the highest possible opponent seed line you could to reach the Final Four. If the season ended right now, is this the greatest Houston Cougar basketball season of all time?
See, I can't say that because I wasn't here, so I'm not as well versed as some of the previous Final Four teams. But I know that aside from not winning the title, the fact is that multiple teams played in the championship game, right?
Multiple
with Dream.
Hakeem played in the title
Dream
game
and Clyde,
twice, right?
they beat it. They lost to NC State, but they played in the championship and Georgetown, so multiple times. So
but we're talking about one singular team.
I know. So I'm trying to say, I guess the discussion would be, depending on how far this team this year goes, versus I would assume in one of those 2 years that they did the same thing. They won the conference, that they won the regular season and the conference title if they had the conference tournaments back then. I would think that the Clyde, Hakeem, Phi-Slamma Jamma teams, one of those two probably had a similar path. They obviously didn't have as many wins as this year's team, but and I don't know between the two, like who held the number one ranking for longer time, but I would assume one of those two teams also held the number one ranking for an extended period of time because they had to be one of, if not the best and most highly favored teams in the country.
So the 82-83 team went 31-3, 16-0 in Southwest Conference play. They were number one in the AP, and they're actually number one in the AP final because they didn't do another poll after the tournament.
Mm-hmm.
So they finished the season going into the tournament number one in the country. Houston was number 2 in the country going into the tournament this year. Duke was 1.
Right.
The 83-84 team lost to the national final. They never got up to number 1 in the country. Their high was 2. They finished 5th. They were 32-5, 15-1.
So 82. It's between this team this year and the 82-83 season. You said the one that was won for
the first one I read you was the 82-83. The second one was
between 82-83 and this year's team.
Yeah.
That would be my rebuttal.
Those are the 3 teams that would be in the mix. I guess you could. I mean, you have to throw in the 67-68 Elvin Hayes teams too, because they got up to number 1 in the country as well.
There you go.
Lost,
I didn't know that,
but they lost in the national semifinal, not the national final.
So that's
they got
where
to the Final
I think
Four, but
this
not the
next
championship
game matters for this team in terms of all-time ranking. If they at least get to the final, doing everything that they've done to compare to what that team in 82-83 has done, then I think that that's a legitimate question and a discussion about which of those two teams. If they don't get to the final and that 82-83 team did, I would say that's the tiebreaker.
So if they get to the final, now it becomes the greatest season in Houston Cougar basketball history.
I would say that yes, it would be like between those two teams again, and you could nitpick it and say, well, which one was number one during the regular season longer, or what's your deciding factor? But I would think that those are the two best single seasons.
I'm not sure this team didn't reach number one this year. Because remember they lost a few games.
They lost a few games early.
They were as high as number 2.
They never got to 1. I thought there was a time early in the season.
Remember they started 4 and 3.
They did, but then they bounced back.
because Auburn was so dominant and Duke was so dominant.
Okay.
No.
So I don't know what else the deciding factor would be that would lead it to this year's Cougs team versus the 82
I would enter one, and I know you won't believe this, Joel, but I actually agree with you that I would side with the Keem when they got to the national title game. So I would be on that side.
They did twice though. Which one?
With the team that lost to North Carolina State, they had Drexler still, because the Georgetown, the team that lost to Georgetown didn't have Drexler.
You annoy me with this though.
What?
It didn't?
No, it didn't. Drexler led the year before.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the last year the Phi Slamma Jamma had just of the ones that just Akeem.
Okay.
Yeah, because you always look at pro success when you qualify a college team.
How am I looking at pro success?
Because Clyde was a great pro.
No, I'm looking at their team was better because they had Drexler on it.
All right. My bad.
But I would
both
say
first team All-American, right?
Probably.
I would assume so.
Yeah, I never put pros into the thought process. I would say to a point to this year's team, though, going back to those old teams that made the Final Four and made the title game, they had fewer rounds. I mean, I don't know how many rounds Elvin Hayes faced in the 60s, but I know as far back as when Akeem made it, in those couple years against NC State and Georgetown, getting to the national title game, there was a 32-team field, so they had to face fewer teams on the path to get there.
Fair enough. They didn't win as many games. It was different.
Yeah.
It was different.
It's different. But I would say that's a point in the favor of this year's team, that the old teams had to go through one fewer round.
Okay. Yeah. I think it's between those two as well. 82, 83. Now, I do have a winning bias, so going a step further in the NCAA tournament, I think, is a factor in the conversation. But short list.
That's why you said, if it ends right now, then I think that falling that one level short of reaching the title game matters. If they both end up in the national title game, then you're looking for whatever you want to break the tie with, and whichever stat goes the direction you want it to go.
0315, not the greatest team, but the greatest defense of all time. Texture, greatest era, period, because of consistency. I would agree with that. This has been the greatest era of Houston. I would agree with that because it has been more consistent. Because you go back to way back in the day, the Elvin Hayes days. The first run of Houston Cougar basketball dominance, where they went to back-to-back Final Fours. Then there was, they went to the tournament a few years after that, 4 straight, but then they had a lull where they didn't go there for 4 years. Went to the first round, a couple years without it, first round, then had Phi Slamma Jamma, then didn't make it the next 2 years. First round, didn't make it for 2 years. First round, didn't make it for a year. First round, and then didn't make it for 19 years.
So the Phi Slamma Jamma era went to 3?
It went to three straight.
3 straight.
3 straight.
In 2 title games.
That's pretty impressive.
But, okay. But is that going to 3 straight over a 10-year span with a couple of others mixed in there?
Right. If you're talking about if
we're talking now about the era
of an era, then this run has been pretty spectacular. When you talk about just overall the highest milestones, 3 straight Final Fours and 2 title games is pretty impressive.
For sure. But you look at this run, you go back to Sweet 16, didn't have the tournament because of COVID. Then you go to the Final Four. Then you go to the Elite 8, Sweet 16, Final Four. Yeah. That's pretty dang good.
Yeah, no, I'm not trying to take anything away from Kelvin for sure.
Yeah, but that's why I think you can look at 3 different eras. The Elvin Hayes era, the Phi Slamma Jamma era, and now the Kelvin Sampson era.
Yeah.
I think there's been three distinct eras.
This would be and this is their eighth Final Four?
7th in program history. Thank you, Brian, for answering that as the Texas T-shirt fan wearer of the show. How's the booking, the U of H play-by-play guy going?
No, he's still not responding to my calls. The only reason I knew that is because I can't remember who was on the TV call that, but he put it in his call. 7th Heaven.
Andrew Catalan.
Yeah, he put 7th Heaven as part of his call.
I had heard the number 7 thrown around. I thought that was how many they had gotten in program history, and this might have made it 8, but that's me.
Yeah, this was the 7th one. 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. Let's get to our mailbag Monday on a Tuesday because we didn't do it yesterday. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Guys, I want to tell you about a new community that's being built out in Dayton, Texas, that might be just the best of both worlds for you and your family. It's basically you can do whatever you're doing in Houston, Texas, but within 20 to 30 minutes of Houston, you can be in a country living lifestyle where you have a 3-car garage. You've got a lagoon that basically with white sand beaches that's just for the use of you and your neighbors and your family. It's absolutely phenomenal, and it's all right at your call with Dayton, Texas, just right outside your. You can go and work in Houston. You can be at Toyota Center. You can go to the different things that are going on in the city of Houston, Texas, and yet you can still be in a country life within 20 to 30 minutes. It's phenomenal. We're going to be broadcasting live from there on Friday, and you guys need to check it out because it is absolutely fantastic. And it's something that I think that you really are going to enjoy. My friend Michael Luster is the guy that's in charge of selling all the houses out there. And from the 200s to the 500s, there's plenty of houses to choose from and plenty of opportunities for you to do what you need to do to get to a country lifestyle while still living in the city. You know how big of a problem it can be living in the city limits, but then having to deal with all the hustle and bustle of traffic and trying to get anywhere and doing anything and everything that you need to do. Well, you don't have to do that anymore because now, based on the living and the lifestyle in Dayton, Texas, you can get to a country lifestyle quicker than you've ever been able to do it before. You need to check them out today. You need to get to that country lifestyle, and you need to check us out on Friday for our remote. So I'm telling you right now, it's the place that you need to be to have country living in a big city lifestyle like Houston, Texas. I'm going to get you all the information after the break in terms of how to reach Michael directly. But I'm telling you, if it interests you, we're going to be live at River Ranch in Dayton this weekend. And it's something that you're really going to want to experience for yourself because it's a must-see community. The lagoon is unbelievable with the pure turquoise water and all the different white sand beach opportunities that you're going to have. I encourage you to check it out. We're going to be there Friday, as I mentioned, but it's an opportunity for you to get in before it gets to be too big because it's an investment. And all you need to do is get involved in it, get and see it for yourself to be the next family in line. I'll give you the information after the break, but check it out today and you can look it up online. It is riverranchdayton.com. Guys, before we get to the mailbag, do want to tell you about riverranchdayton.com. Riverranchdayton.com, the read that I was just doing. My buddy Michael Luster, you can reach him 870-754-9164. And we're going to be broadcasting live from there. BMAC and I will be out there Friday, Jeremy via remote. But you can stop in and see everything for yourself. The Angel Lagoon is unbelievable, but we'd love to see you out there.
I'm sad I'm missing that. I probably would start up at Crawfish Shack. Get some good old crawfish. Do you crawfish, Blankers?
I'm allergic to crawfish.
So why don't you give it a shot?
Yeah,
Why don't you see how it goes?
Maybe the hives are fun.
Maybe you've lost the allergy. Let's try.
Yeah.
Let's see how it goes.
So you'd like me to die or have serious
No,
health issues?
not die. Not die.
The hives the last time were not fun.
No, I'm just kidding. 713-780-ESPN. Mailbag Monday on a Tuesday. Why are y'all doing a Mailbag Monday on a Tuesday? Well, we talked about other stuff too much. Sorry. The suits upstairs were not happy. They were not happy with the Killer Bees. Like, you know what? Y'all can't skip Mailbag Monday. It's one of our most popular segments. Y'all have to do it tomorrow.
Along with Who Said It.
And because we're good soldiers, we said, okay.
You love Who Said It.
I hate Who Said It. I wish the suits upstairs would get rid of that thing.
Go 5-0. We'll get rid of it.
I might. Oh, yeah, we could retire it.
Yeah, it'll retire.
I might send an anonymous letter to the suits and be like, that Who Said It offended me.
That was very convincing.
You know, the way the suits are here, they're going to reach out personally to talk to you because they want to make sure that you're not offended, and then they won't be able to reach you.
Mailbag Monday. Would you rather have a Cougar Natty or a Texan Super Bowl win? I'll answer first here. How dare you insult me with that question? Give me a Cougar Natty. I want the Texans to win a Super Bowl. I do pull for the Texans. I pull for all Houston teams.
Mm-hmm.
But, yeah, I live or die with my Cougars. Give me a Cougar Natty over a Texan Super Bowl win. Blankers?
Yeah. I'll take the Texans.
Okay. Ryan's a Texas T-shirt
It's easily, Texans for me.
This is an interesting question. 713-780-3776. Eric the driver. Is it better to have a guy go 1-for-1 with 3 Ks and a homer or 1-for-1 with 3 walks but no homer? There's a case to be made for either side.
Yeah.
What it doesn't say is how many runners are on base for that homer, though.
Well, and how many times did you score by being on base?
That's the randomness of having to answer this question.
Okay.
Because if you gave that information, now it's
You
a
make it
different
easy,
thing.
yeah.
So it is the randomness of the information.
And we also don't know on the 1-for-1 with the homer how many were on base, or if there were anybody on base, or if it was just a solo
That's
job.
the beauty of the question. 1-for-4 with 3 Ks and a homer, or 1-for-1 with 3 walks. See, it's the case to be made for the 1-for-4 with 3 Ks and a homer is you have a run on the board. You have a run on the board. There could potentially be more, but you have a run on the board.
Right.
The 1-for-1 with 3 walks, you're not guaranteeing a run on the board, but you are making less of the 27 outs that you have to work with over a big league baseball game. I'm usually anti-out. I think that it's very important in baseball to prevent making an out as an offensive player. So I'm actually going to sacrifice the run here, the known run for the 1-for-1 with 3 walks, because you're not contributing to any of the 27 outs that you get as a baseball
So you're going with the home run?
No. I'm going for the 1-for-1 with 3 walks.
Because I thought you were leading
I'm rejecting the home run.
Did you catch that that way?
No, I didn't.
Oh,
but
okay.
I agree. I think I take the being on base 4 times.
There's pros for either side.
No, I know, I understand. But my thing is, if I'm on base all 4 times, I'm giving my team an opportunity to score multiple runs. So that's why I'm leaning that way.
Yeah, it's unanimous then.
So we all took the 1-for-1 with 3 walks.
Yep.
Yeah. Give me 4 times on base to give you more opportunities to make something happen. Get that starting pitcher out of there, get to the bullpen early, whatever.
Huh, I'm surprised we're unanimous there.
I am too, because Brian never agrees with me.
713-780-ESPN. Texture says River Ranch is one of my favorite water districts. Bring Blanker some crawfish on Friday. He'd really appreciate it.
No, not crawfish.
And I'll eat
you
them.
can bring food. And BMAC can eat the crawfish, sure.
This is a funny one. I had this discussion at work. What are y'all doing at work? Paper or no paper on a public toilet seat?
Oh man, I'll be honest. I don't do the paper.
You
on
go
the toilet
raw?
Thing thing. It's just
Wow.
it's just
It's a
too
gut
big of
feel
a
thing.
hassle.
Or
Yeah,
look.
if it's messy, that's a different story.
Like if I'm at Buc-ee's or
Yeah.
Chick-fil-A, places I know that are generally pretty clean, I don't put the paper down.
You guys are some dirty dogs.
Now, if I'm at
No.
a gas station
There's
that
some dirty
doesn't clean
dogs.
up,
I mean, with your sciatica, you can't balance properly enough to not actually touch the seat.
You squat above the seat?
I didn't say that. If it's a must do situation,
deuce or
and
do,
and it's a war zone, yes, that is possible.
You squat
No,
over
never
the
squat.
seat?
Oh yeah.
You hover over the seat.
Why wouldn't you just put the toilet paper down then?
What? That's radical.
Because even putting the toilet paper down, if the seat's a war zone of liquid and other things,
well, you can wipe the liquid off first.
With the toilet paper that's going to seep onto your hands, no chance.
Not if you wad it up correctly. It's not going to seep onto your hands.
You're a master water then, because I'm not doing that.
If I have to in a public restroom, 90% of the time I'm putting something down. Now, a lot of good restrooms will have the seat covers, makes it easy.
Yeah.
But 90% of the town, something's going down there. Something's going. I don't know who sat down there. I don't know what you have. You could have staff on your hiney. I don't know.
If I'm at Buc-ee's or someplace I know keeps the restrooms clean, I'm not putting it down.
You guys are dirty dogs. Brian likes to do everything raw. He does his shows raw without a laptop. He sits on the toilet raw without any sort of defense between him and that germ-infested toilet seat. That is some straight nasty. You are nasty. Play the dog sounder because that is you. You are nasty. You are a nasty dog.
I'm a dog.
There you go. Why are y'all talking about this at work? It should be what we talk about at work.
We can't talk about that either. We used to have someone here that used to keep a running list of those that didn't wash their hands.
How about hand sanitizer, though?
But there was no hand sanitizer in.
I kept a mental list of who didn't wash their hands.
COVID, yeah.
I didn't actually go into my phone or write it down on a piece of paper, but I certainly kept a mental list.
Oh no, there was a list.
We need that whiteboard back. If you were an MLB player, what song would you choose for your walk-up music?
I think I would go with one of two songs. Fat Pat, Tops Drop.
Okay, you mentioned that a couple years ago.
Yeah. They're not doing that for their intros anymore?
I don't think that they I don't know, maybe. I don't know.
Or I would go with Q-Tip Vibrant Thing. Because I like that.
Yeah, we got it I got it on my quick start page for you.
I would do that popular TikTok song. Anxiety.
I thought you were gonna say the Sabrina Carpenter song.
That one's fine. Yeah, I'd have a different one for every at bat.
This is funny because now in girls softball, everybody gets to have their walk-up songs. And it is like they'll change them from week to week. It's like major league players. These girls focus so hard on their walk-up songs. Tay's changing it, and then Lisa's veto.
Gotta have the right.
What's hers?
Hers was Tops Drop.
Did y'all learn that from that battered woman channel that you listen to on Sirius?
Scorned.
No. Yeah, Scorned.
Scorned.
Yeah, you almost got. Yeah.
Almost got what?
You had a factor into why she used Fat Pat.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because you gave us tickets to her first Cougar game.
Nice.
And she was there for intros.
Nice.
And she loved that song. And so her walk-up song for the longest time was Fat Pat Top Drop.
I never want to hear you put down how much of an influencer I am.
And now she changed it to Houdini by Eminem.
Okay, that's nice.
It's a good jam because
how does she have so much
Steve
swag?
Miller Band. Oh, she's
at such a young age. Lisa must be really cool.
No, Dad is. Lisa regulates what she can listen to on her car and her radio. Not me. I let Taylor.
Clearly,
we can tell.
She heard my mistake the other day.
Except for that channel. Then we shut that down.
Don't get rid of who said it. Best segment of the week. You got bad taste, Texter. While also having good taste. Why wasn't Ime going after Luka by making him play defense? Saving it for the playoffs, baby.
I mean, it depends, like with foul trouble and everything else. But yeah, I mean, I think at a certain point, how many guys are you going to run at Luka where he doesn't have the advantage no matter who's guarding him? 6'9" with a wide frame.
But defensively, though.
Ball. Yeah, I know, but I'm saying.
I mean, just do a little high pick and roll. Force Luka to switch up on Jalen.
Oh, I see it. Exploit him defensively.
Yeah, you say exploit him defensively.
Yeah. That's a good. I mean, well, if Jalen was having a good night, then you run ISO and put him on an island.
Yeah,
but Jalen wasn't having a good night.
Some sort of action to make him switch. Yeah, he's saving it for the playoffs. That's what he's doing. Space City Kev, got ahead of my skis there. I, for one, am glad that you're doing Mailbag Monday on a Tuesday because I just had a doctor's appointment. My question is, why can't I drink alcohol while taking antibiotics?
Because the mix might be dangerous.
Space City Kev, that was just a recommendation. You can do whatever the heck you want. You're a grown man.
You recommending
No,
mixing alcohol
I didn't recommend it.
Yeah, because I'm not.
I didn't recommend it.
The recommendations of Dr. Branham do not necessarily
I'm just saying,
reflect
he
those
said
of ESPN 97.5.
I can't drink alcohol taking antibiotics. That is not true. The doctor told him not to. It's highly encouraged that he does not, but you 100% are capable of doing it. You can do it.
Capable of enduring whatever the the side effects are.
I'm not condoning it. Don't do it while you're driving. Make sure that you're at home doing all of that. But I believe in you, Space City Kev. I believe that you are more than capable of drinking alcohol while also taking antibiotics. I do not condone it. Let the record show. Blank going Tops Drop, my new favorite host. Sorry, Branham. That's no problem. Blankers is my favorite host, too. Brian should use Nasty Boy by Janet Jackson for his walk-up song. And then a texter wants me to stop saying swag. I'm just showing you how cool I am.
What was your walk-up song?
I picked Espresso by Sabrina Carpenter.
or the
Anxiety song.
Yeah.
Anxiety.
And what did you take, Brian?
Oh, I didn't give one, but I'll go Whiskey River, Willie Nelson.
That's a good song.
Okay.
You just curried some favor there. You
It's a
really
great
did.
song.
All right, let's go to the phone lines for one final Mailbag Monday on a Tuesday. 713-780-3776. Alan, you're in the Hive. What's up, Alan?
Hey, I think the Cougs this year just need to win it all and put it all to bed.
Boom.
For us who were around in 1983, the Cougars were they were favored by so much. I believe it was the greatest upset of all time in the NCAA finals. So let's go Cougs, win it all, man, and put this thing to rest.
Go Cougs. Let's do it.
Our beloved Cougs.
Ready. I want to drive to San Antonio right now. Drive to San
Is
Antonio
the team
right now.
driving or flying?
The NCAA forces them to bus. The
Really?
NCAA has a rule where if any NCAA arena or venue you're playing in is within X amount of miles, I forget what it is, that they don't
Wow.
supply the plane. They supply the bus, but not the plane.
So the other teams are all flying
Yeah.
while Houston has to bus.
Yeah.
But that's not
Interesting.
bad. I mean, it's
I don't-
three and a
can't
half
think of
hours.
a-
It's fine.
It doesn't seem like a disadvantage.
No,
It's just
Is San
interesting.
Antonio up to 3 hours?
Yeah,
Depends on where you leave from.
Okay.
it's 3 hours when I've gone there. Yeah.
I thought it was 2.
Oh no,
No, it's
you'd
not
be
that close.
flying.
No?
No, it's
Maybe
not
if you're leaving from Katy, it might be 2, but
Yeah,
not
maybe
from.
leaving Katy.
Okay.
Oh, I thought you do live on the west side.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe for you it's a little closer. 2's still pushing it.
Okay.
You might be able to get to the outskirts from where you're at in 2, but
Because I was at the last Final Four in San Antonio. We drove. It was pretty easy.
yeah, it's not a bad drive at all. Not a bad drive at all. All right, 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. Twitch, this is the last month we're going to have a Twitch. But one thing that we're going to try to do a lot of, because the Twitchers love it before we get rid of Twitch here at the station, D'Amico sound. We have some D'Amico Ryan sound from the owners meeting because Twitch, I'm thinking of you. We're going to give it to you. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Philip on Twitch is asking, is the Twitch stream really leaving? We're starting the phase out. Yeah, it'll be gone by May. 7-1. Philip said there's like 4 people.
A fat guy in his underwear living in his mother's basement.
There's more people watching on YouTube than there is on Twitch, Philip. It's all part of the transitioning. So we hope that you transition with us, though. It is 2025 after all.
In show we had guys.
Yeah, Alex did.
Over. Yeah.
Alex went over to the YouTube.
So did fake Tony Stark.
Yeah, fake Tony Stark went over there too. So I mean, we don't want to lose you, Twitchers. We love you all. Just go over to YouTube. It's fine. It's no big deal. Like, it's how difficult is it to watch us on YouTube versus Twitch? It's just you type it in, save it in your bookmarks. It's easy. It's not hard to do, right? Like, I mean, what's the difficulty here? Why are y'all griping? Because you don't want to lose your corny screen name? Is that what it is? Was that why you're complaining, King of Twitch? Because your screen, you don't want to lose the King of Twitch. You can't be the King of YouTube. That's why you have to stay on Twitch. What are you worried about? Virginia Buttonweed? Like, that's a terrible name. It's an awful name. Like, you don't need that name. And if you really wanted the name, you can have it at YouTube. Junior Broncos. I actually like your name. It's pretty good. Coog Blaze, I like that name. It's pretty good. But you might be able to get it over there on YouTube. Dr. Dre, great name. I bet you can get Dr. Dre over there on YouTube. Just go act now. Act fast. Do it now. Isn't that a little rejoin thing?
Do it now.
Yeah, it's not a big deal. Don't be upset that we're leaving Twitch. It's going to be fine. And you got a month. And because I do love you, Twitchers, and I know how much you love D'Amico Ryan sound, let's give you some D'Amico Ryan sound. He's talking over at the owners' meeting. I think he's been golfing. I think one of the conversations was him like on the tee.
No, Vandy said it was an executive golf course and that there was no one on it. It was a quiet spot. So he took them over by the first tee and they did the interview there.
How do you?
Because I heard it on the way home.
Oh, okay. When did what day?
Yesterday.
Was that the Boston the Gloss?
That was Boston Gloss.
No,
yeah, it was.
Yeah,
it was.
It was.
I'm just saying they're all at the same
Commercials
time.
happen. You flip back and forth. You
Listen
catch
to the
these
competition.
things.
It was good knowing you.
I mean, they are called the boss. It's the first word.
You guys,
it's good knowing you.
Easy to just kind of drag that out to try and throw me under the bus. That's typical. I'm fine.
I kind of stumbled on that. I didn't realize it was Boston the Gloss yesterday. I forgot about that. Anyways, do you think D'Amico golfs?
I don't.
What do you think D'Amico would shoot if he golfs? Like, what would be his handicap? Because Casario, I think, is pretty.
Swing.
I think Casario's okay. Like, I think Casario probably
They've
shoots
showed
like.
video of Casario.
Yeah, he's all right.
On the
He's
tee
fine.
box. He's all right.
He probably shoots like maybe low 80s, probably. Like maybe once or twice he's cracked 80. That'd be my guess.
I don't think so.
He played in the Pro-Am last year at the Houston
mean
Open.
You're good.
No,
You
I
just
know,
got
but
privilege.
like his swing looks pretty good.
Yeah,
his swing looks pretty good. No, Nick Casario. I've never seen D'Amico.
I would say
swing
mid to
golf.
high 80s.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah,
that's fine. Like maybe his best round ever is like 81, 82.
I don't think D'Amico's breaking 100.
Which, by the way, I did win at Long Drive Championship today. If y'all hadn't heard, should I put that in my Twitter bio? Long Drive Champion.
I'll have the one shining moment ready for it by the end of the show.
Long Drive. What would D'Amico shoot if he was a golfer? You think
100 something.
Why? Why do you
Because
think
he
he's shooting
doesn't play, and
100?
he's bulked up.
I said if he was a golfer.
Oh, if he was a golfer and he really worked at it, then I think he'd probably be in the 80s.
You think dudes that are bulked up can't golf?
Tell me a lot of guys on tour
swing, doesn't it?
Brooks Koepka?
He ain't really. His
Bryson
bicep.
DeChambeau?
DeChambeau found out he couldn't do it with 50 extra pounds and took it all back
He's
off.
pretty good while he was up there.
He's as quirky of a golfer.
But he did get
as you're ever
hurt.
gonna find,
He
yeah.
was getting a little bit hurt. The soft tissue injuries. I think D'Amico can do anything he sets his mind to. I think he would. What was it, the Kim Jong-un or whatever? He was shooting like 54s over there in
Oh, I
Korea.
think he was claiming lower than that.
He
I think
was?
Yeah.
Well,
D'Amico-
yeah,
he was.
because it's there. But
right.
I think he was claiming hitting hole in one on half his shots.
Well, that's
at one
because
point.
he had guys
Yeah.
that are running out in the fairway and throwing the ball further and trying to throw it on the green.
Yeah. I think D'Amico, if he was a golfer, I can't imagine him having a great swing.
Who wins in a golf match? D'Amico or Cal McNair?
Cal probably
D'Amico.
plays.
Never,
Cal plays.
never.
Like
quit.
if we're talking, are we talking like legit right
Yeah.
now today
Yeah,
without
yeah.
knowing if D'Amico plays or not?
Exactly.
Cal.
It's always fun to win.
Rogues, baby.
Yeah, he plays.
Yeah, he probably plays.
He plays. Like D'Amico, I don't think D'Amico plays.
I don't either because I know like he's involved in going to his kids' high school games and And, when he's not coaching, it's all
Yeah.
family stuff. I don't think he has the time to dedicate to golf.
Yeah, I don't think he'd play. I think Cal would wipe the floor with D'Amico Ryans. So it might be the only thing in the world he would wipe the floor
why I asked.
with. But yeah, I think Cal's
Never,
doing that.
never quit.
Cal McNair's dusting
How
D'Amico
can you
Ryans.
compete against that?
Can't. I mean, the inspiration, the attitude, the mindset. Like Tiger Woods was famously known for his mentality. And a lot of times whenever you would tee it up with Tiger, whenever he was wearing that red on Sunday red, that he was just going to beat you because of the intimidation. I don't think he had the mind, though, of one Cal McNair.
I mean,
Never quit.
the red was intimidating, but have you seen Cal throw up the H?
It's pretty with the pinky ring, too.
Pretty intimidating.
In the boxing wrestling ring.
He also did it there, yeah. There's been lots of settings for Cal McNair to throw up the H.
I want to see Cal compete as a luchador
And with
next.
the
That'd
grilling
be fun.
utensils in his hand.
Yeah, he's a good griller. That might be another area where he has D'Amico. He has D'Amico on the golf course. He's got him in grilling.
He's probably, Cal's probably made more hamburgers.
He has him in life advice.
Yeah,
and
without a doubt.
mentality. And like the winning mindset, I think he takes over D'Amico.
Oh no, not with the locker room speeches of D'Amico Ryans.
I don't know.
No,
Man.
Cal
McNair makes
I'd
me
rather
wanna run
see
through a wall.
never quit on the wall than Swarm. I'm just saying.
Yeah, there's a lot of debate if Swarm even makes sense. Because they're like, it should be Swarm.
I don't think that a lot of people are running around town going never ever quit. And everybody's
never quit.
No, there's times whenever I'm in there, like the last rep, whenever I'm working out that 1 or 2 days every year, early July, or early January for the New Year's resolutions. And in my mind, I'm like, it's very easy to just, quit, not continue. But it's like, you know what? You're cheating yourself if you do that. And whenever I think in that moment where I really want to quit, this is what comes to my mind.
Never quit.
That's gotten me through a lot of dark times and dark days. D'Amico yelling Swarm is not.
You're a different individual.
So I would go Cal and the life coach over D'Amico. Here was D'Amico, I think, first public I don't want to play the tons of one. It was bad audio. The clip's too long. Let's not play the tons of one.
Lance got it for you.
He said, I'll never get over that.
No, you won't.
Lance thought he was like helping us out so much, recording the sound on his phone whenever, like, hey, Lance, text and send us that, man. Like, it's okay. We have they posted on YouTube. We're gonna be good. But he talked about Tunsil, like like how they were toxic and stuff. He's like, that didn't happen. He was a great teammate. It's hard to trade him. Just couldn't pass up the opportunity. Here's D'Amico talking about the addition of CJ Gardner-Johnson.
Instantly improves our back end. I think he, not only from his play, but him pairing with Kalen. I think Kalen's game is definitely going to improve from just seeing how CJ plays and how he prepares. You can feel the passion, the love for football that CJ had. Just my first conversation with him. Like, he got me fired up talking to him. So he's going to fit right in as a Swarm player for us, and I'm excited to get to work with him.
There you go. You know what he kind of did there, though? He tipped his hand on who his starting safeties are.
Oh, there's no doubt.
Not that we had any concern about that in Houston. Like, we knew that it was Bullock and CJ Gardner-Johnson, but there were some national media heads. I don't know if you caught this. You might have been out, where they were like, oh, the Texans are trying to get Bullock off the field.
Oh, my God. That's ridiculous.
It's like, you're a casual and don't watch Houston Texans.
You just made the list.
You just made the list. Yeah, I might have bookmarked it. If I didn't, that was a failure on my part. But there you have it. Like, if there was any doubt at all, not from us locally, but these national jabronis who don't know what they're talking about, CJ Gardner-Johnson, Kalen Bullock, your starters as of right now.
Thank you. That means what I want is happening regardless of whether they cut him or not. No more Jimmy Ward in the starting lineup.
No, they're not going to cut him, though.
No.
He'll be your third safety backup nickel.
Fine. Leave him there.
Yeah, I believe he'll be your backup. Do we want to play any other sound? Is that enough sound for the Twitchers? Was there anything else? Like the Christian Kirk, is that worth playing, Brian? He said he's fast and he thinks he can help him on third down. Like,
I could go either way on it.
Would you rather? Let's play one more. Kirk or EJ Speed? Which one do you think?
I like EJ Speed.
There we go. I'll agree with Blankers.
So
I agree with them all the time.
Stop patronizing me.
So D'Amico said about Kirk, he likes his speed, he likes his quickness, thinks he can help him on third down. Will be a great addition. Yay. All right, here was D'Amico on the addition of EJ Speed.
I remember EJ came out of Tarleton State, thought he was fast, long, explosive linebacker, and he's developed into a solid linebacker there with the Colts. Looking for him to just come in and add some of those same qualities that he's shown, like playing fast, playing physical. He's made a ton of tackles the past couple of years, so excited to see him in the mix with our linebackers to see what we come up with.
I didn't realize he went to Tarleton State.
That D'Amico remembered him means he probably had a little bit more intel and input on that.
He's a Fort Worth kid, too. That's good. Fort Worth's better than Dallas. I like Fort Worth. Dallas, not so much. I didn't realize he went to Tarleton. That's pretty cool. Do you know? Guess how many tackles DJ Speed had last year? Like combined tackles.
75.
142.
Jeez.
Missed 2 games and had 142 tackles.
Wow, he was Jalen Petrie a couple years ago.
Well, yeah, when the Texans defense was terrible,
when
no one else
and they
could
kept
tackle.
getting to the secondary.
So he had 102 2 years ago, and certainly you're not graded how you are defensively as how many tackles you have. But what does the Houston Texans linebacker depth chart look like? This is kind of confusing because obviously Azeez Al-Shire's not going anywhere. They like to play a lot of nickel. Maybe they play a lot more 4-3. But how does it look after Azeez Al-Shire?
See, he even talked about it in that. I think it was in that interview and also with the media that this doesn't mean anything against Christian Harris. It was just that Christian Harris took so long to get healthy, and then when he was healthy, he was kind of up against it because they were getting ready for the playoffs. That he didn't factor in as much. But he expects Christian Harris to be a part of that linebacking lineup that you're talking about. I think that it could be Christian Harris and Speed and Azeez, and then you can use Henry To'oTo'o kind of interchangeably with those guys.
I'm wondering if they don't love Christian Harris.
There's a part of me that wonders whether if it's a health issue or otherwise that something has happened either because of the injury or aside from the injury that lets them believe he's not in the mix.
I think EJ Speed's their number 2 linebacker. Cash him or trash him. EJ Speed is the Houston Texans' number 2.
It's only between him and how you feel about Christian Harris, because we know that To'oTo'o knows the game of football from an athletic standpoint. I think that he's maxing out. I think that with the numbers you just gave too, I think it's either Speed or Christian Harris, and right now it probably is Speed.
Let's do our cash him or trash him next. 713-780-3776. What are you cashing? What are you trashing? 713-780-3776. It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Cash 'em or trash 'em with the bees. 713-780-3776. What's your cash 'em or trash 'em blinkers?
I'm going to go Isak Paredes has a better offensive year at the end of the year than Alex Bregman.
I think it's going to be close.
By which measure? Like OPS?
I like him in the dike.
Yeah, which I like how you're coming around to that. What's
I
our
used to say
measure here?
Big, and then I got criticized for that, so I'll just call it the dike.
What's our measure?
I think we have to just kind of you're gonna have to factor in everything from the OPS to the average to the bombs. I mean, I don't know. Like I said, I don't know how we differentiate all of it.
I mean, I think
Pick a
OPS
side.
would be the easiest way to.
Let's do OPS
or home runs. I would say one of the two would be the easiest, but.
You're the analytical guy, Jeremy. Pick which one.
I just like how you said OPS and average and homers.
Well, but
because that's factored into
I
it.
know
analytics
like discussion about this kind of stuff. People are going to pick whichever they think is going to lean towards their side of the argument. But I think he'll have a better batting average.
I don't think I have a better average
than Bregman.
No, Bregman's a better average guy, but I don't really care about average. I'm not an average guy. I'm a bit
below average.
I'm a bit above average. I'm a bit above average. I did win a long drive championship today, Brian. Let's give me my flowers here. I'm putting it in my Twitter bio. Long drive champion. Got all these Houston Fire Department guys, like these real leaders of men. They're the first ones into these fires.
Manly men.
Yeah, and they got dusted by Branham today.
Doesn't say much of them.
Let's go OPS. I think that's the best common known offensive metric. I'm a WOBA guy, but that's not universally known as much. Let's go OPS. I will cash it.
Yeah, I think the on-base part of OPS certainly plays in Isak's favor, so I'll cash it as well.
Bregman, a good OBP guy too.
He is,
I don't want
but
to sell him
he's
short.
been trending down the last couple of years, whereas Isak takes so many pitches.
Yeah, you still got to get on base though.
Yeah,
I saw that highlight you were talking about, the facial.
Oh yeah, it was bad.
That was rough.
That was not great. Did he break his nose? Did we hear?
I don't know if he broke his nose, but just the
nasty
whole
fall.
skid marks of redness that were from the turf
Hit some
all
bacon,
over his nose.
Had some bacon strips on his nose.
Woo.
EJ Speed is the Houston Texans' #2 linebacker.
Cash it. I cash it because I think that there are legit question marks, either health wise or otherwise, with Christian Harris.
I don't even say trash it based upon Christian Harris. I think it's Henry To'oTo'o. I mean,
they both need to be a factor.
Sure, but I
'2.
thought To'oTo'o stepped up and played really well last year, so I think it'd be To'oTo'o over EJ Speed.
Yeah, I mean, To'oTo'o was getting the snaps in the playoffs.
Yeah,
Harris was not. Harris was available too. He was running up and down the field on special teams. Wasn't playing defense though. Oso, we sure they're confident in Aziz being available. Dude is the one dumb hit away from a 6-game suspension. Oso, we like physical football in Houston. We like swarming behavior from the Houston Texans. Brian, what's your cash 'em or trash 'em?
I think the NFL has overthought their overtime rules. I'm done with it to the point of this whole idea of needing to now in the regular season, which this passed today, guarantee both teams a possession after you've already shortened the overtime session by 5 minutes.
Yeah.
I mean, you're not going to make it inherently even. If the team that gets the first possession holds the ball for 6-7 minutes, well, it's not even because now the other team's got 3 minutes. I mean, you can't make it even. So if this is about player safety, which apparently they're taking the 5 minutes away was, just allow ties in the regular season. I know that's going to be an unpopular opinion. I would rather have ties in the regular season than this overcomplication of trying to make sure everything is completely even and fair. Playing an extra 10 minutes and guaranteeing both teams a possession.
Ties suck. Period.
I agree, but I would never advocate for ties in the regular season, baseball or basketball. But in football, with the physicality of the sport and what should be an onus on player safety, I mean, that's what the NFL
Now, they did
tells
have
us.
the option to do it a full 15 minutes and do that, and it was voted against that part of it.
I'd rather have ties.
But I'm trashing the hell out of that because I hate ties.
Yeah. Didn't I do this in baseball and you said you trashed it, Brian?
I don't recall that.
Maybe not. It might have predated you. Because remember,
I do remember you bringing that up.
Yeah, because I don't like the gimmicky extra inning rules in baseball.
I would agree that I'd rather have that than the whole Manfred man.
That was my old cash 'em or trash 'em, which I got just torched for that. I'm cashing this. I'm cashing this in the regular season. I think at the end of a regulation, if you were tied, and then you lose a game in the overtime period or the extra inning or innings, that to me shouldn't carry the same value as losing a game 10-2 over the course of a regular game. Or in football, like, why is a team that's losing in overtime getting one regular season loss equal to a team that just got dusted 40-0?
Yeah,
like that to me doesn't make sense. I think a tie in the regular season is actually a truer result. And again, these are 17 rounds, right? You're looking for 17 rounds and then qualify for the playoffs. Obviously, it couldn't exist in the playoffs because it's win or go home. It's survive and advance and all of that. But I am actually, and this is, we are probably in the minority here.
Yeah.
I am cash it. I believe that regular season should end in ties. Man for man, stupid. The extra overtime rules in the NFL are stupid. I'm with you on this one. 713-780-3776. Most people are with you. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Keith has a cash him or trash him.
Hey, guys, I got a baseball cash it or trash it. Rafael Devers has 15 strikeouts already. Cash it or trash it. Will he eclipse the record of 223 strikeouts held by Mark Reynolds in 2009?
Like how he knows who holds the strikeout record. I mean, I'm sure he Googled it, but it's just funny. I would never have been able to tell you.
Mark Reynolds' team.
I don't even know who Mark Reynolds is.
It was Arizona, wasn't it?
Oh, okay. I remember who Mark Reynolds is now.
Yeah, he struck out
for the Orioles.
He might have played
that.
I think so.
Though I remember from being a member of the Diamondbacks, but he struck out 200 plus. Feels like every year. He was a strikeout machine.
I think Devers will find it. I don't think he'll get that high.
223 is
That's a lot.
Oh man, he broke Adam Dunn's record. That's too bad.
big
Adam
donkey.
Dunn, local guy in New Caney. I think it's Adam Dunn Field up there. So 200 and how many?
23.
223. Devers' career high in strikeouts is 147.
Yeah, not happening.
It's a big leap.
Not happening.
That's not happening. Trash it.
Trash
it. Although, can a guy be throwing a bigger temper tantrum than this?
Yeah, it's not a good look coming off of the way he handled the Bregman thing.
Yeah.
He's throwing a fit that he's not playing third base anymore. Alex Cora, he knows we're in the winning business. Well, Devers ain't helping you win right now.
No, he's not winning
for
business right now.
19 to start the year with 15 strikeouts. That's insane. 15 of his 19 putouts or via the strikeout.
He's the way. Look, of the two things, we knew that his defense sucked, but that he's always been a stick. This ain't a great look if you're a designated hitter and you're not hitting.
It's not even that. Like
I hope for him he's hurt.
19 at bats.
It's
He's not hurt.
I
His
know.
feelings
I'm
are
just
hurt.
saying.
Yeah,
I
his
hope
feelings
for
are,
him
he does
he's
not
hurt.
look hurt at the plate.
He's just
aside from the
doesn't.
fact that he's not making contact.
He's throwing a fit. Is what he's doing.
Yeah.
Join us Friday, River Ranch, Dayton, new community northeast of Houston. 16 new model homes, home from the high 200s to the 500s, so the Twitch can afford it. Features the Angel Lagoon with white sand beaches and turquoise water. Must-see community. ESPN Houston will be there from noon to 6. Paul Gallant and then the Killer Bees, Blankers, BMAC. I'll be in my hotel in San Antonio. Learn more at riverranchdayton.com. All right, car wrecks of the day, 713-780-3776. What are your car wrecks of the day? It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Guys, May 15th is the deadline to protest your property tax, so don't wait and don't be late. You need to contact Century Property Tax Consultants right now. Over 60 combined years of experience. Century Property Tax Consultants' priority is to help residential, commercial, industrial, and business property tax clients reduce their property taxes. Don't pay more taxes than necessary. Let Century Property Tax Consultants fight for you. All you got to do is sign up. www.cprotax.com. That's www.cprotax.com. They're the best in the business. They've got all the experience behind it. And the best thing for you is if they don't get you the savings that you're looking for and they don't save you money, you don't have to pay. Unless they get you a savings, no charge. That's phenomenal. That's why you should go with them. Experience and a guarantee that if they don't get you savings, they don't charge you. Go right now to cprotax.com.
713-780-ESPN. CarX of the day. Glenn Davis, Soccer Matters, coming up next. Maybe the best double entendre that we have in Houston, Soccer Matters. Oso Cal's better than D'Amico at Mario Kart as well. Something we didn't mention.
It's
Cal
always fun to win.
definitely would beat D'Amico in video games too. YouTube has crazy amount of ads. Sorry, but how do you think we get paid? Ads are big for us. So sorry that we're leaving Twitch by the end of the month and moving to YouTube, but it is the way it's got to be. That's what the suits told us. They wanted us to deliver the news. The YouTube is about to become way more toxic. That's probably true. If the Twitchers all go to YouTube, because Twitch is dying by the end of the month, at least our channel, not Twitch.com. Twitch, ESPN 975 will be no more come May. It's going to be May.
Can YouTube, you can't, I see what you did there. YouTube, you can't do the whole pay a little extra for no ads?
Yeah, you can sign up for their premium, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, if we get rid of the Twitch and all of the Twitch goes over to the YouTube, then yeah, it will be a little more toxic over there. There's no doubt about that. All right, car wrecks of the day, 713-780-3776. What are you nominating for the car wreck of the day?
I'm nominating the fact that April Fool's sucks from anybody that's on social media and anybody that does what we do. Because I've been known to have got before already. But the fact that today everybody was trying to get everybody, and there were plenty. Tracy Wolfson, I think, bit the hardest on the April Fool's joke. Tiger Woods came out and said that doing the hyperbaric chamber and everything, he has good news that he's ready for the Masters and he's ready to play. And she retweeted it and responded and said, "This is so great. This is great for CBS."
Really?
Yeah, she bit into it all hook, line, and sinker. And he had to come out and say, "I was just kidding, guys, April."
That's ridiculous. Yeah. I can't believe she bit that. Like, he has a torn Achilles.
Yeah, I mean, he even said in the tweet that it's only been a couple weeks.
Yeah.
I mean, how could you possibly believe him sleeping in the hyperbolic chamber?
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Has she responded since then?
No, I haven't seen any response after the initial response.
Oh, she tweeted, "He got me," wink emoji.
Oh, okay.
The wink emoji, though, makes it seem like she's getting in on the joke.
Oh, you think she was /S with her tweet?
Maybe.
I don't know.
She puts, okay, so her tweet says, "Wow, exclamation mark. This is insane, but so great for the Masters. Can't wait to watch them in Augusta, exclamation mark."
No question that was
I
real.
don't sense any sarcasm there, but it's
Okay.
hard. It's text, so.
Okay, so I think that it's important. The exclamation mark's important here, because if she's not one who tweets with exclamation marks, then this would have been satire. But scrolling through her timeline real quick, she uses a lot of exclamation marks.
This is why you're the expert.
So this was since she got fooled. She got. I saw the few that you put on here. These are good. Space City Sports said Dana Brown just said on the cardiac arrest that they're considering battering Jake Myers second in the order to get some speed ahead of Jordan. Manny quote tweeted, "If this ain't proof that it's wacky inside the Astros organization, this is more stupid than Altuve and left, a black hole at the plate in front of Jordan."
He got. And I looked in the mentions too. It took about five or six other comments before finally someone said, "Look at what day." I think it was Not Santa.
Yeah,
said,
our boy Not Santa immediately replied, "Look at the date, Manny."
Yeah.
Mike Zerline, Lance's brother, he always gets in my comments too. He hates me. You know what the date is, right? Altuve's playing left field.
Lance or his brother?
Maybe both.
Okay.
Altuve's playing left field. Jake Myers hitting second isn't far-fetched. Another commenter, "It's an April Fool's joke." Manny, not a funny one, because at this point we really can't be sure. LOL. That's funny. There was the Hunter Dickinson one.
He applied for.
Did people fall for this?
His 7th year of eligibility. There were people talking about where's he going to go.
That's a good one. Those are good. I'm going to nominate the Astros offense, not scoring any runs again.
I'm going to nominate the tech against Tari Eason.
Oh, good call.
That's a good one.
That's a good call. I think any other day that would win it. But
Tracy's got to win.
I got to go the April Fool's.
Yeah, Tracy Wolfson.
Manny's pretty good too, though.
Yeah, they're both good.
We just go April Fool's people.
Sure.
Yeah. I'm happy that we didn't do any April Fool's jokes today on people.
I really thought y'all would have.
I did it on Twitter, but didn't do it. I don't like doing the April Fool's jokes. All right, does it for us. Thanks to Brian for doing the hard work. He's Blank. I'm Brian, and we'll talk to you tomorrow, Houston. Glenn Davis, Soccer Matters, right now on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Okay, you got it? Okay, cool. Yep. All right, lots to get into tonight here on Soccer Matters, and a big thank you to John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm for being our amazing presenting sponsors and bringing soccer talk to the airwaves here in a World Cup host city, Houston, Texas. A lot of people watching on YouTube tonight. If you're there, thank you for tuning in. This show will be podcasted at ESPN975.com. Today, the 80th year anniversary of the Battle of Okinawa. And today I think of my father and all those souls who fought for our freedom here, and bloody Pacific battle. That's for sure. All right, tonight's show is dedicated to the life, the amazing soccer contributions, and the man himself, Hank Steinbrecher. His great friend Bill Nuttall, a former professional goalkeeper, worked with Hank at U.S. Soccer when he was a secretary general, will join us tonight. They were both teammates in college on the 1970 Davis and Elkins college squad that won the NAIA national championship. But everybody knows these are remarkable contributions that Hank Steinbrecher has had in the world of soccer. He's survived by his wife of 53 years, Ruth Ann Steinbrecher, his sons, Chad and Corey, a stepdaughter, Shauna Moss, a sister, Mary Sirakowski, and 5 grandchildren. We have to mention them. Our thoughts are with them right now. Hank attended Davis and Elkins College, small school in the hills of West Virginia. 1970 NAIA national champions. He graduated there and then went on to get a master's degree at West Virginia University. College coaching career at Warren Wilson. Then he coached at Appalachian State. I remember that because we went down there to play Hank's teams. And then Boston University. And he was director of sports marketing at Quaker Oats. A man of immense talents, a man of immense contribution to the game of soccer in this country, coming out of that small little school that produced a lot of players and people that have continued in coaching, playing professionally, a lot of great names there. But tonight it's about Hank Steinbrecher, big-time marketer of the sport, directly involved in developing U.S. soccer's sponsorship programs, oversaw the 1994 FIFA World Cup, 96 Summer Olympics, and 99 FIFA Women's World Cup. Stepped down in February 2000. So Bill Nuttall worked very closely with him. He's going to join us here tonight, but show dedicated tonight to Hank Steinbrecher. And one thing I know about him with my connection with him, which may not have run as deep with, as the guys who played with him, but always willing to help, always willing to give you ideas, always willing to give you time. And that stretched over the course of many levels. And he was a mentor to so many, always had time for everybody. And dang, what a public speaker he was too. Fantastic. So we'll hear from Bill Nuttall here tonight. All right. I'm going to take you into what I think was the biggest game last week. And this World Cup update is brought to you by Nico's Greek and American Cafe. 3 locations, Woodlands, I-10 and Beltway near Katy, and the original in Montrose. And the thing about this is that there was a lot of talk from Rafinha, the Brazilian attacking player, ahead of this match. And of course, Brazil was playing Argentina. This was South American World Cup qualifying. And I will remind you that Houston, Texas will have 7 World Cup games in 2026. So here's last week's World Cup qualifier from CONMEBOL. And this is Argentina at home in the Estadio Monumental, which is also the home of River Plate. Here's a synopsis of the goals as they absolutely dismantle Brazil.
Cobró rápido Argentina y viene tocando. Ahí está Julián metiendo servicio, control. El remate. ¡Gol! ¡Gol de Argentina! Ahí va como segundo centro delantero. Acá viene Argentina. El toque para Julián. De Paul espera el arribo de Nahuel. Mete centro, remate, gol. ¡Gol de Argentina! Se duerme el Cuti Romero. Ya le quitaron la pelota. Gol de Brasil. ¡Gol de Brasil! Recupera Argentina. Enzo Fernández. Ahí está el remate. Gol de Argentina. ¡Gol de Argentina! Porque llegó Tagliafico. El balón va retrasado. Pero el remate es impresionante. ¡Gol! ¡Gol de Argentina!
Holy smoke. I think I might want to get a few people out to go play right now. I don't know. But what emotion there. Obviously, when those two great soccer playing nations get together. Argentina now has 31 points. By the way, they played that game without Lionel Messi. They are already under Lionel Scaloni, I believe, preparing in many ways for life after Leo Messi. So we don't know if he's going to play in the World Cup or not. I hope he plays in World Cup 2026. What's interesting about that, it was Julian Alvarez in the 4th, Enzo Fernandez the 12th, Cunha for Brazil in the 26th. That made it 2-1. Argentina then got a goal from McAllister. So it was 3-1 at halftime. The 71st minute goal was ridiculous. Giovanni Simeone, that's Diego Simeone's son. They call him El Cholito. He plays for Napoli. I mean, he makes this run from an angle and just smashes. It's so oblique, you wonder how it can go in, and just hits it with absolute power, and it goes in. That is your World Cup update, brought to you by Nico's Greek and American Cafe. And, of course, 3 locations in Houston, the Woodlands for Nico's, also I-10 in the Beltway near Katy, and, of course, the original in Montrose. Go to the original in Montrose one time. It's worth the trip on its own. So that's that. Argentina has 31 points, well in a good position to get into the World Cup, obviously. Ecuador at 23, Uruguay at 21, Brazil at 21, Paraguay at 21, and Colombia at 20. Top 6 go directly into the World Cup. 7th place will go into a playoff spot. That is Venezuela currently, although Bolivia has 14 points. Peru and Chile are pretty much out of it, which is, well, not necessarily, but it's hard to see Chile at the bottom of this after having won a couple of Copa Americas in recent times. Argentina's looking to win the World Cup back to back. It's only happened with Italy and Brazil. Nobody else has ever done it. And Brazil defensively in this looked quite the mess to me. Argentina has the most goals so far in the tournament with 26. 713-780-3776, 713-780-3776 is the number to call in here tonight. As I mentioned in the 3rd segment tonight, we will have on the Houston Dynamo president of soccer operations. That is Pat Onstad. The Dynamo are still winless after 6. They got beat 3-1 in Portland. This was a rough night for the Dynamo. I think they put a good 20 minutes together between the 45th and 65th minute. But outside of that, rough start, looked very vulnerable. In transition, not prepared to deal with Portland. You knew it was coming at you. The amount of times the Dynamo as a team got turned and were running back towards their own goal was a real tip-off to the fact that they could not get control of this game and deal with the team speed and the transition game of the Portland Timbers. It was a rainy night. Things were slick on the artificial surface. Dynamo did get a very important tying goal. Great delivery from Jack McGlynn and fantastic finish from Franco Escobar, who at the end of the night was probably the Dynamo's best attacking player, I think. And he's your center back, right? He stayed in the attack a couple of times and offset pieces. Looked very dangerous. Real problem here, though, and I think this is one that's on the mind of all the fans, is the simple fact that this team doesn't get a lot of shots on goal. Shots, period, but shots on goal. So against Portland, they had one shot on goal. It's on the road. None for Ezekiel Ponce, their DP. Against Seattle, one shot on goal overall for the team. None for Ezekiel Ponce. He is your center forward that was paid, I think the Dynamo paid between $6 and $7 million for him. And then at home against Real Salt Lake, you had a few more shots, but you only had 2 shots on goal. Ponce had 1. Now, it's not all on one player. I see a lot of the fans, and you can call in here if you want to chime in, 713-780-3776. I see a lot of fans like you cherry pick, right? Oh, Mikhail, he cleaned up so much last year. Yes, he did. But he also took a lot of benefit out of Eric Sviatchenko, who has struggled to get fit here. Sviatchenko played 45 in the last game. But yes, you had an athletic center back that cleaned things up. But if you're looking at the Portland game, your midfield didn't protect your back four very well. They were getting cut through like a hot knife to butter at times. So the Dynamo didn't deal with the transition game. I'm almost wondering if it might have been a good night. And I don't want to second guess. It's easy, but that's what we have to do to provide opinion here and discussion. Maybe you start Junior Urso as well alongside Artur, just to give you experience and nullify that counterattack, certainly for the first 45 minutes. Jack McGlynn's trying to be Hector Herrera. It's hard to be that. He's dropping deep. He switches the play very nicely. He's got a very cultured left foot, had the bad back pass, which led to one of the goals. But that's a tough place to go into and control the tempo. Not making any excuses, because the Dynamo possession game is not as good as it once was. There's no question. Coco Carrasquilla leaves. Hector Herrera leaves. Your possession game is not going to be as good, and that means you're not going to be as good a defending team, because you can't control the tempo of games with the ball as well now. Plus, the Dynamo are playing slightly more direct at times. So they're going to have to figure it out. That's going to come with, I would assume, players. We'll talk to Pat Onstad in the third segment a lot about this. But the Dynamo were fortunate to be down only 2-1 at the half. And their game is a narrow game, and their game is controlling it. And you hear Ben Olsen talk about this repeatedly. Controlling the game through ball possession and the pace of the game methodical. And get into the final third of an opponent. A lot of times they're settled, but they want to keep moving the ball quickly to try and find opportunities to get overloads and 2-versus-1s out wide and get delivery in. The problem is that it's against very settled defenses. But if they're second balls, then the Dynamo like to repress and turn it into immediate chances. They only have 1.67 shots on goal per game. That's last in the league. The attack was a problem, even to a degree, but less so, when Hector Herrera had that wonderful 2023 season. But he was making special plays. Nobody's doing that now. And then you'll see players like Amin Bassi, talented player, hardworking Sebastian Kowalczyk. Without those higher end players, they're asked to do more. And they're now looking not as effective as they once did. You got a goalkeeping issue now. Your 2 goalkeepers have gotten hurt, Andrew Tarbell, Jimmy Maurer. I don't know if the Dynamo are going to try to develop a vertical game. They may do that a little bit more when Lawrence Anali and Nelson Quinones Jr. come back. I think they're in desperate need of somebody on the left side with a left foot to make the build a little easier, because it's not easy when you're playing the left back position and you're right-footed. So we can take some Dynamo calls, 713-780-3776. Doesn't get easier. They got LAFC this coming weekend. Quick word here for LamontBrands.com. Get your Soccer Matters t-shirts. Your proceeds go to the Snowdrop Foundation 501c charity. Just had a great cancer event with the Dynamo Soccer Club, the youth club, and Olivier Finadori, LamontBrands.com. And if you need t-shirts for your soccer teams or your club, that's a great place to go and get them. Some other news and notes, and these are some pretty interesting ones. Aston Villa, Marcus Rashford, who kind of fell out of sight at Manchester United. They got a 3-1 win. He had 2 goals against Preston North End. He got him in 5 minutes. One was a penalty kick, his first goal since joining Villa in January. So let's see if Marcus Rashford's going to make the comeback. By the way, Preston North End is the club that the Dynamo signed, as many of you know, Dwayne Holmes, who will come to the Dynamo. And we're going to ask Pat Onstad about him tonight. We're going to ask Pat Onstad about Andre Linger, the new, technically he's a designated player coming in here tonight. We're gonna talk about him as well. You got 3 winless teams in Major League Soccer. Right now, Peter Vermees has been relieved from Sporting Kansas. I tell you what, a job that guy did, changing the entire culture. He's had a rough couple of seasons, but boy, you would be remiss not to really honor Peter Vermees for what he's done in Kansas City, because I remember calling Kansas City Wizards games in Arrowhead Stadium, and there was 1,500 to 2,000. So real credit to Peter Vermees for what he has done. You got the LA Galaxy, they're winless. Greg Vanney has won an MLS Cup. Vermees won an MLS Cup. I think Toronto and Montreal also. It's 5 winless teams. Marco Donadei at Montreal, and Toronto, it's Robin Fraser. And then us in Houston. Austin FC, 3 straight wins. Musical chairs with coaches. They picked up Nico Estevez from FC Dallas, who was fired. He's now at Austin. And then FC Dallas with the Houston product, Eric Quill, are now 3-2-1. There you go. Adidas is going to release a 3rd kit for all MLS teams. This according to a website a Twitter. I don't know. Maybe it's Instagram. Footy headlines. Sporting Kansas City fans wrote a letter to management, by the way, wanting Peter Vermees out, which that must have been pretty difficult to do. 703-780-3776 is the number to call in here tonight. We're going to take a break. We're going to come back with Bill Nuttall. And we're going to talk Hank Steinbrecher. And we certainly we're going to miss Hank. What a personality he was. Also a member of the U.S. Soccer Hall of Fame. This is White Snake. My friends at Cactus Music are going to be glad I brought White Snake to you. I want to do a read here also for Senate Avenue Brewery. By the way, we're live there next Tuesday. I hope you get out. It's up 290. Small batch brewery, open 7 days of the week for lunch and dinner. It's all craft beer. It's amazing. We're going to have a Dynamo player up there. I've got G. Guerreri from Texas A&M and Brian Lee from Rice University. We're going to do 2 segments with them. If you are the parent of a youth soccer player, we're going to talk the recruiting process. We're going to talk the changes in the NCAA. It's going to be great to have these 2 guys in here, and we're going to really do some educating and connection there with youth soccer parents who want to come in there with their sons or daughters to learn more. It's Senate Avenue Brewery, up 290. You take the Senate Avenue exit. Kitchen features American grill and pub cuisine, burgers, wings, pizza, award-winning beer, tap room and patio, 7 big screen TVs. Great place. Patio, dog-friendly. Owner loves the sport of soccer. I love going up there once a month. This will be our 2nd live show, so come on out and support us. And support all these sponsors you hear on this show, because most of them are small or medium level businesses, and they are supporting your game. As we go to break here, one quick shout out. We do have our good friends at Danish Inspirations, modern contemporary furniture. Get over and see Jan Christensen, danishinspirations.com. Let's take a break. Let's come back. Let's talk the legendary Hank Steinbrecher.
Hey soccer fans, it's game on. Are you ready to hit the sand and show off your soccer skills? Get ready because the Inland Sand Soccer Tour is coming to Houston. Save the date, May 10th at the Third Coast Sand Complex, located at 5642 Forney Avenue in Houston. We're hosting a thrilling 4v4 beach soccer tournament, 3 field players, and yes, with a keeper. This will be an unforgettable day for all. Whether you're a seasoned player or just out for fun, we have youth and adult divisions for every skill level, from recreational to competitive. Get your team of up to 8 on your roster and register online at inlandsandsoccer.com. And don't miss out on the exciting beach soccer action right here in Houston. Looking to participate and save a few bucks? Enter code Soccer Matters at registration and save $25. It's a day of sun, fun, and soccer on the sand right here in Houston. Again, check out inlandsandsoccer.com and use code Soccer Matters to save $25 on your team registration. And, oh yeah, it's Mother's Day weekend, so bring mom as we have a special Mother's Day gift for all moms in attendance. That's right, Houston, we are bringing the beach to you.
Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5.
And on ESPN 92.5.
Brought to you by the Daspit Law Firm. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.
All right, welcome back to Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5 as we continue on here tonight. Pat Onstad coming up in the next segment, the Houston Dynamo president of soccer operations. But right now, we begin a segment, and the show tonight is a tribute to Hank Steinbrecher, the former Secretary General of U.S. Soccer. And as we welcome you back, I welcome in not only a former teammate of his, also a great, great friend of his, and also worked with him at U.S. Soccer, and he is Bill Nuttall, and Bill joins us now, I believe, from Tennessee. Bill, thanks so much for coming on the show tonight.
Glenn, pleasure is all mine. Thank you for having me on, and glad to be talking with you again.
So in the first segment, I outlined some of the amazing accomplishments of Hank Steinbrecher. I got an email from you, and it said he was in 10 Hall of Fames, elected to 10 Hall of Fames. I want to start with you for my audience with Hank, Secretary General of the U.S. Soccer Federation, and you working with him. Just take us into that.
Well, you have your soccer audience right now, and they're heavily involved with MLS. They're heavily involved with the U.S. national team. There's so much social media out there now, and it's really top of mind to anybody that is a soccer fan or soccer player. In 1990, you let me digress for a second. 1990, the World Cup was in Italy, and the U.S. did not do very well in Italy because they went over there with a college all-star team, basically, and there was no pro leagues or anything like that. So the U.S. was awarded the World Cup for 1994. And the rest of the world was very skeptical that they would give a third world country in soccer the World Cup. Because if you recall, it was always at a big country. It's always in a Brazil or a Germany or in England. And here it was coming to the USA. And now what do? You don't have a pro league. You don't have players playing in Europe. You really don't have any basis for why you should be hosting the World Cup. And that's when Alan Rothenberg was elected to be the president, and he hired Hank Steinbrecher as his Secretary General and CEO. So that basically put U.S. soccer on notice that they needed to professionalize the entire process for the World Cup and figure out a way to make the U.S. national team competitive during that World Cup. So that's where Hank was hired by Alan Rothenberg. And then I was hired as the general manager of national teams to start with the preparation for 3 years to get the team ready to play and try to professionalize the team, and also have a standing national team where we would train and play somewhere in the world every 10 days. So that sets it up for what happened in 1994 and how Hank and Alan, and Hank as the Secretary General of U.S. Soccer, had to set the culture, the tempo, the strategy to make sure that we had the proper team ready to go and a competitive team from 94. Hopefully that makes sense.
That's good. That's good chronology for everybody. We're talking about Hank Steinbrecher, who was the Secretary General, a huge imprint on the game in this country and the structure of it. He was so interesting because he combined so many things. I mean, he came out, he was coaching at different colleges, last one being Boston University. Then he goes into the corporate world. He was so multi-talented. I remember I was at a convention and I had to introduce him, and I was just blown away by what an amazing public speaker he was too. Take us into Hank, your friend.
Hank is a very intelligent guy. He's very well read, and he had the gift. A lot of people call him Reverend Hank because he always gave an inspirational speech wherever he went. And he was absolutely the perfect person to take over as Secretary General. There was very little communication with the state associations, the adult associations, anything involving soccer in the USA. There was very little communication. And Hank set out and started spreading the gospel as to what was going to take place in the World Cup in 94, how it was going to take place, how the states and everyone else needed to be involved. And he really, really rallied every aspect of soccer. And he was going state by state, speech by speech. And it was very impressive what he did to get people to rally around the cause of the 94 World Cup.
Talking to Bill Nuttall, great friend, teammate, also worked with Hank Steinbrecher at U.S. Soccer. I want you to touch on Hank as the mentor to so many, and not only all of us from Davis and Elkins College in West Virginia, who are all very proud of Hank and have a lot of pride in our small school, but I just know he's touched so many, mentored so many at different levels. He always seemed to have time for people, Bill.
Oh, you're exactly right. Having time for people. I think I know that when you would meet Hank for the first time, you felt like you were the only person in the room. He made it very special to understand who you were, what you're doing, what your passion was, and how he could help you. And it was not just lip service. He was very inspirational, and his follow-up with everybody that he said, if he says to you, I'm going to get back to you in 3 days with some information, he was back to you in 3 days with whatever he said he was offering. So he was an inspirational speaker, and he also was an inspiration to people. He gave them many, many opportunities, including me. He trusted me with the men's national team as a general manager to manage the coach, the team, and everything involving building up to the 94 World Cup. This was just one of many things that he has done. I can't even begin to tell you how many people since Hank has passed have contacted me and said, he did this for me, he did that for me, he mentored me. I called, I was having a problem, he followed up. He always had time for everybody, and he managed to fill the days with that, but making people feel real important, and also he cared about them, and they knew that.
No question. We're talking about Hank Steinbrecher, who recently passed. Huge loss for soccer in this country and to so many. And we're talking to Bill Nuttall, his great friend. Bill, give us one of your most memorable stories with Hank. And I know there's a ton of them, but maybe you have one of real interest that you could quickly tell us.
I think, it's just, there's so many things that took place in the build up to 94. Finding, it's hard even for someone to understand what we went through in 90 to 94, not from a hardship standpoint, but just the development of soccer. And here was Hank had the vision that we needed a standing national team. We needed to find a training center where we could train regularly. And Hank was very heavily involved in making sure that we had what they call went out to several cities that who would want to host the men's national team for the next 2.5 years. And this is very instrumental in that the city of Mission Viejo stepped up, and we based the team out of, Southern California, just south of LA in a town called Mission Viejo. But this is just one of those stories where Hank had the vision. Let's figure out how we're going to do this. And and I was obviously involved because I'm going to be the general manager, so we have to figure out how to do that. But it's the stories and what Hank does and how he moves forward as a visionary, I think it's hard to put into one story. He has done so many things as we started to look back on it.
Talking to Bill Nuttall, we're talking about recently passed Hank Steinbrecher. All right, he was on your national championship team at Davis and Elkins. This will be the last one. Just quickly speak about that national title year. Greg Myers was your coach, and Hank and you guys winning an NAIA title for Davis and Elkins. Great group of guys. I've gotten to meet a lot of them.
Sure. Well, in 1968, we won the national championship. Hank came in 1969. We lost in the national championship to Eastern Illinois, which a guy by the name of Shellis Hyman was one of the players on that team, who has been in the MLS quite a few years with Dallas and what have you. And then in 1970, we won the national championship again by beating Quincy, Illinois. So Hank was a left back out of Mitchell Junior College, tough New York guy, left-footed, hard-nosed, but a quality player and a really good teammate. And, I can always count on Hank on the left side that nothing was going to get by. And that's where we ended up as the national champions again.
Well, Bill, listen, thank you so much for coming on. I know it's a tough time for the Davis and Elkins soccer community and the sport as a whole in the United States, because Hank's connection to so many people was pretty remarkable. Bill, thank you so much for coming on tonight. You were excellent.
All the best, Glenn. A pleasure talking with you, and thank you so much for having me on.
Yeah, the one and only Bill Nuttall. Great guy. And Hank Steinbrecher, U.S. Soccer Hall of Fame, recently passing. What a loss for soccer in this country and to so many of us who had connection with him. Remarkable person, always willing to help, presided over some of the most historic time periods of soccer in this country, all the while making time for everyone, myself included. Mentor, guiding light for so many, always had the interests of the game at heart. Our condolences to the Steinbrecher family. Big thank you, as always, to John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm, our presenting sponsors. John and his firm, personal injury attorneys. Look, we're not on the air without them. DaspitLaw.com, 713-CALL NOW. DaspitLaw.com, 713-CALL NOW. Car, boat, motorcycle, maritime, you get in an accident, you need the best in personal injury attorneys. It is the Daspit Law Firm. A big thank you to them. Also, you heard the spot for the Inland Soccer Tournament. It's coming. It's exciting. It's a great opportunity for youth players to get out on May 10th at the Third Coast Sand Complex, 5652 Forney. It's 4 versus 4 with a goalkeeper. You can have 8 rostered players. It's going to be a lot of fun. It'll be one of those tournaments I think you can enter your youth players and kind of keep the adults out of it. Just let them play and have fun. Go to inlandsoccer.com. Use the promo code Soccer Matters. Let's take a break. When we come back, we got more to come. Break music here. This is brought to you by the legendary Cactus Music.
You're listening to Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5.
And on ESPN 92.5.
Brought to you by the Daspit Law Firm. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.
All right, welcome back to Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5, presented by John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm. Big reminder, you catch Houston Dynamo matches out at Senate Avenue Brewing, up 290, a new sponsor for this show. So big thank you to Senate Avenue Brewery. I got to tell you, the Copper Ale out there is outstanding. We're going with a live show there next Tuesday at 6 Central Time. So I hope you can get out there. We're going to have a lot of fun out at Senate Avenue Brewery. Also, just want to give a shout out here to Advantage BMW. I've been going to them for years. I'm on car number 5 or 6 now. Just picked up a brand new X5. The car is amazing. Absolutely amazing. So get down to Advantage BMW, tell them Soccer Matters, or tell them Glenn sent you, and they will work with you to get you into the ultimate driving machine. All right, Hugh O'Connor's Pub, also this weekend, all the best in soccer from around the world at Hugh O'Connor's Pub. All right, let's go to the president of soccer operations of the Houston Dynamo. He is Pat Onstad. He joins us now. Pat, so much thankfulness for you coming on the show tonight.
No, thanks for having me.
We always appreciate it. I wish it could be under a little bit better conditions, but plenty of time to go. So we appreciate you jumping out no matter what. All right. So I want to get a lot in with you, and the fans have been asking me to ask a lot of questions. So can we start with some player updates?
Sure.
All right.
I think for us, Andres Linger is, we're just waiting for a work permit for him from Czech Republic. We're hoping in the next 2 weeks. It's usually about how long it takes, 2 to sometimes 3 weeks. We're hoping for the shorter end. And Pablo Ortiz, center back, Colombian center back, coming from Slovakia. So he's in the same process as well, waiting for his visa. He's probably a few more days ahead of Linger, as we got that deal done a little bit earlier. But those two guys should be here hopefully within the next couple of weeks, available for our group.
Dynamo president of soccer operations. He's Pat Onstad. Is Ortiz being brought to be a starter, Pat?
Yeah, right now we get him to come in and compete for minutes. I mean, he's a good fit in terms of our group. Has a lot of pace, left-footed. So we'll see how he fits in with our group. I think looking in the back, I mean, the big one for us is getting Eric Shevchenko back on the field. I thought when he played in the second half against Portland, he settled us down in the back, and we need to get him back on the field full time. I think that will help, a young Femi Wadawusu beside him. So hopefully we can get that going this coming up weekend.
Lawrence Anali, Nelson Quinones timetable.
Yeah, Nelson is probably, we're hoping he keeps his. I think we've talked about this before. His injury was very severe compared to Anali's. I mean, he's certainly longer than we expected. We were thinking more the first half, and it was 10 to 12 months, and it's probably going to be more like 14 to 16 months. So I think the earliest, probably 4 weeks. We're hoping before 6, something like that. Anali, on the other hand, is he's 7 months in from his surgery. He's progressing really well. If all things go to plan, then we would probably release him around 9-month mark. So probably another couple of months for him. And then the other one that we have in-house that no one's been able to see either is Dwayne Holmes, which, had the unfortunate leg break when we pretty much had everything done. But he's getting back on the field. So he's out jogging around. So we're hoping with him 2 to 3 weeks probably. So that's what we'd hope for with these guys.
I'm going short with the questions because I want you to do the talking, not me. Goalkeeping position and the injury issues. Will you look for another goalkeeper? What's the situation there?
Yeah, I think I think with Andrew gone, we started looking right away. There's a few ways to go about it. There's to go and spend a lot of money, and that'll take away from other positions that we're targeting. Or you can get what's called an injury replacement. So you have to go find a goalkeeper that kind of is the same salary level as Andrew, and you can try to do that. So we've been working pretty hard. We're hoping we can get something done here in the next week or so, but we'll see how that plays out. We'd like to bring someone in. I think Blake's filled in pretty admirably, and it's probably one of the 2 worst environments I think in our league to play in. In Seattle for 25 minutes, and obviously in Portland. So he's made a couple of big saves for us, and certainly did well in the Seattle game. And this last game, you certainly wouldn't put the results on him.
generating chances, shots on goal, only 4 in the last 2 games. Granted, two of these were road games, but that doesn't make any difference. Your striker, Ezekiel Ponce, only has 1 shot on target in the last 3 games. Is this more about a tactical setup? What are the solutions here? Because I know you guys are working at it. We've had Ben on talking about the off season. We're working on the attack. It just doesn't seem to be moving.
No, I mean, I think we expected Nelson back from the center. We need someone to stretch the line, and unfortunately, to be as kind as I can, I think Eber's struggling a little bit right now to stretch the line for us, and so therefore, Ben, and this is one of Ben's greatest strengths is he tries to get the most of what he has, and we're playing 3 very similar players in terms of Nico Ladero, Amin Bassi, and Sebastian Kowalczuk in midfield. So while they can usually maintain possession and create little combinations at the top of the box, there's no one threatening behind. There's no extra bodies in the box when we do get behind, or it's rare that there are extra bodies. And then for the center backs, they can just key in on Ponce, and he's always 1 versus 2. It makes it difficult for him to find any space and for us to be able to find him the ball. So I certainly wouldn't put this on Ponce, that's for sure. I think for us, we're going to have to keep grinding away. I mean, the best way to put it, I think, Glenn, for us is we're kind of in a race against time. Like if we can get all these guys back healthy and fit, I like our group. We could get some people that can stretch the line on the left. We get Linger in that can get in the box and create problems. Get some more depth at center back. Possibly another goalkeeper. I think we get in a pretty good place. But right now, we're it's been a rough patch. It's been a rough patch.
Pat Onstad, president of soccer operations. Not one of the best starts, obviously.
No,
you lost 4 starters last year, and I know you sensed this was not going to be perfect going into the season with the schedule handed to you. But what you hear a lot of fans say is they'll say, well, why weren't we prepared for the loss of these starters? And I'm sure there's other reasons why maybe you didn't get players over the line, but can you take us behind the scenes a little bit more there? Because when you lose those 4 guys, I mean, it's not the same team. We all see it.
No. And we went in saying, okay, we're going to need a goalkeeper and someone to replace Hector and 8. And, that's what we set out. We thought we had in-house Andrew Tarbell, obviously is now out as a goalkeeper. And then we went and picked up a young player, Jack McGlynn, who's still young. He's 21 years old. He's still going to make mistakes, but he also does some things that are pretty special on the ball. So I think for McGlynn, that's been good. But the issue is we went into the offseason thinking those are the 2 guys we need to replace and concentrate on those. We've been trying to sell Coco for 2.5 years, and an offer kind of came to the last second. So that was a piece we definitely were looking at. That's the Linger piece. Took a little while longer than we'd hoped, but that's trying to deal with clubs at this time of year where they don't want them to lose their players in the winter. So it took us a little bit longer than we wanted. And then the Mikel one, I think for us is, I wouldn't say it caught us by surprise, but it seemed like the European window was closed. So we thought we were kind of good, but I think we talked about this last time. Brazil knows that, and they wait. And Palmeiras is not going to be outbid by anybody, and they're not going to have any threats from Europe. So unfortunately for us, I think that was the one where we thought we were going to be okay, and I think it just gets multiplied. It just makes it worse when Eric Shevchenko's not able to get on the field for us. I think had he been on the field, he can just really settle us down. He's a good experienced pro, and he can make everyone else around him better. He's a good organizer. Not having him is probably been a big piece of that as well.
Pat Onstad, president of soccer operations, Houston Dynamo. Appreciate him coming on the show today. Now, this one's a little bit out there, Pat, but James Rodriguez was available. We have massive Colombians here. They love the game. Was there ever a thought or a possibility that potentially you could have made a run at bringing him to Houston and being an absolute game changer potentially for this franchise?
I mean, there's always thoughts, and there's also always possibilities. At the time, I think when you go into those conversations, and we have Coco in the building, and it's a little tight, so you're just not sure where everything's going to fit. So that's a big expense for if you don't have a clear position for him. Granted, he might be better than some guys we have here. I don't think many of the guys would probably argue that. It's tricky. You're asking. We've committed a lot to some of these guys, and we believe in them. And right now, things are going well. But I believe in this group. I believe we have a good group here, and we can turn this thing around.
Pat, do you have concerns about the confidence of Ezekiel Ponce or Aliyu at this stage? Not getting a lot of looks, not getting chances, not getting behind defenses.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think Ponce does a lot of other stuff off the ball that maybe doesn't get recognized. I mean, he's a tremendous presser. He makes it very difficult for teams to play through us. He does a really good job up top pressing. And again, I think he's another striker that needs service. And if you don't get enough touches in the box, he's not going to score. And no striker is going to score goals. So I don't think that's a Ponce problem. I think that's for us just to give him more opportunities and more looks. When we've done that, I think he's been pretty successful. But unfortunately, right now he's being a little bit starved for service. But